Volume 20 Chapter 1. Book 20 Chapter 1, A Union of Mutual Benefit. Under the escort of the 18 elite guards, Xiang Shaolong, together with his brothers Tang and Jing, and Tao Feng made their way towards the palace. Suddenly they could hear hoof beats from the front, and in the dark fog a lone rider was racing towards them, with another 10-odd riders chasing after him. It looked as if the long street has become a lane for races. Tang Yi shouted, "Stop your horses." The rider in front has rode into the ring of light cast by the lanterns, and they could see he was bleeding all over his body as he shouted, "Great General, save me." Everyone took a closer look and was shocked to see that it was Guoxing. Guoxing wanted to rein in his horse, but obviously he could not hold up any longer as he fell sideways to the left of the horse. Just before the warhorse skidded to a stop and Guoxing was about to crash onto the ground, the sound of the bowstring quivering was heard as an arrow was shot out from the hands of one of the riders at the back. Its accuracy was so unbelievable as it entered the back of Guoxing's neck and exited from the front of his neck. By the time Guoxing reached the ground, he is already a lifeless corpse. Even though Xiang Shaolong's reflexes had always been fast, the scene was enough to make his body go numb. The 18 elite guards drew their bows in unison and swiftly cocked their arrows. The group of riders rode up to where Guoxing had fallen and reined in their horses. The leader, Guan Zhongxi, was hanging his bow back onto his horse's back as he said loudly, "Commander Xiang, have seen it for yourself. Guoxing tried to escape in guilt, and your subordinate had no choice but to carry out orders and have him killed." Xiang Shaolong's whole body went cold, and at the same time a storm of fury went up in him. With a clang, he drew out his 100-battle sword and said with a cold snort, "Guan Zhongxi, how dare you kill my deputy commander right in front of my face?" Guan Zhongxi's personal guards raised their shields and went in front of him, forming a wall of shields. Guan Zhongxie replied with a composed smile, "Commander Xiang, please do not be mistaken and listen to my explanation. I am under His Majesty's order to arrest the killers who tried to assassinate His Majesty this morning, and I found out that the killers were in cahoots with the owner of the warrior school, Qiu Rixing, who brought them to Xianyang. Now Qiu Rixing and all the killers are arrested, and Minister Lu questioned them personally. That Guoxing resisted arrest and ran away, as Commander Xiang can very well see. If I have failed my duty in any way, you can always bring it up to His Majesty, Minister Lu, and the Dowager." He then added in a shout, "Take away the body." For a moment Xiang Shaolong did not know how to react as well as he shouted, "No one's allowed to touch him." Since Guan Zhongxie has gained the upper hand, he just laughed and said, "Commander Xiang has given his orders, would I dare to disobey? Let us leave." He slapped his horse and went away. His men retreated on their horses for 10-odd steps before shouting in unison as they turned their horse's head around and ran after Guan Zhongxie. Xiang Shaolong and the rest looked at one another, their eyes finally resting on Guoxing's body, lying in a pool of blood with an arrow in his neck. Tao Feng sighed, "In the end we still underestimated Lu Buwei. This move is indeed extremely vicious, not only destroying the warrior school and at the same time cause us and Lao Ai a loss of face. He can also point the finger towards Lao Ai, or even do Bai and Pu Hu now, but..." Tang Yi said seriously, "Maybe Lu Buwei will make use of this opportunity to cause more trouble and deal with Lao Ai and his men." Xiang Shaolong shook his head, "He definitely will not be able to touch Lao Ai. Xiao Jun, send some men to help settle Guoxing's funeral affair and at the same time protect his family. I will enter the palace immediately to see His Majesty and discuss how we should handle this matter." He nudged his horse's belly and rode forward, unable to take another look at Guoxing's gruesome outcome. All alone, although Guan Zhongxie is his enemy, he still felt there are certain similarities between them and there's an inkling of understanding. But at this moment, he only wants to tear him in pieces and he won't feel an ounce of pity at all. When he reached the main road leading towards the palace, it was jam-packed with humans and carriages. The officials and royalty all behaved as if they had no idea of the bloody exchanges in Xianyang City and were all happily on their way to attend the feast. When he reached the palace gates, he met Lord Chanwen, who came up to him with a grave expression and said, "His Majesty happens to be looking for Shaolong." Xiang Shaolong suddenly remembered something and instantly broke out in sweat as he told Tang Yi, "Xianyang City will definitely be heavily guarded tonight, Zhao De and Dan Mimi." Tang Yi was hugely shaken as he replied, "I understand." Before turning back, Xiang Shaolong hurriedly instructed Lord Wenchang to send a team of imperial guards to follow Tang Yi and protect him before he entered the palace to attend to the summons. He still can't come to terms with Guoxing's death. Indeed, his head has been clouded by victory, that he didn't even think about how widely spread is Lu Buwei's power in Xianyang City. With his intelligence, how can he not come to the conclusion that with the assassination attempt on Xiao Pan's life, Du Bai and Pu Hu will certainly become implicated? Now that Lu Buwei has arrested Qiu Rixing, it's obvious that he wants to deal with Lao Ai. But he knows very well, or rather he knows from history, that before Lao Ai public rebellion, there is nothing Lu Buwei can do to Lao Ai. Once one makes an enemy out of Lu Buwei, one careless mistake can mean a huge loss. Once he thought of how Guoxing had just offered his allegiance and ended up being shot dead by Guan Zhongxie right in front of his eyes, the sense of fury and helplessness really made him feel the impulse to immediately rouse his Wu family's elite warriors and kill their way into Lu's residence. At this point in time, Xiao Pan is in the study talking with his trusted aides Lord Changping, Li Si, Wang Qi and Wang Ling, his expression strangely calm. When he saw him coming, he called out joyously, "Grand Tutor, dispense with ceremony." Xiang Shaolong forced himself to suppress his tumultuous emotions and sat down below Wang Qi, asking solemnly, "What's the current situation?" Wang Qi replied, "Guan Zhongxie sprung a surprise attack on the warrior school earlier. Chang Jian and Jinliang were killed immediately. Xiao Rixing's right arm was shattered when they beat him with poles and the 200-odd warriors in the school were all arrested. On top of that, they questioned 2 of the injured assassins and obtained evidence. There's no way Xiao Rixing can deny anything." Li Si, who was sitting opposite, added, "Those people have been sent to my place, including Xiao Rixing, who all insisted they were under the orders of Lao Ai. Because the reopening of the Weinan warrior school was all due to the support and protection of Lao Ai, it'll be very difficult for Lao Ai to keep himself out of this matter." Xiao Pan said, "I was looking for Grand Tutor because I want everyone to have a discussion. Should we make use of this matter to get rid of Lao Ai?" Xiang Shaolong suddenly understood. Although Xiao Pan was forced to accept his marvelous plan of using Lao Ai to curb Lu Buwei, but in face his hatred for Lao Ai is overwhelming because Lao Ai has taken Zhu Ji's attention away from him. Xiao Pan would very much like to find a chance to seriously hurt Zhu Ji in order to satiate the anger in his heart. Now that the Black Dragon is born, he is no longer so afraid of Lu Buwei like in the past. That's why he feels that this idea is extremely tempting. Once he, Xiang Shaolong, nods his head a little, Xiao Pan will give the orders. And maybe the other person who hates Lao Ai more than Xiao Pan, Lu Buwei, will immediately send his men to kill all of Lao Ai's family and warriors, really castrate him and only hand him to Li Si, the Minister of Justice, after beating him to submission. Zhu Ji herself holds no real power, and if Xiao Pan doesn't stand on her side, Lu Buwei will be able to do whatever he likes. Xiang Shaolong heaved a sigh. "Where is Lao Ai now?" Lord Changwon answered, "He and a huge group of his trusted warriors have hidden themselves at Sweet Spring Palace. The Dowager sent her people here to summon His Majesty twice but was rejected subtly both times." Only now did Xiang Shaolong realize the danger of the situation. Things are happening too fast. Lu Buwei must have known long ago that Xiao Rixing is connected to this matter, so he deliberately planned his attack before the start of the feast so that everyone will not be able to react in time. Everyone's gaze landed on him. They obviously know Xiao Pan's intention and they dare not object, neither do they wish to object. So they're waiting for him, the person who can influence the future Emperor Qin's decision, to speak up. In fact, Xiang Shaolong is hard-pressed to find a strong reason why he should object. He saw Xiao Pan's bright eyes, staring unwaveringly at him, filled with yearning and anticipation. Ultimately, Xiao Pan still treats him different from the others. Even though his authority is growing day by day, in the end he will still steadfastly respect his opinions. He gave a sigh before he told them that Guan Zhongxie was killed right in front of his eyes. Everyone's countenance changed. Wang Ling cried out with fury, "This is going overboard." Xiang Shaolong said calmly, "No one in here will give any sigh of regret over Lao Ai's death, but we must also consider the consequences." He then gave Li Si a look. This can be considered a chance for Li Si to show if he is indeed a true friend. Currently, besides Xiang Shaolong, the only other person Xiao Pan trusts the most is Li Si. The others fall way behind. Li Si is an extremely smart person and knows what Xiang Shaolong is thinking of. He nodded his head slightly in affirmation and said, "If we get rid of Lao Ai now, the person most affected would of course be the Dowager. If this were to happen, the Dowager's power will be shaken and it'll be difficult for her to interfere in court affairs. Under such circumstances, if Lu Buwei join forces with the senior officials in court, maybe he will really be able to become the regent. Then the current favorable situation we created with the Black Dragon will go down the drain." Wang Qi said solemnly, "We can always propose Shaolong become the regent in his capacity as the Grand Tutor, especially since Shaolong has already proven his merit by saving His Majesty. Besides, with the birth of the Black Dragon, Wang Guan, Kai Zhe, and the rest knows who the true ruler is. Even if Lu Buwei wants to twist the situation, I'm afraid there's nothing much he can do." Lord Changwon agreed, "There is no one else more suitable to become the regent other than Shaolong." Xiang Shaolong smiled wryly, "Naturally I am very happy that His Majesty and all of you think so highly of me, but since Lu Buwei chose to make things difficult for Lao Ai this time, it must be because he's worried that we will remove Guan Zhongxie from his post and he may not be able to point the finger at the Dowager. Obviously he has something up his sleeves and his ultimate motive will be to deal with our precious dragon." Xiao Pan was silent for a moment before he nodded his head. "Even we know that Xiao Rixing is in cahoots with Dubai and Puhu, so there's no reason for Lu Buwei not to know. But this time his only target is Lao Ai, with no mention of Dubai and Puhu at all. There must be more to this." Li Si's expression changed. Could it be that Lu Buwei has already reached a secret agreement with Du Bai and Pu Hu to sacrifice Zhou Rixing in order to topple Lao Ai and the Dowager? Then next he'll just have to, hey! Everyone's expression changed immediately. Lord Changwen exclaimed hoarsely, this is definitely not without basis. Because when Pu Hu was on the way back from the religious rite, he was invited by Lu Buwei to share his carriage. Maybe they've reached an agreement in the carriage. This is politics. No matter how impossible it seems, but under the sudden change of circumstances, enemies may become collaborators after weighing the pros and cons. From Lu Buwei's perspective, he is already on opposing ends with Lao Ai and Zhu Ji. The political corporation with Xiao Pan and Xiang Shaolong as the leader is all the more causing him hate. If he did not have the support of Meng Ao's power, he would have lost his life long ago. But if he collaborates with Cheng Xiao, who cares only for gains, his situation will naturally be very different. Xiao Pan said with a somber expression, I had not considered this point. Wang Ling heaved out a cold breath. Ever since Black Dragon was born, Lu Buwei and Du Bai were at a loss, and in their effort to regain their authority, it's not surprising that they will do this. The problem now is that all of us dislike Lao Ai, so should we take this opportunity to drag him down? Everyone's gaze landed on Xiang Shaolong again. Once again, Xiang Shaolong is beginning to feel that fate cannot be changed. Lao Ai is fated not to die so early, that's why this thought suddenly sprouted in all their heads. To Lu Buwei, Cheng Xiao's influence is so much lower than Xiao Pan's, and Du Bai and Pu Hu will never be the match of Wang Qi, Li Si, and the rest of their own people. So if Cheng Xiao replaces Xiao Pan as the ruler of Qin, he can only be a puppet ruler and will never be able to have a mind of his own. From this it can be seen that he is now utterly disappointed in his son Xiao Pan. He smiled and said, what is Lao Ai? Right now our biggest enemy is only Lu Buwei, so for now the smartest thing to do is to keep Lao Ai to keep Lu Buwei in check, and after that try to get rid of Cheng Xiao and the rest. By then we won't have to worry what Lu Buwei will be capable of doing. Xiao Pan is still a little worried as he asked with a furrowed brow, then how should we deal with Cheng Xiao? Xiang Shaolong smiled, that's easy. Order him to lead an army to take down the state of Zhao, and his relationship with the Zhao will come to light. Everyone marveled at the brilliant suggestion. This is the importance of information. If Xiang Shaolong is not aware of the relationship between Pu Hu and General Pang Ai from Zhao, he won't be able to think of such a marvelous plan. Xiao Pan was stunned for a moment before he chortled out in laughter, there's no simpler and more direct way than this, but we must wait for the right time. The Black Dragon has just been born recently, I still need some time to consolidate my power. After Li Si became the Minister of Justice, his status has changed greatly. He is no longer trying to conceal his abilities as he announced. Since that is the case, then we should let Lao Ai know very clearly that Lu Buwei wants to destroy him, then he'll be at greater odds with Lu Buwei. Wang Ling said somberly, but there's pros and cons to this. We can imagine that after this incident, the Dowager will be clear that Lao Ai's power is too little and in future will go all out to help him fight for more power. Wang Qi snorted, no matter how hard she fights, he will never be able to become a great general, so what good use can he be? Xiao Pan stood up and the rest hurriedly stood up and bowed. Xiao Pan said energetically, I will go and host the spring feast immediately. Grand Tutor Xiang can bring a team of imperial guards to escort the Dowager and that fake eunuch to the palace to attend the feast. Just take it that his life is still not the end this time. He then gave a cold snort before leaving. The rest hurried after him. Once Xiang Shaolong thought of visiting Zhu Ji, he immediately felt a headache coming on. Who would have expected that situations will suddenly arise? He'll be grateful if his plan of taking a long vacation is not disrupted because of this. Xiang Shaolong led the 18 guardsmen and a 50-strong team from Xiao Pan's best imperial guards and went grandly to the Sweet Spring Palace. A group of warriors dashed out from the side to block their paths. Xiang Shaolong had already guessed that Guan Zhongxie would order his men to surround Sweet Spring Palace, so he unsheathed his 100-battle sword and shouted, Who dares to stop me, Xiang Shaolong? The guardsmen and imperial guards roared as they brandished their shields, bows and spears and made a formation, protecting Xiang Shaolong right in the middle with their arrows and spears pointing outwards, ready to fly out at any moment. None of those warriors dared to retaliate as they fled from all sides. The drawbridge to Sweet Spring Palace was drawn and the gates shut tightly. Xiang Shaolong and his men went to the little moat protecting the palace and reined in their horses. Guan Zhongxie led Su Shang and 50 to 60 warriors and went up to them, the former asking icily, Haven't Commander Xiang gone to join in the spring feast? Xiang Shaolong thought of Guishing and wished he could kill him with a stab now. He waited until he came near and reined in his horse before saying with a smile, If I were to throw my flying needles at official Guan, I wonder how confident will you be at avoiding them, Guan Zhongxie and Su Shang's expression paled at the same time, their eyes on his right hand which he deliberately left hanging near the horse's body. The former managed to force out a smile and say, Commander Xiang must be joking, death will of course be my only outcome. Xiang Shaolong gave a nonchalant reply, the both of you had better not move rashly, I am not joking. By surrounding Sweet Spring Palace like this, the both of you have already committed the offense of offending the Dowager. If I were to execute the both of you, who would dare to say that I've done wrong? Su Shan's reply was calm and steady, Great General Xiang is mistaken, we are just under Lu Buwei's orders to protect Her Majesty. Xiang Shaolong pretended to be surprised and said, so I see, in that case you can retreat immediately, just leave the task of protecting her to me. A flash of anger was seen on Guan Zhongxia's features as he lowered his head, as the great general commands. But he shouted, everyone, retreat. He turned his horse's head and galloped away. Sounds of hooves galloping rose. In an instant all the warriors were gone. Xiang Shaolong called out towards the gates of Sweet Spring Palace, Lord Ai please lower the drawbridge. Sounds of machinery were heard as the drawbridge lowered. Xiang Shaolong ordered his men to keep their weapons and led the way, marching grandly into the palace. He had just stepped past the gates when Lao Ai, Han Xia, Ling Qi, Lao Si came up to him, all dressed to fight. Xiang Shaolong jumped off his horse and extended his hand to shake hands with Lao Ai as he said with a laugh, Lord Lao, please forgive Shaolong for coming late. Is the Dowager alarmed? Lao Ai had a look of gratitude as he said quietly, this matter. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Volume 20 Chapter 2 Book 20 Chapter 2, Failure Despite Preparations. After Zhu Ji instructed Xiang Shaolong to sit next to her, she stared at the night scene of Xianyang through the curtains of the carriage. The main street was packed with joyous Qins who were celebrating the spring festivities and the birth of the Black Dragon. Houses were decorated and sounds of firecrackers popped continuously, an especially sharp contrast to Zhu Ji's empty and helpless state of mind. Ever since King Xuanxiang passed away, Zhu Ji has never truly been happy. Her whole life was made possible because of Lu Buwei, but is also destroyed because of Lu Buwei. Maybe even she herself cannot determine the grudges and gratitude she has with Lu Buwei. Lao Ai may look like he is successful on the surface, but ultimately he's just a pawn being made use of by the various factions. What's unexpected is that with Zhu Ji's intellect and formidability, once she's fixated with men, she'd actually become so muddle-headed. Just as he was secretly lamenting, Zhu Ji's fragrant lips gently asked, Shaolong, what should I do in future? Suddenly, Xiang Shaolong felt as if he has once again stepped into the time machine and has gone back to the days in Handan when he first met Zhu Ji. He was stunned, Your Majesty. Then he's at a loss for words. Zhu Ji turned her delicate body and stared at him as she said, sorry. Xiang Shaolong was taken aback, why do you say that? Zhu Ji lowered her head and replied piteously, I myself have no idea what I'm doing. But sometimes, I really wish that someone would kill you. Xiang Shaolong knows she's referring to her approval of the duel between him and Guan Zhongxia, so he sighed and said, I will never blame Your Majesty, no matter what, I will never blame you. Zhu Ji's delicate body shuddered as she lifted her head to look at him. After a long moment, she suddenly said, is that black dragon real or a fake? I beg you do not keep it from me, but... A sudden fury rose in Xiang Shaolong, knowing that Zhu Ji is still making plans for Lao Ai. He said icily, of course it's real, can such a thing be faked? Zhu Ji stared at him morosely for a moment before she turned back to look out the window again, saying with a wry smile, Shaolong, you're angry. Sometimes I really wish that you'd hit me or scold me, then I'll feel a little better. She paused and continued, I know you too well. From the way you answered me just now, I know that is a fake dragon. Such a grand plan, you must be the one who thought of it because no one would be able to pull off such a trick better than you. Xiang Shaolong felt heated as a feeling so strange that even he cannot understand rose up in him. He went near to her tiny ear and said gently, right now I really feel like giving Your Majesty a thorough beating. Zhu Ji's delicate body trembled and with an turned her body around, a mixed yet ecstatic look shot out from her eyes. Just as Xiang Shaolong was about to seal her fragrant lips with a kiss, the carriage stopped suddenly. They have arrived at the palace. Xiang Shaolong secretly sighed. There can never be even a slight change in fate after all. When Zhu Ji arrived at the feast, Xiaopan, Lu Buwei and the other officials welcomed her warmly as usual, everyone behaved as if nothing has ever happened. Pu Hu and Du Bai also attended the feast, their expression serene. If Qiu Rixing were to have the chance to come here and take a look, he will surely feel that his sacrifice is not worth it at all. However, Xiang Shaolong was in a bad mood over Guoxing's death, and when he was seated at Li Si and Lord Chongping's table, he asked quietly, where is Guan Zhongxie? Both of them heard his menacing tone and was shocked. They asked in unison, what does Shaolong plan to do? By now Xiang Shaolong has found Guan Zhongxie, who was seated about 5 tables below him along the line. He was talking to Lu Niangrong, Su Shan, and Lian Jiao. Lord Chongping tried to lighten the atmosphere and said with a laugh, those 3 talented ladies indeed live up to their reputation. Although their song has ended, it seems that her alluring voice is still reverberating in my ears. Xiang Shaolong took a deep breath and said, I want to kill Guan Zhongxie. The both of them were utterly shocked and left speechless for a moment. Li Si could only utter, Shaolong, please think it over. At this point in time, Xiao Pan, Lu Buwei and a group of senior officials have just finished taking turns to offer a toast to Zhu Ji and were all seated in their respective places. The grand hall, which can seat 1,000-odd people, quiet down as they waited for Zhu Ji to speak. Fury raged through Xiang Shaolong as he suddenly stood up. Everyone's eyes were immediately attracted to him as they concentrated on him. Xiang Shaolong stood up with a grand aura and said loudly, the last time I had a duel with Official Guan, the duel had to be stopped because Official Guan's sword was broken. I see today that Official Guan is carrying another precious weapon and suddenly my hands are itching for a fight. I hope to have another duel again with Official Guan, to liven the atmosphere up. Would your majesty and the dowager please grant me this request? The great hall was suddenly quiet, everyone was taken aback, obviously no one expected Xiang Shaolong would do something like that. In fact, for the last two duels, Xiang Shaolong was forced into battle. Only this time, because of his anger over Guo Xing's death, he volunteered for the duel. Right at this moment, everyone knows that Xiang Shaolong is really furious at Guan Zhongxie and is determined to kill him. Lu Buwei's expression changed slightly. He gave a cold snort and hurriedly replied before Xiao Pan and Zhu Ji could say anything, it's a joyous occasion tonight, it's not appropriate to flash weapons around. If Shaolong, because of personal grudges. There was a long laugh, which came from Lao Ai. He sniggered, that's a poor remark from Lord Lu. Was the last duel a day of great sadness for you? Then why were you wholly supporting that duel? Lu Buwei's eyes shone brightly as he stared hard at Lao Ai for a moment. He was about to retort when Guan Zhongxie stood up and said, Commander Xiang have very sharp eyes indeed to be able to tell that my new sword-shooting son is a rare treasure from the state of Qi and not easily broken. That's what aroused his interest, and if your majesties and Lord Lu allows, Zhongxie would be most happy to oblige. Xiao Pan laughed, that's what a good son of the great Qin should be like, would the dowager please grant this request, but... Zhu Ji looked intently at Xiang Shaolong for quite some time before her pretty eyes revealed a look of gratitude as she nodded her head, our great Qin has always protected our country with military finesse, and these two beloved officials have embraced the importance of our great Qin's military essence. I give my blessings. Xiang Shaolong knows that Zhu Ji has misunderstood him, thinking that he is venting his frustration on Guan Zhongxie because of the humiliation she had suffered. But he couldn't be too bothered about this right now, and after thanking her for her approval, he and Guan Zhongxie left their seats to walk towards the center of the hall. Everyone could feel the atmosphere that is so heavy that it makes one unable to breathe. This is the third time the both of them are dueling. Both times, Guan Zhongxie was disadvantaged. Will he be able to turn the situation around this time? On a certain level, Xiang Shaolong is indeed taking a risk this time. Or maybe it's better to say that this risk is not worth taking. The first time Guan Zhongxie could not defeat Xiang Shaolong is because he thought that there's no point for him getting injured over a man whom he thinks won't have long to live. The second time he lost because he was taken aback as he has absolutely no knowledge of the 100 battles swordplay, and yet he could use the excuse of his broken sword to escape with his life with no injuries at all. This time Guan Zhongxie already has the experience of dealing with the 100 battles swordplay, and he will certainly go all out in this deathmatch to preserve his life. In such a situation, indeed no one knows what will be the outcome. That's why Li Si advised him to reconsider. But the Xiang Shaolong at this point in time has totally forgotten about life, death, glory, or fame. He could only feel that if he allows Guo Xing's murderer to continue roaming freely right in front of his eyes, he will be truly letting down this subordinate who had just pledged his loyalty to him. In this instant, he has become a true warrior. Other things are not taken into consideration at all. Guan Zhongxie is not Lu Buwei. Not a single piece of history or movie has ever said if he will survive this night. Lu Niangrong, who was seated at her table, has turned as white as a piece of paper. No one knows better than her how Xiang Shaolong currently feels about his relentless urge to kill Guan Zhongxie. Earlier on, Guan Zhongxie was discussing with Su Shang and Liao Jiao the matter of killing Wishing right in front of Xiang Shaolong's eyes. She was already feeling very unsettled then, knowing that Xiang Shaolong will not take this lying down, but she did not expect Xiang Shaolong would so angrily challenge Guan Zhongxie into a duel the moment he stepped in. There's another factor Xiang Shaolong considered, which is Guan Zhongxie's archery skills are too formidable. If there's open warfare in future, once he takes out his strong bow, no one knows who in the opposing army will be able to stay alive. So if he can get rid of him earlier, it would mean saving his own, or even Tang Yi, Jing Jun, or one of his men's lives earlier. This fear that was hidden deeply in his subconscious is enough to make him determined to kill Guan Zhongxie regardless of the price he'll have to pay. The two of them went together to pay their respects to Xiao Pan, and Lu Buwei and Zhu Ji, who were seated on either side. Then they split up and each holding their weapons, stood a few feet away from each other, facing off the other party coldly. Because of their special status, the two of them were able to carry their weapons although they're in the palace. Right until now, no one has made a single noise. The weapons have not left their sheaths, yet the whole hall became icy with a deadly aura because of everyone's silence and the tense atmosphere before a storm. The pressure seems to increase around the nose and mouth area, making one unable to breathe smoothly. Both of them looked as if they're eyeing a prey, and after staring at each other for some time, Guan Zhongxie bent his back slightly. The increased aura is enough to make one's mood so tense that one cannot breathe. A cold look shot past Xiang Shaolong's eyes, but unlike the last time, he did not hold on to his 100 battles blade sheath, making others wonder why he did not make use of his sheath as well like he did the last time. They saw him walk a step forward sharply. Guan Zhongxie's back was bent like a bow, like a ferocious beast who was about to charge. Compared to the last time he faced Xiang Shaolong, his confidence and aura is many times multiplied. Xiang Shaolong seemed unfazed. These past few days, he has been awake before dawn to practice his swordplay and felt that his condition has reached this highest peak that he has never achieved ever since he arrived through the time machine. If he cannot win Guan Zhongxie tonight, he can forget about ever winning him in future. Of course. This is purely a feel on his part. It doesn't affect whether it's truly the case or not. Right at this time, Xiang Shaolong's 100 battles blade left its sheath, changing into a flash of lightning as it pierced through the air, yet giving one a strange feeling of lightness and weightlessness. Compared to the last time, which seemed like a fierce thunderstorm, it is even more indescribable. Guan Zhongxie was obviously very surprised, but of course he can't slowly appreciate its beauty like what the others are doing. He immediately dashed forward to attack, pulling his sword out speedily. Both their movements were as fast as lightning, such that the audience can't even have a good look. Clang! Guan Zhongxie staggered back violently 3 steps. But the martial arts experts like Han Xie, Su Shang etc. could all tell that it was a deliberate retreat by Guan Zhongxie, using his deft moves and battle skills to nullify and expand Xiang Shaolong's shocking 100 battle swordplay. So although Guan Zhongxie retreated 3 steps, he did not reveal any look of defeat. Xiang Shaolong did not expect Guan Zhongxie would make use of this strategy and can't help but be stunned. He was about to continue with his attack when a fierce ray of light flashed past Guan Zhongxie's eyes as his tongue unfurled in a roar, and it was like a thunderclap appearing on the ground. He leaped forward as his shooting sun sword counterattacked, first dipping down then flipping up again, aiming at Xiang Shaolong's stomach, making Xiang Shaolong unable to counter this move with his chopping stance. The 1,000-odd crowd who witnessed this silently, on seeing Guan Zhongxie's sharp and precise attack, were so shocked that they cannot utter even a single sound. Xiang Shaolong gave a cold snort as he moved to the side with his blade moving in waves to block the space where his chest and stomach was. With a clash, both of them came together and separated, none gaining even an ounce of advantage. Guan Zhongxie was secretly ecstatic, knowing that he has gained insight on how to counteract Xiang Shaolong's shocking blade skills, which is to avoid head-on attacks and instead use feather light and swift moves to deal with his solidity. So with no hesitation at all, Shooting Sun Sword made use of the advantage of being the attacker to execute a delicate and intricate move, much like how a weaver girl will weave with her hands and attack towards Xiang Shaolong like liquid mercury. Xiang Shaolong looked solemn as he grounded himself. The pain of Guixing's death welled up in his heart as he forcefully slashed diagonally with his 100 battles blade, forcing Guan Zhongxie to keep a distance from his moving blade. For a moment the weapons cast shining reflections with strange and mystical moves, making one unable to fathom the movements. Although Guan Zhongxie tried his best to avoid meeting head-on with the blade, it's quite impossible for the blade and sword to not clash. Even though there are only 2 men fighting in the arena, the audience all felt as if they are watching a battle between thousands of soldiers and horses, to the extent that they can imagine the distressing image of bodies filling the battlefield and blood flowing like river. At this point in time Xiang Shaolong only has one thought, which is to kill Guan Zhongxie in the shortest time possible. Everything else to him is unimportant, including his own life. He does not know how involved is Guan Zhongxie in Lu Bui's nefarious plots, but this person's intellect is not below that of Moao. Otherwise, just based on his bravery and strength, Lu Bui will never allow Lun Yangrong to marry him. As long as Guan Zhongxie remains alive, he can forget about living a carefree life. That's why every move he made is to eradicate his enemy, disregarding his own life in order to kill. The sounds of the weapons meeting resonated through the hall. Below Xiaopan, all of them were staring unwaveringly at the ferocious battle between the 2 great martial artists. Clang! After an especially thunderous clash, Guan Zhongxie was finally forced to retreat by Xiang Shaolong's attack. Using the momentum from the attack and advancing when his enemy is retreating, Xiang Shaolong howled as he attacked with his blade. Waves of blade movements preceded his moving body, rolling towards Guan Zhongxie like tumbling waves. For the first time, Guan Zhongxie feels at a loss. Initially he was anxious to attack and very confident that he will be able to kill Xiang Shaolong. However, faced with his opponent's strategy of fighting without care for his own life, which may be filled with loopholes, but unless he is willing to forego his own life together with Xiang Shaolong, there is no way he can make use of these loopholes to attack at all. Others may not understand why Xiang Shaolong is not using his sheath, but he is painfully aware that this is where Xiang Shaolong's excellence lay. Because after his defeat the last time, he'll definitely dissect what went wrong and study how he could deal with Xiang Shaolong's strange fighting method of using his blade on the right hand and the sheath on the left hand. And indeed he made some headway. Because it's difficult to concentrate on the timing between using the blade and sheath to move back and forth, it will affect the dexterity in attacking and defending, so it made him think of a way to counteract. But this time Xiang Shaolong is not using the sheath at all, and this made his well-thought-out strategy come to a standstill. But he's also skillful, coming to an immediate decision to retreat first before attacking, to gain back the upper hand so that Xiang Shaolong will not have the chance to execute the frightening prowess of the 100 Battles blade. Unexpectedly, Xiang Shaolong has managed to gain ground of a 3 feet radius, and with his ferocious and forceful attacks, countering his wave after wave of attacks. Right until he is at the end of his intense attacks and finding it difficult to maintain his advantage, he was finally forced to retreat by Xiang Shaolong. Exhausted, how could he resist against Xiang Shaolong's 100 Battles blade, which is coming to him like a frightening tsunami? An icy, murderous aura followed Xiang Shaolong's precious blade as it rumbled towards him. That frightening feeling solidified the intense stress that seems to be locking Guan Zhengxia's soul and body in place, and for the first time he felt as if he is powerless to resist. Suddenly, he realizes that Xiang Shaolong has reached the level of epitome of grandmaster in his swordplay. Everyone in the hall held their breath, so quiet that one can even hear a pin drop. The countless shadows made by the 100 Battles blade seemed to merge into one as it slashed towards its enemy. Guan Zhengxia, now extremely horrified, can no longer tell the changes in Xiang Shaolong's moves. Clang! The body and the shadows seemed to split up. Just as Guan Zhengxia was scrambling back, Xiang Shaolong's blade shone dangerously as it attacked again, not giving his opponent a sliver of opportunity to make a comeback. Everyone on Lu Buwei's side paled. Lu Niangrong screamed, "Stop!" And she actually dashed out, ignoring the cries of the others to stop her, and ran towards the both of them. Everyone was utterly astounded. Thump, thump, thump. Xiang Shaolong abruptly flew back. Guan Zhengxia was almost killed. His long sword flew out from his hand as he staggered backwards, and he happened to fall into the arms of Lu Niangrong, and the both of them fell to the ground together. Xiang Shaolong was secretly lamenting, for although this attack has caused Guan Zhengxia serious injury, it's not enough to take his life. Because he was afraid of accidentally injuring Lu Niangrong, he deliberately made the fatal blow while his opponent still have some strength left in him, and thus gave Guan Zhengxia a sliver of opportunity. He only missed taking his life by that little bit. Blood was seen on both their bodies. Guan Zhengxia's bloodstain was near his left breast, and even his armor was broken. Obviously he barely managed to avoid the blow aimed at his heart. However, he will need at least a few months to recover from his injuries. Xiang Shaolong's bloodstains were on his left arm and thigh. Lu Niangrong screamed, "Zhengxia! How are you?" Guan Zhengxia's face was deathly pale, yet he gritted his teeth and said to Xiang Shaolong, "Zhengxia will remember this lesson, and will never forget this blade blow." Lu Buwei jumped out and shouted, "Hurry up and tend to his injuries." A sudden fatigue fell over Xiang Shaolong. He did not expect that even when given such an advantageous situation, Lu Niangrong can still accidentally spoil his whole plan. He feared that such a splendid opportunity will be difficult to come by again. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Volume 20 Chapter 3. Book 20 Chapter 3, The Joining of the Five States. The next day Xiang Shaolong used the excuse that he have to rest and tend to his injuries to lead his pretty wives and beloved children as well as the 18 warriors back to the farm. Tang Yi personally led troops to escort them, and with Xiao Pan and Lord Changping's agreement, Tang Yi will take over the military token while Xiang Shaolong is not around. At the same time Wu Guo will take over Guixing's duties. If it was in the past, Lu Buwei will certainly object. But now, as long as Xiao Pan has no objections, military appointments are controlled by Lord Changping. Of course, Lu Buwei still holds actual power as the premier, it's just that now the line between the different duties are very clearly drawn, and if he insists on interfering in certain matters, he'll be overstepping his boundary. No one will be willing to let go of his own power. That's why Lu Buwei made the last struggle by joining forces with Dubai and Puhu. Power struggles are still on the rise. After they rode out of Xianyang City, Ji Yanran urged her horse and came up next to Xiang Shaolong, asking with concern, "They wanted me to ask if Lord Husband's injuries are still causing you pain?" Tang Yi, who was on the other side, commented with a laugh, "Yanran, don't you wish to find out too?" Ji Yanran pouted, "Second brother, you're making fun of me, but..." On seeing her extremely alluring and dainty expression, Xiang Shaolong can't help but feel energized, and he replied with a smile, "It's just superficial wounds, not worth mentioning." Tang Yi looked pensive as he said, "After all of you reach the farm, the most important thing is to be careful and set up defenses. I'm really afraid that Lu Buwei will take the risk to sneak an attack again, or get people to deal with you through Dubai and Puhu. Ji Yanran replied, His Majesty and Lord Changping have just finished studying how they can bring to fruition the plans to control the military. Ever since Lu Buwei appeared, he frivolously made use of the previous king's trust on him to ensure the generals and military no longer report to the ruler, instead gaining control of the imperial seal privately to mobilize the military. If we can get rid of this bad practice, Lu Buwei can forget about mobilizing troops to deal with us. Otherwise, we'll just have to move our own warriors and mercenaries out. Ever since Xiang Yang's reforms in Qin, the rulers have held tight control over the military, using the system of seal, tally, and document. Seal refers to the ruler's imperial seal. All military orders and documents, if it's not affixed with the imperial seal, will be rendered useless. But because Xiao Pan has yet to be crowned, his documents will need the Dowager, Zhu Ji's additional seal before it can be considered effective. Tally refers to the tiger tally, made of copper with inscriptions carved on its back. It's in 2 pieces, to be held by the ruler and the general respectively. It has to be issued by the ruler and checked to ensure its authenticity before one can mobilize troops. But because of Lu Buwei's tyranny and his excuse that he had to build up the empire and deal with the continuous wars, he held on to the tally and refused to return it. Many times he used his own premier seal in place of Xiao Pan and Zhu Ji's imperial seals to mess up and take over the ruler's authority. Document refers to the travel document that rulers will issue so that troops from far away will be able to travel unhindered through the passes. The 3 items, seal, tally and document, must all be present in order to be effective. Any mobilization of troops that will amount to more than 50 men must go through this process. But Lu Buwei's authority is higher than his master, and since the time of King Xuanxiang, he has slowly gotten rid of this requirement. Now Xiao Pan has made use of the Black Dragon's reputation and finally managed to right the wrong. Tang Yi furrowed his brows, but this is still of not much use against great generals like Meng Ao who have been guarding the borders for decades. Ji Yanran said with a smile, This may not have any authority over border generals who already hold the seal, tally and documents, but at least we don't have to worry a huge army will come to attack the farm. On top of that, with Huan Qi's swift reinforcement troops, I think we can still get some good days ahead. Xiang Shaolong chortled happily, but if learned Lady Ji wants to use the smooth water of the hot spring to wash her creamy skin *, you'd better be careful during the journey. *, a verse from Tang poet by Judy's poem, Song of Everlasting Regret, depicting the tragedy between Emperor Xuanzong and concubine Yang of Tang dynasty. Ji Yanran sighed, using the smooth water of the hot spring to wash her creamy skin. Hi! My husband is so refined that it delights Yanran's heart. Xiang Shaolong's enthusiasm was stirred as he sang loudly, using the smooth water of the hot spring to wash her creamy skin. This was when she first received the emperor's favor. And at the same time urged his horse forward with a slap. During the next few days, Xiang Shaolong enjoyed a carefree life. After practicing his swordplay every day, he'll either tour the area with his beloved wives, maids, and child or practice his horse riding and archery skills. When he's free, he'll study the military stratagems in the Mahist Addendum or discuss world events with learned Lady Ji to increase his knowledge in the various areas. Looking at Bauer growing up stronger and stronger day by day, that sense of joy and satisfaction is something that nothing else can replace. His father-in-law Wu Yingyuan was busy keeping in contact with Wu Zhua, who was outside the farm, and would occasionally leave to purchase supplies. Tao Feng will personally come to the farm regularly to tell him about the latest news in Xianyang. During this period he only returned to Xianyang twice, to conduct the grand wedding feast of Jing Jun and Lu Danner and to attend the wedding of Yang Duan and Ying Ying. Time flies as summer left and autumn came. On this day, Wang Ling and Lord Changping suddenly came to the farm to visit him. After not seeing one another for such a long time, it was naturally a joyous reunion. After dinner, while Wang Ling and Lord Changping were chatting with him in the main hall, the former said solemnly, The Crown Prince will be 17 years old in a few months, it's time for him to get a crown princess. Lu Buwei strongly supports marrying the young princess from the state of Qi and we are strongly opposing. Xiang Shaolong has already guessed that their sudden long journey to visit him would surely entail some important matter, so he asked languidly, What is the Dowager's opinion on this? Lord Changping smiled, It should be what is Lao Ai's thoughts and opinion on this. Last month, the Dowager suddenly left for Yangdu and before that, she has stopped attending court sessions for more than 10 days. It seems that Lao Ai has become her spokesperson. Xiang Shaolong was secretly sighing. Of course he knows that Zhu Ji is hiding in Yangdu so that others will not find out she's giving birth to a child of Lao Ai's. He asked quietly, Did Lao Ai go with her? Wang Ling shook his head, No. He is now in a fierce struggle with Lu Buwei, how can he leave so easily? Looking at their expressions, he knew that they are having suspicions about Zhu Ji's sudden departure from Xianyang. He tested them, So who do both of you think is suitable to be the crown princess? Wang Ling replied, Meisho, the granddaughter of Wang Qi, she's just turned 15, very pretty, virtuous and knowledgeable. No one else is more suited than her to be the crown princess. Xiang Shaolong agreed. If that is the case, she is indeed very ideal. But it's best that you make arrangements for the crown prince to meet her. If he's happy with the choice, it's easier for us to talk. The only worry now is that the dowager will disagree. Lord Changping said, "This is precisely the reason why we've come to look for you. We've tried to ask the dowager about this on many occasions, and before the dowager left the city, she once told the crown prince that if she's not around, Xiang Shaolong can make decisions on her behalf on all matters." Xiang Shaolong was taken aback. "Really?" Wang Ling said. "The crown prince said it himself. The dowager even told him that she trusts Xiaolong's eyes and knowledge the most." Xiang Shaolong was suddenly enlightened. He knows that Lao Ai must have someone else in mind, and Zhu Ji can't twist him around in knowing that if Lao Ai gets his way, her relationship with Xiao Pan will worsen, so she's pushing this problem to him. In view of the current situation, even Lao Ai would have no choice but to give some face to Xiang Shaolong. Xiang Shaolong said happily, "Then we'll proceed with your wishes." "Hey, are you going to send me back to Xianyang under escort?" The both of them smiled on hearing that. Lord Changping suddenly changed the topic. Lord Xinling and King only died within 2 days of each other. The crown prince has ascended the throne as king of Wei and the queen is Dan Mimi. Xiang Shaolong was secretly shocked, although he and Lord Xinling were enemies, but he was still saddened on hearing news of his death. Henceforth the lives of Lady Ping Yuan and Lord Xiao Yuan will surely be difficult. Wang Ling continued, "Lian Pa has indeed escaped back to Chu. Accordingly it was Lord Long Yang who let him off, otherwise I'm afraid he'd have become the burial accompaniment of Master Wuji." But Xiang Shaolong tried his best not to think about things beyond his control and asked, "Has Lu Buwei been up to anything lately?" Lord Changping sighed. "Lu Buwei and Lao Ai are having minor quarrels every other day and big fights every other week. Meng Ao is leading troops to attack Han and has taken down 15 cities in a row. His reputation is growing rapidly. The Yans and the Zhaos have started fighting again. The Zhaos are using Li Mu as their commander, and how can the Yans be his match? The cities of Wusui and Fancheng have all been taken by Li Mu. Luckily the king of Zhao was afraid of Li Mu getting stronger and have ordered him to halt his troops, otherwise maybe he'll have attached the capital of Yen by now." Xiang Shaolong thought of Price Dan and was feeling perplexed as he asked, "Qi and Yen are not fighting, instead it's Zhao and Yen fighting. What is going on?" Wang Ling said, "We're not sure either, seems like it's still a fight over land. Ever since the Yans joined Chu to target Qi, they're now thinking of getting back the land that was taken over by the Zhaos, thus the fights." Lord Changping added, "Now Meng Ao is busy making preparations to attack Wei with Lu Buwei's support. We objected strongly because this matter will sooner or later lead to another joining of the 5 states. But Meng Ao is away and Lu Buwei strongly argues that if we do not continue with our military efforts, it'll be difficult for us to maintain our strong advantage and protect the 3 Eastern Commandery Star. It wasn't easy for us to argue against him because ever since Han and Wei allied themselves together, they're indeed tempted to move and are up to no good. Wang Qi is now at the border of Zhao to keep the Zhaos in check. *3 Eastern Commandery is in modern-day Shaanxi." Lord Changping continued, "The Crown Prince once mentioned that he hopes Xiaolong will be able to lead the army, to stop Meng Ao's reputation and power from growing stronger day by day, which will make it even difficult for us to move Lu Buwei." Xiang Shaolong smiled wryly, "Let's please settle the matter of the Crown Prince's marriage. Have Dubai and Pu Hu been up to anything lately?" Wang Ling replied, "They're still trying to expand their power. Cheng Xian gave the excuse that he has to deal with border security to keep on recruiting soldiers, and with the financial backing of Pu Hu, sooner or later there'll be trouble. Now the battles in the east are increasing and no one has the time to bother with them." Xiang Shaolong signed, "Let's drink. These matters will be settled sooner or later. I'll go back with you to Xianyang tomorrow." The two of them were ecstatic. 3 months later, Zhu Ji returned to Xianyang from Yangdu and she really accepted Xiang Shaolong's suggestion to disregard Lu Buwei's objections and let Xiao Pan appoint Wang Qi's granddaughter Wang Meishu as the crown princess and at the same time held the wedding. The next year, Meng Ao, under the support of Wang Qian and Yang Rui, launched major attacks on Wei and took over 20 cities like Xuanzhou, Yan, Su, Yaoren, Yangqiu, Shanyang etc., aside from the Eastern Commandery. This makes one more commandery from the original 3 Eastern Commandery. At the same time the king of Yen sent his able general Zhu Xian to attack Zhao but was killed by the Zhao general Pang Yuan. Just as the Zhaos were about to attack Yen, they heard that the Weiss were badly defeated by the Qin army and were so shocked and frightened that they made peace with the Yans. At this time, the Qis were tempted to move. Pang Yuan saw that the situation was amiss and was worried that he'll be sandwiched between enemies, so he took it upon himself to travel to the various states and once again resulted in the coalition of the 5 states Zhao, Chu, Wei, Yan, and Han and launched a major attack in Wei, greatly defeating Meng Ao. Whereas Li Mu, the famed general whose reputation far precedes him, had his troops countering Wang Qi so that he was unable to go and give reinforcements. The military updates came so fast and furious that the Qin court was shaken. After Xiao Pan received the reports, he immediately sent men to summon Xiang Shaolong back to Xianyang, and suddenly, Xiang Shaolong's idyllic days which he has enjoyed for quite some time came to an end. Ji Yanran knows that he won't be able to escape from leading the army this time and insisted on returning to Xianyang with him, hoping to spend a little more time with him. They've just entered the city gates when they bumped into Guan Zhongxie, who was back on duty after a long period of recuperation. Although he has lost weight, he is still as energetic as before, his health totally recovered. What is even more rare is that he was still able to smile upon seeing Xiang Shaolong as he said calmly, "I have been ordered to wait here to welcome Grand General. Would Grand General please enter the palace immediately to see His Highness?" Then he lowered his voice and added, "That blade from Grand General has taught me many things which I never knew in the past." Xiang Shaolong was very tempted to ask him for example, but he ultimately held himself back. After instructing his wives and child to return to the Wu residence, he rode towards the palace with Guan Zhongxie. The atmosphere in Xianyang was obviously tense as the passers-by moved hurriedly on their way. Soldiers on patrol and troops moving military supplies could be seen everywhere. The atmosphere feels as if there's an impending storm. To the Qins, they have never forgotten the previous defeat under the coalition of the 5 states previously, and now it seems that another defeat is coming so naturally they were all feeling alarmed as they talked about it. Guan Zhongxie said, "I'll be marrying 3rd Missy next month. I'm afraid Grand General would not be able to attend my wedding feast." Xiang Shaolong answered with a wry smile, "I hope I'll be able to come back alive to attend Lord Guan and 3rd Missy's wedding feast." A sarcastic look flashed past Guan Zhongxie's eyes as he just smiled without saying anything. Xiang Shaolong was secretly feeling hateful, but there was nothing he can do to him. Everyone knows that in this face-off with the approaching coalition army, the outcome is almost a complete loss and they'll just be defeated. He can start counting his lucky stars if he even manages to keep the enemy at bay. The worst thing is that Meng Ao has just been badly defeated by the coalition army and morale is low, and now he's going to take over the reins. One can imagine the difficulty. The two of them spoke no further and went straight to the palace. Xiao Pan was waiting alone at the study for him. This future Emperor Qin is 18 years old in name, and he can be formally appointed as king in another 3 years. He was strong and well built, and on seeing Xiang Shaolong coming, left his seat eagerly to clasp his hands tightly. After sending the servants away, he pulled him aside to sit down and said seriously, "Teacher, save me." Xiang Shaolong was startled. "It's not that serious." Xiao Pan smiled wryly, "The situation is extremely dire. The coalition army was gathered outside Hango Pass, and has won 7 out of 7 battles, greatly defeating Meng Ao. Now we've lost Hango Pass. The worst is Wang, he kept losing advantage to Limu at the Zhao border, and now he's only able to try to defend. If teacher can't push the coalition army back this time, Great Qin will be in peril." Xiang Shaolong suddenly felt that Xiao Pan has turned into that playful child from the Zhao Palace 6 years ago, and a strong feeling surged in him, and very naturally he used a famous quote of Zhuge Liang from Chushi Biao *, "I will give my all to the country until my dying breath." Chushi Biao, documents submitted by Zhuge Liang to Emperor Lu Shan, http://en.wikipedia.org/wiki/chu_sher_biao. Xiao Pan was taken aback. "Please don't ever mention the word die, only teacher is capable of turning the tides now." At this point in time, the servant came to announce that the dowager and the various officials have already gathered at the inner courtroom to await his arrival. The two of them hurriedly left the study and went to the inner courtroom. Besides Zhuji, those who were present included Lu Buwei, Feng Xia, Lord Changwen, Wang Ling, Li Si, Wang Guan, Kaizhe, Lord Yunyang, Ing Zhua, and Lord Iliang, Ing Lu. The latter two in recent years have been governing their own areas, and this time they actually came back to Xianyang together, so one can imagine how dangerous the situation is now. On seeing Xiang Shaolong, Zhu Ji's beautiful eyes brightened immediately. She's put on a little weight but still very alluring. When Lu Buwei saw Xiang Shaolong, he looked relieved on the surface, but Xiang Shaolong can feel very clearly that he's secretly gloating over his misfortune. After they paid their respects, Lord Iliang, Ing Lu reported, "The army strength for the coalition army this time is as follows: Zhao army 80,000, Chu army 150,000, Wei army 120,000, Yan army 50,000, Han army 100,000, which brings it to a total of 500,000. After the defeated Hango Pass, they have not moved but have set up defenses while waiting for reinforcements and supplies. General Meng has now retreated to about 200 miles away to set up defenses along the river. If he loses the defense again, our enemy will be able to come straight at us, and if they use the water route, they will be able to reach Xianyang in 20 days. Only now did Xiang Shaolong realize the severity of the situation. Lord Changping continued, "Now we're moving our soldiers from all the other areas and have gathered 150,000, and in addition to the 120,000 men in General Meng's hands, we have a total of 270,000 men. This is only enough to defend, but the number is far from being able to fight the enemy back." Xiao Pan furrowed his brows. "Is there no other way to gather more men?" Wang Ling reported, "Our enemy made careful plans. The Zhaos and the Chus will separately counter General Wang and General An so that they will find difficulty in splitting their forces to reinforce us. I've thought of all ways and means before I managed to gather this amount of soldiers, and many amongst them are actually the old and weak soldiers and new recruits who have yet to complete training." On hearing this, Xiang Shaolong took a deep intake of cold breath, secretly thinking, with Meng Ao's defeated army plus this batch of new and old soldiers, is there still a need to fight this battle? Zhu Ji said, "What's General Xiang's opinion on this situation?" Xiang Shaolong gave no answer but asked instead, "I wonder if the coalition army has appointed a grand commander?" Lu Buwei answered gravely, "The information we have on the coalition army is very little, and even their military strength is just an estimation on our part. From the situation it should seem that the Zhao General Pang Nuan should be the commander. This person is well versed in military tactics, and in fact other than Li Mu, he is Great Qin's greatest threat. On top of that, they prepared for this for a long time and have also learnt the lesson from their defeat the last time, so it'll be impossible for us to use the same trick to force them to retreat again. Everything now will have to depend on Shaolong." Just as Xiang Shaolong was secretly lamenting, he suddenly remembered that if this battle is lost, the enemy will surely attack Xianyang. But this event has never happened in history before, so wouldn't it mean that this battle is a sure win? Once he thought of this, his confidence soared. Ultimately, the person he fears most is Li Mu. As for Pang Nuan, although he has no fear of him, he cannot think too lightly of him as well. And thinking on a deeper level, since fate has decided that it's impossible that this battle will be lost to a point that Xianyang will be invaded, he can just go all out and do his job. He came from the special task force and knows a little about military tactics and to use crack troops to counter normal troops. If he follows his usual pattern, maybe there's a slight chance of victory. Once he thought of this, his heroic spirit rose as he chortled, "I already have a plan, but I wonder who the military commanders of the various states are?" Everyone saw that he seemed to have changed into another person suddenly and were all feeling surprised. Xiao Pan answered, "For the Zhaos it's Pang Nuan and Sima Shan, for the Chus it's Wu Zhan, for the Weiss it's the up-and-coming General Shang Yan, for the Yans and Hans it's Su Iza and Han Shuang respectively." Xiang Shaolong smiled, "Other than Pang Nuan, Sima Shang and Shang Yan, the rest are all familiar people. Luckily Lord Longyang is not in there. In this era, your best friend can at any time become the enemy who will kill you." Lu Buwei has not recovered from his shock and asked in disbelief, "Shaolong seems confident, but you must know that our enemy is strong, and even with General Meng's capabilities, he was defeated in a few continuous battles. Shaolong must not take our enemies lightly." Feng Xie added, "This Pang Nuan has been really showing off recently, greatly defeating the Yen army and killing the famed general of Yen, Zhu Xian. He's someone we must not take lightly of." Lord Yunyang, Yingzhua asked, "So what plan does General Xiang really have for defeating our enemy?" From his tone, he definitely doesn't seem to believe in Xiang Shaolong. Actually, even people like Lord Changping, Li Si and Wang Ling, who have always had utmost confidence in Xiang Shaolong, were worried for him. The Qins may be invincible, but they're now terrified by the constant battles with the coalition army. Xiang Shaolong happened to glance towards Zhu Ji, and it so happens that she was staring at him at the same time. Their eyes met and both of them quickly averted their eyes at the same time. Lao Ai saw all this and his expression immediately became awkward as he interrupted, "Lord Xiang has never really tried leading a formal army into battle. If you're too careless, I'm afraid the result will be defeat." Just listening to the way he talked, calm and full of himself, one immediately knows that his power has increased greatly and his confidence is soaring. Xiang Shaolong was secretly thinking, "When I was training in the 21st century, who knows where you have been reincarnated to, so who are you to criticize me?" But of course on the surface he pretended to be humble and said, "To defeat the enemy is indeed more difficult than ascending to heaven, but to force the enemy to retreat is really no problem." Everyone was surprised. Zhu Ji asked, "If we do not defeat the enemy, then how do we make them retreat?" Xiang Shaolong replied casually, "The key point lies with Tiandan. Now that the strength of the 5 states are greatly boosted, he will naturally not dare to make rash moves, but if the 5 states lose their advantage, he'll definitely make use of the opportunity to invade Yen and Zhao. By then Yen and Zhao will surely be forced to retreat their soldiers and the coalition army will be disintegrated. Minister Lu is most familiar with this matter, why don't we let him explain?" Lu Buwei is aware that he is being subtly sarcastic about Tiandan being in cahoots with him and was feeling a wave of hatred, but he can only pretend to smile and reply, "Shaolong's words are not without reason." Kaizei said, "Generals still have not told us the plan to put the coalition army at a disadvantage." Xiang Shaolong was secretly lamenting, "As if I know," but on the surface he showed confidence as he replied, "Winning and losing in battle is not something that can be easily explained with words. Otherwise, Zhao Guo, who was so brilliant at military theories, won't end up with the defeat at Changping. But if your highness will allow me to become the grand commander, you must first accede to my 3 requests, otherwise this battle will be a definite defeat." Not waiting for Xiao Pan to speak, Zhu Ji gladly asked, Xiaolong, please speak your mind. The look of jealousy in Lao Ai's eyes intensified. A baddie will always be a baddie. In such a situation where the country should be placed above self, and when Xiang Shaolong is his great benefactor, he is still concerned about his own personal gains. Xiang Shaolong's aura boomed as he said seriously, firstly is the question of generals and soldiers. I want Teng Yi and Huan Qi to be my left and right deputy generals, and at the same time I want 10,000 and 20,000 elite riders from the cavalry and reinforcement troops respectively. As for the 150,000 men already gathered, I want to pick out only the good ones and reduce the numbers to 70,000. With this total of 100,000, it'll be enough to break the enemy. Everyone did not expect that he'll ask to reduce the number of troops and were all taken aback. Lao Ai was just waiting for the chance to belittle him in front of Zhu Ji, so he asked with his brows drawn together, our enemy's army is vast, the number of 500,000 we got is just an initial estimation. For all we know they are still increasing their men as we speak, and now that Xiaolong wants to reduce our troops to 100,000, and even if we add up General Meng's 120,000 men, it's still not even half of our enemy troops. How can this battle be fought? Lu Buwei nodded his head, Minister Lao's words are reasonable, Xiaolong, you must reconsider. A sudden ridiculous thought welled up in Xiang Shaolong's mind. Before his holiday Lu and Lao were fighting constantly with each other, and why is it now they seem to suddenly share the same opinions? Xiao Pan's confidence in Xiang Shaolong is almost to the point of blind loyalty, and he said, the great general must have his reasons, but can you please explain a little? Xiang Shaolong replied unhurriedly, a good army lies in quality and not quantity. The coalition army may have lots of men, but ultimately the various armies are not used to working together, and they will certainly face multiple problems in directing and cooperation. Therefore I plan to focus on this point, to reduce our men to only the elite, as not only will it increase our effectiveness, it will also boost our morale. Besides, in military maneuvers what is important is being unpredictable and resorting to tricks to win. If there are too many men, it would mean the quality of the troops will be lowered and I won't be able to manage them effectively and will instead end up in defeat. Lord Changping and Wang Ling were the first to express their agreement, and once these two important military men have nodded their heads, how can the others say anything else? Li Si asked, as for General Meng's 120,000 men, will Great General be reorganizing them? Xiang Shaolong said with all certainty, of course. But I want to inspect their condition personally before I make any decisions. The confidence Zhu Ji has in Xiang Shaolong is only slightly below that of Xiao Pan, and she said with joy, Xiaolong's first request has been approved, I wonder what's your second request? Xiang Shaolong replied calmly, the second request is General Meng must be summoned back to Xianyang, and I must be given total authority to lead this battle, otherwise this battle will surely be a total loss even before we begin the fight. This time even Wang Ling and Lord Changping turned to look at each other. It must be explained that even though Meng Ao lost repeatedly, but he has never lost to the point of utter destruction, and that in itself is considered a feat. Besides, his experience in leading troops far exceeds Xiang Shaolong, so with him at the front line helping, even if Xiang Shaolong loses, at least it won't end up with the enemies coming straight at them. That's why no one dare to give their agreement so readily. A look of anger appeared on Lu Buwei's face, and as he was about to speak, Xiao Pan answered coldly, Great General's words are reasonable, an army cannot have two commanders. I totally agree. Lu Buwei hurriedly interjected, I think it's best to allow General Meng to retreat to the second line of defense as a precaution. Wang Guan, Lao Ai, and Kai Zhe all expressed their agreement to this suggestion. Xiang Shaolong gave a small smile, from Hanggu all the way to Xianyang, it's all the front line, so where's the second line you speak of? Only if you give me free rein to execute tactics that our enemy will never think of will I be able to force them to retreat with less men than them. Zhu Ji asked, what exactly does Shaolong have in mind to force them to retreat? Xiang Shaolong replied respectfully, this is where my third request comes in. It's stated in military books that when the general is fighting outside, they can carry out their plans first without seeking the ruler's permission. So I boldly seek the trust of the Dowager, Crown Prince and Minister Lu to ignore any rumors you may hear. Because in this mission I will appear to lose first before winning, and the situation will be that the enemies be allowed to advance first before losing badly. So at the beginning of the battle, please do not lose hope in me because of a few minor losses. As for my plan to deal with the enemy, please allow me to keep it a secret for now, because if the plan is leaked, it will not work. Xiao Pan slapped the table and sighed, Great General is indeed an extraordinary man, you've considered all details and aspects of the situation before you even moved your army. I will prepare the rites to pray for your victory 2 days later. The rise and fall of our great Qin will be in Great General's hands. Just these few words and the heavy burden of directing the biggest battle fell on Xiang Shaolong's shoulders. After the emergency meeting ended, Xiang Shaolong had another small discussion with Xiao Pan, Lu Buwei and Lord Changping to discuss the details of the war, like food, supplies, reinforcements, etc. Only after it was decided that Wu Guo will be in charge of supplies that Xiang Shaolong was able to extricate himself. He had just left the palace gates when Lao Ai ran after him from behind, and after a round of pleasantries, Lao Ai rode together with him and pretended to be apologetic. "I was just stating the facts earlier, Shaolong, please do not take it to heart." Xiang Shaolong was secretly cursing him but instead said, "Brother Lao, you think too lowly of me. How can this be considered anything?" Lao Ai sighed, "But there is one matter which I really blame Shaolong." Xiang Shaolong was taken aback. "What matter?" Lao Ai asked with a wry smile. "Why did Shaolong send me to Dalian? At least you should have informed me." Xiang Shaolong replied him with an equally wry smile, "Because I was afraid Brother Lao will object. At that time it was obvious Brother Lao will lose to Lu Buwei, so instead of benefiting that thief, might as well let Mimi go to where she wants to go. Brother Lao still wants to blame me. Lao Ai was silent for a moment before he nodded his head. "I find it difficult to accept Shaolong's honesty, but I have no choice but to accept it. I really did not expect that now that my power has increased greatly, I cannot have the girl I love instead. Lose one, gain one, it is indeed distressing." Xiang Shaolong understood that he's secretly hinting that he has to live according to Zhu Ji's whims and fancies, and for the first time can understand how he feels. No matter how despicable Lao Ai is, he is still a human, with his inner feelings and sincerity. There are just too many things in life that one is helpless about. For example, the enemies he is facing, many of them are good friends whom he once chatted and drank with. And the closest among them is none other than Han Shuang. If he's really forced to kill him, what would his own feelings be? If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Volume 20 Chapter 4. Book 20 Chapter 4, Reconnaissance Satellite. Once he went back to the official residence and found Teng Yi, he asked him to send men to summon Huan Qi back to Xianyang urgently for a discussion. Unexpectedly, Jing Jun had arrived on hearing the news, and after knowing that he's not included in the mission, he refused to budge. No matter how Xiang and Teng coaxed or coerced, for example saying that he's just got married and should not go to war, or that they need him in the capital city to lead the cavalry, he refused to listen. In the end they had to give in, and Xiang Shaolong entered the palace again to see Xiao Pan to ask him to appoint Jing Jun as another deputy general while Lord Chanping will look after the cavalry in his absence, with Zhao De taking over as the temporary deputy commander before they could settle this matter. Next he went to the army camp outside the city to choose his elite soldiers. The old and the weak were all sent home while the new recruits were left with Meng Wu and Meng Tian for training. Huan Qi hurried back that night, and the three brothers, together with Heng Qi and Wu Guo, opened up the map and spent the whole night discussing the battle details. In the morning, all of them took a quick nap before they all set out for their respective tasks. Xiang Shaolong entered the palace again to have a meeting with Xiao Pan, and other than Lord Chanping and Lu Buwei, there were also Wang Ling, Lao Ai, and the Dowager Zhu Ji. Although Lu Buwei would very much like to kill Xiang Shaolong, but for his own benefit, he definitely does not want Xiang Shaolong to lose this key battle on which the Qin Empire is hinged on. That's why he portrayed himself to be very cooperative. Only now did realize how wealthy and strong Qin is, for there are no problems in the supply of food, weapons, horses, or carriages at all. They were able to give him whatever amount he asked for. After the meeting, Lu Buwei, Zhu Ji, and Lao Ai left, and Xiang Shaolong turned toward Xiao Pan, Lord Chanping, and Wang Ling and said, "Now the enemy is making quick battles, and with the 5 states having a unified goal, their morale is high. If I just go out and fight the enemy like that, defeat is a certainty. The only way is to let the enemy become overconfident, then lure them in and at the same time disrupt their food supplies by moving away all the people in the towns along the way away. Make them lengthen their supply line indefinitely, far away from their base camp, then make use of the dangers in the mountains and forest for our elite soldiers to launch a surprise attack. If we gain the upper hand, we'll chase them down hard, but if we can't fight them we can retreat first. This is a good opportunity to destroy their morale, and when the time is ripe, we will launch an attack on the enemy, and in this battle, we'll have about 90% chance of winning." The eyes of the three of them brightened at the same time. Xiang Shaolong said, "Amongst our enemy's lead generals, most of them are people who knows me well and is aware that I've always been courageous and fears no death. Once they hear that I'm leading the army, they'll certainly think that I'll go for an immediate and swift battle. I'll grant them their wishes, and will retreat after a minor loss and pretend to set up camp to hold the defense. By now it's almost the end of summer, and autumn and winter will be arriving soon. Our enemy would not want to miss this chance and will surely launch a massive attack before winter, hoping to at least move slowly closer to Xianyang by taking down the towns and cities on the outskirts. I will set up everything at Zuichang and wait for them to attack before winter arrives. If we can just win one battle, they will surely be worried that the snow will pile up on the roads, and hence they will be cut off from their supply chain. They will certainly retreat immediately, and that is the time for us to give chase." Wang Ling sighed. No wonder before his death, Lu Gong kept praising Xiaolong as an intelligent and brave warrior ever since Bai Qi. Just listening to the military tactics that Xiaolong has just said, and I know that your knowledge in military strategies are as good as your skills with the sword, knowing yourself and your enemy, and 100 battles fought is 100 battles won. Xiang Shaolong smiled wryly, more easily said than done. The actual implementation will have to be done carefully and there must be no mistakes. Luckily the Grand Commander of the Coalition Army is not Li Mu, otherwise he'll definitely not fall for this trick. Xiao Pan said with relief and joy, even if Grand Tutor is up against Li Mu, I think both of you are on equal standing. Hi! I can finally have a good sleep tonight. Lord Chongping added, once Xiaolong comes back victorious, I will definitely hold a feast of at least 10 tables at Drunken Windloft to help you celebrate. After a round of chat and laughter, Xiang Shaolong returned to his official residence and was surprised to see Xiang Bauer playing with his men at the square. His beloved wives and maids have all come back from the farm, and even the long-absent Zhou Liang was there, and on seeing him, immediately knelt down and cried out, Zhou Liang was lucky that I have not failed your order and have brought the King Eagle back. Xiang Shaolong was ecstatic. Where is the King Eagle? Zhou Liang stood up, puckered his lips and whistled melodiously. The sound of the wind being sliced could be heard from above the sky. Xiang Shaolong was startled and lifted his head up for a look, only to see a grayish-black hunting eagle with a wingspan of about 5 feet soaring down and landing delicately on Zhou Liang's shoulder, its bright and intimidating eyes coldly inspecting the people and things around it. Xiang Shaolong took a deep gasp and asked, doesn't this king eagle need a leg chain or have its eyes and head covered by a bag? Zhou Liang replied, of course not, otherwise how can it be considered the king of eagles? I took a whole year to find it and spent another 2 years training it day and night before I dared to bring it back to see Master Xiang. I just heard that Master Xiang will be leading troops to Hangzhou the day after, and I am willing to follow you and let King Eagle help Master Xiang spy on the enemy troops. I guarantee it will make great contributions. Wu Tingfang came up next to Xiang Shaolong while pulling Zhou Wei along with her and said with a smile, this King Eagle seems to be quite spiritual, like it's able to communicate with Zhou Liang. No matter where we tried to hide earlier, this super eagle could find us easily. Even when we were hiding in the house, it can look in from outside the window. It was most fun. Xiang Shaolong was secretly thinking that is almost akin to obtaining a reconnaissance satellite, spying on the enemy from high above the sky. He laughed and said, since we have the King Eagle helping us, this battle is a sure win. Zhou Liang gave a shout and the King Eagle spread its wings and soared towards the sky and in an instant became just a small speck in the sky. The King Eagle was circling in the clear sky, and below it, in the wilderness, is the never-ending line of the great army of Qin. Qin's military is mainly split into the army and navy, and in terms of expansion and importance, the latter is always lagging behind the former because of actual demand. The army is further separated into chariots, cavalry, and foot soldiers. By the time of the Warring States period, the use of chariots has been greatly reduced and weakened as compared to the Spring-Autumn period, but in some situations, especially battles on flat ground, there's still a use for them. For example, to charge into the enemy's formation to disrupt their formation, or maybe to be turned into mobile barrier to stop the approach of enemy troops. But Xiang Shaolong is looking at the mostly mountainous terrain from Hangzhou to Xianyang, and on top of that, he's not very familiar with the deployment of chariots, so in this mission, he decided not to use them at all. The cavalry and foot soldiers will be the main force. Ever since Xiang Shaolong's 100 battle sword was forged, Xiao Pan gave orders for it to be replicated in volume, and with Uncle Qing personally supervising the workers, they made a batch of thick, long swords. Although it can never be compared the 100 battle sword which was forged with chrome added in it, but the replicates is enough to greatly improve the cutting and slashing ability of the cavalry for when they charge into battles. This is the first time that it will actually be used. Amongst the 100,000 men going to battle, the cavalry took up about 30,000, and they were from the mounted troops and reinforcement forces, and on top of that there were 1,000 elite family warriors from the Wu family. These are the main attack forces for Xiang Shaolong. The foot soldiers are split into light infantry and heavy infantry. They are all formal soldiers who underwent strict training in the various counties. The light infantry will not wear armor and uses weapons like bows and crossbows, and in battles they will usually be lined in the first rows specifically to kill enemies from a distance. The heavy infantry will wear copper armors and uses pole weapons like spears, halberds etc. for close combat with the enemy. In Xiang Shaolong's expeditionary forces, the light infantry takes up 30,000 men and the heavy infantry has 40,000 men. In this era, the success and failure of a battle, besides the implement of strategies, it's how the commanders can fully make use of the various types of troops to his disposal and the coordination between them. As for the organization of the troops, they use the Buku policy, where 5 men makes a fire team, 50 men makes a platoon, and so on, until 5,000 men will make a brigade and 5 brigades will make a corps. So one corps will consist of 25,000 men, and Xiang Shaolong's army strength is 4 corps. According to Qin regulations, the various ranks of generals are allowed to have their own army and usually will be about 10% of the total army strength, like now Xiang Shaolong will be able to increase his personal army from the current 3,000 to 10,000. Because of the constant battles, even if commanding generals like Meng Ao and Wang Qi return the troops to the imperial court, their own personal army will not be dismissed and their secondary duty will be to protect the safety of the generals. That's why Meng Ao was able to direct his men to attack the farm in the past. So once one becomes the commanding general, not only is his status improved, the power he holds will be greatly increased as well. Xiang Shaolong's military knowledge comes mainly from the 21st century, and although he has studied the Mahist military stratagems, he did not stick to the rules and split up the various different military units. He will leave together with Jing Jun, Tang Yi, and the cavalry. Hung Qi will follow behind with the infantry, and lastly will be Wu Guo leading the field train. Because he has already decided to lure the enemy in, Hung Qi and Wu Guo's main forces will stay behind once they reach Zuiqing to strengthen the defenses and plant traps. At the same time, Hung Qi will train his men to be familiar with the terrain. This will spare them the agony of long travel, and they can disperse the people from the nearby villages as well and let them retreat to the safer and bigger cities behind like Jialing and Jiyang. Moving the troops is a very important aspect in wars, and luckily the route to the front line is the safe official paths within Qin borders. On top of that, they had the Eagle King Recce for them so they could travel quickly on the straight and flat roads. 5 days later, Xiang Shaolong's cavalry went past Zuiqing, with the mountainous regions like Mount Li, Mount Zhu etc. on the right, with Mount Hua right ahead of them. The terrain started getting uneven. In order to preserve his troops' strength and morale, Xiang Shaolong chose to set off early every morning, and set up camp after noon so the soldiers don't find the journey tiring at all. After traveling east from Zuiqing for another 10 days, they finally arrived at Mount Hua. If they're traveling for leisure, the route along the way is indeed scenic. Besides, with the hot summer now, the green trees seems to be fighting for glory, and with the wildflowers in full bloom, the scenery is beautiful. A pity that no one is in the mood to enjoy them now. On this dangerous mountainous terrain with ravines aplenty, sometimes there are cliffs on one side of the path, and on the other side there are deep abyss on the other side with the raging waters from river de rushing below them. They had to walk carefully to avoid making any missteps. Zhou Liang became Xiang Shaolong's personal follower. From time to time, the Eagle King will fly back to land on his shoulder, and the closeness between man and beast made Xiang Shaolong envious. Now he finally understands why it's easy for the Qins to attack the 6 states, but for the 6 states to attack Qin, it's as difficult as ascending heaven. What Qin has is the dangerous terrain under them, and this time he was able to come up with this trick precisely because of this dangerous terrain. The 5 states are actually in the midst of war and are suspicious of each other. But because the threat from Qin is too great, that's why they put aside their own wars for now and join forces to attack Qin. Such a union will never last for long. So if he is Pang Nuan, and weather permitting, he will attack Xianyang directly as soon as the opportunity presents itself, so that things will not drag out too long and they end up disintegrating before any fight happens. So he is not worried that Pang Nuan will not fall for the trick. After traveling for 5 days on the mountainous roads, they came to an area where the ground is relatively flat, and on the vast plains where flowers bloom, they met Meng Ao and his troops who had been summoned back to the capital. Xiang Shaolong, Tang Yi, Jing Jun and Meng Ao underwent a simple ceremony to exchange the army tokens and official documents in the commander's tent. Meng Ao has aged visibly from the last time they saw him, his face lined with harshness, his hair turned from black to white. His behavior was polite yet distant. He went to great lengths to explain in detail the situation at the front line, and he does not sound optimistic at all. In the end, he concluded that fellow Pang Nuan is indeed the famed military strategist of the East. Now he has set up camp at Hangu. Obviously he's waiting for our reinforcements to arrive before he defeat us in one fell swoop, after which he will make a beeline for Xianyang. Now that I see Shaolong only has the cavalry with you, I can tell that you've seen through Pang Nuan's intentions and won't be meeting him head-on. I am indeed glad to see this. Xiang Shaolong was secretly impressed. He's indeed a famed general to be able to see through his own intentions with just one look. He just smiled but gave no reply. Meng Ao suddenly gave a sigh and asked quietly, "Can I have a few words in private with Shaolong?" Tang Yi and the rest are all understanding people, and they hurriedly left the tent. Meng Ao looked up at the top of the tent, looking like he does not know where to start. After a long pause, he gave another sigh and said, "I, Meng Ao, have never lowered myself down to beg others, so I've never been well liked by the Qins. Only when Minister Lu started giving me opportunities did I have the chance to express my abilities and sweep through the battlefields, expanding my troops north and south and establishing a meritorious career." Xiang Shaolong nodded his head in agreement. Everyone have their own experience and stand, this I understand. Meng Ao stopped looking upwards and instead turned his eyes to stare deeply at him. I only have 2 sons and Shaolong had saved them once. I hope that Shaolong will not abandon them in future. Naturally I will give something back in return. Xiang Shaolong was taken aback, knowing that Meng Ao has seen through that Meng Wu and Meng Tian has allied themselves with him. Meng Ao said with a wry smile, "Ultimately Lu Buwei will not win you. This time Pang Nuan will not be able to gain any advantage, but Shaolong must be careful of Li Mu. This person is a rare talent in military affairs, never losing a single battle. Even after what happened at Chongping, we still dare not talk lightly of attacking Zhao because of the presence of this person. If Shaolong managed to win this round of battle, His Highness will certainly give you the important task of attacking Zhao. When you meet this person, you have to be extra careful. Xiang Shaolong could feel the scalp on his head going numb on hearing this. Wang Qi had told him this, and now Meng Ao is saying the same thing. Once he returns to Xianyang, he must get Xiao Pan to summon Wang Jin back immediately so that he won't have to face this man, who deserves the respect of everyone in the battlefield. Meng Ao gave another sigh before he stood up and took his leave. The next day they broke camp and set off. When they arrived at the connecting hills where the Qin army had retreated about 50 miles back and was holding fortress, Xiang Shaolong ordered his men to set up camp and defenses, cutting off the only route towards the west. By now the defending general at the front line Chang Jun heard of their arrival and hurried over to pay respects to his newly appointed superior. While everyone was standing on a hilltop looking at the situation, Chang Jun gave his report. Xiang Shaolong said, "If my estimation is correct, the coalition army will launch a fierce attack once we arrive and try their best to destroy our defenses to break our men's morale. So you must retreat in batches over the next few nights." Chang Jun was taken aback. "You mustn't do this. If my troops retreat last, and because of the low morale of the men, no one will be willing to stay behind and wait for death. If our enemy intensifies their attack, we'll disintegrate without even a fight. Besides, if our enemy catches up swiftly with their cavalry, we run the risk of the entire army being killed." Xiang Shaolong said with a laugh, "What General Chang said is right, but that is precisely what I want them to think, that we are inexperienced and will commit this fatal mistake. The biggest problem is to make a neat retreat without any losses." Chang Jun has yet to recover from his shock when Tang Yi added, "The first batch to retreat will be the injured, sick, old and weak soldiers," and at the same time announced to them that reinforcements have arrived. "We have to exaggerate the numbers to 300,000 men, with Wang Jian and our great General Xiang leading the troops. Only then will the men be pacified and won't result in chaos." Chang Jun was dumbfounded on hearing that. Even though there will always be deceit in battles, but the ones being deceived are always the enemy. To lie to their own people is indeed a rare instance, but he has no choice but to admit that this is a marvelous way of settling the minds of the troops. Xiang Shaolong is a legendary hero well known in every family in Qin, and although he has yet to make meritorious military contributions, he is the idol of the Qin army. His reputation far precedes him. As for Wang Jian, his military accomplishments are aplenty and his fame has spread far and wide. If these two famed great generals have joined forces to lead the reinforcement troops, morale will be greatly boosted. Xiang Shaolong smiled. "General Tang and I will accompany General Chang and sneak back to camp once night falls to arrange everything. General Chang and your man can rest for a while and gather your strength so that you can work better later." Chang Jun finally understood and left gladly. Xiang Shaolong, together with Tang Yi, Jing Jun, Zhou Liang, the 18 warriors and the Wu family warriors rode out of camp to analyze the nearby terrain and to see what traps they can set up to stop the enemy's cavalry from going after their troops when they are retreating. They only returned to camp at dusk and after dinner, went back with Chang Jun to the front line. Eagle King flew up into the starry sky to spot the scouts sent out by their enemy and actually found 8 different scouts, whom they managed to avoid. On seeing such a marvelous flying scout, Chang Jun was extremely impressed and his confidence in Xiang Shaolong increased greatly. The Qin's army camp was set up on the top of a hill, facing the road from the west that will lead to Qin, and the back of the hill was a vast plain. About 10 odd miles away, campfires were lit up like the starry sky. The whole plain and hills were filled with their enemies' tents, and the sight is indeed numbing. When Xiang Shaolong arrived, Chang Jun relayed the information as ordered, that Xiang Shaolong has come first, leading the first batch of troops, and Great General Wang Jian will be coming soon after. Indeed, morale was boosted and everyone were rubbing their hands in glee, getting ready to counterattack. At this time, Tang Yi and Zhou Liang led 1,000 from the Wu family warriors who were adept with mountainous terrains and night subterfuge to secure the important routes. With the Eagle King's astute eyes, they cleared the area of the enemy scouts who had climbed mountains and crossed forests to get there, to prevent news of them making the troops retreat from leaking. Xiang Shaolong ordered the 100-odd leaders to his side and after giving them words of encouragement, gave orders for the injured, sick, old and weak to be sent back immediately. Everyone thought that he was showing concern for his subordinates and happily went ahead to carry out his orders. By dawn, Xiang Shaolong has already sent away close to 3,000 men, leaving only 12,000 able-bodied troops to stand guard at the ditches and forts at the front line. Chang Jun accompanied him on his inspection rounds, and after going up the highest point to have a close look, the situation on both the enemy and their sides became extremely clear. He saw that both the enemy and their own people have set up camps on top of the hills and have made use of the what nature has given in the forests and mountainous terrain to set up effective defenses. Trees were chopped to make barriers to protect against arrows, and stones and ditches stretching for miles were dug, and the situation looks like they are all getting ready for a confrontation. The location that Meng Ao chose to set up camp was very advantageous. with the Yellow River on one side to provide a water barrier and cliffs on the other side where even birds will find difficulty flying in. The terrain for about 5 miles between the river and the cliffs was filled with lines after lines of barriers and ditches, and on the top of every hill, a solid wooden fortress was built. There were close to 100 wooden fortresses within sight of each other, and in terms of defense, it can be considered flawless. No wonder he could hold the coalition army at bay for 3 months. Cheng Jun pointed at the dozen-odd ships docked near the enemy camp on the river and said, "That's Wei's ships, who will bring in food, supplies, troops etc., and amongst them there are a lot of equipment for breaking sieges. It's extremely disadvantageous to our situation." Tang Yi asked, "How many large-scale attacks have they launched so far?" Cheng Jun replied, "Only 2 large-scale attacks at the beginning, but we managed to keep them away after much difficulty. There were heavy casualties on both sides." Xiang Shaolong's eyes swept past a vast, dry landscape that was between them, thinking of the terrible battle that will happen there, and thinking of how his old friends like Han Shuang, Sui etc. may very well be on the other side looking at his own side, and a mixture of emotions can't help but well up inside. Tang Yi looked at the endless tents and banners that seems to dot their enemy's camp and heaved a huge sigh. No wonder General Meng was defeated. Just by looking at our enemy's camp setup, one can tell that the decision-maker in our enemy camp is very well versed in military stratagems. Now our enemy's troops are more than 5 times of ours, and if they attack us with fire by day and sneak attacks by night, our defenses will be breached within 10 days. Obviously they are not making any more because they are waiting for our reinforcements to arrive, and when we are still tired out from the long journey, they will defeat us in one fell swoop. As Xiang Shaolong was looking up at Eagle King, who was circling up in the sky, Cheng Jun pointed out to him how the troops of the 5 states were distributed and what their banners look like. Xiang Shaolong took a deep breath, cast aside all his troubles and gave his orders, "We should delay no more. The night after we will pretend that the reinforcements have arrived and lure the enemy into attacking us. Put some wood and hay in the camps, burn the camp to hinder the enemy's progress before retreating in batches." Tang and Chang accepted their orders. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Volume 20 Chapter 5. Book 20 Chapter 5, Luring the Enemy In. The next day Tang Yi went back, leaving Jing Jun to stand guard at the base to arrange matters for the reinforcement troops. Xiang Shaolong patrolled the camp as usual, and when he was high above surveying the enemy's camp, he found their inactivity to be almost illogical and queried, "Have they always been like this?" Cheng Jun replied respectfully, "They only started becoming this quiet about 10 odd days ago. Before that they were constantly sending troops to disrupt us day and night, but it's usually a small-scale attack of 20,000 to 30,000 men." Xiang Shaolong felt that something is terribly wrong and suddenly had a thought. If the enemy has reached the opposite bank, can they make a big detour upstream, and then cross the river again to surround us by the back? Cheng Jun replied, "General Meng has long thought of this point and deliberately placed fire beacons along the river. Once the enemy is sighted, the beacons will be lighted immediately. Besides, the river D is wide and its water rapid with tall cliffs on both sides of the bank. There are no bridges as well, so even if our enemy have such intentions, I'm afraid it'll be extremely difficult to accomplish." Xiang Shaolong is still worried and instructed Zhou Liang, who was standing on his other side, "Send Eagle King to the opposite bank to have a look. It'll be better if he can fly a little further." Zhou Liang set off gladly to follow up on his order. Ever since he got Eagle King, Zhou Liang seemed to have changed into another person. Cheng Jun saw that Xiang Shaolong did not trust his assessment and his expression became a little unnatural. On seeing that, Xiang Shaolong said with a smile, "General Chang, please do not take this to heart. In war, anything can be changed, and we're never far from these 4 words: unexpected tactics brings victory. For Pang Yuan to enjoy such reputation, he must be a capable person. That's why I have to be on the alert against any surprise tactics he may have that we will not expect. If my guess is correct, Pang Yuan must have set up temporary floating bridges with thick ropes upstream of where our scouts will find difficulty in reaching. Once they have crossed the difficult river, they'll keep the floating bridges and move up behind us and repeat the same thing with the floating bridges and let their army cross the river swiftly. No wonder they had to wait for our reinforcements to arrive before they attack." Cheng Jun was speechless on hearing this and secretly commented to himself that "You're the great general, of course you can say whatever you like." Xiang Shaolong pointed at a dense forest on the right near the hills and continued, "If I'm Pang Yuan, I'll order men to hide the chariots and heavy machinery etc. in the woods and camouflage them with branches and leaves, so when the time comes for them to attack us, the distance needed to move these things will be shortened." Cheng Jun replied, "I'll take note of that, but..." Xiang Shaolong guffawed, "Is General Cheng thinking of setting fire to the whole thing?" Cheng Jun was taken aback. "That dense forest is close to the enemy camp and with ditches and forts everywhere. How can we get near enough to set fire?" Xiang Shaolong pointed at the tall hills on the left and said, "Climb up that hill and you can throw down the torches, but it is most important to time the use of this tactic correctly. If it's used when the enemy is attacking, it will cause the greatest effect. Chang Jun was astounded and replied, I understand now. The both of them discussed the various ways they can block the enemy. Because they have to at least make a show of trying to fend off the attack for a few days before pretending to be defeated and retreat, otherwise no one would believe in their act. Right at this time Zhou Liang returned with Eagle King and said excitedly, Great General has indeed predicted correctly. From the area that Eagle King has covered while flying, we can know that our enemy have at least 10,000 men who have snuck up about 15 miles behind us on the opposite bank and getting ready to cross the river for a sneak attack. Chang Jun immediately broke out in sweat and said with shame, I will immediately tighten defenses around that area. Xiang Shaolong exclaimed, Hold on. Won't this be as good as telling them that we've seen through their secret plan? He reached out his hand, intending to touch Eagle King, but on seeing it turn around with its beak open and ready to attack, Xiang Shaolong hurriedly retracted his hand in fright. Zhou Liang said apologetically, I deliberately trained it not to get close to anyone else, I seek Great General's forgiveness and understanding. Chang Jun was more anxious about the enemy crossing the river and asked with utmost admiration, So what should I do? If we allow the enemy to get behind us and cut off our paths, followed by a frontal assault, we'll be in dire situation. Xiang Shaolong did not reply him first but said to Zhou Liang instead, Brother Zhou will be in charge of taking note of our enemy's activities on the opposite bank. You can rest during the day, but once it's dark, you have to be extra vigilant. Zhou Liang asked excitedly, So should I go back to the tent with Eagle King now and nap? Xiang Shaolong chortled, Exactly. After Zhou Liang left, Xiang Shaolong told Chang Jun, General Chang, you don't have to worry. Just leave it to me to burn the woods and deal with the enemy troops on the opposite bank. You'll just have to take good care of our base camp and instruct everyone to take turns and rest during the day so that they will have the energy to deal with our enemy at night. Drum beats can be heard from the enemy side. A few hundred war chariots rushed out, followed by thousands of foot soldiers approached them steadily. Xiang Shaolong sighed, the enemy has found out that my reinforcements have arrived, so now they're starting their relentless attacks. He turned towards Chang Jun and added, Now do you understand why I said they can only take turns to rest? Chang Jun replied with total admiration, I am enlightened. Xiang Shaolong was secretly finding it comical that he is winning because he has 2,000 more years of military knowledge. He just have to randomly choose one or two beautiful tricks from famous ancient wars and he'll be able to make use of them. He immediately snuck out of camp with the 18 warriors and rode along the bank upstream. Just like what Chang Jun has said, there were tall fire beacons every 10 miles along the way, each about 50 feet high, and at the platform on top there was a wooden beam about 30 feet tall with a horizontal board which can be moved up and down the beam so that the soldiers can climb up to look far away. At the edge of every board there was a large cage stuffed with hay. If they see traces of the enemy, it will give out smoke during the day and fire during the night, and with the appropriate signal, inform them of the enemy's numbers and distance. There's also a huge drum at the top of the platform, made for long-distance communication. But in Xiang Shaolong's perspective as a special task force member, as long as the night is dark with no moon and making use of floating devices, it's not impossible to cross the river and get rid of the signalmen atop these beacons. Once he thought of this, he shuddered, already knowing what the enemy is waiting for. They are waiting for a dark and moonless night, when dark clouds will cover the night sky. Only under such a situation will they be able to carry out the sudden sneak attack by moving their troops across the river. Xiang Shaolong came to the where Zhou Liang had pointed out, about 20 miles upstream, and realized that the water is less rapid around this area and there are no dangerous cliffs on either side of the bank, an ideal place to build floating bridges to cross the river. And it just so happens that there is a beacon there as well. From this it can be seen that when Meng Ao was building these beacons, he did put a lot of effort into it. By now he knows what he should do and went back to camp. The war cries of the enemy as well as their own men rang in the front lines, but the soldiers at the camp are also used to it, and those who have been given permission to rest are all sleeping, seemingly immune to the deafening battle drums and cries. Xiang Shaolong went around on inspection and gave encouragement to the troops. He felt like he's the Minister of Defense who was visiting the hard-working soldiers at the front line as everyone cheered when he approached and morale was boosted. In the wars of ancient civilization, the morale of an army can directly influence the success or failure of a battle. When he returned to his commander's tent, he saw Zhou Liang feeding fresh rabbit meat to Eagle King. As it turned out, he was unable to fall asleep. Xiang Shaolong smiled, Don't worry, as long as the sky remains clear, the enemy will find it difficult to cross the river. So don't be too tensed. Zhou Liang heaved a sigh of relief, That's much better. Xiang Shaolong fell into a deep sleep once he returned to his tent and dreamed of Ji Yanran, the other ladies, and Xiang Baoer. He also dreamt of Qin Xing, whom he has lost contact for a long time, and when he woke up he was hit with a painful wave of yearning. That night, their enemy intensified their attacks and threw huge rocks with their siege machines and destroyed the Qin's first line of wooden barriers and filled up the ditches. The Qin army was forced to retreat to their second line of defense about half a mile away and only managed to drive the enemy away when they increased their numbers. There were casualties on both sides, but of course the enemy suffered much larger losses as they are the attackers. The next evening, Jing Jun leading an elite team of 2,000 cavalry arrived in camp and reported that the wounded and sick soldiers who were withdrawn are already on their way towards Zuicheng, and the Grand Army can come tonight. Xiang Shaolong told Jing Jun about the enemy's intention to cross the river. Jing Jun commented, "The sky is red in the morning and night. Looking at the sky, it'll definitely rain within these 2 nights. You can leave this matter to me. The enemy will need at least 1 night's work in order to build a floating bridge large enough to cross the river." Cheng Jun, who was standing by the side, asked, "What does General Jing intend to do?" Jing Jun thought for a moment before replying, "I will withdraw the sentry at the beacons there, and if the enemy is bold enough to cross the river, I will wait until they are right in the middle of the river where they cannot retreat or advance and launch a massive attack. We just have to put a few dozen siege engines up there and I'll make them drink the waters of Riverda." Xiang Shaolong complimented him, "Xiao Jun have indeed improved a lot. You'll be in total charge of this matter. Just remember that you must bring Zhou Liang with you." He then asked Jing Shanin and ordered him, Wu Guang, Wu De and Dan Quan to prepare torches and to climb the hill to burn the forest once it's night. After the various teams of men have set off, Tang Yi's reinforcement troops arrived. Dotted across the hills were campfires and lights, most of them were lanterns hung up in the air. There were only a few thousand men, but it was made to look as if an impressive tens of thousands men were there. That night, dark clouds indeed covered the sky. The clouds were thick but yet to rain, a most opportune time for sneak attacks. Xiang Shaolong went up the viewing post at the front line and saw that their enemy has gathered a large group of chariots, horses, and foot soldiers with a few thousand siege engines and were preparing for a massive attack. Instead, the dense woods on the left was totally quiet, so he can imagine that in the midst of the battle, if a huge group of soldiers were to suddenly charge out from there, they will certainly be able to break through their solid defenses. War drums were heard and the Wei army led the attack, moving in from the right. The atmosphere suddenly became tense. On the left near the bank, the Zhao army followed by moving in as well, and immediately their morale was greatly boosted. After working with each other countless times, the coordination of the coalition army is now flawless. No wonder that the Qin army has to take a defeat every time. The war drums sounded again and close to 1,000 chariots rushed out from the middle of the enemy formation, followed by tens of thousands of archers behind them. Because they do not have cumbersome machineries like the siege machine, they were able to overtake the Wei and Zhao armies on both sides in an instant and come straight at them. The chariots were about 10 feet wide with 2 huge wheels on the sides, pulled along by 4 handsome horses. Its speed was astounding, giving one the feeling of great power, and in an instant they have crossed the flattened ditches, crossed the first line of defense that was destroyed, and approaching the rolling hills at the end of the flat grassland. Just as Xiang Shaolong was about to give the order to meet the attack head-on, the chariots suddenly stopped and the horses were unbridled. The chariots were joined together to form a camp about 2 miles long. The strangest thing is that every 30 feet, there will be a space wide enough for 3 men to pass side by side, making one wonder what is the use of that. By now the enemy's foot soldiers came up running and, after hiding behind the chariots, prepared their crossbows and arrows to prevent the Qins from coming out and counterattacking. As the chariots were out of the range of the siege machines, Xiang Shaolong had no way of retaliating. Cheng Jun sighed, "Great General's prediction is correct. Our enemy's move is to block our way in front, and if they can really attack us from the back, we'll definitely cannot escape from the fate of being exterminated." At this point in time they saw another team of vehicles coming up, but it's no ordinary chariots but cumbersome supply trains. It advanced at an achingly slow pace. Even with 8 donkeys they were dragging them with much labor, so it's obviously those vehicles are filled with things like rocks. Only now did Xiang Shaolong and Cheng Jun understand that the gaps that the chariots left in between earlier is to let these rocks vehicles pass to build another layer of base defenses nearer to themselves. If they were to allow the other party to build up this vehicle base, their second line of defense may very well be breached by tonight. But because the other party has already prepared chariots and archers for protection, they indeed have a chance to succeed in using vehicles to build up a base camp. War cries were heard from their 2 sides. The enemy on their left and right are beginning their attacks. Xiang Shaolong surveyed the area, and according to his estimation, the enemy has at least invested 200,000 men in tonight's attack, and their actual force is already more than twice of theirs. If their base camp is breached, they can only just wait to be killed. On the enemy side, 5 different colored banners were hung high up as they organized their formation. He can expect that Han Chuan will be one of them. Cheng Jun and the other dozen-odd generals all turned pale, obviously shell-shocked by their enemy's expertise in military stratagems and their overwhelming manpower. Xiang Shaolong calculated the time and gave his order, "Call for a batch of 10,000 strong shield soldiers and archers, prepare the siege machines. When the dense forest on the left side is on fire, leave camp immediately and attack to destroy the enemy's vehicle fortress." They immediately went to carry out the orders. War cries were heard again. A team of close to 1,000 foot soldiers dashed out from the vehicle fortress and shot out fiery arrows. The Qin's army camp immediately retaliated by throwing rocks to stop the enemy. It's an extremely tragic situation. The originally dark sky is now shining a bloody red from all the fires being lighted. It's the first time that Xiang Shaolong is personally experiencing a large-scale attack and defense battle in ancient settings. He could feel his adrenaline rushing and at the same time a sense of sorrow welled up in him. This sort of mixed feelings is something that he cannot really explain. When the enemy's 100-odd supply trains carting rocks and their siege machines were slowly approaching them, the dense forest on the right suddenly caught fire in a few areas and the fire was quickly spreading. Just as Xiang Shaolong expected, countless soldiers who were in hiding ran out in alarm from the forest. Most of them were riders who are the most reflexive. The morale of Cheng Jun and the others were greatly boosted in their confidence in Xiang Shaolong's sword as their enemy started panicking. The war drums of the Qin army started beating as their gates opened and 3 groups of shield soldiers advanced forward with the archers following behind, launching a counterattack before the enemy's vehicle fortress had a chance to be formed again. About 10,000 odd cavalry dashed out from the left and right sides simultaneously, charging at and killing the enemy and to disrupt the enemy's 2 huge army at the sides. For a moment tens of thousands of men were thrown into the battle, bodies filled the plains and blood flowed like river. Only now did Xiang Shaolong realize how brave and elite the Qin army is. On first contact they had dispersed the enemy's front lines, killing them so mercilessly that they abandoned their vehicles and escaped. The most fatal blow to the enemy is that their transport vehicles and chariots have now become the stumbling blocks to their escape route, and now the Qin archers can come nearer behind their vehicle base and launch a long-distance attack while the enemy is still in frenzy. War drums were heard again. The Qin's archers now rushed out in a swarm to take over the cavalry, who are now retreating back to camp, leaving behind a mess of overturned and burning chariots in their wake and totally disintegrating the enemy's first wave of attacks. Xiang Shaolong knows that because the other party wants to coordinate the attacks with the surprise troops who will be crossing the river to attack, they will not give up the battle so easily now. Their own wooden barriers and forts had been destroyed in many places either by the huge rocks thrown at them or burned by the fiery arrows, so he ordered the main force to retreat to the third line of defense. By now the dense forest on the right is all covered in a fiery blaze, illuminating the whole battlefield with a reddish glow. After their enemy retreated, the 50,000 to 60,000 enemy soldiers, under the cover of their various protection vehicles, launched a 3-pronged attack from the left, middle and right. This is the second wave of attack. The battle thus continued in such heart-stopping situation. The injured soldiers were constantly carried off the camp, and by the time the second line of defense was almost lost, the sun was up. The enemy was too tired to continue and had to retreat. Jing Shan and the rest returned safely at this point, and Xiang Shaolong finally eased his worry. Reports later came that Jing Shan had waited until after the enemy had built the floating bridges and were crossing it before launching a massive attack to destroy the floating bridges, causing the enemy to lose close to 10,000 men. The morale of the Qin army soared immediately on hearing this news. But Xiang Shaolong knows that they are bound to lose and won't be able to last through this night, and gave the orders for men to be retreated in batches. But he did not forget to put up a show so that the enemy won't see through his plan. After breakfast, the enemy launched their attacks again. Obviously they are still unaware that the river-crossing soldiers had met with mishap. They braced themselves until dusk and the second line of defense was finally lost. It's now time for the total retreat. Xiang Shaolong is the last batch to leave. The whole camp was engulfed in flames, even spreading to the nearby hills so that it will make it difficult for the enemy to come after them. Only in such dangerous mountainous terrains can they make use of such methods to block the pursuing soldiers. The coalition army indeed fell for the trap and ran after them. Xiang Shaolong set up another second base at the westward roads and put up defenses there, and had another round of fierce fighting with the coalition army for another 5 days until the main force had safely left the area. He then made a detour around the camp and escaped, planting traps and spikes along the way so that the enemy's cavalry will have difficulty running after them in full speed. They had a few more skirmishes after that, and pretended to be defeated every time. By the time they retreated until Zuocheng, Xiang Shaolong knows that success is already at hand. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Volume 20 Chapter 6. Book 20 Chapter 6's Battle of Zuocheng. Huan Qi came about 30 miles out of the city to receive them. By now, the mounted troops, which were originally made up of 10,000 cavalry and 20,000 backups, were now left with a little over 20,000 men. From this it can be seen how intensive the battle chase was along the way. They left the mountainous area and arrived at the wide open plains on the eastern side of Zuocheng, where hills surround them on all sides. The Wei River that leads to the Yellow River is about 50 miles north, flowing from the west to the east. Because of the numerous hills, unless one climbs up to a tall spot, one won't be able to see the grand view of the magnificent river flowing. From Hanggu all the way up north here, it's a distance of 300 miles. Xiang Shaolong rode alongside Huan Qi as the army moved towards Zuicheng. The former saw that the defenses were done up very well. At the top of all the high points there were forts made from stones, and said with satisfaction, "Shao Qi is really capable." Just looking at the formation shown here will be enough to cause disappointment to Pang Yuan. Huan Qi was overjoyed to be complimented. "Great general is risking your life at the front line. How can I just hide here and enjoy my luxuries?" Now Zuicheng has joined the army that had just retreated, and the total force is now about 150,000, and everyone has been resting to conserve their energy. They are very clear Great General has now arrived to help them defend Zuicheng, and are aware that you were luring the enemy westward to tire them out before giving them a painful blow, so now they're all rubbing their hands in anticipation and are willing to lay down their lives for Great General. Jing Jun, who was behind them, had always been very close and open with Huan Qi, so he chided jokingly, "So Shao Qi is so crafty to know how to spread rumors. Luckily these rumors have the effect of boosting morale, otherwise we'll certainly have you punished under martial law." Everyone laughed. Huan Qi waved at Zhou Liang, who was behind Xiang Shaolong, and complimented, "Brother Zhou has made a great contribution this time. Now everyone in camp is addressing you as God of Eagles, and once you're around, no one will have to worry about sneak attacks from the enemy." Zhou Liang's mouth split open into a wide smile as he caressed Eagle King, who was on his shoulder, and said some humbling words. Amidst their jokes and conversation, they crossed the drawbridge over the river surrounding the city and went into the city. The scene immediately gave Xiang Shaolong and the rest a huge shock. The soldiers and civilians in the city have all gathered at the sides of the main street as they cheered wildly. It's as if they have already won the battle and returned in pride, but in fact, the actual main battle has not even started. 3 days later, the coalition army's vanguards arrived at the eastern plains of Zuicheng. Huan Qi made use of the fact that they were still tired from the long travel and their weakness in their unfamiliarity with the terrain to launch continuous attacks at them day and night, burning their camps and supplies. The coalition army was forced to retreat more than 20 miles before they could stabilize themselves, but by then they have lost close to 10,000 men, and the impact to their morale was especially great. Xiang Shaolong and the rest made use of this time to rest and recover their strength, practicing their formation all day at Zuicheng. From the modest military stratagems, Xiang and Tang chose the formation that is most suited for their enclosed situation, the crab formation, which is to abandon the usual way of concentrating their force in the middle up front but to use frontal troops, and to concentrate their force on both sides to attack using secondary troops. Because they are fighting with the city behind them, the frontal troops can make use of the siege machines and archers situated on the high walls to strengthen their defenses, so they're not worried that the enemy will make a frontal full-force attack. As for the secondary troops on either sides, they will be made up of mainly the best mounted troops, and with their thick blades, are most suitable in missions such as this that requires them to use slash and assault tactics. The enemy came from the west, and along the way there are numerous hills, so that cumbersome attack vehicles and siege machines will have to be abandoned along the way, reducing the threat to the Qin army. Currently the only factor advantageous to the coalition army is their sheer numbers. Now it's slowing going into autumn, and if the coalition army cannot take over Zuicheng before the arrival of the harsh winter, they will be stuck in an icy situation or maybe even lose the whole army. That's why Xiang Shaolong is not worried that they will set themselves up for a long siege. So as long as Xiang Shaolong is willing to leave the city to battle, Pang Yuan will only thank the heaven and hope for a swift battle. 10 days later, the coalition army moved closer to Zuicheng once again, moving into the wide plains about 50 miles across outside the city of Zuicheng, setting up tents and camps on the side of the mountainous range and using war chariots for defensive barriers. Xiang Shaolong gave orders to cease all attacks on the enemy and allow them to stabilize themselves. But the impending arrival of the great battle is looming over both the enemy and their own men, tightening the nerves of everyone. Another 3 days later, all the troops of the coalition army arrived. Xiang Shaolong and the rest stood on top of the city wall and looked over, and on the surface, their enemy indeed looked energetic without a trace of fatigue at all. Huan Qi looked more intently and after a while, said with a smile, "If we talk about the quality and training of the generals and soldiers, other than the Zhao army, the other 4 states in the coalition army are far below our standard." This time, General Meng kept getting defeated is due to the many years of fighting between them, and Pang Yuan has already become very familiar with his fighting tactics. Therefore he can easily use various methods to target his weaknesses and hence gain victory. He paused and added, "General Wang Jin once said, looking at all the famed generals of the recent generation, only Bai Qi and Li Mu does not have a set formula in all their battles, nor do they follow any rules, so others are unable to predict their actions. As for the others, there will always be traces to be found." Now, General Wang should include General Xiang into that list as well. Xiang Shaolong chided jokingly, "You're really getting better at bootlicking." But everyone joked and laughed together and the atmosphere relaxed. Tang Yi said, "Although the enemy suffered losses, they still have about 500,000 men left. But I'm not worried about that because all of them still harbor their own intentions and it's not easy for them to work together. Besides, the weather, water and terrain here is not advantageous to southern armies like the Chus. We've also blocked their nearby streams with rocks and sand so that it will make lives even more difficult for their tired soldiers. So although they have 500,000 men, we should take into consideration only 200,000 men, which is not far off from our own numbers. However, we have solid city walls to protect us and we're not worried about an extended war. The other party will have to hastily launch attacks to make the best use of time, so it's needless to point out who will have the better advantage. But Huan Qi looked far ahead and said, "Messengers are riding towards the left and right from the middle of the enemy camp. Obviously they are going to gather the various leaders to go to the middle army for a discussion. It seems like the enemy is going to launch a full-scale attack soon." Xiang Shaolong had an idea and said nonchalantly, "In my opinion this is just a show put up for us. If I am Peng Yuan and my troops are really strong and energetic with high morale, I will pretend to look tired and listless to lure us out of the city to attack. Now that they are pretending to show how fierce and active they are, it goes to show that they are actually guilty of being afraid that we'll attack them instead." By this point in time, Chang Jun has already regarded Xiang Shaolong as a general from heaven and agreed with his comment. "It's also written in military books, whether the soldiers and horses appear brave will determine my victory or weakness. If the formation of an army is needed instead shows that I will not engage in battle." Great generals' views are indeed wise. Huan Qi, Tang Yi and Jing Jun's expressions all seemed interested. Jing Jun immediately requested for permission to engage in battle. Xiang Shaolong was worried that something will happen to him and ordered Huan Qi to back him up. An hour later, the city gates opened and both of them, each leading 20,000 foot soldiers and cavalry as well as siege machines, crossed over the plains and attacked the enemy formation. Xiang Shaolong and Tang Yi led another force behind, in case they had to cover their retreat. They fought until dusk, destroying a few enemy camps before coming back to the city. The next day it was the enemy's turn to approach for battle, but the Qin army refused to come out. Their only answer is a rain of arrows and the enemy had no choice but to return. After 3 days of such tussles with both sides having casualties, on the fourth morning the coalition army finally lost their patience. Using their newly built siege vehicles, battering rams etc., they launched a wide-scale attack on the city. Xiang Shaolong insisted on not moving and waited until the enemy is exhausted and retreating before launching his full force and setting up the pre-arranged formation outside the city. Although the coalition army was unwilling to face this battle, they also did not want to miss the opportunity of fighting. Even more so, they were afraid of being flushed by the Qin army, so they sent all their troops to set up formation on the other side of the plains as well. Xiang Shaolong and Teng Yi went up a small hill near the middle of the army to survey the enemy's military formation. By then the sun has risen high up in the sky and the sun's bright rays reflected off the armors and weapons on men on both sides. The glittering lights filled the plains on both sides, filled with the tense atmosphere of an impending battle. The coalition army's numbers are visibly lesser, only about 400,000 men split into 5 main formations. The main force is concentrated in the middle, with foot soldiers forming the main bulk. In front of them are the chariots, behind them the cavalry, forming a front, middle, back formation. On the left and right sides were swift cavalry. The foot soldiers in the middle were further separated into 9 small groups according to army type. The 3 at the foremost were the shield soldiers and light infantry, while the other 6 groups were the main attack force consisting of the heavy armored infantry with about 20,000 men in each group holding defense equipment or weapons for long-distance attacks like crossbows, spears, swords, shields, barricades, halberds etc. The space each group takes up and the distance between them fits the rule of military formations, and they're definitely not a motley crew. Tang Yi sighed. It may be Third Brother's first attempt at leading an army, but every time you predict things so accurately. Just like right now we're avoiding the enemy's main force in the middle and splitting our heavy infantry on the 2 sides, that's indeed a very wise move. Now even if Peng Muan knows that something is wrong, it'll be difficult for him to change his formation. Besides, he doesn't even know that all of our cavalry carries a thick blade that's at least half as formidable as 100 Battle's blade, which will guarantee to place our sword-wielding enemy at a great disadvantage. The battle drums of the enemy suddenly rung out and the almost 3,000 chariots gathered at the front gave a shout and started advancing with the infantry coming right behind them. It seems that Eagle King, which was perched on Zhou Liang's shoulder, could feel the deadly battle atmosphere in the air and started flapping its wings and gave a low squawk. Xiang Shaolong gave orders to stay put and the battle drums sounded immediately while the signal soldiers informed Huan Qi and Jing Jun, who were on both ends using signal flags. Just as they were about to approach shooting distance, the first 2 rows of the 3,000 chariots, which was split into 6 rows, suddenly increased speed and rushed forward. Every chariot, other than the driver and some vehicle personnel, there were also a team of vehicle infantry soldiers, each having their own duties. The driver will control the vehicle personnel were given weapons like bows, crossbows, spears and halberds. Bows and crossbows will be used while they are still a distance away, and spears and halberds will be used in close-distance battles. The vehicle infantry will follow the chariots and work closely with the chariot to cover each other in defense and attack to magnify their fatality and defense. The chariot's driver and vehicle personnel need not walk, so they are attired with heavy armor and are not worried about arrows. With the war horses charging, they can really ride roughshod over the battlefield. If they are allowed to break into the formation, the defending troops can forget about maintaining their formations again, and if the enemy continues with another wave of attack, they will certainly be doomed. For a moment shouts and drums were heard on both sides as arrows flew and battle cries filled the air. The enemy's cavalry on both two sides each sent out about 10,000 men to provide cover for the two sides of the center attack force. It's finally the start of the great battle. Xiang Shaolong waited until the enemy is within shooting distance before ordering the siege engines at the top of the city to be fired. Huge rocks rained down on the approaching enemy chariots from time to time. Even as the vehicles overturned and the people fell, there were still close to 100 chariots still making their way forward. Xiang Shaolong gave an order and the Qin soldiers at the front line fell back like receding waves, revealing the countless ditches behind which was dug to make the horses fall. The enemy never expected the Qin army to have such a trick, and immediately the chariots overturned and the people fell off, giving the Qins the opportunity to finish them off. Arrows rained down from above the city walls and the foot soldiers who have lost the protection of the chariots all fell to the ground. The scene was so horrible that Xiang Shaolong could not bear watching it, but there was nothing he could do. In war, it's death for either you or me. There's no place for compassion at all. By now the enemy's cavalry on the two sides have arrived. Xiang Shaolong ordered the signal soldier to send out the flag signals, and their own cavalry charged out from the left and right, each of them holding a broadsword, and sliced their way through the sword-wielding enemy cavalry, turning them into a mess as they fell off their horses. The Qin's cavalry have always been better than the Eastern soldiers, and now that they have a new weapon that is most suited to be used while on a horse, they are virtually unstoppable. After Xiang Shaolong's army shattered the enemy's first wave of attack, they began to advance about 100 steps forward towards the enemy's second wave of attacking chariots and foot soldiers. They arranged their formation again and used catapults and arrows for long-distance attacks on the enemy. By now the enemy's cavalry on both sides have lost terribly, and the enemy's center army was worried that they will lose their protection cover on the two sides and end up being attacked on three sides, so they hurriedly retreated. However, chariots may be unstoppable when they are charging forward, but they are not very easily turned or maneuvered, so now that they are hastily reversing right in the middle of battle, the chariots knocked against one another and there was extreme chaos. But it's not the fault of the coalition army, for who would have thought that the cavalry on the two sides would be so utterly defeated so quickly. Xiang Shaolong knows that the opportunity has arrived and once again gave orders for a full-force attack. Firstly, Huanqi and Jing Jun's 20,000-odd cavalry on both sides were hot on the tails of the defeated enemy, followed by the 60,000 infantry who were behind the cavalry who charged towards the enemy formation on the two sides. With a center army made up of 40,000 foot soldiers, 10,000 cavalry, and 1,000 Wu family warriors, Xiang Shaolong started the attack on the enemy's center army who were retreating. Their charge left the enemy's corpses everywhere, blood flowed like rivers, and the scene was extremely horrifying. The cavalry on the two sides swiftly broke into the enemy's formation, and the coalition army panicked immediately as disruptions washed over them like waves and affected the whole situation. Pang Nuan knows that something has gone wrong and sounded the drum signals to order the whole army to continue their fight against the enemy, but now instead of being actively aggressive they have now become passive participants. When the coalition army finally looked as if they are successfully keeping the Qin army away, Xiang Shaolong and 1,000 Wu family warriors came charging out like tigers falling upon a flock of sheep, absolutely destroying the most formidable center army of the coalition army. By now it goes without saying that the coalition army has lost, and even if Sun Wu were to come back to life or if Bai Qi is here, they will not be able to overturn this outcome. After just an hour, the Chu army started by retreating, and this move caused the coalition army to break down and the situation was chaotic. The coalition army all abandoned their machinery and armor to escape, no longer having the energy to fight back at all. The Qin army went after them for about 20-odd miles, killing about 80,000 of them and captured about 20,000 men. Never has the coalition army been defeated so badly in their united effort to attack Qin. That night, Xiang Shaolong set up camp in the mountains, planning to get a good rest before running after the enemy again the next day so that they can regain whatever land they had lost. Suddenly his men came to report that they have captured the enemy's great general. Xiang Shaolong did not even have time to wear his armor properly and dashed out of the tent to take a look. He was shocked to see a bloody and dirty-looking Han Shuang being escorted dejectedly towards the tent. He saw Xiang Shaolong and said with a wry smile, "Brother Xiang, just give me an easy way out." Xiang Shaolong was startled and shouted, "Untie him immediately." His men all treated him with the respect due to a deity, and on hearing that, cut off the ropes immediately. After Xiang Shaolong ordered his men to clean and treat Han Shuang's wounds, he invited him into the tent for a meal. Han Chang laughed bitterly, "The story of Shaolong's battle will be spread all across the land and your reputation will be on par if not better than Bai Qi. I concede defeat." Xiang Shaolong sighed, "We each work for different masters, this battle is something beyond all our control." Brother Han may sleep here tonight and you can ride back to your country tomorrow morning. But Han Shuang was taken aback. Shaolong, it's a great crime to release an enemy general without permission. How can I not feel bad about it? Xiang Shaolong replied in all earnestly, I can't be bothered with this now. I will return your retainers to you as well. Brother Han, you must leave Qin's borders as soon as possible. With the current situation, we have no choice but to pursue while we're at an advantage. Han Shuang by nature is someone who's afraid to die, and now that he's had this chance to live, he was overcome with tears of gratitude. If I have to leave, I might as well go tonight. AI. Shaolong is a true friend indeed. That night Shaolong sent Han Shuang and close to 1,000 of his personal retainers away. The next morning, he sent the prisoners of war to Zuweiqing and at the same time pursued the retreating enemy as well. Although Pang Yuan tried to reassemble the coalition army along the way, but because of the low morale and lack of weapons and grains, they were forced to retreat in less than 3 days. Xiang Shaolong charged in and once again took control of Hango Pass, totally destroying the dream of the 5 states to eliminate Qin. Xiang Shaolong ordered the rebuilding of the pass and strengthened Hango Pass's defensibility. After winter, Xiao Pan sent an envoy with an imperial edict that he and Zhu Ji ordered, promoting Xiang Shaolong as commander general while the other officials were promoted by another rank. Huan Qi and Shang Jun were both promoted to great general while Tang and Jing were promoted to the rank of general. Zhou Liang was promoted to become deputy general. The others were also rewarded according to the contributions they made. The soldiers were given 3 times of their pay, and at that moment everyone was overjoyed. Other than Shang Jun, who had to stay behind to guard Hango Pass, Xiang Shaolong and the rest were summoned back to Xianyang to take over their new posts. This battle has made Xiang Shaolong famous far and wide. His reputation is now above Wang Jian and Meng Ao and is now regarded together with Wang Jian as Western Qin's 2 newest and bravest generals. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Volume 20 Chapter 7. Book 20 Chapter 7, Victorious Return. Xiang Shaolong and the rest went up the ships which Xiao Pan sent to them and followed the river back to Xianyang, avoiding the arduous journey of a long road travel. On the ships that came there were Ji Yanran, Zhao Ji, Zhou Wei and Lu Danner, which was a pleasant surprise for Xiang Shaolong, Wu Guo and Jing Jun. Wu Tingfang, the perfect mother who loves her son more than her own life, did not come along because she wants to stay at home with Xiang Baoer. Naturally, the Tian sisters will have to stay behind as well. All of them happily updated one another of the events that had happened. During dinner at the dining area of the ship, Xiang Shaolong asked about Qin Chang, and Ji Yanran's expression became gloomy as she said, Lady Huayang just passed away last month and Sister Cheng wrote a letter back to say that she wants to observe a mourning period of 1 year for Lady Huayang and at the same time take care of the family business. She won't be able to return to Xianyang for the time being. Danner, who was being all lovey-dovey with Jing Jun and whispering to him, said smugly, Third brother have yet to thank me. This time, if not for me who kept pestering his highness such that he cannot reject, how can you possibly be hugging learned Lady Ji on your left and Sister Ji on your right? But everyone saw that although she is already a wife, but she still retains the innocence of a young girl, and they all smiled. Zhou Wei said with a sigh, ever since all of you left for war, not only us, but the whole of Xianyang was really worried. The people on the streets all lost their smile, afraid that the coalition army will arrive at our gates. Only when the reports came, the whole city erupted in joy and everyone rushed out to the streets, dancing and singing all night long and constantly cheering His Highness and Master Xiang's names. They believed that the Black Dragon has protected them, that's why we have such a miraculous outcome to the war. Everyone was proud and touched at the same time. Lu Danner's focus suddenly turned towards Huan Qi and with the air of an elder sister, commanded, Shao Qi, on your return to Xianyang this time, you should settle down and start a family. I'll make arrangements on this matter, you just have to listen to my instructions. Wu Gui chortled, if you listen to Lady Jing's suggestion, won't that be a blind marriage? Immediately everyone in the hall roared out in laughter. As Lu Danner was staring angrily at Wu Guo, Ji Yanran said, we heard that once Lu Buwei received news of your great victory, he lost his appetite for 3 days. 3 days before we left to come here, he led his people and went to his new house at Donggun. But we suspect he has another ulterior motive, maybe he's gone to see people like Cheng Xiao in Dubai. Tang Yi asked, how's Lu Buwei's relationship with Lao Ai now? Lu Danner fought to reply, there's nothing much between the two of them, they even appeared close during Guan Zhongxie and Lun Yangrong's wedding, talking and laughing. But the people under them were having a good time fighting one another. Now the city guards are obviously split into 2 factions, on one side is Guan Zhongxi and Su Shang and on the other side is Han Xia. And Su Shang and Han Xia are fighting over drunken Wen-Lof Xiongyu, arguing all the time. She turned towards Xiang Shaolong and said, Lord Changping instructed me to inform all of you first that he will be arranging another celebratory feast for all of you at Drunken Wind Loft. Huan Qi was concerned about the reinforcement troops he single-handedly trained and started asking about the Meng brothers and little Wang Bai's situation. Zhao Shi said, His Highness has promoted Xiao Bai to general and sent him to Dongzhong to support Wang. That Li Mu was really formidable, all of his battles are swift. If not for Commander General Wang who was there to hold the fort, I'm afraid we'd have lost the 4 counties in the east. Tang Yi asked about Meng Ao and Ji Yanran's side. He fell sick shortly after he was summoned back to Xianyang. That heartless man Lu Buwei was very cold towards him. Now Lu Buwei is fully supporting Guan Zhongxie, Su Shan, Zhao Pu, and Lian Zhao. Recently he sent Guan Zhongxie and Zhao Pu to attack Han, and I heard they even managed to take over a city. Xiang Shaolong thought that this is a big headache. After all, Lu Buwei does hold power in his hands, and now that he is in cahoots with Cheng Xiao and the rest, he'll be even more difficult to deal with. Guan Zhongxie is well versed in both scholarly and martial pursuits. If he turns into another Meng Ao and start to rebel at a later date, there will be even greater trouble. Everyone chatted for a while longer before returning to their own bunks to rest. The 2 ladies happily helped Xiang Shaolong shower and change, and when lying on the bed, Ji Yanran said softly, the dowager went to Yangdu again. Accompanying her was Lao Ai and Ma Jiao. Can husband guess what is happening? Xiang Shaolong was taken aback. She's expecting again? This is her 2nd pregnancy with Lao Ai. Ji Yanran nodded her head silently when Zhao Ji plastered herself behind him from the back and said with emotion, Xianlang, we missed you so badly. Learned Lady Ji, who was in front of him, blushed immediately as she gave him a coy look. What followed after is of course what everyone knows will happen. When Xiang Shaolong and the rest were disembarking at the jetty outside Xianyang, the musicians started playing a welcome tune. Xiao Pan, Lord Chongping, and the other court officials have already been waiting a long time on shore. On the way back to the palace, the people filled the streets, cheering and letting off fireworks. Lanterns and banners were hung up in every household, and the atmosphere was lively, filled with the Qin people's gratitude and enthusiasm. The crown prince and Xiang Shaolong's name was constantly being chanted. Under Xiao Pan's lead, all of them went to the temple first to offer their prayers to the ancestors and late rulers of the Qin royal family, and at the same time mourn for the warriors who perished in the war. After that, it was announced that a state feast will be held that night where the 3 armies will be given their rewards. After that, Xiao Pan had a meeting with Xiang Shaolong at the inner court, and with them were Xiao Pan's 3 other trusted aides, Wang Ling, Li Si, and Lord Chongping. By this time, Xiao Pan is 19 years old in name, but in actual fact he is 21 years old. He's already an adult. Although he is half a head shorter than Xiang Shaolong, but compared to the average person he is already considered well built. Besides, he has wide brows and a solid back, full of self-confidence, his eyes deep with unfathomable knowledge. The power and influence that is befitting a ruler can indeed convince one to put down their lives for him. He was just sitting casually, but his imposing aura is enough to make one have the urge to rush forward and throw themselves at his feet. After everyone congratulated Xiang Shaolong, Xiao Pan said happily, so do you prefer me to address you as Grand Tutor or Commander General? Everyone roared in laughter. Xiang Shaolong replied with a laugh, I think Grand Tutor still sounds much better. Xiao Pan shook his head inside, victorious but not proud. I'm afraid Grand Tutor is the only person like this in Great Qin. Grand Tutor's battle have solidified Great Qin's foundation to unify the world and have helped me regain my reputation greatly. Now no one will dare to talk behind my back and said that I've been treating Grand Tutor too well. Lord Chongping smiled. Lu Buwei has long been making a fuss over His Highness's treatment of Han Shuang, but His Highness just replied that there's no such thing, and it's enough to hold off Lu Buwei's arguments. If anyone asks about it in future, Shaolong can use the same famous words as an answer. A warm feeling welled up in Xiang Shaolong's heart. Xiao Pan said, this is just a small matter. Even if Han Shuang is released, how capable is he of doing anything substantial? This goes to show that Grand Tutor is not a heartless person like that Lu Buwei. But if you do manage to capture Li Mu in future, Grand Tutor must never release him. Once Xiang Shaolong thought of the possibility that he will meet the most respected and most fearsome Li Mu on the battlefield, his heart sank. Wang Ling understands his feelings and said with a smile, but for now such a situation will not arise. Right now Li Mu is moving his troops to attack Qi. Not only has he fought back the Qi troops who were trying to make use of the opportunity to take over the Zhao people's land, he has also taken down Rowan, which belongs to Qi, which gave his king some relief. Li Mu is indeed formidable. As long as this person remains, he will become our greatest obstacle in moving easy. Li Si said, this time Shaolong has executed his prowess. Even his son Wu is resurrected, he won't be able to win this battle as swiftly and beautifully. After Xiang Shaolong expressed some humility, he had a thought and said, now that your highness's power and influence has grown so greatly, it's time to summon Wang Jian back. Lord Chongping said, that is indeed his highness's intention, that's why he is planning to send the 2 brothers Meng Wu and Meng Tian to Wei for war. Once they have the experience, they can take over Wang Jian. But if we act rashly on this matter, this important position which will hold great power over the border soldiers may end up in the hands of Lu Buwei and Lao Ai's men." Xiao Pan lowered his voice. "Meng Ao is very seriously ill now. When I visited him some days ago, he was full of praise for Grand Tutor, so it seems that he is indeed sorry, but..." Xiang Shaolong told them about how Meng Ao had asked him to take care of the Meng brothers. Xiao Pan got excited. "Once the Dowager returns, I want to appoint Grand Tutor as Marquis. No matter what, Grand Tutor's position cannot be any lower than Lu Buwei." Xiang Shaolong saw that there are others around and it's inconvenient to raise his objections, so he just accepted without much enthusiasm. In another 3 years Xiao Pan will be crowned as king. His only hope is that before that day arrives, if he need not to face Li Mu on the battlefield, this is enough to thank the heavens. Xiang Shaolong saw that there's another 6 hours before the state feast begins, and after he managed to extricate himself, he went back to the Wu residence. His welcoming neighbors filled the outside of the Wu residence, and as soon as he stepped through the main door, firecrackers were lighted in the square and the whole atmosphere was celebratory. Wu Yingyuan led the family personally to welcome him. He rushed forward to grab Xiang Shaolong's hands and said with emotion, "Our Wu family has finally come out with a famous general whose reputation will shake the earth. I'm so happy that I don't know what to say." Xiang Baoer covered his ears and ran into his arms. After that, Wu Tingfang and the Tian sisters also rushed towards him with tears and smiles. Xiang Shaolong pacified them and, hugging his wives and beloved son, went into the house. They first paid respects to the Wu family ancestors, showered and changed before going back to the main hall again to receive the congratulatory wishes from their clansmen. Ji Yanran, Zhao Ji, Shan Lan, Lu Danner and the rest all changed into exquisite gowns to come out and play hosts to friends and family. Tang Yi, Huan, Zhao Da and the rest have all returned, and this added to the atmosphere of joy in the air. Zhou Liang made great contributions thanks to the Eagle King, so now his status in the Wu family is vastly different. The Eagle King also became the main focus of attention, even more than Xiang Shaolong, as the children all gathered around it, pointing and expressing their admiration. Wu Tingfang clung herself to Xiang Shaolong and behaved coquettishly. Although this pretty wife of his is more than 20 years old, but her looks and behavior is still as lively as when they just met when she was a young girl. Xiang Shaolong found a chance to discuss with Tang Yi. "I plan to suggest to His Highness that I want to resign from the position of cavalry commander, so second brother will have to take care of them in future." Tang Yi replied with a laugh, "Third brother should know very well that I am not interested in a career at all. In my opinion, why don't we let Xiao Jun take over, with Wu Guo and Zhao De supporting him? We can try to promote 2 more people at the same time, but..." Xiang Shaolong replied, "Then make it Zhou Liang and Wu Yan. The other guards can be rearranged to join the cavalry, they need not follow us back to the farm and live a boring life." Tang Yi nodded his head in agreement, and thus the matter was settled. By this time Wu Yingyuan had walked over and pulled both of them aside to say, "I just came back from the borders last month. Your sworn brother Wang Jian is indeed a brave general with both wits and courage that even the Xiongnis are not his match at all." He paused and added, "The Xiongnis have always been running roughshod at the northern borders. Their men, women, old and young are all good at horse riding and archery, vicious and brave. They come and go like the wind and can take hardship. How would they to expect that they'll first be defeated by Li Mu and after that suffer another defeat under your fourth brother? Wuzhuo is now building a mountainous city around Lake Baikal, and the nearby tribes who had often suffered under the Xiongnis have now come forward to seek protection. It's best if we can send 1,000 of our family warriors over to strengthen our hold, then we can have more confidence to expand." Xiang and Tang kept on nodding their agreement, and both looked extremely eager about the idea. Only when one is in his own country and home can one really feel the freedom and happiness. That night at the palace, Xiao Pan hosted the celebratory feast, and all the citizens in the city were given food and wine. To Xiao Pan, Xiang Shaolong's victory in battle felt like his own victory in battle, so he was especially satisfied and happy. Naturally, Xiang Shaolong became the focus of the feast as wine cups keep getting topped up. Halfway through the feast he was already so dead drunk that he didn't even know how he managed to leave the place. When he woke up the next day, he realized he was sleeping on the future Emperor Qin's dragon bed. It turned out it was Xiao Pan who insisted on giving him such treatment. Ji Yanran and the rest all stayed in the palace as well, waiting for him to wake up. When Xiao Pan returned, he had lunch with Xiang Shaolong at the rest, and it feels like a close family enjoying bonding time together. Xiang Shaolong brought up the suggestion of letting Jing Jun become the cavalry commander with Wu Guo, Zhou Liang, and Zhao De as the deputy commander, and Xiao Pan agreed immediately, saying with a smile, "It's just a mere cavalry commander position, and really should not be under Commander General's portfolio as well." Xiang Shaolong again took the chance to bring up the issue of him returning to the farm to spend some relaxing time. Although Xiao Pan was not very willing, he still agreed. After the meal, Xiang Shaolong went back to the Wu residence with his wives and son, and after a nap, woke up feeling refreshed. Ji Yanran with his pretty wives and the Tian sisters were sitting on the mat chatting away, talking about Xiang Baoer's funny antics. The happy atmosphere was enough to melt his heart, giving him a sense of warmth and sweetness. Compared to the cruelty of war, this is indeed a loving heaven. The lady saw that he has woken up and hurriedly helped him up. Ji Yanran whispered quietly in his ears, "Housekeeper 2 asked to meet you at the usual place at dusk, and Lord Changping have booked a courtyard at Drunken Windloft tonight and invited you to the feast." "Hi. Doesn't Lord Changping know that after your return, you've yet to have time to stay at home and accompany your wives and children?" Wu Tingfang, who was at the side, pouted, "If you don't come back tonight, Fanger will not go up the bed to sleep." But Xiang Shaolong almost had to make a vow that he will come back early before the two ladies were happy again. A long parting is even more meaningful than a new marriage, so when the Tian sisters helped him bath, Xiang Shaolong pulled Wu Tingfang and the rest all into the bath and consoled his wives and concubines with action. He played with Xiang Bauer for a little before leaving incognito to meet Tu Xian. After they met at the secret place, Tu Xian made some small talk before going into the main topic. "Shaolong has managed to show off your prowess and defeated the coalition army and at the same time disrupted Lu Bui's plans. Now that Meng Ao is seriously ill, he'll have no choice but to change his tactics. Now not only is he in cahoots with Dubai and the rest, he's also trying to pull Lao Ai to his side and still trying to struggle against imminent death." He paused and added, "That old thief has totally lost faith with His Highness, knowing that the day His Highness is crowned king will be the day of his defeat, so he'll definitely make a final fight before that day and rebel. We must be on the alert against this." Xiang Shaolong furrowed his brows. Now that His Highness's power is growing day by day, Lao Ai won't believe him so easily. What tricks can that Lu thief still be up to? Tu Xian sighed, "If there are benefits, there will be collaborations, and the problem is that Lao Ai wants to rebel. You must know that Lao Ai is after all an evil and unrepentant hooligan, a scoundrel at heart. Although he has Zhuji's favor, but in the eyes of the Qins, he's just a lucky servant who manages to jump ranks and don the outfit of a eunuch official. Other than Lu Bui, who has an ulterior motive, who else would be willing to support him? Under such circumstances, it's not impossible that the two of them will once again collude with each other. Of course their relationship will not last, and I think the day that the rebellion is successful will be the day they fall apart." Xiang Shaolong asked worriedly, "Will Zhu Ji really just sit and watch while Lao Ai topple her own son?" Tu Xian signed, "Zhu Ji has already sunken in too deeply, besides Lao Ai is especially skillful as handling women. And Zhu Ji's craving for a moment of fun has accidentally resulted in Lao Ai's growth of power, enough for him to form his own cohort. After Shaolong went to war, Lao Ai interfered in all matters big and small, his capacity as leader of the court officials, to the extent of addressing himself as foster father, so one can see his true intentions." Xiang Shaolong guffawed, "Foster father? To think that he could think of that. First it was Lu Bui, then it's Lao Ai. Don't they ever think that by riding on the head of the ruler, they might attract death?" Tu Xian signed, "How many people can be like Shaolong who will retreat once mission is accomplished and avoiding the outcome of being a dead rabbit or cooked dog? Star. I heard from Mr. Tao that the day His Highness is crowned king will be the day all of you will retire to the north. I wonder if you'd be willing to let my clan follow behind you as well." Asterisk dead rabbit or cooked dog, a Chinese idiom referring to the king of you during the Warring States period. King of you is a person whom one can only share hardship with, but never fortune and glory. When he was fighting against Wu, he was very good with his men and formed deep friendship, but once they won the war, his attitude changed and those who helped him risked being put to death for minor matters. Xiang Shaolong replied solemnly, "To be able to ride side by side with you on the Great Plains of the North would be something that I will absolutely wish for." Tu Xian was so touched that he reached out and grabbed his hands, unable to speak at the moment. Xiang Shaolong asked about Lu Bui's situation and Tu Xian replied, "I almost forgot one thing. Two swordsmen from the state of Qi came recently. They are both disciples of Jixia Academy's sword sage, Zhao Qiudao. One of them is called Rin Qianli and the other is Fang Yong. They seldom show themselves and are very secretive. If my guess is correct, they must be skilled fighters sent to Xianyang by Tian Dan under Lu Bui's request in case there is a need to assassinate Shaolong." Xiang Shaolong exclaimed, "If that is the case, why would they let Brother Tu find out about their identities?" But Tu Xian chortled, "That's because I have a lot of spies and links, and they overheard the private conversation between them and Su Shang, and with the facts I was able to guess that Tian Dan is behind this. Now the person Lu and Tian hates most is Shaolong, so even if benefits is not a consideration in killing Shaolong, it will at least give them a sense of joy in getting rid of you." Xiang Shaolong guffawed, "You think there are not enough people who want me dead? Oh right, is that Su Shang fighting with Han Jie over Yang Yu? Isn't that almost like their version of a continuation of Lu's fight over Mimi?" Tu Xian gave a cold snort, "What's there to fight over? Lu Bui have already given strict orders to Su Shang not to fight with Han Jie. That's how I found out that Lu Bui intends to collude with Lao Ai. Humph. Ever since that lad became an official, he's getting more and more conceited. Any verbal disagreements and he'll start hitting proper, and because he has the backing of Lao Ai, even His Highness can't do anything to him. But now Han Jia have lost interest in Yang Yu because a new beauty, who is even prettier than Dan Mimi, have arrived at Drunken Windloft. This lady can indeed evoke pity from anyone who sees her, and she has insisted that she will only sell her craft but not her body, so which man would not want to have a taste of her? Xiang Shaolong exclaimed in surprise, there's such a thing as selling only the craft but not the body? Who can protect her? Tu Xiang replied, just based on her name Feng Fei from Dainty Swallow alone is enough to ensure her chastity. But she came at a very coincidental time, just 3 days before Shaolong came back to Xianyang. Now she's already creating a big stir amongst the officials and royalty, and everyone is making a beeline for Drunken Windloft now. Xiang Shaolong furrowed his brows, is brother Tu hinting that she's here to deal with me? Tu Xian sighed, Feng Fei is the best of the 3 famed courtesans and very respected amongst the royalty in the various states. She used to be a princess from Song but for some reason ended up as a courtesan. Rightfully speaking, no one should be able to make her do anything, but it doesn't hurt to be on the alert, so Shaolong better be careful. Now Shaolong is the man most wanted dead among the 6 states. Xiang Shaolong smiled wryly, the problem is I'll be going to Drunken Windloft tonight and hopefully my bunch of friends have not picked her to accompany me. Tu Xian said with a smile, if she's willing to drink with you, then Shaolong should be even more careful because ever since she arrived in Xianyang, she has not agreed to drink with anyone yet. Xiang Shaolong laughed ironically before he sighed, beauties just have that kind of mesmerizing power. We men obviously know that they are up to no good, but no matter what, we'll always be able to find some good points about them and forget that maybe behind their exterior beauty is an evil heart. Tu Xian said with a smile, you'll understand once you see Feng Fei. She definitely is a stunner who possesses both interior and exterior beauty as well as intelligence. Maybe because of the different stands, she will become a manipulative enemy. Luckily Shaolong has always been able to resist beauties, so no matter what ulterior motive Feng Fei has, she will not be able to execute them. After chatting a little longer, the both of them parted. Xiang Shaolong suddenly had the urge to visit the critically ill Meng Ao, but because he had to attend Lord Changping's banquet, he had no choice but to leave this visit until the next day. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Volume 20 Chapter 8. Book 20 Chapter 8, Dainty Beauty. When Xiang Shaolong and his 18 guards arrived at Drunken Windloft, Wu Fu came out personally to welcome him, and after inviting him into the side hall and asking the servants to leave, he knelt down and kowtowed. Xiang Shaolong is long used to his flunky ways, so he stood proudly and asked with exasperation, please dispense with ceremony, what are you up to this time? Wu Fu stood up in shock and said respectfully, I wouldn't dare to use trickery in front of Commander General. This time I have important news to report to you. Xiang Shaolong sat down and said, sit down and talk. Wu Fu sat down, and after looking left and right, as if afraid there's someone in the side halls, he lowered his voice and said, Lu Buwei is plotting to kill you in Wangjian. Xiang Shaolong chortled, of course he's thinking about it, but whether he succeeds or not is another matter. Wu Fu said tactfully, it was only after a long period of eavesdropping that I managed to string together all the bits of information and found out about their nefarious plot. Xiang Shaolong remembered the metal pipes he used to eavesdrop and asked doubtfully, why is Lu Buwei still coming here since Dan Mimi has already become the Empress of Wei? Wu Fu said, that's what you are unaware of. Half a year ago I spent a fortune in Shu to buy over a great beauty from you called by Yaya, and Lu Buwei is very much enchanted with her, so he comes to Drunken Windloft regularly. Now Yaya has taken over Mimi's position to become the head of the 4 beauties. Hi. Mimi's departure almost cost me my life, but of course, I would never dare to blame Master Xiang, I do deserve the punishment. Xiang Shaolong said with exasperation, stop beating around the bush, come straight to the point. Wu Fu lowered his voice and came closer, first they are going to deal with General Wang. Because General Wang is battling at the Zhao border, there are many areas which he will need to rely on the support of Dubai and Chengqiao, and Lu Buwei is going to make use of Dubai to sabotage General Wang when he is fighting against Li Mu. The outcome should be expected. As Xiang Shaolong is not aware of the situation over that side and so have never expected such a possibility, he paled and asked, isn't Li Mu fighting against the Qi? Wu Fu commented, that could be an evil plan to lure General Wang deeper into the Zhao border. Xiang Shaolong was shocked, why didn't you reveal such an important piece of news earlier? Even if I'm not in Xianyang, you can always tell Lord Changping. Wu Fu said apologetically, well, I only heard bits and pieces of information so I can't be very sure. Until the day before, Yang Yu told me that Su Shang was boasting to her that you were going to be very short-lived, that my thoughts start to clear up. Su Shang was saying that your victory in battle this time have planted the seed to your demise in future. Yang Yu was puzzled and asked him further, but he only said that no matter how formidable you are, you will not be able to win Li Mu, and he did not elaborate further. That's why I thought that only if they cause the death of Wang Qi, will you need to meet Li Mu on the battlefield in such a short period of time, that's why. Xiang Shaolong suddenly stood up, go and tell Lord Changping that I will be there late." He then left hurriedly and went to the palace to seek an audience with Xiao Pan. Xiao Pan was having fun playing chess with his beloved concubine Wang Meixiu when he saw him arriving in such haste and knew that something urgent has happened. He immediately summoned to meet him in the inner hall. After Xiang Shaolong expressed Wu Fu's deduction, Xiao Pan's expression changed. This is indeed an extremely vicious plan. It's obvious that as long as Cheng Xiao is not eliminated, my position will always be shaky. Xiao Pan then summoned his guard and gave instructions for him to send out a messenger with a swift horse to Shangchuan and warn Wang Qi to be on his alert. After this matter is settled, the future Emperor Qin said seriously, "If anything untoward happens to Great General Wang, we'll deal with Cheng Xiao and Dubai immediately and get rid of these thorns in my flesh. By that time I'll want to see how Lu Buwei ends up." He then smiled and said quietly, "The crown princess is expecting." Only now did Xiang Shaolong suddenly realize that he has indeed grown up, and congratulated him from the bottom of his heart. Xiao Pan said worriedly, "Given the opportunity that Lu Buwei and the Dowager are both not in Xianyang, it's best to give the child a good name first so they won't have the chance to change it. What suggestion does tutor have?" Xiang Shaolong blurted out, "Then it must be Fu Su." Xiao Pan looked at him in shock for a few moments, and just when Xiang Shaolong was secretly cursing himself, this future Emperor Qin nodded his head. "This is quite a unique name. But I'll need a name for a girl as well, so no matter if it's a boy or girl, there's already a name." Xiang Shaolong heaved a sigh of relief. "I only thought of a boy's name, seems that this must be a baby boy, so there's no need to think of another girl's name." Xiao Pan silently mumbled the name Fu Su a few times and said happily, "If it's really a son, then let's call him Fu Su." Xiang Shaolong felt a little awkward, knowing that he has influenced history with his own knowledge of history. But took the opportunity to take his leave, and by the time he rushed to Drunken Wind Loft, he's already more than an hour late. Besides Lord Changping and his brother, Li Si, Huan Qi, Jingjun, Wang Ling, Wu Guo, Zhou Liang etc., he did not expect to see Wang Wan, Kaize, Ying Ao, and Ying Lu as well, and obviously these people have leaned towards Xiao Pan's political faction. Tang Yi came only for a while because he wanted to spend time with his wife and child. Yang Yu, Gue Yan, and Bai Lei were all there with the prettier ladies of Drunken Wind Loft, providing one-to-one service, with each lady attending to a person, and the atmosphere was lively. Xiang Shaolong was given the seat at the head of the table, and the Yu beauty by Yaya had been waiting a long time for him to arrive. This lady was dressed in Shu garb, about 18 years old and indeed very pretty, comparable to Dan Nini. Not only is she refined but most enchantingly, she is very gentle, her pretty eyes filled with intense feelings. Her voice is sweet and soft, and indeed she is a rare treasure. No wonder Wu Fu can use her to handle Lu Buwei, who had suffered the loss of Dan Nini. But when he thought of how ultimately, her fate may end up to become Lu Buwei's concubine, he felt sad. Before Xiang Shaolong could even warm his seat, he was made to drink 3 cups of wine as punishment and raised his arms in surrender. "If I go on drinking, I'm afraid I'll have to be carried out immediately. Everyone, please have mercy on me and let me off this time." Wang Wan laughed. "Last night Lord Xiang only collapsed after drinking more than 20 cups, so tonight you must at least drink another 7 cups before we forgive you for coming late." Just as they were arguing, Bai Yada smiled delicately and said, "Then let Yada drink a few cups of punishment wine in Great General's place." Everyone shouted their agreement. Kaize said with a smile, "But this punishment wine must first go into Great General's mouth first before our Yaya can drink on his behalf." There was another uproar of agreement. Bai Yada whined as she fell into Xiang Shaolong's arms, her pretty eyes half closed and her sweet face blushing, like a little bird leaning towards him. Although Xiang Shaolong has long gotten used to such lascivious styles in this Warring States period, but because this youthful beauty is so hot and fresh, he felt excited, and making use of his slightly intoxicated stage and the cheers of everyone, he enjoyed her fragrant lips thoroughly. Only then did they let him off. Ying Ao said with a smile, "I heard that after Pang Muan lost in the war, the other states in the coalition army all berated him for being careless and stretching himself too far, and lost this great opportunity to defeat us Qins, and now his reputation is in tatters. Seems that it will be quite impossible for them to come together again." Ying Lu added, "After the defeat, everyone is trying to push the blame to others. At the Battle of Zuiqing this time, the ones who left the earliest were the Chus, so now they become the target of blame for the others, and everyone is very unhappy. The 5 states will be on bad terms for quite some time." Li Si clapped his hands. "Tonight we will only speak of enjoyment and not business. The dainty swallow dance which was prepared for Xiaolong should be able to start now." Lord Changping made an eye signal at Wu Fu, who was seated at the end of the table, and the latter hurriedly left to make arrangements. Jing Jun said with a laugh, "Just by seeing how our Lord Minister of Justice is even more nervous than third brother, we know how attractive Feng Fei can be." Everyone expressed their agreement, and Li Si, who seldom steps into such places of entertainment, became extremely embarrassed. Xiang Shaolong was totally relaxed as he enjoyed the feeling of camaraderie among them. Bai Yaya leaned closer and whispered in his ears, Master Xiang did not harbor grudges and helped Miss Mimi become her queen of Wei. All the sisters in Drunken Windloft are extremely grateful. Xiang Shaolong lowered his voice to ask, so won't whole city learn of this matter? Bai Yaya said with a smile, this is called good news travel far. Now Master Xiang just have to crook your fingers and everyone will come running to help Master Xiang spend the night. Of course Xiang Shaolong did not believe her because at least Guiyan alone hates him to the core. Bai Yaya looked at him coquettishly and asked shyly, I wonder if Yaya would be able to receive Master Xiang's attention, Xiang Shaolong saw that she was entirely bewitching and the fatal point is that she is so graceful that he can't help but feel a surge of lust and said quietly, not tonight, let me see when. Bai Yaya breathed out softly into his ear as she nibbled his lobes and said, daytime is fine as well, then Master Xiang's wives won't find out. Xiang Shaolong thought of his dedicated wives at home and immediately awoke from the haze. He was about to tactfully reject her when Wu Fu came in with a look of helplessness, attracting everyone's attention. Lord Chongping knows that something has gone wrong and asked, is the beauty blaming us for being late? Wu Fu replied bitterly, seems like that's the case. Miss Fei have returned to her quarters to sleep and no matter what good words I say, it's of no use. Strangely not only is everyone not feeling that she's throwing airs, but they think that what she has done is very reasonable indeed. Lord Changwen smiled, Xiaolong's the one who caused all this trouble and offended our dainty beauty. I suggest that Xiaolong should go apologize and pacify her back here. Xiang Shaolong exclaimed, what? For some reason Li Si was especially excited and he actually agreed, the dainty beauty will be going to Wei the day after, Xiaolong you better go quick and think of a way. Huan Qi asked in surprise, are you people actually here to congratulate great General Xiang or to see the dainty beauty? Lord Chongping and the rest all roared out in laughter. The situation was chaotic but very interested as well. Xiang Shaolong's curiosity was piqued and he reluctantly stood up and sighed, I will try my best but if I get thrown back here, all of you must not blame me. Amidst thunderous applause, Xiang Shaolong followed Wu Fu out but he had only taken a few steps when Jing Jun, Wu Guo and Lord Wenchang ran out after him, saying that they want to see what happens from the door. Xiang Shaolong was influenced by the playful atmosphere and gathered up the valor he had when he was fighting and creating trouble during the 21st century and led the three of them, with Wu Fu leading the way, towards the buildings at the back. In a quiet corner at the backyard of Drunken Wind Loft, next to the pond there was a small wooden cottage, looking very antique and exquisite with the fragrance of flowers surrounding it. Wu Fu said, that's where Feng Fei lives. Her personal maid is very fierce, she was the one who kept me out earlier. Jing Jun was taken aback, doesn't she know you're the boss? How dare she be so rude to you? Wu Fu replied, she's specially invited by the crown princess to perform at the dowager's birthday feast, would I dare to offend them? Only now did Xiang Shaolong understand what's happening and he was slightly less worried. He gave a dry cough and said, watch me, He had just taken a step when Lord Wenchang pulled him back with a reminder, I heard that Feng Fei is as light as a swallow, and she is quite skilled so great general better not let her kick you into the pond. The three of them laughed over his misfortune at the same time, their attitude extremely irritating. Xiang Shaolong cursed silently, swept Lord Wenchang aside and walked towards the cottage with his chest puffed up. The wooden door opened easily as he pushed but the lower level of the cottage was quiet with no one around. Xiang Shaolong took a look around and saw the stairs leading up to the second level so he took a deep breath to steady his nerves before going up the stairs. The wooden steps creaked under his feet and the sound can indeed make one nervous. A clear, crisp voice came from above, who's that, Xiang Shaolong did not answer deliberately and when he reached the second level, a handsome-looking young boy lifted the curtain to the room and walked right into him. Both of them were equally shocked. Xiang Shaolong did not expect himself to knock into a pretty boy instead of a pretty maid, while the other party did not expect a strange man to find his way upstairs. Xiang Shaolong took a quick glance inside but because the door curtains were dense and heavy, naturally he could not see anything at all. The thought of it is quite funny. In the short span of 2 years, he had met with 3 famed courtesans and at least one of them tried to take his life. And then they left. The Spring-Autumn Warring States period is indeed a unique, splendid, and very uninhibited era. Even though everyone is constantly at war but amidst the partings and reunions, the Qi people can go to Wei, the Wei people can enter Qin, the Yan people comes down south while the Chu people went up north, selling their skills in exchange for fame and fortune or traveling and expounding their studies and theories. Everyone is fighting for a chance to shine, like thousands of flowers blooming at the same time. A world-famous courtesan like Feng Fei has superseded the fights amongst the states. No matter where she goes, she is well respected and can throw tantrums whenever she likes, put on airs whenever she likes. If he had not seen it with his own eyes, it'll really be very difficult to imagine. The 3 famed courtesans came one after another to Xianyang and this goes to show that Xianyang has become one of the center of the arts in the world and that's what attracted them here because of various reasons. Just as he was pondering, the handsome young boy shouted angrily, "Who are you? How dare you barge into a lady's private chambers?" Xiang Shaolong saw that he is guarding outside the door with such hostility, so he replied with a slight smile, "I am Xiang Shaolong and I've come especially to seek forgiveness with Miss Feng." There was no response from inside at all. Xiang Shaolong had expected her to put on airs, so he was not embarrassed. He took 2 steps towards the pretty boy and was almost face to face with her. The pretty boy's nose and forehead creased at the same time, as if afraid that Xiang Shaolong would have body odor, but he did not scold him at all, for example, scolding him for being rude. The pretty face looks almost displeased but not yet, and is extremely alluring. Xiang Shaolong's heart lurched and he said quietly, "If young lady would make way, I'll go in to see Miss Feng, but if young lady disallows, I have no choice but to leave immediately." He deliberately lifted his voice so that Feng Fei, who was inside, can hear everything clearly. The pretty kid is obviously not Xiang Shaolong's match and was totally at a loss, not knowing how to deal with him. A gentle, sweet lady's voice rang out from within the room, "Little sister, please let Lord Xiang come in for a talk." The pretty kid called out in acknowledgement and lowered her head as she stood aside, giving him access to the room. Xiang Shaolong gave a smile in reply before stepping over the ledge and lifting the curtains into the room. He did not expect the hall inside to be even wider and bigger than the outer hall. There were windows on 3 sides, and on the left, a bamboo curtain segregated the living quarters where the bed is placed. Feng Fei was seated on the floor, leaning on a soft pillow with a long table in front of her with a 5-string zither on it. She looked as if she's elegant, rapturous, and warmly comfortable. The leader of the 3 famed courtesans lifted her melon-seed-shaped face and looked towards him, her jewel-like bright eyes matched with her fair and pinkish skin exuding an attractive aura which seems to come from within her, made Xiang Shaolong's eyes brighten. But what is most attractive about her is her air of heart-rending gracefulness, which anyone would take pity on upon seeing her. This made him think of Li Yanyan, who was far away within the Chu borders. Any man who shows concern and protection of ladies will not bear to hurt her. Just by sitting there casually, she has already displayed the most attractive and alluring pose a woman can make to perfection. Her dainty and striking body makes one have the urge to press her down with one's body. No wonder even Tu Xian is extremely interested in her as well. Her ability to enchant men is indeed better than Shi Sufang and Lan Gongwan. Just as the two of them were measuring up each other, the little girl outside who was disguised as a boy called out, "Missy, do you want tea or wine?" Xiang Shaolong shook his head. "It's all right, I'm here especially to apologize to Miss and wouldn't dare to disturb your tranquility." Feng Fei guffawed. "Tranquility? Living in a mundane world, how can there be tranquility? Lord Xiang, please take a seat. Lass, prepare tea for our guest." When Xiang Shaolong sat down, he suppressed the urge to give her the once-over and just looked straight ahead. Just as he was about to speak, Feng Fei asked gently, "It's not like Lord Xiang's style to come and apologize. I wonder if you were coerced or did you come willingly?" Xiang Shaolong was taken aback. "It's the first time I met Miss, but why do you seem so knowledgeable about me?" Feng Fei smiled and replied slowly, "Xiang Shaolong is the most talked about person amongst the powerful circles in all 6 states. I've heard so many things about you. Besides, before I came to Qin I've heard of Lady Mimi of Wei speak of you, so of course I should have an impression of you." Xiang Shaolong was stunned. Miss Feng deliberately refused to perform this time. Is it because? Hi. Is it because? Feng Fei seemed very interested as she encouraged him. "Why are you hesitating? Just speak your mind." Xiang Shaolong said wryly, "I wanted to ask if this is a deliberate trick by Miss to make me come here to see you, but I'm afraid my frankness will shock you, that's why I was hesitating. You must find this a joke. Feng Fei let out a tinkling laughter. Her mesmerizing eyes glanced at him as she lifted her slender left hand and lowered her head to look at the shiny and exquisite silver ring at her little finger, saying gently, "Lord Xiang's guess is correct, but I'm afraid you did not expect that Feng Fei is up to no good this time. This silver ring is made by a talented smith from Wei and can shoot out poison needles, injecting poison liquid into a person's body. If it's shot at the right position, the person shot will die very swiftly of poison." Xiang Shaolong was taken aback. "If that's the case, why is Miss Feng telling me that?" Feng Fei took off the ring nonchalantly and threw it down on the ground and said tenderly, "Because I'd changed my mind. Until I came to Qin and saw Ying Zhang did I understand why all these talented people like Shan Yang, Gong Sun Yan, Zhang Yi, Gong Mao, Lu Huan, Fan Wei, Kai Zhe, Li Si, Lu Buwei and Xiang Shaolong were willing to work under the Qin royalty. Even though Zhao has Li Mu and Lianpa, but they still lost battle after battle, and Lord Xiling have to end up committing suicide by drinking poison wine. The Hans are idling in their own state, the Yans think too highly of themselves, the Qis are just all talk while the Chus are engrossed in enjoyment. The 6 eastern states have lost their power, so why should I become the bad guy in vain and end up losing my life as well?" Xiang Shaolong did not expect her to say something so intellectual and shook his head and sighed. "Miss Feng is indeed a rare lady. But I still do not understand why Miss Feng is so frank. If you do not disclose this, no one would know about this matter." Feng Fei said happily, "You silly, because I've taken a liking to you. That's why I'm reminding you. Now Lord Xiang is the person that all the eastern 6 states would like to kill the most. So you must not trust anyone, including those friends whom you have once helped in the past." But Xiang Shaolong looked at her in shock, unable to speak for now. Feng Fei covered her mouth and laughed. "Please do not misunderstand. Taking a liking to you does not equal to giving you my heart. It's just that I feel that you're truly a hero who deserves your good reputation, and it'll be very difficult for me to forget you in future. That's all." Xiang Shaolong immediately heaved a sigh of relief, yet at the same time felt a little dejected. This Feng Fei is even more unfathomable than Shi Sufeng. Feng Fei looked outside the window and said gently, "It's late. Unless Lord Xiang wants me to accompany you to bed, otherwise I will have to go into dreamland and search for the beautiful dream that I cannot find in real life. I'll be leaving Qin early tomorrow morning." But Xiang Shaolong almost wanted to blurt out and ask her to stay so that he will not miss this opportunity that he may regret for the rest of his life, but when he thought of his dutiful wives at home, he had no choice but to stand up and take his leave. Li Si will have to be disappointed tonight. He had just walked down the stairs when Jing Jun rushed in and said, "Meng Ao has passed away. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible." Volume 20 Chapter 9. Book 20 Chapter 9, Delicate Trap. After Meng Ao's funeral, Jing Jun was officially promoted to become the commander of the cavalry. As he had married into the Lu family, all the important officials in the military gave their utmost support on Lord Lu's account. Wu Guo, Zhao De, and Zhou Liang became his deputies, so now the cavalry is now a unit totally under the crown prince's control, unlike the city troops who are under the control of the two factions headed by Lu Buwei and Lao Ai, fighting against each other. Of course, if Lu and Lao works together, it'll be another matter altogether. Because of Xiao Pan's acknowledgement of their abilities, the 18 warriors became the leaders of his personal guards, so their status are greatly raised too. Huan Qi is still in charge of training the reinforcement troops, while Meng Wu and Meng Tian will immediately lead troops to attack Wei once they have settled their father's funeral arrangements to take revenge against the Weiss for joining the coalition army. Basically, Qin is still using the same strategy of attacking the nearby states while maintaining good relations with the states further away, which is to pacify Chu, Qi, and Yan and only lead troops against the other 3 states. Xiang Shaolong took the opportunity to take a break and went back to the farm with Tang Yi's family as well. He practices his swordplay, archery and riding skills daily, and will tour around the scenic places when idle, living a carefree life playing with his son. Spring left and summer came. On this day he returned to the courtyard and received a letter that Qin Qing sent a messenger to deliver. It turns out that this pretty lady have decided on a return date, and will come back to Xianyang early autumn. Although she did not mention a word about her feelings in the letter, but her fiery love can be felt without the use of words, and from this it shows how refined this beauty is, which makes a boar like Xiang Shaolong love and respect her even more. Tao Fong regularly brings news to the farm as well. Lu Buwei returned to Xianyang, and after that went to Bashu again, something which no one can seem to understand. Lao Ai and the Dowager Zhu Ji has returned to Xianyang. Lao Ai's attitude is even more conceited now, not even taking into regard Lord Changping, Wang Ling, and the rest of the senior officials. He'll bring up Zhu Ji's name in every matter, and Xiao Pan had no choice but to tolerate him bitterly. Guan Zhongxia won a few battles in Han and was promoted to Great General, slowly taking over Meng Ao's position. But of course his reputation and power is still far beneath. Meng Wu and his brother had a few swift battles in Wei, taking down Zhao Ge, and their reputation increased, becoming the new stars of the next generation of generals. The thing that Xiang Shaolong was most worried about is that Wang Yi has indeed fallen into a trap. He took the opportunity when Li Mu moved his troops to attack Qi to send his men to attack the Zhaos. Xiang Shaolong can only hope that the messenger Xiao Pan sent out can give the warning to Wang Yi in time, otherwise he'll be sandwiched by enemies and his situation will be extremely dangerous. Just as he was worrying about all these, bad news came at the end of May. Wang Yi was bitterly defeated by Li Mu and died in battle. Wang Bai and Yang Rui led the remaining defeated troops back to Shangchuan. The thing that Xiang Shaolong most wanted to avoid has finally happened. Lu Buwei's nefarious plot has once again succeeded. And Xiang Shaolong's happy and carefree life will soon come to an end. By the time Xiang Shaolong returned to the palace in Xianyang on swift horses, he could feel a cloud of gloom over the place. Ever since Lord Xinling led the coalition army outside Handan 16 years ago and greatly defeated the Qin army, the Qins have never experienced a situation whereby a great general with the status of Wang He would actually die in battle. The enormity of the setback this time really cannot be calculated. By the time Xiang Shaolong arrived at the library, Wang Ling, Li Si, Lord Changping, Lao Ai, Wang Guan, Kaizei, and the other senior officials were already outside the door waiting for Xiao Pan to summon them. Wang Ling's eyes were red and he looked as if he has aged in years. For the first time, Xiang Shaolong could clearly feel that he is getting on in age, something that he has never felt before in the past, and this made him very uncomfortable. He came towards Xiang Shaolong and said quietly, "His Highness refused to see us, he only said to wait until you come. I think you'd better go in and see him first before summoning us in." Lao Ai was obviously eavesdropping at the side and said in pique, "This is the time where everyone should have a good discussion. How can His Highness lock himself up? Let me go in together with Shaolong." A look of ire was seen on everyone's face. Xiang Shaolong patted Lao Ai and said somberly, "Let me go in first and find out what's happening on everyone's behalf. His Highness is feeling exactly what we are feeling right now, so everyone should sympathize." No matter how imperious Lao Ai is, he will not dare to offend Xiang Shaolong for now, so he gave up the idea and said, "We will wait here then. But the dowager should be here soon as well." Xiang Shaolong was disgusted to hear him bringing out Zhu Ji's name in less than a few sentences and went into the library. Xiao Pan was looking out the window with his back to the door, not moving at all. Before Xiang Shaolong could speak, Xiao Pan said calmly, "Our men got there a step too late, and the fiend's nefarious plan succeeded." Xiang Shaolong did not expect that. Not only is Xiao Pan not showing any sign of sadness at all, he is even calmer than normal and was struck speechless at that moment. Xiao Pan turned around and said with a slight smile, "I've just given orders for Cheng Xiao and Dubai to lead an army and attack immediately. You can tell them later when you go out that I am suddenly taken ill because of my distraught over Wang Qi's death. That Lao Ai will certainly send Mao Jiao here on pretense of treating my illness to check if it's true. We can then make use of Mao Jiao's mouth to trick Lao Ai." Xiang Shaolong asked in shock, "Is Lu Buwei and Lao Ai really collaborating? This is something that has never been mentioned in history books." Xiao Pan said with a frosty smile, "The dowager wants me to appoint Lao Ai as the Marquis of Changxin, to be on the same status as Lu Buwei, and Lu Buwei did not raise objections at all. So what do you think has happened?" He paused and added, "Time and again I've wanted to summon Wang Jian back, but Lu Buwei and Lao Ai joined forces to stop me. Without the dowager's permission, there's nothing that I, as the ruler, is allowed to do. Now our troops are all tied up fighting in the other 3 states. Other than the 3 main armies in Xianyang, we're only left with the reinforcement troops, and the total manpower is only about 120,000 men, totally powerless to mount a military expedition against Cheng Qiao and Dubai. So I can only feign illness to lure them here to attack and let teacher take care of them. Other than this, there's really no other way." Xiang Shaolong sighed, "Your Highness have indeed grown up." Xiao Pan looked heavenward and sighed, "Ever since mother was killed, circumstances forced me to do all these. There will be no mercy or reason to speak of." Xiang Shaolong sighed together with him and left the library. When everyone started surrounding him, Xiang Shaolong exclaimed, "His Highness has taken ill." Xiao Pan's illness lasted 3 whole months, and the morning court sessions was handled by Zhu Ji. Xiang Shaolong and Huan Shi stepped up on the conscription efforts and increased the numbers of the reinforcement troops to 50,000 men and spent their days training the soldiers outside the city. They also imagined the route that Cheng Qiao would take and strengthened the defenses and communication along the route. By the time the snow melted, news have arrived that once Cheng Qiao heard that his elder brother was taken seriously ill, not only did he disobey orders to attack Shangtong but tried to strike a deal with the Zhaos, asking Dubai to gather 150,000 men to quietly avoid the cities along the way and go straight at Xianyang. Cheng Qiao's rebel troops took the boats and arrived at the north of Xianyang first before sneaking their way to Xianyang. Xiang Shaolong has been keeping a close watch on their activities and transferred 20,000 cavalry in the night, together with 50,000 reinforcement troops, and set up a trap at an ideal, pre-arranged location for Cheng Qiao's army. On top of that, he let out fake information that Xianyang's troops have gone to Zuweiqing for military practice. Therefore, when news of Cheng Qiao's army approaching emerged, the whole of Xianyang was alarmed. At this time, Xiao Pan really needs to lie down in bed, and only a few trusted aides like Lord Chongping, Li Si etc. knows what is truly happening. Lao Ai and Zhu Ji were obviously at a loss. This obviously means that they are not aware that Cheng Qiao and Dubai will raise an army and rebel openly. Lu Buwei is still hiding at Bashu, so that others will not know what he is up to, but no matter what, it won't be anything good. The chaos in Xianyang will naturally be relayed to Cheng Qiao and Dubai by spies, so that it will make them belittle their opponents and grow careless. It's difficult to blame them. Who would have guessed that the future Emperor Qin would know 4 months ago that they will rebel? Dealing with a veteran general like Dubai, it's impossible to set up an ambush anywhere. Because he'll certainly have vanguards to ensure that the roads ahead are safe before the main military force will follow behind. But Xiang Shaolong also has his own brilliant strategy. He split his army into half, with Huan Shi and Jing Jun leading 20,000 men and hiding at a secret location outside Xianyang city. He and Tang Yi will lead the remaining 50,000 elite troops and hide somewhere far away in a dense forest, away from the route that Cheng Qiao's army will take, and quietly wait for their prey to arrive. The weather is good this day. Chang Xiao's vanguards arrived about 100 miles north of Xianyang City, and because they heard news that the defending troops won't be leaving the gates to meet the enemy but will only try to defend the city to their deaths, Chang Xiao and Dubai did not especially fortify their defenses. At this point in time, Xiang Shaolong and Tang Yi were amongst some bushes about 5 miles away at the top of the hill, looking at the enemy troops snaking through the valleys magnificently. Tang Yi said with a laugh, "If Lu Buwei knows that Chang Xiao is now rallying his forces to attack under the excuse of eliminating Lu and Lao to save his imperial brother, he'll definitely be so incensed that he'll vomit blood and die." Xiang Shaolong took a careful look at the magnificent and tidy forces with the brightly polished armor and banners fluttering in the wind. He shook his head and said, "I think Lu Buwei has already guessed that Chang Xiao is immature. That's why he is deliberately making use of Chang Xiao's hands to eliminate his highness in us, and to get rid of Lao Ai and the Dowager. Then he can summon the two big armies led by Guan Zhongxie and the Mang brothers and get rid of Chang Xiao and Dubai. By then he can take the throne for himself." Tang Yi guffawed. "Third brother really knows this conniving thief well, but when it comes to trickery, other than third brother, no one else is his match." Xiang Shaolong replied with a smile, "But this time it's more accurate to say that Lu Buwei is not his highness's match." Tang Yi sighed, "He's finally grown up." At this time Zhou Liang came with Eagle King to report that the enemy's backup force is finally passing by. Xiang Shaolong knows that the time has come, and on his command, all the riders moved out and, making use of the cover of the dense forest, flowed closely on the tail of the enemy troops. Their plan is very precise. When the enemy is resting and starting to build the fire to cook, this will be the time for them to surround them. Chang Xiao's main force indeed was not worried about the enemy attacking and actually set up camp at a hill where the official road to Xianyang goes past. On both sides, there were tall and dense trees, and the tents of 50,000 men filled up the entire hill. Before they have a chance to place a scout at the tallest point, Xiang Shaolong and Tang Yi's 50,000 elite troops have already arrived silently through the forest. Xiang Shaolong is after all someone who has undergone strict military training and knows that in such a situation, there is no place for mercy at all. He hardened his heart and gave orders to eliminate all enemies, and while there's still a little light from the setting sun, thoroughly surrounded the enemy's 50,000 men and waited for the chance to attack. As the eastern sky started to turn bright, the enemy soldiers started to wake up and move around. They were talking and joking loudly as they prepared to cook breakfast. Xiang Shaolong gave the command and the drums started beating as 50,000 elite cavalry charged out of the dense forest and launched a full-force attack. This has turned into a massacre where the enemy had no chance to retaliate at all. The enemy soldiers threw down their rice bowls and did not even have time to get their horses before trying to escape on their own. After a few charges, the backup enemy force has totally disintegrated as all of them are running around on barefoot trying to save their own lives. The defeat of the backup troops immediately impacted on the nearly 90,000 main force. They were about to turn back and give support when Huan Qi and Jing Jun, each leading 10,000 elite cavalry, sandwiched them from the left and right. Chang Xiao's army was being attacked from the front and back, and they were totally flabbergasted. Xiang Shaolong and Tang Yi came upon them forcefully from the back, and with just a single charge, Chang Xiao's army was immediately thrown into a crazy and chaotic situation. Chang Xiao and Dubai have now become public enemy, as thousands of soldiers surrounded them. Xiang Shaolong, holding his 100 battles blade, led the way as he charged into the enemy's formation and personally killed Dubai. At the same time he followed Xiao Pan's orders and dealt with Chang Xiao on the spot, getting rid of this source of trouble. In this battle, only about 10,000 odd of Xiang Shaolong's men were injured or dead and can be considered an extremely outstanding battle outcome. About 40,000 of Chang Xiao's rebel soldiers were killed, while the remaining 80,000 who did not manage to escape all surrendered. Xiang Shaolong waited until the next morning before ordering his men to send the report to Xiao Pan. Xiao Pan was ecstatic as he personally led his men to come and command the army. That night he stayed in Xiang Shaolong's commander's tent. After dinner, Xiao Pan was in a good mood and climbed up with everyone to the high point to admire the magnificent and mysterious scenery of the wilderness under the moonlight. This future Emperor Qin was especially elated and asked with a laugh, "Who will help me exterminate Pu Hu's faction?" As soon as Xiang Shaolong heard the word exterminate, he thought of Shan Rou, who was far away in Qi. His heart shuddered and he dared not reply at all. Jing Jun, Tang Yi and Huan Qi regarded Xiang Shaolong as their leader, and since he did not say anything, they maintained their silence as well. Wang Ling took a step forward and answered with a cold snort, "Leave this matter to me then." Everyone, including Xiao Pan, was taken aback. Because of his grief over Wang He's death, Wang Ling's health has been extremely bad, and just the torturous journey of following the army may prove too strenuous for him. Besides, Pu Hu's remaining power is still very considerable and he will never sit still and be captured. On top of that, he is very close to the Zhaos, so this matter may look very easy on the surface, but in fact it's very difficult. Wang Ling have not led an army for many years, and now he is asking for permission to go as proof of his determination to avenge Wang He. Xiao Pan greatly regretted his words, but now that Wang Ling has made the request, if he rejects it will mean that he finds him too old for such a task, and that, to a Qin, is the greatest humiliation. Xiao Pan had no choice but pretend to be elated and said, "Then I will appoint Great General Wang as the commander with General Huan Qi as the deputy commander. Both of you will leave as soon as possible." Wang Ling and Huan Qi hurriedly knelt down to receive the imperial edict. Xiao Pan said solemnly, "The success or failure of this battle will depend on speed, and catch Pu Hu totally unaware. Otherwise, if we allow him to stay safely behind Dunlu City, and with the Zhaos backing him up, this matter will prove extremely difficult." Everyone nodded their heads in agreement. More and more, Xiang Shaolong is beginning to feel this future Emperor Qin's superior talent and stratagem. And he is better than him in the way that he cares only about the outcome and will never be concerned about feelings or loyalty. Only a hard-hearted person like this will be able to become the world's most fearsome leader in this warring states era. They returned to the tent and Xiao Pan looked for Xiang Shaolong for a private discussion. Xiao Pan said with a wry smile, "I'm very worried about Wang Ling, afraid that he won't be able to survive the hardship of a military campaign." Xiang Shaolong knows that he's feeling a little peeved that he had not volunteered first and replied with a sigh, "What do you want me to do?" Xiao Pan sighed, "I can blame anyone, but I will never dare to blame teacher. Before I wrote here, I did think of the idea of eliminating Lu and Lao's factions totally once I return to the capital. When Lu Buwei comes back, he will be executed immediately right outside the city gates and get it over and done with. Does teacher think this plan is workable?" Xiang Shaolong replied, "This is a dangerous move. Firstly, we have no excuse to do this, and Lu and Lao's factions are too big and strong. Just their family warriors added up makes up almost 20,000 men, and there's absolutely a lot of people to get rid of. Besides, Guan Zhongxie is still outside with his army and the city troops are under their command. On top of that, we have that problematic Pu Hu. Our military power in Xianyang will be even more stretched out. Your Highness, you must reconsider." Xiao Pan was vexed. "I know as well that this is not the best time, but do I have to wait until after the coronation before I can strike? Now I find that waiting another 2 more days is already too long a wait, not to mention another 2 years." Xiang Shaolong said, "Those who wants to achieve big things must learn tolerance. If Lu Buwei hears any rumors on this, with his influence and tricks, maybe he will be able to encourage Bashu to rebel, and that is certainly not a good thing for Great Qin. Besides, he should already be well prepared by now, so that he can fight for the throne with Cheng Xiao once Cheng Xiao's uprising is successful. If we choose this time to strike, Qin will be thrown into chaos." Xiao Pan nodded his head in agreement and said after a moment's silence, "How can we summon Wang Jian back?" Xiang Shaolong replied, "It'll be just before your Highness's coronation ceremony. By then your Highness will soon have absolute power and no one will dare question your orders. By then, you can just give a secret imperial edict and this matter will be accomplished." An icy cold light flashed past Xiao Pan's eyes as he said, "We'll do just that. I want those conniving thieves to be caught unaware when Wang Jian returns, and by then I'll make sure they get their comeuppance." Xiang Shaolong was silent for a moment before he suddenly said in a low voice, "Xiao Pan, I want you to promise Xiang Shaolong one thing." Xiao Pan's body trembled. Ever since they came to Qin, this is the first time that Xiang Shaolong called him Xiao Pan, and addressed himself as Xiang Shaolong. His eyes filled with deep feelings. Xiao Pan nodded his head. "Teacher, please speak, Xiao Pan is listening." Xiang Shaolong said solemnly, "No matter what happens in future, you must treat the dowager kindly." Xiao Pan was stunned for a moment. He lowered his head and pondered over this for a while before replying emphatically, "Xiao Pan will never dare disobey teacher's orders. But this will only be limited to Imperial Mother, all others will not be included." Xiang Shaolong knows that he is determined to kill the 2 children that Zhu Ji had born for Lao Ai. He also knows that it's very difficult for him to interfere in such matters, so he can only answer with a wry smile, "All right, Your Highness." Xiao Pan came closer, his hands clasped Xiang Shaolong's shoulders and pulled him in for an embrace, and cried out frantically, "Teacher, please do not leave Xiao Pan. Don't you want to witness for yourself how Xiao Pan will unify the world and establish the best dynasty that has never been seen in centuries past?" Xiang Shaolong turned his arms and held him tightly, saying sadly, "Teacher will have to leave, and you have to destroy all written mention about me as well, so that I will not leave a trace in history. This is fate. Even if I don't tell you to do all these, you will ultimately do so anyway." Xiao Pan was taken aback and moved back a little, looking at him morosely. "How can this happen? I will never do that. No one should forget about teacher's great and meritorious contributions." Xiang Shaolong calmed down and grabbing his broad shoulders, he exclaimed, "Ever since I first saw you at the Zhao Palace, I've always regarded you as my son. Seeing you grow up and becoming an adult, even turning into the most powerful leader in the world, the contentment I feel in my heart is really indescribable. But precisely because of this relation, I will have to leave you. On one hand, it's because I have fulfilled my promise to your mother, to groom her son into a talent. On the other hand, I want to pursue my own life and dreams. Only after I leave will you be able to totally cut off all the relationships in your past and go freely to pursue your own dreams, do you understand? We must never have this discussion again in future. For a moment, Xiao Pan's eyes reddened, like a child totally in awe with his father as he laid his head on his broad chest and spoke no further. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Volume 20 Chapter 10. Book 20 Chapter 10, Heartfelt Words. 3 days later, Xiao Pan, Xiang Shaolong and the rest returned to the capital. The dowager, with Lao Ai, led all the court officials out to welcome them. Looking at their expressions, Zhu Ji's joy is one that comes from the heart while Lao Ai's smiling face looked quite strained. Lao Ai is not an idiot, in fact he's a very cunning and despicable man. Naturally he knows that he's an outcast among the Crown Prince's political group. The day that the Crown Prince gets coronated will be the day the Dowager Zhu Ji loses her governing power, and it will be the time where he will lose all authority. Xiang Shaolong has once again stabilized Xianyang. He is the most able leader in the military, helping Xiao Pan strengthen his hold on his throne. Once he gets rid of Puhu, what is left is only Lu and Lao's factions. But over the last 10 years, Lu Buwei has been concentrating on growing his supporting faction and privately using people for his own ends, so his influence is something that should not be belittled. Xianyang may be the capital city, but it still needs the support of the surrounding counties in many areas. The local militia at the capital reports to the chief commandant. The magistrate only takes care of administrative matters while the chief commandant is in charge of military affairs. Theoretically, the military should be under the sole control of the ruler, and sometimes the ruler will give orders to mobilize the troops. As for military supplies and conscription, each family will be taxed according to headcount in the family, and all men, once they have reached a certain age, will have to be conscripted into the army for 2 years. 1 year as active servicemen and another year as garrison soldiers to guard the borders, and they are called the standing army. On top of that, there are professional soldiers, who have become the main force of Great Qin. Lu Buwei took the opportunity when repairing the Zhenghua Canal to obtain the authority to mobilize the local standing armies, and this has helped him strengthen his power and control in local areas. This situation where Lu Buwei had absolute control was only broken after the birth of the Black Dragon and Xiao Pan's establishment of the 3 lords and 9 ministers system. But Lu Buwei has already established his own local bases during the early years. So if there is a rebellion, he'll be even more difficult to deal with compared to Cheng Qiao or Lao Ai. So he's not worried about Cheng Qiao succeeding in usurping the throne at all, because by then he can rally his troops using the excuse of crushing the rebel forces. But even in his wildest dreams would he never imagine that he is up against the rarest and ultimate ruler in all of China's history, the most formidable Emperor Qin. After their return to Xianyang, it is customary to pray to the ancestors first, followed by a feast. The next morning, after the court session, Zhu Ji summoned Xiang Shaolong to Sweet Spring Palace. Xiang Shaolong had no other choice but to brace himself to see Zhu Ji. This powerful dowager, whose reputation is declining day by day in Qin, received him at the side hall in the inner palace. After she dismissed the maids, Zhu Ji said with a solemn expression, "The Marquis of Changxin, Lao Ai, said that he was totally not involved at all in this mission to quell the rebels. Even I, as the dowager, was kept in the dark. What is this all about? It made us all worry for nothing." Xiang Shaolong was secretly thinking to himself, who don't she go and ask her own son instead of interrogating him? But of course he won't say it out loud. Instead he answered respectfully, "The administrative and military matters are kept separate. It's quite normal that the Marquis of Changxin won't know of this matter." Zhu Ji stared at him, displeased. "Then why is the chief commandant not aware of this as well? Han Xia didn't even know you've gone out of the city into battle, and so he was unable to coordinate with you at all." After Guan Zhongxie left for the military expedition, Han Xia was promoted as the commander with Su Shang as his deputy. Xiang Shaolong replied calmly, "We could emerge victorious this time because of the 4 words, take them by surprise, and in order to become legendary troops, we must have various tricks to confuse the enemy and let the enemy obtain wrong information. As our enemy has a lot of ears and eyes in the capital, we have to use extreme methods, and I hope your majesty will understand." But Zhu Ji was quiet for a moment before saying with a sad sigh, "Please don't use such pretentious words on me. Zhengren, you can hide it from everyone else, but how can you lie to me? If both of you did not want the Marquis of Changxin to find out, I will not tell him." Xiang Shaolong did not expect Zhu Ji to suddenly talk to him with such a tone of voice and attitude, and the old feelings he kept hidden deeply welled up as he sighed and said, "The crown princess growing day by day, he's no longer the child of the past. Now he is most concerned about how to govern the country well and unify the world. Any obstacle on this path of his will be cleared by him sooner or later. This is the road that all rulers must go through as they mature, and this is something very clearly stated in history." Zhu Ji's pretty face suddenly paled as she asked in alarm, "Shaolong, what do you mean by those words? Is Zhenger going to deal with me?" But Xiang Shaolong knows that she is having a guilty conscience because she has bore 2 bastards for Lao Ai and answered with a wry smile, "Of course His Highness won't be so unfilial towards your majesty, but to other people, there's no need for him to be filial at all. Regardless of foster father or fake father, they're all the same." Zhu Ji looked at him at a loss, and lowered her head to ask, "Tell Zhu Ji, will Xiang Shaolong deal with her?" A surge of feelings welled in Xiang Shaolong as he said with certainty, "Even as someone puts a sword at my neck, I will never harm the dowager." Zhu Ji asked quietly, "What about the Marquis of Chongqing?" Xiang Shaolong was taken aback for a moment before he answered in a tone that even he himself found to be sarcastic, "If he is loyal towards the dowager and the crown prince, I can guarantee that nothing will happen to him. Of course fate would not end up like that. The rebellion of Lao Ai is the last internal struggle just before Emperor Qin's coronation, and Lu Buwei will be implicated because of this and return to the north defeated. Suddenly, he knows that he has become an important person who can affect the political scene in the Qin Empire. That's why Zhu Ji had to lower herself to ask this question and to seek his opinion. And he has become the only person that Xiao Pan will totally trust. Even when he released Han Shuang, Xiao Pan did not take it to heart. If it was someone else, he would have ended up being removed from his post or dragged out to be executed. Zhu Ji's body trembled slightly as she raised her head, seemingly going to speak but stopping herself. Xiang Shaolong said gently, "Is there anything else that your majesty wants to ask me?" Zhu Ji exclaimed piteously, "Tell me, what I should do." Xiang Shaolong understood the meaning behind those words, which is to say that she has lost control over Lao Ai and is not feeling guilt-ridden. After all, Xiao Pan is her son, and although their relationship has been deteriorating, she has not come to the extent whereby she will deliberately harm her son with her lover. And all Lao Ai wants is to retain his power. But anyone would know this is impossible. When Xiao Pan holds absolute power, Lao Ai's only outcome is to fade out. Xiang Shaolong was silent for a while, knowing that if he does not take this opportunity to speak his mind, he'll never have the chance in future. As to whether Zhu Ji is willing to listen to his advice, that's her problem. He stood up and moved to the front of Zhu Ji's table and knelt down on one knee, looking at her well-maintained, dewy and beautiful face, saying frankly, "If your majesty is willing to listen to my advice, return power to His Highness earlier and bring the Minister of Ceremony with you to live in Yangdu for good. That way, the conflict between your majesty and His Highness will be dissolved." Zhu Ji's delicate body trembled again as she cried out softly, "Shaolong, I." Footsteps were heard from behind. The both of them turned around to look in surprise, only to see Lao Ai barging in, his eyes fury with jealousy as he stared angrily at both of them. Xiang Shaolong secretly sighed. Fate makes fun of men. In the end, there's still nothing he can do to change the situation. When he returned to the Wu residence, the angry and venomous look in Lao Ai's eyes still haunts his mind. Rome was not built in a day. So Lao Ai's jealousy towards him is not something that just started today. He's the kind of person who thinks that all the women in the world should rightfully fall in love with him, someone who only takes but never gives. Compared to him, Lu Buwei's tactics are indeed a lot more brilliant. On a certain level, Xiao Pan can still reluctantly accept Lu Buwei as a foster father, but he will never acknowledge Lao Ai as his fake father. Just based on this point alone, Lao Ai has already planted the seed of his own demise. History has long proven that all those rulers who founded a dynasty are definitely vicious and without mercy. Xiao Pan, the emperor of Qin, is the best of them all. When he killed Zhao Mu with his own hands, his eyes were shining brightly as he reported to Xiang Shaolong. At that time, he could already identify Xiao Pan's bravery, and he was just a 15-year-old boy then. This time, he set up a trap to kill Cheng Qiao in Dubai and at the same time ordered his men to get rid of Pu Hu. From this, his attention to details and his merciless nature can be seen. Of course, this is also due to his background and the incidents that had befallen him. Just as his mind was wandering with all these information, he had already arrived at the Wu family's gates with his bodyguards. A horse carriage was parked at the square and a few of Qin Shing's family warriors were idly chatting with the Wu family's guards. When they saw him coming, they paid their respects. Xiang Shaolong was ecstatic as he jumped down his horse and shouted, "Is Grand Tutor Qin back?" One of them replied, "She just arrived this morning." A fiery ball of love welled in Xiang Shaolong's heart as he ran into the house. When he got to the grand hall, the beauty that he has been thinking of day and night, dressed in a simple gown, was chatting happily with Ji Yanran and the other ladies, including Shan Lan, Zhou Wei, and the children. On seeing Xiang Shaolong, Qin Shing's pretty eyes brightened immediately with an indescribable fire as her delicate body trembled lightly, but her expression remained calm. Obviously she was trying to control herself. Wu Tingfang said with a laugh, "Sister Qing pines for one of us, so she came back earlier." Qin Shing's pretty face blushed immediately as she gave Wu Tingfang an angry stare, her expression extremely alluring. Xiang Shaolong suppressed his urge to gather her into his arms as he came between her and Zhao Ji and said with a laugh, "Grand Tutor Qin has lost weight, but looks even more alluring now." Qin Shang replied happily. Qin Shang may not be in Xianyang, but Great General's reputation still rings loudly like thunder. What luck that my return this time coincides with Great General's victorious homecoming as well. Shan Lan said with a laugh, both of you can stop pretending. It's all our own people here, must you behave so politely towards each other? Ji Yanran helped Qin Shang out of the situation by changing the topic and telling Xiang Shaolong, Sister Qing said that Lu Buwei went to her hometown. He was trying his utmost to get into the good books of the major local clans. What is most shameless is that the suggestion to reduce taxes came from Li Si, but he boasted that it was his idea. Zhou Wei added, what's even more irritating is that he came on many occasions to bother Sister Qing, and Sister Qing was so alarmed that she had to move somewhere else to stay. Xiang Shaolong said with a smile, because he made a wrong calculation, thinking that Cheng Xiao would be able to get rid of us, so there's no more need for him to control himself. He went nearer to Qin Shang and said, we'll return to the farm tomorrow. Is Grand Tutor Qin willing to dawdle around like this for the rest of your life? Qin Shang blushed right to her ears and pouted, your official posts are getting bigger and bigger, but you're getting naughtier. I'm not talking to you, I still have to go and see the Dowager and the Crown Prince. Xiang Shaolong grabbed her small shoulders without any hesitation and whispered in her ears, I don't care where Grand Tutor Qin is going now, but Grand Tutor must come back here tonight to spend the night. Wu Tingfang was listening intently to their conversation and on hearing his words, said with a smile, Sister Qing has already agreed, but she's going to chat with us sisters through the night instead. Sorry about that, Great General. Xiang Shaolong nodded his head, that's even more ideal. The ladies all reprimanded him with a laugh. By this time, Xiang Shaolong has cast all thoughts of Zhu Ji, Lao Ai, and all the fights with his enemies behind him. At this moment, life is good. His mind flew to the thoughts of the open plains, and he remembered the wide open grassland that he once went to in the 21st century while undergoing training. Blue skies, white clouds, green grass as lush as carpet spans the entire horizon, the lakes look like clear mirrors adorning the landscape with the rivers interjecting one another with the smell of clean grass filled the air. If he can spend the rest of this weird and wonderful life in peace with his wives and beloved children in this farm surrounded by nature, with no need to bother about mundane fights for power and war, how wonderful would life be? The next day, he returned to the farm with his own and Tang Yi's families, and of course Qin Qing was with them. The both of them were pining for each other after being separated for so long, and now is no longer bothered about how others sees them. 10 days later, Wang Ling and Huan Qi gathered an army of 100,000 men to attack Tunliu and Puhu, under the pretext of avenging Cheng Xiao abandoned Qin and allied with Zhao. Wang Bai and Yang Duanhe were beaten back by Li Mu on numerous occasions, and they changed their tactics to be on the defensive and managed to stabilize the various eastern commanderies, and their situation was extremely dangerous. At the same time, King Heng Hui of Han died of illness and the crown prince ascended the throne. Han Shuang has always been on good terms with the crown prince, so he now became the premier, becoming the most influential man in Han. Lord Longyang's power and weight greatly increased as well, and the two states relied on each other, working hand in hand to repel Qin, suppressing the eastern advancement of the two armies led by Guan Zhongxie and the Meng brothers. On the other hand, Xiang Shaolong and Tang Yi are leading carefree lives at the farm. There's still about 2 more years to go before Xiao Pan's coronation. But during this period of time, which is not so far away in the future, no one can guess what changes will happen in the meantime. On this day, Lord Wenchang and Li Si came together to the farm to visit them. Naturally, all of them were happy to see one another again. Xiang Shaolong and Tang Yi led the both of them on a leisurely horse ride at dusk when Lord Wenchang commented, Lu Buwei just came back, his relationship with Lao Ai is noticeably better, and they will occasionally go and have drinks together at Drunken Wind Loft. He even let Lao Ai have Bai Yaya. Li Si said icily, in my opinion he's trying to repeat the devious trick he used on Cheng Xiao, which is to incite Lao Ai to rebel. Maybe he even hinted openly that he will support the bastard son he had with the Dowager to ascend the throne, then get rid of Lao Ai after that and make himself king. As Lu Buwei is still very powerful on the ground, it's possible that this is something he can accomplish. Lord Chongping added, but there's one thing which is quite strange. After Shaolong left, the Dowager went to speak with the Crown Prince and offered to hand over part of her authority, and after that will live in seclusion in Yangdu. Lao Ai is now making frequent trips between Yangdu and Xianyang, but some important decisions or deployment of people still needs the Dowager's agreement before it can proceed. Xiang Shaolong was secretly relieved that at least Zhu Ji is willing to listen to his advice, resulting in improved relations between her and Xiao Pan. Tang Yi asked, is there any news from Mao Zhao's side? Lord Chongping replied with a cold snort, he said Lao Ai is at Yangdu cultivating talents. There's something that all of you are unaware, Ling Qi has become Yangdu's castellan. The Grand Temple is situated at Yangdu, so it's under Lao Ai's jurisdiction. It can be effectively considered that Yangdu is now under his control. Xiang Shaolong already knew long ago that Lao Ai will certainly try to gather resources first, otherwise he won't be able to start a rebellion. Tang Yi asked about Wang Ling and Huan Qi's battle situation. Li Si replied with a sigh, His Highness is still worried. Pu Huz has retreated back to Tunliu and is staying behind the walls, refusing to come out. There's nothing Great General Wang can do to him for now. What's most worrying is that winter is fast approaching and it's a time that will benefit the defenders and not the besiegers. Besides, there's also the existence of Li Mu, he's an uncertain factor. Lord Changping sighed, I don't know if it's intentional on Lu Buwei's part, using the excuse that the building of the Zhenggui Canal will be completed soon, and he redeployed a large number of men locally to build the canal, with the result that we now don't have many soldiers to deploy. We were just vexing over this matter. Xiang Shaolong can't help but feel a sense of guilt. If he had agreed to Xiao Pan's request to lead the army against Tunlia that day, Wang Ling won't have to make such a torturous journey in his old age. A pity that this has already become an unalterable fact. A feeling of misfortune welled up in his heart. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Volume 20 Chapter 11. Book 20 Chapter 11, Devising Strategies. A month after Lord Changping and Li Si's visit to the farm, Xiang Shaolong's feeling of misfortune was proven correct. Li Mu's elite troops suddenly arrived and greatly defeated the Qin army outside Tunliu. Wang Ling and Huan Qi retreated in haste about 100 miles northwest of Tunliu, to Changzi city situated at the end of Lushui, having lost close to 30,000 men. Wang Ling was filled with worry and anger, and on top of that was overly exhausted. 2 days after they arrived at Changzi city, he died of illness. Of the 4 great generals who were around when the Black Dragon was born, only Wang Jian is left. Meng Ao, Wang Qi and Wang Ling all passed away within 2 years, and this is an extremely heavy blow to the Qins. Now, the only famous generals left in Qin are Xiang Shaolong and Wang Jian. The rest, like Huan Qi, Meng Wu, Meng Tian, Yang Rui, Guan Zhongxie etc., have not reached the stage where they can hold the fort on their own. For now, Qin's grand plan of invading towards the east has temporarily come to a standstill. If not for Xiang Shaolong, who had defeated the coalition army and suppressed the uprising led by Cheng Qiao in Dubai, maybe the Qin royalty would have to learn from the Chus and move away to avoid further trouble. Xiang Shaolong and Tang Yi were summoned back to Xianyang. As they do not want their wives and children to take the arduous journey back, they advised them to stay behind at the farm. Ji Yanran and the rest are already used to them leaving their homes to go on military expeditions, but as their opponent this time is the trickiest and most famous general of this era, Li Mu, the ladies had to keep nagging and warning them before they allowed them to leave for Xianyang. As usual, Xiang Shaolong went straight to the palace to see Xiao Pan, while Tang Yi went to see their 5th brother Jing Jun, whom they have not met for a long time. Xiao Pan met him alone in the pace, and his expression was somber. When he saw him, he said, this time, Wang Ling's death is caused by Lu Buwei. Xiang Shaolong was taken aback, really? Xiao Pan placed his hands on the table. The frosty glance that flashed past his eyes was enough to make even Xiang Shaolong's heart run cold. This future Emperor Qin gave a cold snort. I've already considered the possibility of the Zhaos helping in the besiege of Tunliu long ago, and have given orders to Guan Zhongxie to attack the Zhaos and keep Li Mu engaged. However, Lu Buwei made unreasonable objections, and with the support of Lao Ai, there were numerous delays which eventually resulted in the defeat of Tunliu. I will certainly settle this score clearly with them in future. Xiang Shaolong furrowed his brows. Are they in a position to interfere in these matters? Xiao Pan answered angrily, of course not. I can only hate myself for once promising the Dowager that if for any redeployment of troops amounting to more than 100,000 men, I will need her seal of approval. According to my Jiao, Lao Ai deliberately ordered his men to delay the documents that I sent to the Dowager, so that it only reached her hands 10 days later. These documents were delayed for another 2 weeks on the way back. By that time, things have already happened. Whatever military advantage we may have is already affected. After that, I tried to pursue this matter, but the Dowager kept protecting Lao Ai. Great General Wang has died a meaningless death. Xiang Shaolong said with a wry smile, so the Dowager listened to my advice and moved to Yangdu, but ended up with such side effects. Xiao Pan shook his head. This is not your fault. The problem lies with Lu Buwei and Lao Ai. As long as these two are still around, we can forget about unifying the world. Ever since time memorial, one will have to govern internal affairs well before expanding outwards. Now that our internal strife are abound, how can we take over the 6 states and accomplish the grandest achievement of all times? He paused and added, now our opponent is Lu Mu, and it seems that we are defeated at every battle. As long as this person is not removed, we can forget about attacking Handan. Xiang Shaolong asked, is the power in Zhao now still in the hands of the Dowager Han Jing? Xiao Pan replied, the current king of Zhao is even worse than King Xiaocheng. He's constantly engaged in wine and women, and he's overly suspicious and prone to jealousy as well. Humph, no one knows him better than me. One day he will die in the hands of a woman, and this day is not far away. No matter how smart and formidable Han Jing is, she is still a woman and only knows how to pine over Gui Kai and let this scumbag take over the court proceedings and interfere in military matters. If not for that, Li Mu may very well have fought his way here long ago. Xiang Shaolong was surprised. Weren't there rumors that Pang Yuan is Han Jing's gigolo? Xiao Pan is especially hateful of the Zhaos and said with disdain, Han Jing is a who breaks all the rules of the palace, so it's nothing strange if she has found a few more men. He sighed and added, I'm really unwilling to let teacher lead an army to Tunliu, but there's really no one else more suitable. And this is what Lu Buwei and Lao Ai really hope for. Xiang Shaolong was puzzled. Your Highness, why do you say that? It seems that Xiao Pan dared not face him. He walked towards the window and looked at the snowy imperial garden outside and said slowly with his back to him, because I understand the relationship between teacher and Li Mu. So unless teacher promise me that you will not harbor any personal feelings, otherwise I will not allow teacher to lead the army no matter what happens. Because Li Mu is not the likes of Pang Yuan or Han Shuang, if teacher feels even a tiny inkling of sympathy, you will certainly be defeated. Xiang Shaolong was so taken aback that he was at a loss for words. Just like how well he understands Xiao Pan is totally familiar with his thoughts as well. The person that he really does not want to meet on the battlefield is Li Mu, and this mindset of his is enough to make it difficult for him to extend his full prowess. But the fact is laid out right in front of him, he will have to commit to a battle of life and death with Li Mu. Otherwise not only will Huan Qi perish, even Wang Bai and Yang Duanhe may end up in Li Mu's hands together with the Eastern Commandery. Will he be able to defeat Li Mu? This is something that even Wang Jian has no confidence in. Xiao Pan's breathing became heavier. Xiang Shaolong gritted his teeth and answered firmly, fine. I, Xiang Shaolong, will meet Li Mu and see who's best on the battlefield. No matter who survives or dies, just take it as an outcome befitting a warrior. Xiao Pan spun around and exclaimed happily, these words that teacher has uttered are enough to set my mind at ease. Xiang Shaolong asked, how many troops can your highness offer me? Xiao Pan's mood improved as he thought over it, no matter what, teacher will have to wait until spring before you can leave. Lu Buwei has recently been deliberately mobilizing large numbers of soldiers to build the Zhenghua Canal, so there's not a lot of men left available. Luckily teacher only needs elite warriors. Xiang Shaolong's brows furrowed on hearing this. Li Mu's Zhao soldiers are the most famous in the east and he has 20,000 cavalry under him. Even the Xiangnus, who are adept in archery and horse riding, have to admit defeat. His own Wu family elite warriors are now down to only 2,000 men, and in such a situation, it's not an easy task to win Li Mu. Xiao Pan made some calculations and said with certainty, I can give teacher 20,000 foot soldiers. They are all able-bodied soldiers and teacher can take your pick on who to appoint as the deputy general. On top of Huan Qi's troops at Changzi City, the total force will amount to 120,000, and it should be enough to face off Li Mu's estimated force of 100,000 men. The both of them discussed a little further before Xiao Pan summoned Lord Changping, and after arrangements were made, Xiang Shaolong left together with Lord Changping. Xiang Shaolong can't help but ask, is the building of the Zhenghua Canal really hindering us that much? Lord Changping sighed, the Zhenghua Canal is indeed using up a lot of our men and resources, but the main problem is that Lu Buwei is trying to resist the central government using the local forces, using another method to gain control of our Great Qin's military affairs. Especially now that he and Lao Ai are making use of each other, such that on many instances the Dowager had to stand on their side. There's really nothing His Highness can do, like the death of Wang Ling is really uncalled for. Xiang Shaolong thought of Wang He and Wang Ling, and all the old hatred and new enmity welled up in him. In another 2 years, he will be able to exact revenge with his own hands. Lord Changping walked out with him and said quietly, Mao Zhao sent news that under Lu Buwei's covert support, Lao Ai is now secretly organizing a gang of supporters, even the Dowager is kept in the dark. Xiang Shaolong was taken aback, what kind of supporters? Lord Changping replied, it's an extremely secret organization, and those who join all have to make a deadly vow that they will remain loyal only to Lao Ai. After that, Lao Ai will try to place them in various military positions so that when the time comes for a rebellion in future, they will be able to help him. He paused and continued, according to His Highness's prediction, Lao Ai and Lu Buwei's scheme will take place during his coronation ceremony, because according to the rites, His Highness must travel to the Grand Temple in Yangdu for the coronation. Lao Ai will be able to make arrangements for the ceremony in his capacity as Minister of Rites, and because Yangdu are full of their men, it'll be a lot easier for them to rebel there than in Xianyang. But we've already guessed that this is their plan, so naturally we will not let them succeed. Xiang Shaolong said with a wry smile, they have already started on their scheme. First it's Wang He, then it's Wang Ling. If not for the fact that Huan Qi is an outstanding general, he may have met with mishap as well. Lu Buwei is a master at scheming after all. He can get rid of us one by one without even bloodying his own sword, and now it's finally my turn. Lord Changping was taken aback, Shaolong, don't say such inauspicious words. Now, besides Xiaolong and Wang Jian, there's no one else in Great Qin who can be a match against Li Mu. Shaolong, you must gather your faith and accomplish another great deed for His Highness. Xiang Shaolong thought of Li Mu and said honestly, I'll try my best. Lord Chongping suggested, why don't we go and look for Li Si to discuss this? Xiang Shaolong shook his head and took his leave to go to the cavalry official department. After Tang Yi and Jing Jun heard his updates, Tang Yi said, His Highness is right, there is no place for personal feelings on the battlefield. Because it's not a problem involving only two people, but it involves the lives of thousands of soldiers and their wives and children, as well as the fate and pride of a country. Xiang Shaolong was startled, I really didn't spare that much thought to it, but... Tang Yi was silent for a moment before saying in all seriousness, I do have a suggestion, which is to immediately select a troop of elite soldiers and gather them at the farm to give them intense training like what we did with our elite warriors. Our family warriors like Jing Shan, Wu Yan etc. will be the military leaders and each leader will have 5,000 men under him. In that way, we can mobilize them as easily as moving our arms and we will be able to strike most effectively in battle. Xiang Shaolong was energized as he remembered the training methods for the elite troops in the 21st century and happily agreed. For the next 10 days, Xiang Shaolong and Tang Yi stayed in the cavalry official department in the capital to personally select 45,000 men from the reinforcement troops, cavalry, city guards and imperial guards. They were split into 9 sections with Jing Shan and the 18 warriors as the officers and deputy officers, and 2 sections will form an army. Jing Jun, Wu Guo and Zhao De will be the commanders of the 3 armies, while he will personally lead the remaining 2,000 Wu family elite warriors as the grand commander with Tang Yi as his deputy. Naturally, Zhou Liang will become the leader of the scouting team. Most of the people were with Xiang Shaolong in his 2 previous battles, and once they heard that he is leading the army, their morale were greatly boosted and they were willing to lay down their lives for this mission. Lu Buwei and Lao Ai were surprisingly cooperative because naturally they were hoping that he would go earlier and die faster so he can never return to Xianyang again. Therefore Xiang Shaolong sought Xiao Pan's permission to move the entire army to the farm, and making use of the various facilities, trained the soldiers day and night, hoping to make use of these 3 bitter winter months before spring arrives to cultivate another massive army of elite soldiers. On this day, because of the heavy snow, the soldiers were all staying in the farm. Xiang Shaolong was having dinner with his wives and son when learned Lady Ji commented, ultimately, warfare is about the art of trickery. Therefore the best leader will first strategize to hinder the enemy's plans, next will be the battle on the field, and finally to besiege a walled city. So we must pretend to be unable to attack even if we can, and make the enemy believe that we are far away when we are not. Sun Tzu even openly said that nothing is too deceitful in war. Now Yanran has seen how dear husband is training the troops, and indeed your methods are refreshing and startling. Especially the way you hide how the battle is fought, nothing on earth can indeed compare to it. But I wonder if dear husband have thought of a strategy to defeat the enemy. Asterisk from Sun Tzu's Art of War. Qin Sheng added gently and affectionately, Yanran's questions are not pointless. Pu Hu's influence is very strong at the Eastern Commandery and he has made many repairs and modifications to Tunliu before. The city walls are high and the rivers wide. Now he won't be afraid of us attacking him because he'll be able to wait it out and counter out active attacks with passiveness. Now even Wang Ling and Huan Qi, who are well versed in the art of war and had the command of Great Qin's elite soldiers, ended up being defeated and had to retreat, so it goes to show that Pu Hu is not someone like Zhao Guo and there won't be a loss like that of Chongping. On top of that, Li Mu is eyeing us from the sideline. Shaolong, you must not just use brute force. On hearing this, Xiang Shaolong can feel himself sweating. The battle strategy this time will have to attack a strong and walled city and at the same time deal with Li Mu's sudden attacks. It's wishful thinking if one thinks that one can win using the normal rules of engagement. The biggest problem now is that Huan Qi is now leading a newly defeated army and he himself does not have enough troops, and it's impossible to split up and handle 2 different battles at the same time. Besides, Pu Hu has always been unfathomable and Li Mu is an extremely experienced talent in mobilizing troops. The outcome of this battle can almost be known without even fighting it. Wu Tingfang suggested a plan. Can we send someone to infiltrate inside the city of Tunliu first? Ji Yanran replied, how would the enemy not be on alert against such a trick? Besides, Tunliu belonged to the Zhaos and it'll be even more difficult for the Qins to infiltrate. Xiang Shaolong searched his brains for memories of examples besieging cities from the last 1,000 years since ancient time to now. He almost fried his brains thinking and couldn't think of any brilliant plan at that moment, so he gave up. After dinner, Xiang Shaolong lied down on the mat with his head resting on Wu Tingfang's soft thighs and started thinking again. Ji Yanran and the rest dare not disturb his train of thought and accompanied him quietly by the side. The Tian sisters accompanied Xiang Baoer back to bed. The fireplaces in the 4 corners were all burning so they do not feel the cold frost outside at all. Xiang Shaolong thought of the Mahist addendum, which stated these words: the way to attack a city is to surround it on 4 sides but to leave a corner open to indicate an escape route to lure the enemy into breaking out. But obviously this is not suited to be used at Tunliu city. Because with Li Mu at the side, he is in no way able to block the entire city. Basically, it takes only 4 steps to attack a city, namely to cross the river, attack the city gates and walls, climb over the walls, and lastly the battle in the streets and alleys. But as their enemy has the protection of a moat and they are at a higher location, which is advantageous to them, and on top of that, they can easily switch from a defensive position to an offensive one at any time and suddenly launch an attack. So if they follow the normal rules of engagement, their losses will be momentous. If he is Li Mu, he will make use of the time when the Qin army is exhausted to lead an attack. By then, if his army is not wiped out, he'll have to thank heavens for it. So how can he change this situation where they can only act in response? Too bad Puhu does not like wooden horse, otherwise he can reenact what happened in the West during the Trojan War. Suddenly he had an idea and he sat up in joy and shouted, "I've got it!" The map was spread open on the mat. Tang Yi, Jing Jun, and the rest were all concentrating on it, but they still have no idea what tricks Xiang Shaolong have up his sleeve. Xiang Shaolong pointed at a big city inside the Zhao border named Zhangmo and said, "This city is an important place in the Zhao's northern border, and the Zhao capital is 120 miles north of here, while Tunliu is 130 miles northwest of here. Therefore the distance to any of these two places from Zhangmo is roughly the same. But to the east of Zhangmo there is an official road leading to Handan, and it'll only take 3 days on a swift horse to reach Handan. If we can take down this city, what do you think will be the reaction of the Zhao king?" Tang Yi banged the table in admiration. "Of course he'll be terrified that we'll attack his capital. We're all well aware of Guokai's standard." Qin Xing furrowed her brows. Zhangmo is situated along the borders of Zhao and Wei and have always been tightly guarded. How can it be so easily taken down by you? Besides, at the north of Handan there's another long wall spanning about 100 miles protecting the capital. The Zhao army has been stationed there for a long time, and if your 40,000 odd men were to infiltrate them, it'll really be very dangerous. Ji Yanran said with a smile, "Lord Husband will definitely have another brilliant plan. Sister Cheng, please listen on carefully." Xiang Shaolong smiled at Qin Xing and replied, "Please listen to your husband's explanation." Qin Xing saw that he was addressing himself as her husband was, felt both embarrassed and happy at the same time, and she stared at him in reproach. Xiang Shaolong said, "This time we're going all out regardless of the consequences. Now Guan Zhongxie is deploying troops to the city of Xianshi in Han, and it's only 80 miles away from Tunliu and about 100 odd miles to Zhangmo. We might as well get a secret edict from His Highness to go to Xianshi and take away Guan Zhongxie's military command, taking over his 130,000 men for our own use. That way our forces will be boosted, and the best thing is the Zhaos will still think that we will be coming up from the south to Qingzi city to meet up with Huanqi before going on to invade Tunliu. Therefore they will surely concentrate their forces at Shandong to better deal with us." Jing Jun said viciously, "Best is we can get rid of Guan Zhongxie at the same time." Qin Xing commented, "Won't that be the same as forcing Lu Buwei to rebel immediately? Don't forget Guan Zhongxie is his beloved son-in-law." Xiang Shaolong said, "Once we reach Xianshi, we will split our forces in two, one obvious and one secret, to move in so that the Zhaos will think that we are going to Changzi city, but in fact we will be crossing the river towards Zhangmo. We'll catch them unawares, and our Wu family's elite warriors will climb over the city walls in the middle of the night. As long as we can seize control of one of the city gates, we'll be able to take over Zhangmo." But Tang Yi nodded his head. "Best is if we can smuggle someone into Handan first and create some rumors to make the people panic. Then the Zhaos will have to summon Li Mu back to protect the capital, and Tunliu won't be that impossible to obtain." Ji Yanran exclaimed excitedly, "At the same time we have to ask Xiaobai and Duan He to lead their armies and make a major counterattack to engage Pang Yuan and Sima Shang's two armies. By then Li Mu's summons to leave Tunliu will become a surety." Xiang Shaolong said, "The most difficult part of this matter is how can we move the troops so far, crossing the river from Xianshi towards Zhangmo without letting our enemy find out. Otherwise it'll just end up as another long-drawn siege attack." Ji Yanran studied the map and replied, "You can pretend to be going towards Changzi city first and split up your troops once you reach the southern shore of River Lu. From here to Zhangmo, it's all wilderness. As long as the troops move rapidly, even if someone sees them, there won't be enough time for them to inform the city guards of Zhangmo, so the number of men cannot be too big. Also, the light cavalry must go first with their light packs, followed by the foot soldiers. Zhou Liang's Eagle King can be put to the greatest use in such situations." At this point in time, everyone was filled with confidence, almost wishing that they can attack Zhangmo immediately. Tang Yi said, "If we can send 50,000 men to Changzi city to meet up with Huanqi, our army size will reach almost 120,000, but to take down Tunliu, it's not something that can be accomplished within 1 or 2 months. I'm worried that by that time the Zhaos would have figured out our actual force and send troops to attack. With enemies in front and behind us, our situation is still bleary." Xiang Shaolong said, "Puhu is still a merchant at heart, he's just relying on the Zhaos. He only had the guts to rebel because being caught will mean his entire clan getting exterminated. The soldiers in the city are all a motley crew gathered hurriedly, so as long as we successfully spread rumors to make them panic and deliberately give them an escape route, I guarantee that Tunliu will fall without a battle and no one will put up a real fight. Zhao Shi said, their first fear is of course that the Zhaos will abandon them, but what can we use to scare them after that? Xiang Shaolong smiled, it's simple, make use of the strategy of villages surrounding a city. Take over all the villages nearby, move the villagers away and make sure Tunliu lose their supply of food and grains. Set up camp outside the city of Tunliu and build various equipments for besieging a city. Make it look as if we're planning a long-haul siege, and I guarantee that in less than 2 weeks, Pu Hu will try to think of a way to slip away. Jing Jun said with a smirk, if he doesn't slip away, we'll just launch a damn attack. Wu Tingfang chided, Xiao Jun, can you mind your words? Qin Sheng saw that everyone's gaze was on her, so she shrugged her dainty shoulders and said, I've gotten used to it long ago. Everyone smiled. Xiang Shaolong continued, we'll have to think about the whole plan in more detail and then send someone to inform Xiao Qi, Xiao Bai, and Duan He immediately. This matter must be kept absolutely secret, otherwise it won't work if word gets out. By now, although it's very late into the night, how are Xiang Shaolong and his 2 brothers able to sleep? After the ladies went to bed, they continued their discussion all the way until dawn before they went on their separate ways to carry out their tasks. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Volume 20 Chapter 12. Book 20 Chapter 12, A False Alarm. After having a confirmed plan of action, Xiang Shaolong and the rest changed their training methods and split the army into 2 groups. 20,000 cavalry were specially trained in undercover and camouflage warfare. Xiang Shaolong used what he has learnt in the 21st century on this group of cavalry. In a twinkling of an eye, winter is ending and spring is approaching. Xiao Pan came to send off the troops personally in a ceremony, and Xiang Shaolong left for another military expedition once again. The army traveled in ships downstream, landing at Wusui, and walked towards the northeast straight towards Xianshi city where Guan Zhongxie is at. Guan Zhongxie, Lian Zhao, Zhao Pu led their army out of the city to welcome them. Of course they appeared extremely polite on the surface, giving them the respect due to a superior. Xiang Shaolong asked Wu Guo, Jing Jun, and the rest to set up camp outside the city, and in order not to incur Guan Zhongxie's suspicions, he only led Tang Yi and 1,000 personal guards into the city. Only after they reached the commander's residence did they take out Xiao Pan's imperial edict to order Guan Zhongxie to hand over his military token immediately and to return to the capital to continue his duties. After Guan Zhongxie read the imperial edict, his countenance changed. What's the meaning of this? Why are there no orders from Premier Lu? And the Dowager's imperial seal is missing from this edict. Xiang Shaolong pretended to be surprised and commented, why is General Guan so nervous? His Highness is just being concerned that Lord Guan has been working so hard and stationed outside the pass for the whole year. That's why he's allowing General Guan to return to Xianyang for a short holiday. It's just a simple matter of changing of guards. Is there a need to trouble Lord Lu and the Dowager on this? At this time Tang Yi saw Lian Zhao moving backwards and hurriedly gave out a command. Their accompanying personal guards immediately took out their crossbows and took control of the situation. There's no way Guan Zhongxie will expect Xiang Shaolong to have such a move. He saw him smiling icily with his hand on the sheath of 100 Battle's blade and knows that one wrong word would mean immediate decapitation. He raised his hand to stop his men from making senseless retaliation, and his countenance changed to a pleasant smile as he said, Great General has reprimanded me well. In fact, I was really hoping to go back and see Niangrong too. Xiang Shaolong replied with a smile, we cannot go against a ruler's orders, I am just following instructions. It's great that General Guan is willing to cooperate, but he's not worried that Guan Zhongxie will disobey, unless he wants to rebel immediately. Otherwise this is the only outcome available. The next day, Xiang Shaolong, on the pretext of sending them off, ordered Jing Jun to ensure that Guan Zhongxie and his 2,000 personal guards were escorted to Wusui and to make sure that they board the ship before he returns to Xianshi. By this time Xiang Shaolong has completed the redeployment of Guan's army, and the cavalry was increased to 50,000 men, the light infantry had 50,000 men and the heavy artillery forces had 80,000 men, and their strength was immediately boosted. They trained for another month in Xianshi before they left Xianshi and traveled along the river up north towards Changxi city. They traveled slowly but steadily, making sure that the soldiers get ample rest and maintain their energy at a full level. When they reached the southern bank of the river Lu, the 180,000 strong army stopped and waited for night to fall. Quan Chi hurried over on hearing the news, and when they met, everyone was filled with both sadness and happiness as they told one another what happened while they were apart. He left with Xiang Shaolong, Tang Yi, Quan Chi, Zhou Liang, Wu Guo, Zhao De, and the rest to the commander's residence to hold a meeting. Quan Chi first reported the situation at Tunliu and analyzed. Inside Tunliu, there are only about 1,000 odd men who are old subordinates of Dubai and Changqiao, the rest are Pu Hu's family warriors and local rebels who were from Zhao. The situation is a little similar to the peasants' rebellion which happened a few years ago in the east. They are full of valor but no actual capability. But the biggest problem is Li Mu's 100,000-strong Zhao army stationed at Lu City within the Zhao border 40 miles of Tunliu. They can respond immediately if called for, and not only are they a source of support for Tunliu, we also dare not attack Tunliu without reservations. When he spoke of Li Mu, his expression revealed an underlying fear. Tang Yi sighed and asked, "How did you lose that battle?" Huan Shi replied painfully, "The way Li Mu fights a battle is like performing a magic trick. Great General and I were already keeping a real close eye on the movements within the Zhao border and planted our scouts far and wide. We did not expect that just after we received the alarm, Li Mu's cavalry has already reached our camp, and it was a bright and starry night. Li Mu ordered his men to take over the highlands first and burned the camp with fire arrows. The Tunliu rebel forces took the opportunity to charge out as well, drumming the signal for attack. We could not even last until dawn and were utterly defeated. I led a group of 10,000 men and tried out best to fend off the pursuers, otherwise the number of our casualties will be even higher." On hearing that, everyone felt a cold chill. Huan Shi continued agitatedly, "After Great General Wang passed away, I led our very demoralized troops to attack Lu City twice, but we were forced back by Li Mu. His strategies are ever-changing, his soldiers brave and their training excellent. No wonder his fame can spread so far and wide." Jing Jun commented, "It doesn't matter how formidable Li Mu is, it's no use if there's an excellent general but no good ruler." "Have Shao Qi sent anyone to check the situation over at Zhengmo?" Huan Shi's spirit was lifted as he took out a rolled-up map and opened it on the table, saying, "I took advantage of the heavy snow to order my men to scout on the enemy's situation, so I'm sure the enemy knows nothing at all. Zhengmo is the Zhao's most important military base outside of Chang City, and it originally belonged to the Weiss. It only landed in Zhao hands 4 years ago, so that they have another vital point outside Chang City. That's why it's very heavily regarded." After everyone had some discussion, he continued, "There are 2 groups of Zhao army permanently stationed outside the city, about 10,000 men or so at the north and south to cover each other. Their initial use should be to deal with the Weiss. Inside the city there are about 20,000 men guarding it, and for a city of Zhao, such numbers are very rare. If anything happens, the soldiers inside the city can come out to provide reinforcements. That's why in the many attempts by the Weiss to attack the Zhaos, they have been unable to take over Zhengmo, this important city." Xiang Shaolong said, "That's why we must surprise them in this battle and take them unawares. Otherwise this battle will be a certain defeat." Huan Shi said, "The Zhaos have built 100-odd beacon stations on higher grounds outside the city, and there are sentries there day and night. If a huge army were to advance, they will find out even if it's at night. It's very difficult to go under their radar." Jing Jun tapped his chest and assured them, "Let me be in charge of this. I guarantee that not a single one of those beacons will be able to sound any alarm." Xiang Shaolong said, "Tonight, our 40,000-strong elite cavalry will be split into 4 teams and set off in batches after dark. Jing Jun will lead 10,000 as vanguards to clear the beacons. The other 140,000 men will stay here for 3 more days before they are split up into 2 teams of 70,000 men each, with one team going towards Changzi and the other towards Zhengmo. The day that Li Mu returns to the capital will be the time that Shao Qi strikes. Remember to make it look as if it's going to be a drawn-out battle. You must not take the risk to attack the city, otherwise Li Mu will advance even though he may look like he's retreating, and a replay of the battle that night will happen. Then this loss will be totally not worth it." Huan Shi was taken aback as he replied, "No wonder both the previous great generals were so full of praise for Great General Xiang before their deaths. I have not thought of this point at all, and when you mentioned it, the thought of it made me break out into a cold sweat immediately." Wu Guo said with a smile, "It's time to eat?" Everyone were laughing and jibing one another. As they left the tent, Xiang Shaolong said to Huan Shi, "After you take over Tunliu, immediately start works on repairing and building up defenses. We will pretend to be defeated by Chang City, situated on the border separating Zhao and Wei, before suddenly retreating so that the Zhaos will find it difficult to pursue us." Huan Shi was high-spirited and totally impressed as he nodded his head. That night, once it's dark, Zhou Liang released Eagle King. After making sure that there are no hidden enemy scouts, Jing Jun's team consisting of the Wu family's elite warriors set off first, and in a short while, the 4 teams of men set off one after another, traveling slowly on horseback. By the morning of the 3rd day, the army have reached the dense forest 40 miles away from Zhengmo and set up sentries around them. They waited for night to fall. Zhengmo city is situated in the middle of the plain, with high and thick city walls. It's indeed a tough and important stronghold for the military. The trees outside the city were cut down, so it's really not easy to approach without being seen. Xiang Shaolong and Tang Yi observed the area for a long time, and they both felt discouraged, but couldn't think of any good ideas at all. All of them dare not start fires for cooking, so they survived on dried rations. By dusk, there was a sudden strong wind and rain started pouring. Xiang Shaolong and the rest exclaimed that even heaven is helping them as they set off immediately. Wu Guo and Zhou Liang each led an army to attack the Zhao camp outside the city. Jing Jun led 1,000 Wei family fighters, crossed the moat and climbed over the walls into the city. Xiang Shaolong and Tang Yi's main force of 20,000 men went towards the hiding point nearest to the city to get ready for the city gates to open so that they can charge in. The rain was getting heavier with the occasional thunder and lightning. Visibility was low and the thunders also covered the sounds of the horses' hooves totally. Jing Jun's 1,000-strong elite troops tied up their warhorses outside the city and took more than 2 hours to cross the moat and begin climbing up the walls. Xiang Shaolong and Tang Yi were waiting with palpitating hearts because if the enemy were to discover them now, no one in Jing Jun's team will survive. The lanterns on top of the city walls were dimmed by the heavy rain. Just as they were nervously waiting, the city gates facing the west opened and the drawbridge was lowered. Xiang and Tang were ecstatic as they gave the order and the whole army swarmed out. The thundering hooves of 20,000 warhorses shattered the sweet dreams of the city guards in Zhongmo, but everything is too late by now. Wu Guo and Zhou Liang's armies launched a simultaneous attack on the two Zhao army camps outside the city. Battle cries and screams shook the earth inside and outside the city. Although the thunderstorm has stopped, the battle has become even fiercer. The army charged into the city, scaring the people into shutting their doors tight and half of the city guards removing their armors and abandoning their posts as they hid in residential houses to preserve their lives. The rest opened up the city gates and ran for their lives. They've totally lost their will to retaliate. By dawn, this most important and strategic city for the kingdom of Zhao in the north has fallen into Xiang Shaolong's hands. For the next 10 days, Zhao, leading more than 10,000 foot soldiers gradually arrived, bringing with them a large number of siege machinery, supplies, and food. They also established the supply route from Xianshi city to here. Xiang Shaolong gave strict orders not to harass the civilians and to treat the surrendered soldiers with courtesy, using the approach of assuring the civilians. Tang Yi set up base camps outside the city, started on building up defenses and cut off the official roads that connect between Zhao and Wei, making it look as if they are preparing for a massive attack on the Zhao capital, Handan. A month later, the Zhaos came twice to attack but were fought off on both attempts. The Weiss were on the alert. Their forces were on strict patrol along the border, but as the Qin army has control of a sturdy city, the Weiss only kept a close monitor. No one dares to harbor any disparaging thoughts towards this famous Qin general, Xiang Shaolong. On this day, Wu Ji came from Changxi city to see Xiang Shaolong and brought with him important news. According to the reports from their spies in Handan, Hua Kai is indeed petrified in trying to persuade the Zhao king and dowager to summon Li Mu back to protect the palace in the capital. But after the king of Zhao gave the orders, Li Mu actually rejected them. Xiang and Tang were secretly in awe, knowing that Li Mu is seen through their ploy. After some discussion, the two of them decided to launch a massive attack at Fanwu. Once all arrangements were made, Xiang Shaolong activated the 80,000-strong army 10 days later and traveled up to Fanwu via the official roads. They set up camp and formations outside the city walls of the Zhaos and launched attacks on the city walls day and night. The Zhaos came out of the city to attack the camp a few times, but each time the Qin army was able to find out about the attacks first and defeat them utterly. After attacking for 18 days, they finally broke down a section of the city wall, but they were fought off by the enemy. Both sides suffered heavy casualties. But Xiang Shaolong and the rest know that their mission is accomplished for this time. They need not worry that the king of Zhao won't summon Li Mu back to guard Fanwu. The truth is, with their current numbers, they do not have the capability to attack Handan at all. The Zhaos only took 1 day to repair the wall. Xiang Shaolong retreated his soldiers and did not attack so as to let their warriors have a chance to catch their breath. The dead were cremated on the spot while the injured soldiers were sent back to Zhongmo. By this time, Xiang Shaolong is already numb to all the deaths on the battlefield, otherwise he'll never be able to become the grand commander of this Qin army. Xiao Pan is right. There is no place for compassion on the battlefield. Everyone is just a pawn on the chessboard. It's common to eat others or be eaten. But the things that are within his control, he has already done them. For example, caring for his subordinates, treating surrendered troops and civilians kindly, etc. He wonders if the Zhaos are petrified of all the fights and they've stopped coming out of the city to retaliate, and the two armies fell into a stalemate. Huanqi followed Xiang Shaolong's instructions and put on a huge act about sending in reinforcements constantly to increase the Zhao people's sense of fear. As they entered the second month of summer, Li Mu finally succumbed to the king of Zhao's orders and returned to Handan. Xiang Shaolong immediately gave orders to fortify their defenses and get ready to deal with Li Mu's retaliation. The thing that he had most wanted to avoid is finally right in front of his eyes. On this day, Xiang Shaolong, Tang Yi and Jing Jun were doing the routine patrolling along the 5 miles long stockade when Jing Jun said with a smile, "Even if Li Mu has 3 heads and 6 arms, they'll find it difficult to take down our camp. At the most, it'll be a draw." Tang Yi asked, "Are there any movement on the Wei side?" Jing Jun replied, Wu Gui is taking care of the Weiss, but if we had not taken down Zhengmo, we would have been fought off long ago. That night, Xiang Shaolong had a nightmare. He dreamt that Li Mu came to attack the camp, and everywhere within the camp is filled with his famous cavalry, and all the tents were burning at the same time. Xiang Shaolong rushed out of the tent and wanted to call out for Tang Yi and Jing Jun, but no sound came out. He wanted to pull out his blade, but his 100 battles blade was missing, and he woke up in shock. Only to realize that the sky is still dark, but he was drenched in cold sweat and panting hard. Xiang Shaolong had an intense thought of his beloved wives, maids and child at home, and had the urge to cast everything aside and return to Xianyang immediately. Once his nerves were settled, he wrapped a cloak around him and walked out the tent. The personal guards who were on night duty hurriedly followed after him. His commander's tent is situated at a higher ground. As he looked around, he saw that beneath the stars, there were tiny dots of firelight that seems to stretch endlessly towards the horizon. The city that belonged to the Zhaos 5 miles away was fully lighted and looked utterly impressive. Xiang Shaolong thought of the time when he left Handan to go to Dalian. He'd actually passed by this place and was shown around the city walls. He's forgotten the name of the city guard in charge of showing him around, but he did not expect that on this day so many years later, he'll be the one in charge of attacking the same city walls. The uncertainty of life cannot be summed up more accurately than this. He then thought about his two beloved that he had once escorted, Zhao Qian and Zhao Ya, who has since died one after the other, and can't help but feel his heart breaking. He almost felt like crying out loud to ease the pain in his heart. The night breeze blew at him, blowing away the tightness in his chest, and only then did he feel slightly better. Looking at the city walls far ahead, he remembered the ancient city of Handan just a distance away from behind those walls, and a mixture of feelings welled up in him. The scariest thing about wars is the unpredictable factor. Just like now, he has absolutely no idea what is happening right now behind those walls that spans hundreds of miles. He can only guess. Or do an evaluation. To know oneself and know one's enemy, it's indeed not so easily achieved. Where exactly is Li Mu right now? They were once bosom buddies, but now they finally have to become mortal enemies on the battlefield, and what exactly are they doing all these for? Only when the day started getting bright that Xiang Shaolong composed himself and went back to the tent to rest. That's how the days were spent. A month later, the messenger came with the news that Pu Hu has finally abandoned Tunliu and was ambushed and captured by Huan Qi's hidden troops when he was escaping towards the Zhao borders and escorted back to Xianyang. Strangely, there has been no activity from Li Mu up to this point in time. Xiang and Tang were not too alarmed, for if Li Mu has been ordered to protect Handan, naturally he won't be coming to Fanwu. Since their goal has been accomplished, the two of them had a discussion and decided to retract their troops, and they will do it that very night. As usual, they left behind empty camps but with lanterns burning. As soon as it got dark, they retreated back to Zhengmo in batches. Xiang Shaolong and Zhou Liang were the last to leave because with Eagle King's sharp eyes, they're not afraid that the enemy will come up behind them. Jing Jun left first with 2,000 Wu family warriors, followed by Tang Yi's army. Xiang Shaolong waited until about 10 p.m. before he led the remaining 20,000 men and snuck away. In a short while, the whole army has arrived on the official roads towards south, rapidly moving towards Zhengmo. The bright moon is hanging in the sky to the left of them, casting a dim shadow on their right. Xiang Shaolong rode alongside Zhou Liang in the middle of the army. Zhou Liang commented with a sigh, "We were able to take down Tunliu this time all thanks to the wondrous plan of great general. Even Li Mu has been fallen for your plan, but..." Xiang Shaolong replied, "Li Mu did not fall for my plan, it's the king of Zhao who fell for my plan." Zhou Liang said with a smile, "In war, only success or failure matters. No one cares how the victory is achieved, but everyone will talk about how one is defeated." Xiang Shaolong nodded his head, "Your words sound very correct." Zhou Liang looked up into the sky and said, "It'll be dawn in another hour, and by then we'll be able to travel at full speed. Once we reach Zhengmo, we'll be able to advance or retreat at will without any worries at all. Besides, even if our enemies surround the city, we still have Huan Qi's army as reinforcements." Xiang Shaolong immediately felt relaxed, feeling a little as if he has achieved the goals of this mission. Hopefully this will be the last battle, and the only thing to look forward to in future will be the arrival of Xiao Pan's coronation ceremony. The familiar sound of Eagle King flapping his wings was heard from the sky. All the soldiers lifted their heads to look. Looking at its behavior, they know that there's no pursuing army. Zhou Liang pursed his lips and whistled, ordering him to come down to rest. However, Eagle King suddenly cried out and circled twice over their heads before soaring into the sky again, suddenly flying towards the woods on their right. Zhou Liang's expression changed immediately as he focused on Eagle King's actions. Xiang Shaolong felt that something is greatly amiss and looked over as well. Eagle King kept flying in circles under the bright moonlight, its flight pattern strange and indecipherable. Zhou Liang exclaimed in alarm, "That is impossible. It seems that there's a huge troop of our enemy rushing here from the left at a very fast speed." In an instant, Xiang Shaolong understood what is happening. Li Mu's cavalry is coming. Maybe their horses have their hooves covered in cloths so there wasn't any sound at all. This famous general who indeed lives up to his reputation has already deduced Xiang Shaolong's strategy long ago. Although he was forced to give up Tunliu, he is unwilling to let them off. He has been staying put for the last 2 months to make Xiang Shaolong and the rest mistakenly think that he is stationed at Handan. In fact, he has been here long ago and have set up an ambush, just waiting for the moment of their retreat. Xiang Shaolong is now following the fatal footsteps of Cheng Qiao in Dubai. The only advantage he has is that because of Eagle King, he is one step ahead in finding out the enemy's approach. If he were to escape immediately, the result will be not much different from Cheng Qiao's army's defeat. This means to say that before the whole army can arrive at Zhengmo, they would have been eliminated by Li Mu. If he faces the battle head-on, then at least Jing Jun and Tang Yi can reach Zhengmo safely. Xiang Shaolong hesitated no further and gave orders for the army to retreat to the dense forest towards the right and do their best to block the enemy. Before they could even complete their formation, tens of thousands of Zhao soldiers charged out towards the official path from the left of the dense forest, charging towards them. Arrows flew towards their enemies like locusts. The enemy's cavalry fell down row by row, but before they could notch the second arrow, suddenly the enemy is right in front of them. Xiang Shaolong roared his orders as he pulled out 100 battle's blade and led his men in the charge. In a short moment, the whole 10-mile stretch of the official path is filled with battle cries and screams. Just as the 20,000 Qin soldiers were fending off the enemy, there was a sudden chaos near the Zhao border. Another group of enemies seemed to charge out of nowhere and cut off Xiang Shaolong's reinforcements into 2 parts. Xiang Shaolong, with Zhou Liang and 2,000 personal guards, fought off the enemy's wave after wave of attacks with their lives. Crackling sounds were suddenly heard from the woods behind them as the fire burned, cutting off the Qin army's retreat route to the west. Xiang Shaolong knows that it's unavoidable, so he put aside everything else and cut down 10-odd enemy soldiers and killed his way right into the depths of the enemy's formation. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Volume 21 Chapter 1. Book 21 Chapter 1, Escaping Dragon from the Battlefield. Just as Xiang Shaolong got rid one batch of enemies, a scream came from his side. He turned around in shock only to see Zhou Liang falling over his horse, with a long spear piercing through his armor from the back and exiting to the front. Obviously the enemy who threw that spear was very strong. He let out an earth-shattering roar and was about to rein his horse to kill his way back, but his followers on either side of him tugged at his reins hard, pulling him along as they escaped. One of the enemy generals, leading a group of soldiers, ran after them and shouted, "Xiang Shaolong, where can you run?" Xiang Shaolong took a look at the surroundings only to see that only less than 100 of his personal guards are left and the forests around them are all burning bright. He has no idea how many more enemies are out there. Now that the enemy has caught on to him, it'll be difficult for him to avoid them in this situation. Just as he was about to turn back and avenge Zhou Liang right before he died, there was a shrill screech as Eagle King swooped down from the sky, right into the face of that Zhao general, its sharp beaks pecking at that general's eyes madly. The Zhao general let out a frightening scream as he abandoned the spear that he was about to throw and grabbed Eagle King with his hands, and both bird and human fell off the horse. Because their general has met with misfortune, the pursuing army was thrown into sudden chaos. Xiang Shaolong knows that the Zhao general and Eagle King is as good as dead and felt that this opportunity should not be missed as he urged his horse to give chase. He has just gone out about 7 to 8 feet when about a dozen Zhao soldiers came up from the left and right, raising their spears as they yelled and stabbed madly at their horses. His personal guards on the left and right fell, becoming the target of massacre for the enemy. At this point in time, Strong Wind executed its extraordinary ability and could actually suddenly pick up speed and dash out of the encirclement. Suddenly, Xiang Shaolong felt that he is all alone. Hot blood coursed through Xiang Shaolong's veins as murderous thoughts welled up in him. He killed his way past the dozen-odd Zhao soldiers who were charging from the left. Luckily in this dense forest, arrows are of not much use. Otherwise he won't even have the chance to fight before he's taken down by arrows. Cries and screams surrounded him, the atmosphere was extremely bleak. From behind a clump of trees, Xiang Shaolong leaned on one side of Strong Wind as he charged into the enemy formation, waving his blade and slashing towards the opposing soldiers. His target is the one right in front holding the torch and illuminating the path. 100 Battle's blade slashed diagonally at that person's shoulder and fresh blood spewed immediately as he fell off his horse. The torch fell to the grass and immediately started burning. As the enemy were still screaming, Xiang Shaolong's strength seems to increase as he charged into their midst and waved his blade as he chopped and slashed. The enemy hurriedly pulled out their swords to block him but did not expect their long swords to immediately break into halves as 100 Battle blades sliced through with an icy sheen. The Zhao soldiers fell. Xiang Shaolong dispersed the enemy and naturally killed his way towards where the light is the weakest. By now the enemy has gained an overwhelming advantage. Although there are still skirmishes around him, it can no longer change the situation at hand. A feeling of fatigue welled up in Xiang Shaolong. Witnessing the death of Zhou Liang and so many of his men, he had the thought that he will not live alone. He gritted his teeth, turned his horse around as he ran back towards where the battle cries are the loudest. In a short instant he is out of the woods into the open plains. Amidst the scattered trees, a group of a few hundred Qin soldiers were right in front, surrounded by thousands of enemy and fighting to their last breath. Fury welled up in Xiang Shaolong as the murderous intent magnified again, and he decided to go all the way out, slashing anyone in his way. The enemies who met him only ended up dead in an instant. The Qin army saw that their commander has returned and their morale was greatly boosted. Following in his bravado, they actually managed to fight their way out of the enemy's encirclement and ran towards a small hill up ahead. Just as war cries were rising behind them, the small hill up ahead were suddenly lit with hundreds of torches. Countless Xiao soldiers swarmed down from the top of the hill, each of them carrying weapons for long-distance fighting, which are precisely the weapons that are the bane to cavalry like Xiang Shaolong and his men. Xiang Shaolong secretly sighed, knowing that Li Mu has covered all bases in his plan and have set up one obstacle after another in the woods long ago with the sole goal of apprehending and killing him. By this time anyone would know that it is over for them, and without waiting for his orders, half of his men started escaping towards the two sides. Xiang Shaolong could not stop them in time but knows in his heart that the enemy is deliberately forcing them to run towards the south. Suddenly, he knows very clearly that as long as they can charge their way up to the top of the hill, there will be a chance where they can escape into the hilly terrain and extricate themselves from danger. By now there are only 50-odd men by his side. He immediately shouted, "If you want to live, then come with me." He kept 100 Battle's blade back into its sheath on his back and pulled out the flying needles around his waist as he clasped the horse with his thighs and charged, both his hands continuously throwing out needles. The enemy soldiers all fell to the ground as they were hit by the needles. Amidst the chaos, Xiang Shaolong had thrown out close to 100 flying needles, until both his arms were numb. By then he had used up all his needles and behind him corpses filled the ground, a distressing sight. By now only about a dozen odd men was with him, but they have successfully gone up the top of the hill. Hundreds of enemy soldiers were attacking them madly like preying wolves and tigers. Once again Xiang Shaolong tooled out 100 Battle's blade. By now his body was filled with a dozen odd large and small bleeding wounds, but he could not feel any pain at all. As he waved his precious blade, screams were heard and the corpses of his enemy on the fight filled the ground. Without even looking, Xiang Shaolong slashed behind him and killed another enemy who was coming up on him from the back. In front of him, a person ran up on foot with a spear and aimed it straight at Strong Wind's neck. Xiang Shaolong had no choice but to throw his precious blade and aimed it instead at that person's chest and pin him to the ground. He felt a sudden heart-rending pain behind his shoulder blade, something had struck him. Xiang Shaolong was in so much pain he collapsed on the back of his horse and his guards risked their lives to charge their way to him and cover him. Xiang Shaolong was thinking to himself that this is the end. In that instant, he thought of his beloved wives and concubines far away in Xianyang, and also thought of Lady Yan'ai, Zhaoye, Zhao Qian, and countless people and incidents. Just at this moment of life and death, he could feel Strong Wind dodging left and right as it kept increasing its speed and ran. The battle cries were gradually getting fainter behind him. Darkness was surrounding him. He held Strong Wind's neck in a death grip, feeling as one with his horse. His consciousness gradually faded and he finally lost all senses. He regained consciousness slowly and suddenly woke up in shock, only to feel his entire body racked with pain and felt extreme thirst. He can't help but groan and open his eyes. The autumn sun hung in the middle of the empty sky. For a brief moment, not only does Xiang Shaolong have no idea where he is, he's also not sure what had actually happened. He sat up with much difficulty and was shocked to see Strong Wind collapsed on its side a few feet away, its neck twisted in an unnatural position, its nose and mouth filled with foamy fluids which had solidified. Xiang Shaolong felt his whole body shaking as he finally remembered what happened last night before he fainted. Strong Wind had carried him and escaped from the battlefield and sacrificed its own life in order to save his. Ever since Ji Yanran gave him the horse, he has spent more time with Strong Wind than with any of his beloved ladies. Its loyalty to him has never changed and reduced at all. Xiang Shaolong can no longer control his emotions as he hugged Strong Wind's body and cried manly tears. He has lost. Lost to the most famous general of that era, Li Mu. That's not because he has planned poorly, but because Li Mu is too smart. Now his only hope is that he has successfully hindered Li Mu from catching up with the troops led by Tang and Jing before they can reach Zhengmo, otherwise their decoy troops that was meant to look like they're attacking Handan will be totally wiped out. Luckily this time around the person in charge is the mature and stable Tang Yi who is capable of handling any situation. If it was Jing Jun, he'll definitely turn back to save them and it would be akin to suicide. It's a miracle that he's able to survive this time. He can imagine that Li Mu will certainly dispatch his men to search for his whereabouts. Once he thought of this, Xiang Shaolong felt a surge of instinct to survive. He first checked his injuries and can't help but thank Uncle Qing for making, and Qin Qing for sewing this armor for him. Although he was struck by a few arrows and hit by swords many times, there were only 3 spots which split open and he only suffered superficial injuries, with the wood behind his shoulder blades to be the deepest. The other injuries were all on his arms and limbs and were all superficial injuries which will not hinder his movement. He removed his bag from Strong Wind's body and took out the clothes inside. He beared with the pain as he peeled off his armor and clothes which had stuck to his flesh and dried blood. He tore off pieces of cloth and bandaged his wounds. After changing into the daily wear that warriors usually wear and securing the climbing equipment around his waist, his mood turned a little for the better. After emptying the clean water in the bottle that Strong Wind was carrying, he took off the precious sword Bloodwave that was tied around the reins and remembered that this is a famous sword that was once given to him by Li Mu. Conflicting feelings surged up in him unexpectedly. By now it is getting dark. He had wanted to spend some effort to bury Strong Wind, or at least cover him with some soil, but he could hear hoofbeat coming from somewhere far away. He had no choice but to bow respectfully at Strong Wind's body to express his thanks before starting on his escape with feelings of devastation and extreme sadness. He is extremely familiar with traveling in the wilderness. Initially, whenever he ascends to a high point, he'll be able to see the torches of his pursuers. They are like the Grim Reaper, entangling him in such a way that he is unable to determine what is the correct direction to Zhangmo. By dawn, although he has temporarily thrown off his pursuers, he was totally lost and could only run towards the mountain cliffs. When he was sitting down and resting at a dense forest at the top of a hill, his whole body felt as if it's falling apart. Not only is his mind in turmoil, his body is extremely exhausted. Blood was oozing out of many of his wounds and the pain was unbearable. The feeling of utter defeat is enough to make anyone despair. If not for the fact that he had undergone strict special task force training in the past, he surely will not be able to pull himself together at this point in time. But he knows that this moment is the most important point in the route of escape. Because it's easy for the enemy to find out where Strong Wind had collapsed and died, so they'll definitely make use of the opportunity that he is on foot and unable to travel far to push on the search for him. If he were to fall asleep now, he may end up in the hands of the enemy by the time he wakes up. Xiang Shaolong gritted his teeth, gathered his spirits and after a short recovery of his energy, meditated according to the Mahist meditation method. In a short while, he was calm and his whole body relaxed and during that time his energy was recovered swiftly. After about an hour of such meditation, he jumped up and used his strong sense of willpower to overcome the exhaustion his body is feeling and continued on his flight for life. He deliberately picked routes at the cliffs where beasts and men will find difficult to cover and used his climbing gear to move along. This is surely a move that his enemies will never expect. Otherwise, if he were to choose to travel on flat open wilderness, how can he ever outrun horses on 4 legs? Once it's dark, he rested next to a waterfall, his whole body in so much pain that he can't even move his fingers. In a short instant he was fast asleep and by the time he woke up the sun was gradually rising. His ears first heard the swooshing of the waterfall, mixed with the sounds made by insects and birds. The scene around him was serene. Xiang Shaolong opened his eyes and sat up only to see the waterfall on his left coming down from the cliff high above in a silvery cascade, the lake next to him foaming with white bubbles as the water crashed down on its surface, crashing back to the side of the cliff again in tight circles. The scene was magnificent. He looked at his surroundings again to see countless mountains surrounding the area with trees growing wildly. Xiang Shaolong can't help but be impressed and wondered why had he not noticed that the scenery here is so special yesterday. Inspired by the surroundings where opportunities for survival abound, he felt a strong surge of drive and vowed to live to return to the people who love and care for him. In the past, when he lost contact with Tao Fang at the Zhao border after they ran into horse thieves, there was a period of time where he was roaming around in the wilderness. So now he is of course familiar with it and is able to pick wild vegetables to curb his hunger. He thought that he may be the first human to ever step foot in this desolate wilderness and a sense of satisfaction welled up in him. The place where Li Mu ambushed him is around the borders of Zhao and Wei, north of the city walls of the state of Zhao, so it's a higher possibility that he is right now within the borders of Wei. Once he ascends the peak nearby and can have a further look, he would be able to find the easily identifiable Yellow River or maybe the route he took in the past when he went away from Zhao. From there he will be able to determine his plan to return to Zhangmo. Once he thought of this, his spirits lifted and once he decided on the highest mountain peak nearby, he gritted his teeth and climbed his way up. He can't help but be thankful that he had been practicing martial arts every day for the past few years, otherwise by now he won't have the stamina to go on further. But when he saw the wild eagles circling around the top of the mountains, he can't help but be reminded of Zhou Liang who died in the battle and the loyal Eagle King who died for its owner, and he could feel hot tears brimming in his eyes. Are humans naturally selfish creatures? For various gains, they will rally around the excuse of protecting the country and the people and keep on killing one another. What's the point of all these? What is most hateful is that he is part of such killing wars. In a war, there's no one who can truly win. Even the victorious will have to pay a terrible price to win. Such an outcome has been laid down in stone since time memorial and no one can change it, but wars are still continuing without a stop. Even if under a unified power, power struggles and murders have never really stopped. Before dusk, he has ascended one of the peaks and the great land lay before his eyes. He was immediately stunned by what he saw. The remaining light from the setting sun cast a sad yet beautiful glow upon the vast land below as it stretched into the horizon. Behind it there were grand mountains and cliffs, looking dangerous yet magnificent. Although he could see a river winding along the valley, he is certain that it is not the Yellow River. Far away towards the left he could vaguely make out terraced fields on a hilly slope. As it is now autumn, the harvesting period, the golden fields look especially outstanding when framed against the lush green wilderness. Behind the hill, smoke was rising from chimneys, and it looks as if there could be a small village of sorts over there. Xiang Shaolong was hesitant. He was sure he's never been to this place and the only way now is to ask for directions along the way, but that may also reveal his whereabouts. That night, he slept among the crevices of a huge stone and the next morning he tried to look for a route down the mountain. Only then did he understand why there is a saying, going up the mountain is easier than coming down the mountain. After much difficulty, he finally managed to arrive at the foot of the mountain after noon. He has finally decided to go to that village and have a look and travel towards there through the night. By now his clothes are tattered and torn in many places and he has not shaven for days. He looked absolutely like a destitute vagabond. Although he is on the run, but amidst the wilderness, looking at the rivers and streams with the vibrant yellow and red colors of the autumn forests, the scene is extremely beautiful. The scenic route also helped to elevate his feelings of loneliness. From the top of the mountain, those chimney smokes looked very near, but after walking for half a day, there was still no sight of the village. Before the sky got dark, he plucked some wild vegetables to stave his hunger and spent the night next to a small lake. He slept until the middle of the night when suddenly there were sounds of dogs barking and human voices. Xiang Shaolong woke up in shock and knew that something is amiss. He hurriedly broke off a hollow reed nearby and hid amongst the weeds in the lake, breathing through the reed. He had just hidden himself when a team of 100-odd men came right to the edge of the lake with hunting dogs. The dogs were frantically sniffing the area where he was sleeping. He heard someone say, "Xiang Shaolong must have been here," and ran away when he heard the dogs barking. "If we can capture him this time, just the reward alone is enough for us to spend for the rest of our lives." Xiang Shaolong heard the Han accent in their speech and was stunned. Now he knows that when strong wind ran, he actually brought him within the Han border, so if he just continue traveling towards the west, he'll reach the Qin borders sooner or later. But then he thought about it again. Since the Hans are certain he is within their borders, they'll naturally barricade the paths leading towards Qin, so if he travel westward, he'll just be falling right into their trap. The only way now is to hide until the danger is gone, until the enemy relaxes their guard before trying to find a way to return to the Qin border. At this point in time, someone came right up to the edge of the lake shining a torch, reflecting the surface of the lake into a sea of red. One of the men laughed, "If you were him, won't you try to run away quickly?" Someone else answered, "But the dogs keep barking, maybe he's still hiding nearby. Why don't we release the dogs and let them run after him, won't that save us much effort?" Such a suggestion was immediately met with agreement by everyone else. The ropes were loosened and 5 to 6 hunting dogs shot towards the forest next to the lake like arrows, followed by the sounds of a fight between a howling wolf and the barking dogs, the sound gradually getting fainter. Only now did the pursuing soldiers realize that they had been misled. The hounds were running after a nearby wolf and not Xiang Shaolong. They all ran shouting after the dogs. Xiang Shaolong climbed up back to shore, all wet, and knows that he has now become the #1 war criminal which the 6 states have all put a bounty on. Unless he returns to Qin, otherwise no matter how big the world is, there won't be a place for him. He dare not stop and gave up the thought of going towards the village to ask for directions. He turned around and went towards the east, going further and further away from Qin. That night, he escaped back to the mountainous regions and started climbing cliffs and mountains again. Luckily most of the state of Han is filled with mountainous terrain, otherwise his enemies would have caught up with him long ago. Now that he knows that he is in the state of Han, he took a closer look at his surroundings and could slowly make out some recognizable mountains and rivers. He was ecstatic and traveled towards the Jing family village, the place where Jing Jun was born. 3 days later, the familiar scene of the Jing family village appeared before his eyes. By now he is skinny beyond recognition and weak, but he is finally relieved and could no longer hold on as he collapsed into a dead faint. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Volume 21 Chapter 2. Book 21 Chap 2, Risky Moves. When Xiang Shaolong woke up, he realized he's lying on a wooden bed in a village hut. Medication was applied to the wounds on his body and he's changed into clean clothes. Such a feeling of comfort is really indescribable. The village lady who was waiting by his bed saw him wake up and ran out in shock to call the others. In a short while, the village leader Jing Nian and a few village elders came. They all treated him with the respect due to a deity. After listening to him relate what happened, Jing Nian said, "We did send out our men to find information. The soldiers are still searching for Master Xiang. We heard that if Master Xiang is captured, there is a reward of 100 pieces of gold, so they are all trying their best." Xiang Shaolong sat up, eating the food on the bed and asking at the same time, "Does the whole village know that I am here?" But Jing Nian replied, "We won't be so careless, a person's heart is unfathomable. Luckily the person who found Master Xiang unconscious outside our village is my son, so only the few of us know about Master Xiang." Another elder Jing Xiong added, "Master Xiang, just rest assured and stay here to tend to your injuries. Once the matter dies down a little, we'll assign men to send you back to Qin." Xiang Shaolong shook his head. "To return to Qin from here is even more difficult than ascending heaven. Also, I can't stay here for long or I will bring you catastrophe." Jing Xiong said, "In that case our whole clan might as well accompany Master Xiang back to Qin." All the elders nodded their head vigorously in agreement. Xiang Shaolong said, "Of course I will welcome all of you to Qin, but now is not the right time. It'll have to wait until I return to Qin, that's the only way to ensure nothing will happen." Another elder asked, "Then what should we do now?" Xiang Shaolong thought hard for a while before answering, "I'll have to trouble you to send out someone who is agile and totally trustworthy to go to Zhongmo and inform Teng Yi and Jing Jun that I am safe but can only go back after a period of time. Tell them to lead the army well and wait patiently." Jing Xiong said, "That is easy, our villagers frequently go to Zhongmo to pick herbs. Not only are they familiar with the route, they are also friendly with the people there, so they definitely won't raise any suspicion." Xiang Shaolong was relieved of one issue and said, "The soldiers will search their way here sooner or later. There are a lot of talents amongst the people after me. You can use my clothes and items to create an illusion that I have ran somewhere else. This will buy us another 2 to 3 days and I can take this time to recover and start my escape." After some discussion, Jing Xiong and the elders all left the room. Xiang Shaolong fell into a deep sleep and by the time he woke up it was the middle of the night and all was quiet except for the howling wind outside and the barking dogs. He can't help but feel his emotions go on a roller coaster ride. The first time he came to this place, it was the middle of winter and with him at that time was the royal Zhao princess, Zhao Qian. They spent a loving night in each other's arms but how can they predict that their destiny will end with Zhao Qian's horrible death? He can't help but feel a deep hatred for Lu Buwei welling up inside him. He screamed in his heart, "No matter what, I, Xiang Shaolong, must return to Xianyang alive and witness Xiao Pan's ascension to the throne and Lu Buwei's horrible end." When day broke, Jing Nian came with news that will make him glad. Turns out that although his 2,000-strong army was totally exterminated, but their sacrifice was worth it, for it allowed the main bulk of the Qin army to return to Zhongmo safely. Right now Li Mu's army is surrounding and attacking Zhongmo, but there are news that he has suffered quite a lot of casualties as well. Xiang Shaolong was relieved. They had predicted that the Zhaos will launch a counterattack at Zhongmo, so they've already stocked up on grains and fortified the city walls. Besides, with Huan Qi's army to support them, even if the enemy is Li Mu, he'll not find it easy to reclaim Zhongmo. With Li Mu's intelligence, the only way for him ultimately is to retreat back to Changcheng. Jing Nian added, "I sent someone to Zhongmo yesterday, so there won't be any problem with this issue." "Hi." Xiang Shaolong knows that something is on his mind and said with a smile, "You're elderly, please speak your mind." Jing Nian said, "Master Xiang is right. Another troop of soldiers went to the Shang family village 50 miles from here yesterday and they were searching and snatching things, even injuring a few of their people. The Xiang family village saw that there were a lot of soldiers, so they dare not make any comments although they were furious." Xiang Shaolong secretly sighed and asked, "How long will it take to travel from there to here?" Jing Nian said, "At least 2 days. Master Xiang can wait until tomorrow morning before you leave." He paused and added, "It seems that the Han Wangan have sent out a team of people from Nanjing of Duqing who are expert in tracking in the wilderness to search for Master Xiang. Some of our people came back from Nanjing and said that the 2 states of Zhao and Han already have secret meetings to discuss how to capture you." He took out a map from his sleeve and passed it to Xiang Shaolong, saying, "I drew this map personally over the last 2 days. It may be a little rough, but I dare say that it's generally correct." Xiang Shaolong was overjoyed. He got dressed and came down the bed, feeling more than half of his energy coming back. If he have another day's rest, he'll have higher confidence that he will be able to escape. The two of them sat down at the corner of a table and opened up the map to study it. Jing Nian pointed at a cross in the middle of the map and said, "This is our Jing family village. On the upper right corner at the northeast, about 100 miles away is the capital of Han, Nanjing. Another 200 miles northeast from there, that's the capital of the state of Wei, Daliang." Xiang Shaolong said, "I'll burn this map immediately after I'm done seeing it. Otherwise, if someone else gets a hand on this map, they'll know that you have been protecting me." Jing Nian's expression changed slightly, for this is a point that he had never considered. After Xiang Shaolong let Jing Nian explain in detail the river and mountain terrain drawn on the map, he kept the map and said, "It's best that even Grandpa Nian doesn't know my escape route, then you won't be able to accidentally reveal anything and incur other people's suspicions." Jing Nian nodded his head gladly. Xiang Shaolong made the best use of time to rest, and when he woke up, he memorized the map. After much thought and deliberation, he finally decided to take the risky route and go towards the Wei border before returning to the state of Zhao, where he is most familiar with. After that, he will travel west towards Tunliu and meet up with Huan Qi, and he'll be able to accomplish his grand plan of 1,000 miles escape. Once he's sure that he has remembered all the details on the map, he burned it. After dinner, Xiang Shaolong decided to travel while it's dark. Jing Nian has already prepared rations, water, clothes, and also collected a small amount of money for him as well. Most interestingly, Jing Xiong gave him a rabbit in a bamboo cage and explained, "This is a simple way to deal with the hounds. As hunting dogs are very sensitive to a rabbit's scent, their scent can cover the scent emitted from a human body. If the hunting dogs sniff out the rabbit and come after you, just release the rabbit and let it lure the hunting dogs into a wild chase." Jing Nian added, "We've discussed, after Master Xiang leaves, we'll abandon the village and move to the middle of the mountains to avoid trouble." Regarding Xiao Jun's move to the state of Qin, some news have more or less leaked out. Since the officials have gone to the Xiang family village, maybe they'll find out about this, so even if Master Xiang has never been here, they may still vent their anger on us. Xiang Shaolong felt apologetic and asked, "When do you plan to leave?" Jing Nian replied, "We will delay no further. Once Master Xiang leaves, we'll pack up immediately and move." After bidding one another farewells, Xiang Shaolong carried the possible scapegoat, the rabbit, and once again started on his escape journey. Xiang Shaolong rode on the healthy horse that Jing Nian gave him and traveled a distance towards Daliang in the northeast. As he did not want the horse to be overexhausted, he stopped to let the horse rest. He can still make out the lights and lanterns in the Jing family village a distant away. This horse is very intuitive, as it just breathed quietly on the plains, not making any whinnying sounds at all. He plans to spend 3 days with this horse. Once they pass the flat plains, he will go into the mountainous area on foot. That would be much safer. Honestly, he does not believe that anyone will be able to follow him in a mountainous area. But if not for the Jing family village offering him refuge and a chance to take a break, as well as getting food, horse, bows and arrows and some necessities, the Hans may very well have caught up with him by now. After all, there is a limit to one's endurance. He can't help but feel positive as he thought of the scene when he's finally reunited with Tang, Jing and the rest, until his safe return to Xianyang to be welcomed by his beloved wife, maids and son. Suddenly he could hear hoofbeats coming from the front. Xiang Shaolong was alarmed as he flew up his horse and galloped up to the top of a nearby hill so that he can take a good look at the situation. About 5 miles away, what looks like a fire dragon that was made up of torches was snaking its way here. Their destination must likely to be the Jing family village. Xiang Shaolong's limbs went cold immediately. Jing Nian's concern is not for nothing. The enemy has indeed gotten news from the Xiang family village and knows that someone from the Jing family village has gone to Xianyang. In this era, there's not a lot of people with the family name Jing, and it'll be easy to guess their way to Jingjun and Jingshan. Otherwise, why would the enemy rush there in the night? If Xiang Shaolong is a selfish person, he will run away with no hesitation at this very moment. The further he can run, the better. But how can he escape by himself? Just as he was feeling at a loss, he suddenly had an idea. He got hold of an opportunity and galloped towards a dense forest that the enemy must pass through to go to the Jing family village, and took out his fire starter to start fire on several spots. If it's spring or summer, this plan would not have worked. But now the wind is blowing and the atmosphere is dry. The light from the stars illuminated the plains, and in a short while the fire spread and thick smoke rushed up to the sky. Not only can this fire prevent the enemy from moving forward, it can also convey a most powerful message to the people at the Jing family village and urge them to leave faster. Xiang Shaolong was worried that they won't run after him, so he deliberately made the horse run loudly and swiftly on the plains towards the northeast. He'd rather lose his own life than to let anyone in the Jing family village come to any harm. By the time it's dawn the next day, Xiang Shaolong is still riding on the endless plains, but he has already slowed down. This time, he deliberately revealed his whereabouts to lure the enemy to run after him so that they will have no time to deal with the people in Jing family village. If his opponent has expert trackers, this plan of his will be a very dangerous one. From time to time he will come across rivers or streams in his way. Such pretty scenery, which during normal circumstances is a feast to the eyes, have not become his obstacles instead. Luckily, right until now there's no sight of the pursuing enemy. If such a situation continues, he will be able to safely reach the unpopulated mountainous areas at the Han and Wei border. The Weiss will never expect that instead of going west towards Qin, he'd actually travel east towards the Han border, so they certainly won't put up their guards there. By then he'll be able to travel back to Tunliu via the Han border. The horse is foaming at the mouth by now, and Xiang Shaolong had no choice but to stop and stand guard at a high area to let the horse graze and drink at a small stream below the slope. He has no appetite for food at all, but to preserve his energy, he had no choice but to force himself to swallow 2 mouthfuls of dried meat. The taste is actually not too bad. These past few years, there were very little occasions for him to be roaming in the wilderness alone, and he can't help but think about his strange time travel encounter. In a blink of an eye, it's been 7 years. During these years, even those closest to him like Ji Yanran, Tang Yi etc. does not know his secret. He can only keep this piece of earth-shattering secret that he is actually from the 21st century deep in his heart. As for Xiao Pan's secret, there's still Tang Yi and Wu Tingfang who knows. He is very clear on what Xiao Pan's fate will be, because Xiao Pan will become Emperor Qin, the one who built and unified China. But he is totally unclear about his own fate. Even the question of returning to Xianyang alive is an unknown right at this moment. Just as he was pondering, he could hear hoof beats coming from afar again. Xiang Shaolong was shocked, and looking over, his countenance changed immediately. He saw that near the woods about 2 miles away, about 50-odd healthy horses were galloping at full speed, but only half of the horses have riders while the others were without saddles. From the way that the horses can run so neatly and swiftly behind the main group without being leashed, he knows that, not only are these horses quality horses but also well-trained war horses. After so many years of experience, he has learned how to differentiate people by their riding skills. These 27 riders could still weave left and right effortlessly in such mountainous and unfamiliar terrain. He knew that they are all first-rated riders. The worst thing is that his riding and archery skills are still his weakest. On such flat terrain, and with them having backup horses to switch to, if they manage to catch up with him, he won't even have the chance to retaliate. The enemy can catch up with him so quickly, so they must be expert trackers. Maybe these are the ones that Jing Nian heard, the experts under specific orders by Han Wangan to arrest him. Xiang Shaolong surveyed his surroundings, gritted his teeth and dashed down the slope. He jumped onto the horse's back and quietly muttered, "Sorry, horse," as he urged the horse to gallop around the small hill and run for his life. His destination is the dense forest at the end of the flat plains. If he can make his way there, he'll be able to make use of the surroundings there to have a life and death battle with the enemy. He will not sit there and be killed and sully the reputation of the best special task force warrior of the 21st century. Xiang Shaolong removed his gear from the horse and used a cloth to tie 2 heavy stones which is about his weight and hung it on the horse's saddle. After that he used a sharp knife and pierced into the horse's buttock. The horse screamed and galloped into the dense forest with the stones on it. By now the pursuing enemy is about half a mile away. If not for the fact that Xiang Shaolong stepped into the stream and traveled about half a mile along it so that the enemy will not be able to find his footsteps, they may already have caught up with him. But since the enemy can still follow him, it means that they obviously have very outstanding trackers among them. He dare not hesitate and hurriedly carried his luggage and ran deep into the forest. After walking for a while, he could hear hoofbeats passing him from behind and quickly fading away. Xiang Shaolong heaved a sigh of relief as he sped up and ran towards a tall hill in the forest. Even if he came upon vines or roots blocking his way, he dare not use his sword to cut them away for fear of leaving traces behind. He has gone for about 100-odd feet when he could hear the hoofbeats hurriedly returning from the way they left, straight towards his position. Xiang Shaolong calmed down instead at this time. As a member of the Special Task Force, it is a requirement and an iron rule that one must keep calm in the face of impending danger. He quietly analyzed the situation and thought that since the enemy could tell that it's a trap, he is sure that they are not only relying on hoof prints to pursue him. Just as he was feeling perplexed, he heard barking coming nearer, and from the sound of it, there's only one dog. Xiang Shaolong was suddenly enlightened and was feeling ecstatic instead of shocked. He hid himself among some thick bushes, squatted down and removed the bamboo cage with the rabbit from his back and waited patiently. By now the sky is slowly getting darker. Xiang Shaolong took out his dagger and peeped through the leaves, totally concentrating on the movements outside. The dog bark stopped only to hear hasty footsteps coming nearer as the enemies abandoned their horses to go on foot. In a short while, more than 10-odd black shadows that were spread out came slowly towards him from about 30 feet away, with one of them holding onto a leash with a small dog at the other end, barking madly as it streamed towards his hiding place. Xiang Shaolong quietly opened the cage. The rabbit was already trembling in fear when it heard the barks earlier, and now that it saw an escape route, it shot out like an arrow and ran off towards the left. That dog was indeed instantly alert and turned towards that direction, barking and running madly. The person holding the leash shouted, "Hurry! Spot is running towards that direction." The enemy all ran after it. Once Xiang Shaolong has made sure that all the enemy has retreated, he jumped up and followed after them, quietly thinking to himself, "Don't blame me for being ruthless, but in such a situation, there's no place for mercy at all." If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Volume 21 Chapter 3. Book 21 Chapter 3, Surrounded by Enemies. Grasping Bloodwave, Xiang Shaolong overtook an enemy soldier who was lagging behind the rest. He reached from behind to cover his enemy's mouth while Bloodwave pierced the enemy's neck from the side. The enemy only struggled a moment before taking his last breath. Xiang Shaolong handily took over his crossbow and bolts. The rest of the enemies ahead were focused on the path the pursuing dog had gone. The day had also darkened to the point where it was difficult to spot the path, hence the enemies were oblivious to the god of death pressing from the rear. When Xiang Shaolong had used the same tactic to dispatch the next enemy soldier, the rest of the enemies had halted at a grass patch. A 10 feet high pile of rocks was blocking the path. Apparently, the rabbit was hiding in there somewhere, compelling the dog to pounce and howl continuously. One person shouted, "Light the torches." At this moment, Xiang Shaolong had already used the cover of the trees to sneak up on one of the men, dragged him aside and murdered him while seizing the crossbow in his hand. 5 torches ignited, dyeing the jungle blood red. All around, ancient trees reached to the sky. As the tall trees cut off the sunlight all year round, only a few creepers managed to grow on the ground. The only exception was a 10 feet wide clump of shrubbery, presenting an obvious target. The remaining 24 enemies had their crossbows tensed and ready to fire. The leader of the enemies shouted towards the shrubbery, "Xiang Shaolong, you can forget about escaping this time. Come out obediently, else we will burn you till you have no remains left." The dog had been recalled by its master with a low shout and had stopped barking. It had even lain down submissively, extremely obedient. Xiang Shaolong surveyed the situation and saw that the men were standing close to each other and were illuminated by the torches. It would be difficult to repeat his ploy of attacking from behind. Taking advantage of the crackling from the torches, he took out his climbing hook and shot it over a branch on the tree beside him. Naturally, the rabbit in the undergrowth did not respond to the man's shout. However, those men appeared unwilling to set fire to the brush for fear of causing collateral damage. "I don't actually understand this." After abusing him for a while more, one of the men took a look around and exclaimed in surprise, "Where is Dian Chang?" Xiang Shaolong emerged from behind the tree and replied, "I am here." As everyone turned towards him in shock, the crossbows in his left and right arms emitted their terrifying twang. 2 of the men carrying torches were pierced in the chest and fell. Their torches also fell to the ground. When the enemies finally returned fire, Xiang Shaolong had dodged behind the large tree and climbed up with his apparatus. As he was hidden amidst the thick leaves and branches, the rest of the men thought he was still taking cover behind the tree. They spread out and surrounded the tree. The fallen torches had started 2 bushfires which spread rapidly, creating a lot of thick smoke. Xiang Shaolong first retrieved his hook and then shot it towards the branches of another large tree about 20 feet away. Securing the hook, he then surveyed the situation from his vantage point, awaiting the enemy's response. Coughing sounds emanated and the dog whimpered. 4 of the men were compelled forward by the fire and smoke, and were about to dash towards Xiang Shaolong's original hiding place behind the tree when Xiang Shaolong fired the crossbows in his hands. 2 enemies collapsed immediately. The bushfire had now increased greatly with thick smoke everywhere, obscuring Xiang Shaolong's line of sight. After shooting down another enemy, he hurriedly traversed to the other tree in the air using the already secured hook. The enemies had now reached the tree he was originally at under the cover of smoke, only to discover that there was no one there. Meanwhile, 3 more enemies had been shot down by him. Of the 27 enemies originally, 9 had been felled by his guerrilla tactics. The remaining men had also been frightened into scattering and hiding, and no longer had their former fighting spirit. Xiang Shaolong had achieved his objective and traversed to an even further tree before nimbly rappelling back to ground. He ran towards the direction where the enemy's horses' hoof sounds had previously stopped. Slightly more than an hour later, he finally exited the woods. Close to 50 war horses were tied up just outside the woods. It was already midnight and the moon was high in the sky, filling the land with a mysterious atmosphere. After selecting a strong horse, he cut the ropes on the rest and lashed them all together. He then lightly poked one of the horse's thigh with Bloodwave. The horse neighed in pain and ran off together with the rest of the horses shoving and pulling. Xiang Shaolong hopped on the remaining horse, but it was a while before he was able to control the horse and ride away freely. 3 days later, while crossing a prairie, Xiang Shaolong nonchalantly ditched his horse and crossed the Weihan border. His mood was now greatly improved, feeling as if he were on a sightseeing tour. Between the Wei capital Daliang and the Han capital Nanhan lay Zhongmu, which was at present only 100 miles north of where he was. Xiang Shaolong had to exert a large amount of his self-control before he could suppress his strong urge to head straight to the refuge in Zhongmu. That would of course be most unwise and reckless. The weather had gradually turned cold. Fortunately, Jing Yan had prepared winter clothing for him, allowing him to avoid suffering in the cold. He walked for 5 days before reaching the outskirts of Lianshan district. The rising sun emerged in the east. Sunshine sprinkled over the ridges and plains, finishing the grass and trees in yellow, presenting a scene of boundless vitality. Nearby was a lake. As the cold wind blew over, the water rippled and the reflection of the trees danced in a delightfully colorful pattern, causing Xiang Shaolong to be even more carefree and relaxed, forgetting his situation as a fugitive. Lush primeval forests and dense undergrowth, endless wild meadows and marshlands surrounding a lake resembling a large mirror, truly a wonderful scenery. Many tents were pitched on the meadow beside the lake. Large numbers of horses and sheep were also leisurely grazing on the grassland. The atmosphere was harmonious and peaceful. Xiang Shaolong watched for a long time before collecting his thoughts, and headed towards Daliang. He naturally wouldn't walk right into a trap by heading for Daliang directly, but intended to reach the outskirts of Daliang before using the previous route he had taken from Zhao to Daliang to enter the Zhao border. Even though he had to go in a big circle, it was the safest route he could think of. 2 hours later, he was on a prairie deep within the Wei border. He recalled on the night of the ambush, Jifeng must have borne him close to 300 miles in escape, from his location then, to the Zhao Wei border and then to the mountain range near the Jing family village before collapsing in exhaustion. Presently, he could be said to be in familiar ground. After walking northeast for another 6 hours, he heard hoof beats ahead. Xiang Shaolong hurriedly hid himself. A moment later, a close to 20-strong squad of Wei soldiers galloped into view. They ascended a nearby hill, raised camp, and posted sentries. Xiang Shaolong felt his scalp numb, his heart exclaiming in dismay. The Wei people must have received news that he was alive and had possibly escaped here. The fact was, whether he headed to Zhongmu or Daliang, it would be open plains all the way. The Weiss would certainly be familiar with their own territory and would only need to post sentries on all the high points. If he was even slightly careless, his route would be revealed and it would be difficult for him to avoid the consequences of capture. The enemy had evidently just started their operations. Once the sentry post had been established, they would certainly start a blanket search of the entire area. With fast horses and hunting dogs searching for him, he could forget about escaping with his life. Most vexing was the fact that there were several large rivers on his path to Daliang. The Weiss would only need to post sentries along the river, then he would not have the confidence to sneak across even at night. Pondering this, he nonetheless knew he had to forge ahead. The alternative was to return to the mountains, which was not an option. At the moment, the danger would not be any less returning to the Han border or heading south to Chu territory. The question was whether he should steel himself and dash north to Zhongmu. He could then regroup with Teng Yi and Jing Jun in a matter of days. This thought was now even more enticing than before, but he also knew that that was the most dangerous of all routes. Xiang Shaolong continued this internal struggle on where to proceed until the sun set in the west. In the end, he resolved to explore the route to Zhongmu. Only if he could not find a way past the blockade would he head east towards Daliang, following his original plan to return to Qin via Zhao. Having made the decision, he felt more relaxed. He took another hour to bypass the enemy sentry post before continuing north towards Zhongmu. Before reaching Zhongmu, he needed to pass by another Wei city, Zhaochang. Naturally, he would not think of entering the city. He had to be extra careful to avoid being discovered by the city's defenders. Relying on his special forces training, he covered 30 miles before daybreak, running until his legs ached. In the end, he hid in a patch of dense jungle to rest. Not letting down his guard, he exerted more effort to climb up a large tree and concealing himself in its thick foliage before lying down on a branch and closing his eyes to rest. This tree was taller than others and was at the edge of the forest grove. From it, he could survey the surrounding plains as well as the main road to Zhaochang. He was soon fast asleep. An indefinite time later, he was awakened by the sound of horses and men. Xiang Shaolong opened his eyes and started in shock. Both the insides and outside of the jungle were filled with Wei soldiers. Even a conservative estimate numbered them at about 1,000. They were making a thorough search of the area. He was immediately covered in cold sweat, realizing that being overly exhausted, he was not aroused until the enemy was directly below him. In fact, if he had not been sleeping in a groove formed by 3 branches, he might have fallen to the ground in his stupor. He did not dare move even his fingers and toes. I think in English this translates to did not move a hair. Only after the Wei soldiers had passed by did he dare to peek his head out to survey the situation. Two teams of cavalry rode past on the official road outside the jungle grove. Further out, there was a hill with even more horses and men. The commanders of this search appeared to be there. Looking at the scale of the search, he knew that the Wei King whom he had formerly benefited had spared no effort in his command to capture or kill Xiang Shaolong. This contingent of more than 2,000 soldiers were likely from Zhao Cheng's garrison, and were likely only a portion of the entire search party. With such strength in numbers and the Wei people's home ground advantage, he realized he would be unable to advance even an inch. He couldn't help feeling a tinge of regret. If he had not impatiently reached for Zhangmu but had detoured to Daliang instead, he would not be in his present danger. Right now, it seemed the safest option would be to return to the mountainous Weihan border. He could then hide there for 10 days to half a month while the tempest died down. It would then be much easier to get to wherever he wanted to go. At this moment, the sound of dogs barking rang out in the forest. Xiang Shaolong's tensed, awaiting his fate. At present, the large number of people present had muddied the sense, so he was not afraid of being discovered by the hound's acute noses. However, if he was escaping alone in the dead of the night, it would be difficult for him to escape the hound's attention. Seeing the enemy's troop disposition, how would he dare to continue towards Zhao Cheng? Once the patrolling soldiers had left, he would change his direction from north to east towards the south of Daliang. Staking his all and after avoiding endless waves of pursuing soldiers, Xiang Shaolong finally arrived at the west bank of the famous river Jialuhe. Looking across, both sides were tranquil and undisturbed, nary a person in sight. But he was also certain that there were concealed sentries in the jungle overlooking the river. He scrutinized carefully, spotting a place where more than 10 enemies could conceal themselves. He then ascended a tree and hid himself patiently, waiting for nightfall. He quickly fell asleep from his exhaustion. When he awoke, the entire landscape had turned into beautiful white wonderland. His face and upper body were covered with light snow, but he did not feel cold. The first snowfall had finally arrived. Xiang Shaolong brushed off the powdery snow on his body and looked somberly at the continuing snowfall. Snowstorms were good for concealing hiding places, but terrible for flight. If he jumped into the water now and emerged from the river wet, he would freeze to death. Moreover, once the snowfall stopped, the footprints he left behind would make it impossible for him to evade the pursuing enemies. At the moment, he only had 3 choices. The first was to chop wood and construct a raft to ford the great river. However, this would be time-consuming and prone to incidents and dangerous, unless he could be sure that the enemy sentries were not nearby. Else once he alerted the enemy, he would not even have the chance to defend himself. The second option was to follow the bank upriver. From Jingnian's map, the source of this river was a mountainous region southwest of Zhangmu. Nonetheless, once he rounded the river, he would be near the southern corner of Zhangmu, which would be extremely dangerous. Moreover, if he then wanted to carry on to Daliang, the route would be 500 miles longer than what he originally planned, totally not worth it. The final option was to head downriver. Even though this would bring him further and further from Daliang, it would allow him to escape the danger zone relatively easily. If he could reach the peaceful areas where several large rivers converged, he could even look for an opportunity to cross the river on a boat. More, he could divert even further south to the Chu border. Then even if he was captured by the Chus, he might even be released by Li Yanyan or Li Yuan privately on account of their former affections. Once he made his decision, he hurriedly got on the move and followed the river south. He walked until daybreak before the snow finally stopped. When Xiang Shaolong turned his head to look, he saw his footprints like a long tail on the virgin snow and silently called out in misery. After he carried on a while more, he realized that if he carried on thus, he would be discovered by the pursuing soldiers sooner or later. With sudden inspiration, he stopped, inspected his surroundings, formulated a plan and hurried towards a nearby forest grove. Entering the forest, he drew Bloodwave and cut down a relatively slender pomegranate tree. He next used his dagger to pare the tree into 2 5-feet-long skis. The front foot of the skis were raised slightly. The middle of the skis were also raised slightly, extending front and back, just enough for him to step on it with his booted feet. He next drilled 4 small holes in the wood, cut his hooks into 2 and used them to secure his boots to the skis through the holes. The most clever was the groove at the bottom of the skis from front to back, emulating modern skis. At dusk, this first pair of skis in China was finally realized. As a special force soldier, Xiang Shaolong had received expert skiing training. Proceeding thus was as easy as ABC to him. After completing the skis, he also fashioned some ski poles. The top was wider and the bottom narrowed to a point. 3 inches above the sharpened point, he lashed a horizontal stick, serving as snow discs. I think he's referring to the discs at the bottom of ski poles that prevent them from sinking in too deep. Huang Yi must be a fan of skiing to think of this detail, smiley face. When everything was complete, it was already late at night. Cutting and paring the hard as iron pomegranate tree had cost him a lot of energy, so he rested a while before making his next move. He hung the skis and ski poles on his back and ran to the riverbank on foot. Although it was difficult to make each step, his mood was greatly improved from before. By daybreak, he had covered about 3 miles, arriving at the banks of the great river. He deliberately climbed down the banks, leaving distinct footprints before doubling back by stepping into the footprints, climbing back up the bank. Next, he put on his skis and secured them. He gave a shout and began his miraculous feat of skiing. He utilized the undulating landscape, increasing his speed, unhurried but quick, rounded a large circle and returned to the forest grove. He then hid himself on top of a taller-than-average tree and waited. His spirit was immeasurably stimulated, and required a long time before he was able to calm himself down and close his eyes to get some sleep. Roused by noise, Xiang Shaolong opened his eyes to look, and was shocked out of his wits. The entire landscape was covered with Wei cavalry, at least 1,000 strong. They were following his distinct footprints towards the forest grove. He saw them pass through the forest grove towards the riverbank, to where his footprints ended before suddenly halting to confer. Soon, the Wei soldiers dismounted and rapidly cut wood to build rafts, an endless hum of activity. At this moment, snow started falling again, more heavily than the previous snowfall. Waves of snow clumps started falling from the ash-gray sky, sometimes slowly, sometimes flurriedly. By midday, all hoofprints and footprints prior to the snowfall had been obscured. Xiang Shaolong silently thanked the heavens for their assistance. This way, once the enemy had forded the river and failed to find his footprints, they could only spread out to comb the area, getting further and further away from him in their pursuit. Originally detrimental to him, the snowfall had become his protective charm. As he was celebrating in his heart, barking sounds started in the distance. 100+ strong contingent of Wei foot soldiers with hunting dogs was coming along the river. Xiang Shaolong suddenly realized that this team was part of the cavalry regiment that had constructed rafts and crossed the river. The cavalry had rushed ahead because they had seen his footprints and also because of the impending snowfall, hence the canine contingent had lagged behind by 2 hours. He couldn't help exclaiming at his close shave. If it had been the canine contingent that had arrived first earlier, his brilliant plan might not have succeeded. But now, the heavy snowfall had covered his scent. It was dusk before the entire Wei regiment crossed the river. Xiang Shaolong patiently waited for another 2 hours before climbing down the tree. Taking advantage of the dark night, high winds and snow-filled sky, he took up his ski poles, and like a bird over a boundless snowscape, he flew towards the Jielu River. With this apparatus to fly over the snowy landscape, he decided to risk a bit of danger and edged towards Zhengmu. From his first escape until now, this was the first time he felt any hope for the future. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Volume 21 Chapter 4. Book 21 Chapter 4, Illicit Relations in a Secret Room. Xiang Shaolong lay in the underbrush observing the enemy's barracks. In just 2 days, he had covered what would have taken an ordinary person 10 days, reaching a Zhao encampment approximately 10 miles from Zhengmu. He was initially confident of sneaking past the enemy's defensive perimeter, but upon seeing the situation, this unfulfilled dream burst like foam bubbles in sunshine. Most aggravating was the fact that Li Mu had cut down all the trees in the area that might have offered him cover. He had also dug long trenches in the plains where Xiang Shaolong was and posted guards on all passageways. Even if he could somehow cross the trenches, he still had to surmount 3 layers of fences before he could reach the barracks. And then he had to sneak past 10 miles of barracks and finally though a stretch of plains outside Zhengmu that was completely devoid of cover. Looking at Li Mu's arrangements, he must be preventing anyone from approaching Zhengmu. Xiang Shaolong was like a delirious half-starved kitten seeing a fish but was unable to consume it. The agony was beyond description. His only gratification was that while Li Mu had put a watertight seal around Zhengmu, he was still unable to breach Zhengmu's sturdy walls. He was most familiar with Zhengmu's capabilities. Defending Zhengmu for even a year would not be a difficult thing. At the moment, he had only 2 choices. The first was to follow his original plan to get to Daliang and then to the Zhao border before reuniting with Huan Qi at Tunliu. The other option was to go round Zhengmu, sneak past the Zhao soldiers' frontier defense and then back to Qin. The latter option was of course much more dangerous. With Li Mu's meticulous planning, he is sure to have outposts preventing Qin soldiers from rendering assistance from the east. If he did not have his skis, this option was akin to walking into a trap. But at this point, it was not without a chance of success. Just as this desire was burning in his heart, the sound of horses and dogs came from the southwest. Xiang Shaolong's heart sank. He let go of this enticing thought and headed towards Daliang. He reached the outskirts of the Wei capital of Daliang at dusk the next day. Having returned to the scene of his previous exploits, he thought about the late Prince Xinling Wei Wuji and could not help his conflicting emotions. At this point he had already exhausted his dried rations and was both hungry and tired. Yet Dalian's defenses had obviously been strengthened. All the high points were staffed with sentries. Most despairing for him were the few large rivers and man-made ditches obstructing the road towards Dalian. Observing the area, he realized that he had to cross the rivers to reach Dalian before crossing the ditches on the other side of capital in order to get to the Zhao border. It would also be best for him to stock up on foodstuff on the way, as the bitter cold made it impossible to gather wild fruits to allay his hunger as he had been doing. At present, his greatest advantage was that the Wei people were still unaware that he had arrived at the vicinity of Dalian. It was therefore not impossible to traverse Dalian before rushing to the Zhao border. After the decision was made, he hid his equipment such as the ski board and crossbow at a certain place and marked a symbol. Then he climbed up onto a big tree, swept away the snow and huddled in between the branches to wait for dawn. At midnight, snow fell heavily and he felt frozen and trembled in the cold. Despite suffering from cold and hunger, the only thing he could do was to be patient. As he was being attacked, he was always escaping capture using his wits and strong determination and therefore had no time to think. However, as he settled down, he was plagued by stray thoughts. Thoughts about the man who was sent by Jing Yan and whether this man managed to reach Ting Yi with his news. Thoughts about those wives in Xianyang, how they would react to his news. These thoughts felt like tons of pressure on his mind, and he was unable to relax. The painful borne by the body is far less than the pressure felt in the heart. Suddenly he felt the chill and lost consciousness. When he woke, he felt the pain throughout his entire body and realized that he had fallen off the tree in the night and his body was covered by snow. The winter sun had risen and the soft sunlight entered the forest. He tried to get up and felt the heat on his face and a weakened mental state. He realized that he had fallen sick at this critical moment. Xiang Shaolong felt extremely weak both mentally and physically, but he knew that if he didn't continue the journey before nightfall, he would not live to see tomorrow's dawn. By thinking about his wives to distract the weakness, he tried his hardest to stand. Every step that he stumbled, he would get back up to try to reach the edge of forest. When he barely got to edge, his strength gave out and he fell back down unconscious. After a long period, he was woken by the sound of cartwheels scraping against the ground. He opened his eyes and saw a convoy of carts moving along the road to Dalian. Sunlight had already faded and dark clouds gathered overhead to signal another incoming snowstorm. Xiang Shaolong knew that this very moment would be about life or death. Trying to avoid attention, he snuck into the convoy and climbed onto one of the carts, falling onto soft wheat. Then he lost consciousness. A voice woke Xiang Shaolong. Although he still suffered from hot and cold, tiredness, and a leaden head, he still felt better than before. But his throat burnt and he desperately needed some water or tea. Xiang Shaolong lifted up the tent of the cart. The only thing he saw in the endless white snow, besides the road, were some houses. It felt like he had arrived in the city of Dalian after a nightmare. The cart moved slowly and headed off in another direction. At that moment, Xiang Shaolong could not decide whether it was better alight here or not, and as he hesitated, the cart turned into a street and entered into the yard of a residence. Xiang Shaolong gathered his remaining strength and willpower and waited for the right moment. The cart stopped in front of a warehouse. Sunlight had been extinguished, and thus the workers were not going to offload the cart immediately. Instead, they just parked the cart and left. Xiang Shaolong thanked his lucky stars. After for a while, he used his remaining strength to crawl out from the cart, and fell onto the show. Lying on the ground, he refreshed his mind to observe the circumstances. He saw that the warehouses were dark but that the front lawn was lighted. He observed that the residence should belong to one of the Wei's nobles as it was surrounded by high walls. He laid in a rectangular open lawn and there was nothing other than the carts. On side of the lawn was a stable while the other side consisted of the slave quarters. The sound of dogs barking from somewhere in the front lawn startled Xiang Shaolong. In this era, noble residences always rear dogs so that when the noble is sleeping, the dogs would patrol the lawn. There is no way for Xiang Shaolong to climb out from the wall in his current condition, and the only thing he can do is to find a hiding place and wait for tomorrow. With strength that appeared from nowhere, he got up and to find a warehouse to lay in. At the same time he feels that he is recovering, and his spirit is restored. When he got in front of a warehouse, he found that it is locked up securely and that he can't enter. On impulse, he checked every door and manages to find an unlocked door at the last try. He feels joy and enters. As the door closes and shuts out the light from the front lawn, a hot body hugs him suddenly. She says, "I did not expect you to come. Didn't mistress command you to drive a cart for her? Why are you back this early?" Xiang Shaolong grumbled inwardly. He had inadvertently bumped into an illicit relation between slaves. He was out of words to explain, but the infatuated lady encircled her arms around his neck and kissed him softly. It would be disrespectful to decline, so Xiang Shaolong took it in his stride. The lady left his lips trembling and said, "You are not Shirling. You are Liu Jie. You can't cheat me." Xiang Shaolong replied, vaguely afraid that she would raise her voice. He moved forward and hugged the lady and kissed her cherry lips. The lady's alluring passion, her moral struggle, and amorousness created a reaction within him. Perhaps it was the excitement of sexual desire that caused Xiang Shaolong to feel better from his illness, for he did not feel the cold unlike previously. The most exciting thing he feels that the seductive event is that he does not even know the appearance of the other party. From touch he can feel that she is voluptuous and sexually experienced. Xiang Shaolong's strength is in his resistance against temptation of womanly wiles. But he is not a modest in rights. Now that he is turned on by desire, he is unable to stop. Moreover, if he does not satisfy her, he has to subdue or kill her. Upon weighing the importance of the two decisions, the former is better and it may deceive. Someone help me improve this passage, please. His hands are searching on her body to incite sexual passion. The lady starts breathing heavily and her body becomes soft and hot. If there is a light, it would reveal her burning cheeks. His searching fingers finds that her coat is surprisingly thick and her smooth thighs are plentiful. He realizes that she is a very young and estimates her age not older than 20. Her reaction is like burning fire while her body reacts to his hugs and fondles, and she can't stop groping his back. A groan is released from deep inside her lips and anyone knows what she desires for. The fact that she knows that he is not the one who was waiting for but is still reacting freely, therefore her mind is expansive on sexual relationship. Thus Xiang Shaolong does not feel any responsibility. This thought causes him to relax and enjoy the sexual amorousness. Suddenly, she detaches from him and leads him by the hand into darkness. Without the heat from her burning body, he is feeling cold and weak again. He forced a smile, never expecting that a lady can be a panacea to his illness. They stop and fall onto some wheat. There is a quilt on the wheat. Since she was sneaking here more than once, she was well prepared. Laying on a comfortable bed, Xiang Shaolong never wants to get up again. The lady stands up and takes off her clothes like a sex-starved person. She throws herself on Xiang Shaolong with a smooth, warm and hot body. When she starts to strip him, Xiang Shaolong finds that he is reacting passionately. Xiang Shaolong smiles bitterly, he is poor but still addicted to sex. You such are despicable person, usually looking at me with your desire. The lady whispers on his ear. I don't know what you paid Shirling for this that he lets you come and humiliate me. Hurry up. Xiang Shaolong turns and presses tightly to her. The lady says, do you like me? He mumbles, and concentrates on the joy of sexual relationship. Debauchery descends onto the warehouse. Xiang Shaolong worked hard for a while, his strength could not cater for this, so the lady takes the lead. After a while, she is spent and lays on his body. Xiang Shaolong hugs her tightly and says, I am not Liu Jie. She trembles. Who are you? He has a planned answer. I am Chen Wu, a worker that followed from the cart team. I want to see the situation of the warehouse but I met you. Thank God, I am so lucky. What is your name? The lady hesitated, and then she laughs out loud and says, you dead man. Treated me like this. I am Chiu Lin and I am the maid of young master. Sigh. You. But you are better than young master in Shirling and even Liu Jie is not as good as you. Xiang Shaolong feels free for this and asks, would you please bring me some food and drink? But don't let anyone know. Chiu Lin sits up and whispers with her hand lingering on his chest, okay? If someone knows this, I am dead too. And she dresses up and leaves. Xiang Shaolong wears his clothes and falls asleep because of the exertion. After a while, he is woken by Chiu Lin. She lights on a oil lamp, looking at him speechless. Xiang Shaolong sits up, and looking on her too. Chiu Lin's beauty cannot compare his wife's, but she is still good looking. The most attractive thing is that she has a dainty, cute, delicate and attractive body. That is why Shirling is addicted to her. This girl is bewitching in all aspects. Chiu Lin fondles on his bearded cheek and whispers, I've never seen such a dominant and handsome guy like you. You are just a little bit thin. Xiang Shaolong hugged her and said, what sort of good food have you brought? Chiu Lin opened up the bundle, took out a pot of tea and a dozen steamed buns. Xiang Shaolong watched with dripping saliva and devoured them right away. Chiu Lin asked, what are the hooks on your belt used for? Xiang Shaolong made something up, it is used for moving goods. But Chiu Lin, who clearly wasn't one that would think deeply into things, did not doubt him and asked, wouldn't Boss Xia, who was in charge of transporting the grain, blame you for slipping away like this? Xiang Shaolong said, I told him I was looking for friends, so it shouldn't be a problem. Xiao Lin jested lewdly, looking for friends? More like looking for girls, and I just happened to be the girl. Watching her flirted shamelessly with him, Xiang Shaolong in a flush of hot blood and almost wanted to pull her over and have another roll in the hay. At the same time, he also rejoiced in his heart. Who could have expected that his earlier activity had caused him to break out in a sweat and resulted in his physical condition taking a turn for the better? Xiao Lin cast a glance at Xiang Shaolong and showed a hint of resentment. In the future, I would cast aside name and status, and only wish to be with you, but... Xiang Shaolong smiled, you wouldn't be able to help yourself even if you wished otherwise. By asking seemingly casual questions, Xiang Shaolong skillfully extracted information from her on his surroundings. He found that the mansion belonged to a minister of the way and the state of affairs in the household. Xiao Lin sighed, young master is coming back, I have to leave you. Xiang Shaolong brought her in his embrace and softly said, when can you return? Xiao Lin was in a confused state of emotion, it depends on the situation, how can I tell? Inspired, Xiang Shaolong said, for Sister Xiao Lin, there is nothing that I, Jinwu would not do. If there are no mishaps, I'll just wait for you here. Sister Qiu will come here when she can, but it is important to bring some food and drink. If possible, some clothes too. Xiao Lin was in a fit of passion and paid no mind to anything else, she rained kisses on his face, constantly nodding. Xiang Shaolong was still afraid she would ask others of him, and after reminding her not to do so, let her leave. Using the lighting from this temporary comfort zone, Xiang Shaolong shifted to a concealed corner of the warehouse, laid down and rested. The warehouse was full of firewood, which was an indispensable necessity in the winter. For a time, he could take a breather. Not only he had a girl for company, he was also in no danger of being captured by Wei's troops. He only needed to build up his health before leaving in the night by using hook and rope to climb over the wall. However, there are limits to one's physical endurance. If he was to travel in this freezing cold weather, he could at most last a few days. As Zhao is to the north of Wei, the weather there would be even more severe. Previously, when he was anxious to return Zhongmu, he made the wrong decision to turn north instead of south. If he had gone south, he would have reached Shu and would not be trapped in this situation where he could neither advance or retreat. It was indeed an unwise decision. With those thoughts on his mind, he soon fell asleep. On the second day, although there were people coming in to take out bundles of firewood, they had no clue to his presence. Before dusk, Xiao Lin brought some food, and said apologetically, Wu Lang, young man or husband, please make do with it. Young master's clothes don't fit you too well, there are not many men as tall as you. Xiang Shaolong, however, was totally satisfied, after sharing a moment of tenderness, let her go. Physically, he had more or less recovered and was silently thinking that this wasn't a suitable place to stay for too long. Before the vicious dogs were set loose, he climbed over the wall onto the street. With the howling snow, there were not many people. The few people on the streets were also hurrying along and paying little attention. Xiang Shaolong used a piece of rag torn off the thin quilt to cover his head and face and headed toward the north gate. When walls were in sight, he was however shocked to discover that the walls were covered with thick ice and extremely slippery. It would be impossible to climb over even in the best possible conditions. Xiang Shaolong was, however, unwilling to give up immediately. He found a suitable length of wall, and tried a dozen times but failed to set the hook over the wall. At this point, he had no choice but to admit defeat, while gaining an understanding why there were so few sieges in the winter. By this time, returning to the warehouse would be a problem due to the roaming dogs. Therefore he had no choice but to find a side lane and huddled up for the night before making his way cautiously towards the gates at dawn. The snow stopped at midnight and the sun rose from the horizon at dawn. Xiang Shaolong was walking down the street, with the feeling of being totally naked. He had always been proud of the body, but now it was his biggest burden. He had specifically chosen the side streets to avoid eyes and ears, where he came to an open space where a group of children was playing with the shuttlecock. One of the children caught sight of him, and his face changed color, and shouted, "Here's the bandit!" The other children saw him and scattered off in fear. Xiang Shaolong sighed bitterly in his heart, "Do I look like a bandit?" Suddenly, he understood where his problem lied. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Volume 21 Chapter 5. Book 21 Chapter 5, held back in reserve. Xiang Shaolong could no longer worry about exposing his identity and hurried towards the north gate. If his guess was not off, the reason why those kids would call him a bandit was that they had seen his wanted poster somewhere and recognized his face. Now that he was known as a public enemy in Wei, and if those kids that had seen him went home and told their parents, the alarm would be raised in the whole of Daliang in no time at all. So if he missed the opportunity to escape now, he wouldn't be able to do so at some later time even if he had grown wings. At this junction, he no longer had the time to blame his own negligence. Fortunately, dark clouds started to form and cover the sun. As the gate grew in sight, snowflakes were dancing in the sky, providing him with a little cover. When he reached a position where he could clearly observe the gate, he hid behind a big tree by the roadside, waiting for an opportunity to break out of the city. The gate was staffed by around 30 guards who inspected both people and carts going in and out of the city in a routine manner and did not seem to be particularly cautious or strict. Xiang Shaolong was relieved and looked for an opportunity. If he managed to chance upon the sort of mule team that he entered the city in with, he would easily get away. Despite waiting for nearly an hour, there were no carts traveling out of the city, even traders were scarce. During this freezing cold season, it was certainly not suitable to go on a journey and the absence of travelers was to be expected. Around this time, the sound of hurried hooves could be heard and a large group of over 100 cavalry came galloping at full speed towards the gate and swiftly dismounted. They seemed to be preparing themselves to face a fierce and imminent enemy. In the midst of the wind and snow, Xiang Shaolong faintly heard someone mentioning his name. His heart sank. The scenario that he hoped to avoid most had just happened. The Weiss knew he was in the city before he could get away. The snow was getting heavier and heavier. After he bought some small tools from a blacksmith shop, Xiang Shaolong snuck back into the warehouse and hid himself. He inserted a small but extremely sharp saw plus 2 fine iron rods into his hollowed-out soles and glued back the bottom layer. Unless his soles were stripped off, otherwise no one would expect anything unusual. At this moment, he did not know exactly how these would be put into use, so they were just preventive measures. After some time, Zhou Lin came back again. Xiang Shaolong remained in hiding, hardening his heart to ignore her call. After Zhou Lin left disappointedly, he waited patiently till dusk before leaving the warehouse and returning to snow-filled streets. The Wei troops were constantly patrolling the streets, checkpoints were again set up at road junctions to question passerbys. Xiang Shaolong knew that the Weiss had embarked on a rigorous and thorough search, so he used the rope hook to mount over house by house. Only with great difficulty did he reach the Wei Imperial District. Thinking of the fact that the locust tree is still around but the people are no more, he can't help but felt dejected. He wondered if Lady Ping Yuan is well and safe when he was suddenly startled out of his reminiscing by the sound of galloping horses. Xiang Shaolong quickly steadied his mood, and under the cover of darkness, moved toward the living area of the ministers in the palace. Because all the residents here were rich and respectable, no soldiers come to patrol and search. Xiang Shaolong, using his special task force skills, ran in a zigzag manner, suddenly stopping and running, alternating between slow and fast. At last, he stopped in front of a magnificent mansion house. This inscription above the door read Lord Longyang's residence. After letting out a deep sigh, Xiang Shaolong followed the wall towards the direction of the building. Arriving at the inner courtyard, he slipped on top of the wall. Only after confirming that there were no guard dogs on the prowl did he land on the ground. He was in no hurry to find Lord Longyang. After inspecting the surroundings, he selected a large tree and shot out his grappling hook, pulling himself on top of the building. Only after stabilizing his footing did he place Bloodwave, his dagger, and his other tools in a branched crook of the tree. Returning to the ground, he snuck past several buildings at a go before arriving at the garden at the innermost residence. Due to the blizzard, everyone in the residence had secreted themselves inside the building, making it extremely convenient for him to move about. Passing by the garden, he trod upon a stone path, crossed a stone bridge, and arrived in front of a tall building. Seeing that the building was 3 stories high and was located directly in the middle of the inner courtyard, he knew that he had arrived at Lord Longyang's residence. By now, night had fallen. But lamplight shone out from the windows of the 3-storied building, and an indistinct voice could be faintly heard as well. Xiang Shaolong stealthily stepped on top of one of the windows and quietly looked inside the building. Inside was a large hall. 2 servant boys were seated at either side of the doorway, yawning widely. Seeing this, he knew that Lord Longyang had yet to return. That was why those 2 poor boys had to force their eyelids open as they tiredly awaited their master's return. Lord Longyang naturally must have heard the news that Xiang Shaolong had arrived in Daliang. Perhaps at this very moment, he was in the palace discussing this matter with He Liangping. Xiang Shaolong thought quietly for a period of time, then firmly made up his mind. Climbing back outside, he climbed to the highest level of the residence, then pushed the window open and entered the room. He had entered what he believed to be the private bedroom of Lord Longyang. The way the room was decorated was very feminine. A slender, sloping recliner bed could be seen. It was covered in perfume, filling the room with the sweet scent of spring. Under the light of the lamp affixed to the nearest window, the room appeared graceful and elegant. One shelf was filled with all sorts of little curios and toys, but only a single precious sword had been hung on the wall, demonstrating the martial energy of the room's master. Xiang Shaolong, paying no mind to proprieties, laid down on the bed and immediately fell asleep. After some period of time, the sound of footsteps startled him into wakefulness. Xiang Shaolong immediately sat up, his rapt gaze instantly focusing on the slowly opening door. Lord Longyan walked into the room, his feet moving slowly, as though encumbered by a 1,000-pound heavy pair of shackles. "You two, go to bed." The two servants acknowledged the order and left. Lord Longyan mournfully walked in, letting out a sad sigh. Xiang Shaolong whispered, "Hi Lord." Lord Longyan's elegant form trembled as he turned to stare, astonished, into his bedroom. Xiang Shaolong pushed aside the veil covering the bed. With a low laugh, he said, "Hi Lord, how have you been?" Lord Longyan's face bloomed like a flower. "Shaolong. You really came." Xiang Shaolong hurriedly made a shushing gesture with his hands. In a quiet voice, he said, "Don't startle anyone here." Only now did Lord Longyang come to his senses. Distressed, he said, "Shaolong, why did you come to Dalian, much less reveal your presence? Now the king has ordered a regiment of 20,000 crack troops to enter the city and search for your whereabouts." Xiang Shaolong smiled. "Your king seems to have forgotten that he is king, and also wed his beloved empress, thanks solely to the efforts of Xiang Shaolong." An incomparably complex look flashed by Lord Longyan's elegant eyes. Forcing out a laugh, he said, "In order to protect and preserve all that he now possesses, the king would be willing to sacrifice his own parents, much less you." Letting out another sigh, he said, "Shaolong, you are too formidable. You defeated us so often that we are now afraid of you. Now, all of the 6 kingdoms know that so long as Xiang Shaolong exists, it will be very difficult for us to protect our countries. Under the specter of our countries being ruined and our families perishing, what would you do, Shaolong, if you were in our positions?" Xiang Shaolong looked deeply into his eyes. Calmly, he asked, "And what about you, Lord Longyang?" Lord Longyang trembled slightly. His head lowering, he said, "Even if I risk my life, I shall treat Shaolong as I always have." Xiang Shaolong said, "Hi Lord, you have not disappointed me. It can be said that right now, in Dalian, I am friendless and without allies. Only you, High Lord, have the power to secretly, mysteriously deliver me from this city." Lord Longyang said, "Where do you want to go?" Xiang Shaolong was silent for a long moment, then replied, "I want to go to the kingdom of Zhao. I am much more familiar with that region, and it's much easier to return to Qin from there." "Ha! Do you have anything to eat or drink, by the way?" Lord Longyang said, "That's not a problem. I'll order my servants to prepare some food. I'll just say that I'm hungry." Xiang Shaolong said, "Don't startle anyone. Some water and some pastries will be enough." Lord Longyang said, "Can it be that you don't even trust me anymore?" Xiang Shaolong apologetically said, "That's not what I meant. But it's always best to be careful. Is there anyone else here?" Lord Longyang replied, "Only 2 serving boys. They should be asleep on the 2nd floor. Wait here a while. I'll go downstairs to pick up some pastries for you." Pushing the door open, he left. Xiang Shaolong saw that as he left the room, his hands trembled slightly. In his heart, Xiang Shaolong sighed. He knew that he had probably made a mistake by coming here tonight. Without the assistance of Lord Longyang, he couldn't come up with any other ideas as to how he could leave Dalian. And now, he had to worry about Lord Longyang dispatching people to apprehend him. Fortunately, he had already prepared for this eventuality and had prepared an escape path. His heart aching, he pushed the window open and once more clambered down. When he arrived at the bottom floor, Lord Longyang also had just arrived at the lowest floor. Sneaking a peek into the window, he saw Lord Longyang, tears silently streaming down his face, retrieve a bottle from some hidden location and scatter some sort of powder from inside the bottle onto the tea kettle. Seeing the actions of this friend of his, Xiang Shaolong's hands and feet grew cold. He deeply regretted this visit. But he didn't have any other choices, aside from seeking out Lord Longyang. And even now, in his heart, he didn't feel the slightest bit of reproach towards Lord Longyang for betraying him. After seeing this, Xiang Shaolong returned to Lord Longyang's bedroom on the 3rd floor, pretending to have been sitting there quietly the entire time, waiting for Lord Longyang's return. Having wiped his tears dry, Lord Longyang entered, holding the tray of delicacies and the tea kettle which he had scattered the powder into. As the two sat down, Xiang Shaolong ravenously wolfed down all of the food, then suddenly pretended to have heard something. In a low voice, he said, "I think someone is coming." Frowning, Lord Longyang said, "How could anyone be coming?" Xiang Shaolong said, "Just now, I thought I heard someone outside. Go take a look and see if I was mistaken." Lord Longyang didn't suspect a thing. Rising, he strode towards the window and looked outside. Xiang Shaolong took the chance to grab the kettle of tea and poured all of it out onto the floor near his feet, then put it back. Lord Longyang looked in all directions but naturally saw nothing at all. Returning to the table, he sat down and said, "There's no one there." Xiang Shaolong sighed. "Nowadays I'm filled with suspicion. Even when I hear the wind blow and the grass sway, it feels as though I am being pursued by soldiers." After speaking, he grabbed the kettle of tea and pretended to drink it all in one go. A look of utter sadness appeared in Lord Longyan's eyes, and he didn't speak. Xiang Shaolong patted himself on the stomach. "What's the situation with Li Mu's counterattack on Zhengmo?" Lord Longyan laughed bitterly. "You should know better than me. Aside from you, who can take down Zhengmo in a single strike as though it were not but flipping one's hand around? I also heard that, in his attempt to capture you, Li Mu also suffered the loss of a regiment of men. For now, with it snowing so heavily, it'll be difficult for the Qin reinforcements to come. Once the spring comes and the flowers bloom, the Qin reinforcements will come and Li Mu will be forced to retreat." Xiang Shaolong felt relieved. Rubbing his forehead, he said with surprise, "I don't know if it's because I've been too exhausted, but I'm starting to feel woozy and sleepy." In a low voice, Lord Longyang said, "Then go to sleep for a while. In the morning, I'll come up with something to send you out of the city." Xiang Shaolong, acting as though walking was very difficult for him, allowed himself to be escorted by Lord Longyang to the pallet. Yawning twice, he pretended to have passed away. After Lord Longyan called his name twice, he leaned over Xiang Shaolong's body and wept bitterly for a while. Sighing, he said, "Shaolong, please don't blame me. For the sake of Great Wei, I have no choice but to do what I do." After Lord Longyan opened the door and left, Xiang Shaolong sprang to his feet and quickly departed. When he scaled down the wall and landed on the ground, Xiang Shaolong felt an incomparable sense of loneliness and solitude. Right now, the best place to hide would be, without a doubt, the royal palace. Because the palace was large, well populated yet strictly restricted, nobody would dare to mount a search inside. But because the royal palace was surrounded by particularly tall walls and backed by a river, he could only gaze upon it but not enter. When he thought about the palace, his heart was moved as he suddenly remembered those passageways located underneath the former residence of Prince Xinling, with which he was so familiar. Although Lord Wuji of Wei had been forcibly pulled into the grave by King Anli as a funeral companion, his mansion remained. If it had a new master, that would be even better. Perhaps the new owner of the mansion didn't know anything about the tunnels underneath. How could he dare delay? Seizing the opportunity afforded to him by the still falling snow, he raced towards the not-too-distant manor of Lord Xinling. If he were Lord Longyang, upon finding himself missing, he definitely wouldn't raise too big of a fuss openly. All he would do would be to hoarsely swallow the entire story and keep it hidden within his belly. Otherwise, the King of Wei might criticize and penalize him for dereliction of duty in letting Xiang Shaolong escape. Within an hour, he had arrived at the secret forest located at the north wall of Prince Xinling's mansion and had found that secret tunnel entryway. He remembered how, in the past, he had carried the beautiful third princess Zhao Qian out of this tunnel in their escape. When he thought of her gentle disposition, totally free from the filthy aura that pervaded the court of the Zhao kingdom, 100 different feelings swelled up in his breast. Sick at heart and downcast, he felt for the edges of the steel board covering the tunnel and experimentally gave it a tug. The steel board lifted in his hands. Xiang Shaolong couldn't help but stay there, transfixed. He had just thought of the tunnels and decided to give it a try. He hadn't expected to really be able to pull the steel covering off with a tug. All tunnels are designed with the intention of being used as an escape route in times of peril. This is why they are all designed to be opened from within, and not from without. What the current state of the exit showed was that someone had fled from this tunnel, but no one had relocked it from the other side. From this, one could deduce that the mansion most likely had a new master now, one who didn't know of the existence of these tunnels. Xiang Shaolong felt a sense of exultation. Entering the tunnel, he closed the opening. From his pocket, he withdrew a flint and struck it to make sparks of flame. Underneath the flickering light of the flames, the tunnel seemed to stretch off infinitely into the distance. Remembering how the tunnels were linked together with the copper listening tubes in Lord Xinling's bedroom, Xiang Shaolong walked quietly and slowly on tiptoes in the opposite direction. This time, he was particularly careful. He noticed that aside from the tunnel leading to the residence where Lord Xiaoyuan stayed, there were 3 other exits as well, naturally going to different residences within the manor. After walking for about 100 feet, he suddenly had a premonition and looked down. 2 pieces of yellow gold glittered, reflecting the light from his torch. Xiang Shaolong reached down and plucked them up, placing them in his hands. He suddenly understood. Previously, when Prince Xinling had been given the poison wine to drink, he knew that it would be hard for him to avoid this disaster. Thus he had given the order for his beloved concubines and relatives to take his valuables and treasures and flee for their lives via these tunnels, and they did so, slipping out by the hidden forest next to the stone wall. One could imagine how, in the terror of the moment, as everyone was fleeing for their lives, nobody would even notice if they dropped 2 pieces of gold. Right now, Xiang Shaolong was in dire need of money. With these 2 pieces of gold, his situation naturally had changed drastically. At the very least, he could easily buy a horse to ride. Placing the gold within his pouch, he continued to move forward until he finally arrived at the wide-open door of what appeared to be a treasury. Inside was a scene of utter chaos. Not a single bit of gold or jewelry was left behind. Only things such as jade horse carvings, ceremonial cauldrons, and precious weapons remained, enough that in the 21st century, the collection would be considered a first-class collection of antiques. The 4 walls of the room all had lamps affixed to them, and there was even a big vase of lamp oil hanging in one corner. Xiang Shaolong felt joy in his heart. Blowing out the flame, he sat down, leaning against a wall, the room now so dark that he couldn't even see his own hand in front of him. He was, at least for now, in a totally safe spot. But how would he be able to escape from the capital city of the country of Wei? There were more than 2 severe months of winter remaining. Would he have to hide in this lightless, sunless hole for more than 2 months? If he had to go out every day to forage for food, then as the saying goes, the more one goes up the often, the more likely one would run into a tiger. Sooner or later, he would be caught. But for the moment, he had no free time to think about these troublesome problems. Only in his dreams, now, could he reunite in song and with drink with his beloved wives and son. For their sake, he would definitely persevere to the end. He would make sure that he would survive to meet with them again. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Volume 21 Chapter 6. Book 21 Chapter 6. Hard to move a single step. When Xiang Shaolong opened his eyes, all he could see nothing but utter darkness. Although he was unable to differentiate between night and day, his head still felt dizzy and he wanted to continue to sleep. He had been startled awake by the sound of someone speaking. At first, he felt shock, thinking that someone had discovered him. Then, he saw that the tunnel remained unchanged, with the sound coming from one corner of the secret room. Only then did he understand that the voice was coming from one of the copper tubes. Since the copper hearing tube could be used to overhear what was being said in the secret room, of course it could be used to overhear what was being said in the room above. Xiang Shaolong took out one of his few remaining matches, struck it, and lit one of the lamps. The copper tube suddenly appeared in front of him. It was located next to the entrance, glimmering under the light. Xiang Shaolong roused his spirit and carefully snuck towards the hearing tube, then pressed his ear against it. He heard a male voice laugh lecherously. "Your body has become more and more voluptuous. No wonder His Royal Highness was so enraptured with you the other day." An unwilling female voice replied, "High Lord, if you were to decide to give me to His Highness, I would rather go ahead and commit suicide." Xiang Shaolong inwardly praised this woman, who deeply understood how men felt. Even though she knew and accepted the fact that she was to be gifted to someone else, she still put on an act of being unwilling to acquiesce. Indeed, the sound of a gentle, lingering kiss could be heard from upstairs. The female coquettishly said, "High Lord, didn't you have a banquet that you needed to attend? Yet you insist on teasing me right now instead." As he listened, Xiang Shaolong suddenly felt a great sense of shock. If this was time for a dinner banquet, he must have slept for half a night followed by a full day. He must have slept for at least 20 or so hours. How could he still be so sleepy? For a time, he forgot to eavesdrop on the 2 above as he pondered this. He came to the sudden realization that although the tunnel had openings, there still wasn't much airflow. If he hadn't been startled awake, it was very possible that he would have died of asphyxiation in his dreams. He suddenly heard 3 words, Xiang Shaolong, enter his ears. He hurriedly began to listen again. That High Lord said, "The city is in a total state of uproar right now. All banquets, large or small, have been cancelled thanks to that Xiang Shaolong. His Highness has ordered that any residents found to be harboring Xiang Shaolong without reporting him will suffer the penalty of having their entire family line exterminated." Ha, there's no corpse worth more money than that of Xiang Shaolong's. The head by itself is worth 500 taels of gold. Everyone has exhausted themselves searching for this fellow. The woman said, "In my humble opinion, he must have left the city long ago. Otherwise, how could it be possible that with all of Daliang in such an uproar in searching for him, neither hide nor hair of him can be found?" Sighing, she added, "This person is so formidable. He comes as he pleases and goes as he wishes. Nobody can stop him." That High Lord sighed along with her. It was easy enough for him to slip away, but he's caused Lord Fan to be exhausted on his account. Since today he was unable to capture Xiang Shaolong, as the City Watch commander, all of the responsibility is now coming crashing down on his head. Just now he came to beg for my help to ask His Highness for forgiveness. But right now, the king is filled with rage. I'm not so stupid as to draw trouble to myself. He added, Xiang Shaolong really came at the most inopportune time. He wore me out and forced me to miss Feng Fei's exquisite performance. I hear that tomorrow she will be going to the country of Qi. Who knows when she will be back? Tomorrow I simply must go send her off. Only then did Xiang Shaolong learn that the head of the three famous courtesans, Feng Fei, was currently in the city of Daliang. His heart was moved, and he had no desire to listen any further. Leaving the treasury room, he snuck out of the tunnel and hid himself near the grove outside of it, so as to breathe some fresh air. It really was around the sunset time outside. Even a few specks of snow could be seen drifting down. Right now, the only safe place for him was this tunnel. But if he were to be found again, it would be impossible for him to escape. Lord Longyang clearly had yet to divulge the fact that they had met, as if he had, that High Lord from just then would have mentioned it. But even though this was the case, this wasn't of much help to him. He thought of Feng Fei again. This beautiful woman with a unique aura. If she were willing to help, maybe she could bring him out of the city. But they had only met once and their relationship was very shallow. Would she risk her own life to save him? What was even more headache-inducing was the fact that he didn't even know where she lived. Even if he knew, to sneak into her room would be a trivial matter. As he continued to think, his heart grew numb. Just at this moment, the sound of a dog baying came from the inner courtyard. Xiang Shaolong was shocked. He hurriedly dived into the tunnel again. Based on his memory of the above-ground structures, he rushed out of an exit and arrived at a garden within a courtyard house. Lights were seen coming from the front of the courtyard house only. The other parts of the house were all dark and unlit. Xiang Shaolong guessed that the vicious dog was still leashed within the inner courtyard and had yet to be released. Relieved, he moved about freely. Using his grappling hooks and his nimble hands, at a single go he traversed multiple houses. Dodging several servants, he first snuck into the kitchen and procured sufficient provisions for himself along with a kettle of hot tea before sneaking back into the tunnel. After filling his stomach, his fighting spirit became vigorous again. Neither the tunnel nor Daliang itself was a place that he could stay for long. But he still had yet to come up with a method to leave the city safely. When all of the servants and scouts had finished searching the entire city without any success, they would surely guess that he had hidden himself in some secret location. There was no lack of intelligent men in the nation of Wei. Lord Longyang himself was an extremely perceptive person. Sooner or later, he would think of the secret passages and the listening tubes that passed by the former Lord Xinling's manor and would also come to the conclusion that there might be still undiscovered passageways in the tunnels. If he were to only occasionally pop out to steal some food or snacks, it shouldn't be a problem, but in the long run, suspicions would still be raised. After thinking of these two problems, he made up his mind that within 2 days, he must leave the city. Else, he could forget about leaving ever again. After making sure that the bedroom above the treasury was empty, he snuck up, opened a chest, and took out a set of winter garments and cloak. Just as he was preparing to leave, the sound of footsteps could be heard coming from outside the room, followed the sound of someone sitting down and faintly laughing. Xiang Shaolong's heart was moved, and he edged closer to the door. Pulling it slightly open, he snuck a peek outside. He was absolutely shocked at what he saw. 3 people were seated outside, followed by nearly 10 close confidants. Everyone's face showed signs of worry. One of them was actually Lord Longyang. His face was ashen pale, and he seemed to have suddenly aged many years. He looked wan and pallid, and no longer seemed like the liquid, gentle beauty of before. Of the other 2, one was an army general in military regalia, while the other was middle-aged man in a minister's garbs. The general was the first to speak. We came to speak with you, Lord Pingxiu, regarding our efforts to locate Xiang Shaolong. Xiang Shaolong's heart grew cold. He knew that Lord Longyang must have already deduced that he was hiding here. Surprised, that Lord Pingxiu said, General Fan, how has your search for Xiang Shaolong ended up here in my residence? As soon as he opened his mouth, Xiang Shaolong recognized him as the man who was taking liberties with his concubine the other day. The reason that they were speaking in the inner rooms rather than in the main room showed that they were afraid of the news leaking out. That showed that they had already concluded that he was hiding here. He suspected that this General Fan, the commander of the city watch of Dalian, had already ordered men to surround the entirety of Lord Xinling's manor. But he still wasn't concerned, because the exit near the hidden grove was far from Lord Xinling's manor and would definitely not be easy to discover. Lord Longyang sighed. General Fan is willing to use his own head as the guarantee that Xiang Shaolong has yet to leave the city. If he is still hiding in the city, the most likely hiding place would be here. Xiang Shaolong heard him speaking in such a dispirited manner and knew that he felt tormented by the fact that he had to capture his old friend. He couldn't help but sigh along with Lord Longyang. Lord Pingxiu's expression changed. Impossible. Long ago, I ordered my servants to search every inch of the manor. If he was here, he couldn't have hidden from me, much less the noses of my hounds. General Fan said, we have questioned the former subordinates of Lord Xingling. We verified that in the past, Xiang Shaolong must have used some sort of tunnel-like passageway to escape. But no one knows where the entry point and exit point are. Lord Longyang added, Lord Pingxiu, you could go and ask every single person in the manor if they had noticed any food or clothing gone missing. From this, you would be able to determine whether or not Xiang Shaolong is hiding here. Xiang Shaolong secretly praised this move as being formidable. How could he dare to stay behind and listen for any longer? He hurriedly snuck back down again and closed the lid, covered it with the previous woven mattresses, then returned to the tunnels. And then, without a second thought, he snuck out towards the direction of the hilly grove. In the midst of the snowy night, he could see soldiers light torches as they moved in the direction that he was hiding. The light of the torches and the howls of the dogs were enough to freeze a man's blood. Xiang Shaolong put all of the stolen food in one large parcel, put the parcel on his back, then went on the road he had once taken to escape with Zhao Qian, moving in the direction of the nearby houses. He looked around as he walked, secretly groaning. All of the nearby roads had soldiers sealing off the passageways. Even the rooftops all had sentries installed, focusing their attention on any and all activity within Lord Xingling's manor. Xiang Shaolong felt as though it had become hard for him to take a single step. He fell down within an underbrush next to the road. But he quickly decided that this wasn't a safe plan either. A troop of 50 Wei soldiers was headed in his direction. Poking their spears into every bush, they were carrying out an all-encompassing search, as thorough as a flood of mercury. Xiang Shaolong had no other options. Before the light had reached him, he clambered towards a nearby street and hid underneath the eaves of a roof. Because this building was a floor lower than all the surrounding buildings, no sentries were set on its roof. The soldiers passed. Just as he was dithering over whether or not to sneak into the building, the sound of hoofsteps could be heard. A gaudily decorated carriage was coming from the direction the soldiers had gone towards, with cavalrymen escorting it front and behind. Watching the situation, Xiang Shaolong landed on the ground again. Dodging and hiding behind a nearby tree, he quickly climbed up onto a particularly thick branch, tightly gripping the ice-covered branch with his hands. If it weren't for the fact that it was snowing heavily right now, he wouldn't have dared to take this risk. This could be described as a gamble. If just a single person amongst those 10+ cavalrymen lifted their heads, they would definitely see him. But when it was snowing ferociously, everyone would lower their gaze towards the ground instead. Just as it seemed as though his heart would leap into his mouth, the carriage arrived directly beneath him. Xiang Shaolong first gently unwrapped the package on his back, then gently tossed it slightly in front of the top of the carriage. He then gently swung his legs down, resting them on the package, before letting his hands slip as he dropped down. Because of the cushioning package, he landed on the carriage noiselessly. Just by bending down, he had accomplished something which was nearly impossible under any other situation. The carriage continued to move forward into this ancient, snow-filled capital, slowly and unhurriedly. He had no idea as to where the carriage would take him, but he knew that for now, he had escaped a dangerous place. As they passed one of the gates, not only did the sentries not block the carriage's path, they even saluted respectfully as they allowed it to pass beyond freely. The status of the person inside the carriage surely was not that of an ordinary person. Otherwise, how could they be so courteous and respectful? Right now, even he was curious as to what sort of noble person sat inside the carriage below. The sound of a sigh seemed to drift in from the carriage. His curiosity aroused, Xiang Shaolong pressed his ear against the carriage. But the accumulated ice and snow froze him so much that he immediately abandoned this idea. Instead, he turned around and stared around himself. As he stared, he was struck dumb. My heavens! It appeared as though the carriage was winding its way through the streets in the direction of the palace. Escorted by the guards, the carriage passed onto the drawbridge, through the moat, and into the inner palace. In this era, regardless of size or stature, all palaces were considered forbidden zones. All kings would exhaust themselves and their resources in making their palace an exceptionally centralized military stronghold, a castle within a castle. This was designed to prevent invaders from attacking, but also to prevent traitors from rebelling. Now that Xiang Shaolong had managed to get himself into the royal palace, it would be very difficult for him to leave. Both startled and exulted, he entered the palace. He continued to lie on top of the carriage, unmoving. He allowed the snow to cover him completely. If it weren't for that, any of the sentries on top of the palace walls would see him right away and he would have nowhere to hide. But this was precisely what worried him the most. A huge blizzard like this was very rare. It would be very difficult for him to use this trick again to leave the palace. Hiding underneath the snow, he pressed his face against his supply package. This could be said to be his sole remaining source of comfort. Although he couldn't see anything, he could still hear sounds. From the sound of the horse steps and the carriage wheels, he surmised that they were in the winding paths within the palace. They should be headed in the direction of the inner palace. The carriage finally came to a halt. The cavalrymen all dismounted. Footsteps could be heard from all directions, followed by the inner palace maid saying in chorus, "May the queen live 10,000 years." Xiang Shaolong nearly let out a cry of shock. He couldn't resist from lifting his head up slightly and sneaking a peek. The carriage door swung open. Underneath the snow, Dan Mimi's familiar, alluring back, dressed in gaudy clothes, wearing a phoenix headpiece, appeared in front of his eyes as though stepping out of a dream. A maid raised an umbrella over her head while offering her elbow for support. They slowly ascended a set of palace steps, followed by the palace maids and the guards in 2 rows. The sort of dignified aura she now had made it impossible for others to believe that she was a prostitute in Xianyang who was plucked at will by powerful officials. Watching her back slowly disappear into the distance as she ascended the stairs, Xiang Shaolong felt 100 emotions in his heart. Although he knew that Dan Mimi wouldn't betray him, it was very difficult for him to come into contact with beauty who had now become a queen. It was too risky. And maybe Dan Mimi would betray him after all, just like Lord Longyang. The sound of whips being cracked. Xiang Shaolong continued on this free-of-charge tourist trip. Right now, the carriage was definitely headed towards the stables. After the 4 strong horses were unsaddled, the carriage would be sent to the warehouse where all the snow would be brushed off. If he didn't leave before that, his hiding place would be exposed. Just as Xiang Shaolong was despairing over how he would leave the carriage arrived at a place where trees lined both sides of the road. Xiang Shaolong inwardly exclaimed that heaven was assisting him. He carefully began to rise, readying his package. At a moment when he saw that the carriage driver was wholly focused on the road ahead, he stood up. The snow on his body slid off like sandstone. He reached out and grabbed a vertical branch, immediately escaping this carriage which had taken him out of one dangerous situation but delivered him into another. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Volume 21 Chapter 7. Book 21 Chapter 7 Leisurely Chatting Within the Forbidden Palace. Using his grappling hook and the cover of snow, Xiang Shaolong traversed past 2 palatial buildings and landed within a grassy knoll located inside a courtyard. This building was located directly behind the mansion which Dan Mimi had entered earlier. Most likely it was the place where palace servants and maids resided. He wasn't worried about running into guards or hounds here, as those would only be stationed outside of the royal palace. All imperial palaces, whether it be the Zhao Palace, the Qin Palace, or the Chu Palace, were unique places, totally segregated from the universe around them. Unless the King of Wei came to grace Dan Mimi with his presence, he wouldn't run into the King of Wei here either. Right now, the most important thing was to find a place to hide. Only then could he seek out opportunities to procure food and find a way to escape. Right now, he felt that the best option available was to hide for 10 days or half a month. After the hullabaloo had subsided, he would sneak out the palace. But just as Lord Longyang said, if he continued to steal food and drinks over a long period of time, sooner or later suspicions would be raised. The ideal option would of course be to masquerade as a palace servant, but asking him to disguise his much taller and stronger than average body frame into a weak, delicate servant's frame would be nothing more than the ravings of a madman. Glancing around him, Xiang Shaolong saw that the wind and the snow continued to silently fall down everywhere. But light shone from each and every one of the side rooms. Earlier, after he had traversed the various mansions, he had already memorized the various buildings like the back of his hand. These various buildings which surrounded the central palace grounds were themselves surrounded by walls, forming an independent world. Aside from the sentries stationed on the 4 surrounding walls, the only guards present were the ones stationed at the entry and exit points. No other security was present. Dan Mimi naturally would have her own personal guards as well, but they were neither allowed to nor would attempt to enter her dwellings. So, if he was able to sneak into this beauty's palace, he would be in the safest of positions. Right now, he was ensconced with an open-air garden. There were gates to the east and the south, but the gates were guarded and tightly shut. After having determined his path of movement, he made up his mind and once more flipped onto the roof. Although the rooms of the servants were covered with ice and snow, it wasn't a third as thick as that of the city walls. In addition, the eaves of the rooms had many locations which his grappling hook could attach to. Although it was not easy to move precisely, the difficulty was hardly insurmountable for him. When he reached the gardens located next to the inner palace, he dropped down. Based on the architectural standards of this era, most palaces would be constructed in a place with lots of light and with intersecting river systems. The palace of the King of Wei was basically based on an array of intersecting lines. It could roughly be divided into the front, middle, and rear districts. Arranged in a rectangular shape, it sat with its rear in the north and facing the south. The northern district was divided into 15 sections, with the king and queen's imperial residences occupying the primary position in the middle. The central district was where the three courts were held. The three courts referred to the large court, the outer court, and the inner court. Although the names were different, they basically were places where the monarch and his counselors took care of governmental affairs. The southern district held the main gate to the palace as well as the headquarters of the local guard force. It was separated from the primary palaces by a series of 5 gates. The reason why Xiang Shaolong paid so much attention to the layout of the palace was because he knew that most palaces had secret passages. This was something which the nobility of this age would definitely install, in order to save their lives and flee as necessary. Logically, the King of Wei's palace should also have this sort of underground escape route. If he could find it, he could sneakily and stealthily depart the capital. Dan Mimi's personal rooms most likely had this sort of escape route as well. Most likely, there was at least a 90% chance of one. With the lock-opening tools hidden within his shoes, and his previous lockpicking experience, the locks of this day and age would absolutely pose no great difficulty to him. As long as he could find Dan Mimi's personal rooms, he would be able to easily slip away. He contentedly hid within a cluster of underbrush, focusing on observing the activities of the palace. Dan Mimi had just returned not too long ago. Naturally, she would first bathe and change her clothes before retiring to her bedroom. Right now, in the palace, the only place that was lit was the place in front of him. This logically indicated that Dan Mimi hadn't yet gone to sleep. The blizzard began to weaken, and Xiang Shaolong inwardly exclaimed that this was not a good sign. He decided to first slip into Dan Mimi's personal rooms. He scurried out of his hiding place and moved beneath the window of what appeared to be a stockroom. After ascertaining that nobody was within, he plucked out the miniature iron crowbar from within his shoes and slid it into the opening within the window, forcing it up. After leaping into the room, he closed the window. After accustoming himself to the illumination within the room, he saw rays of light peeking out from behind the door. Moving to the door, he pressed his ear against it to listen. There was no sound from outside the door. Just as he was about to push the door open, footsteps suddenly could be heard coming from the left. Xiang Shaolong was startled. He secretly exclaimed, "How dangerous!" He hurriedly retreated and hid behind a large cabinet. After the footsteps died away, Xiang Shaolong stepped forward. Pushing the door open, he carefully looked outside. There was a long hallway outside, with 3 doors on each side of the hallway. It seemed as though this was where Dan Mimi's personal serving maids resided. Xiang Shaolong felt that this was a miserably tough situation. If he simply charged out, if he ran into anybody, he would have nowhere to retreat. But if he refused to take the risk, if Dan Mimi's serving ladies were to tidy the room up or come to the stockroom to retrieve anything, the chances of him running into someone would be even greater. Grinding his teeth, Xiang Shaolong rushed out. The inner palace was divided into 2 sections, with the middle section being an open-air garden. Right now, he was located near the rear entrance. The problem right now was that he didn't know if Dan Mimi's bedroom was located in the front section or the rear section. If he knew, he wouldn't have to blindly fumble about like he was doing right now. He swiftly arrived at a hallway crossing on the right. Just as he was about to enter the front section, 2 serving girls appeared headed in his direction, a scant few meters away. Xiang Shaolong quickly drew back. He pushed open the nearest door and snuck inside without even checking to see if anyone was within. Before he even had the chance to catch his bearings, the door was pushed open again and the 2 serving girls entered. Out of options, Xiang Shaolong was forced to hide behind the open door. All he could do was pray that they wouldn't decide to close it. Lamps were lit. Only now did he see that he was hiding within the inner palace's dining room. The 2 clearly were here to gather some food for Dan Mimi. Busy retrieving and then utilizing some supplies from the nearby cupboards, they didn't even notice in the slightest the presence of this unwelcomed guest. One of the serving maids said, "She seems to be in an extremely bad mood. This is the first time I've seen her scold someone so ferociously." The other maid was much less brave. In a low voice, she reprimanded, "Don't speak inappropriate things. If those vile gossips catch wind of it, it'll be terrible." After a short period of time, the 2 maids took 2 trays of tea and snacks and left the room. Xiang Shaolong leapt out of his hiding spot. He snatched a piece of leftover cake, then, walking on tiptoes, followed the 2 of them. Xiang Shaolong used all of his skills, slithering like a snake and scurrying like a rat, moving fast then moving slow. He avoided several passing servants before finally arriving at a main hallway. The 2 maids ahead of him entered what appeared to be the inner hallway through a back entrance. After having found the location of Dan Mini's bedroom, he hurriedly flipped on top of the roof. Arriving beneath the eaves, he used his steel tools to push a window open, then hurriedly ducked inside. He had entered a rectangular-shaped side room, gaudily decorated with the floor covered by a thick carpet. His feet felt very comfortable stepping onto it. Because the stove in the corner had yet to be lit, he felt certain that Dan Mini would not come to this room. There was a large door in the southern side of the room. Based on the direction it was in, it most likely led to the inner rooms. By now, he had attained a thorough grasp of the layout of the palace. The main entrance gateway towards the north led to the main hall, which was followed by 2 side rooms to each side of the hall. And Dan Mini's bedroom must be located towards the south, next to that open-air garden spot. The 2 rooms next door must be where her servants stayed. He pressed his ear against the large door and listened intently. He could hear some indistinct sounds, but not the sound of anyone speaking. If he were to go seeking the passageway, this was the best opportunity he would have. Once Dan Mini returned to her bedroom, he would have missed this golden chance. Xiang Shaolong once more snuck out of the side room. Soon afterwards, he arrived within Dan Mini's bedroom. This was a very spacious room with gaudy furnishings. In one corner, the fireplace was burning brightly, causing the room to be as warm as the spring air. In the middle, there was an enormous embroidered bed that was pressed up against the wall, with thick rugs surrounding it. The other corner of the room, facing the fireplace, was a large screening wall. Naturally, that is where she would go for relieving herself. All the other dressing tables were filled with all sorts of necessary cosmetic supplies, ordered neatly and successively. Xiang Shaolong felt a huge headache coming on. Not only would it be difficult to find a secret tunnel in such a location, the very act of trying would immediately be visible and alert others. The first thing he would have to do would be to lift up the rugs, and maybe even have to move the couches and other furniture around. That would be the same as moving everything in the room. How could others not help but overhear the sounds? Even if everyone here was deaf, Dan Mini might enter the room at any time to go to sleep. How could he have the opportunity to put everything back into its proper order? The most annoying thing of all was that even if he managed to find the tunnel, there was no way he would be able to rearrange everything above into the proper configuration, to the point where nobody would notice that things had been moved. If anyone noticed, it would be as good as directly alerting the soldiers of Wei that he had fled from the tunnel. Just as he was worrying about what to do, the door opened. Frightened out of his mind, Xiang Shaolong didn't have any opportunity to flee through the window. All he could do was hide behind the screen and squat down. Next to him, just as suspected, was a delicately made chamber pot and a steel night pot. Fortunately, both the pots were clean and empty, and didn't give off any bad odors. Sneaking a peek, he saw the person who had arrived was, indeed, Dan Mini, who had now rose to the exalted position of the Queen of Wei. Behind her was a serving girl who looked somewhat familiar. Only after thinking for a moment did he remember that she was one of the maids who had served Dan Mini at the drunken wind loft. Dan Mini's beauty had blossomed even further. The exquisitely made formal attire set off her beauty, making up for the aura and presence that she formerly was slightly lacking in. She gently sat down in front of the copper mirror and allowed the serving girl to remove her formal outerwear. The servant said softly, "Madam, don't worry. A good man like Master Xiang has heaven's blessings upon him. And he is so highly skilled as well. He surely has a way to escape." Hearing his own name, Xiang Shaolong first felt a huge shock, followed by a feeling of gratitude. He hadn't thought that a lady of the windy, dusty world, i.e. prostitution, whom he hadn't previously been on excellent relations with would be more loyal towards him than even Lord Longyang, just because he had helped her once, with little cost to himself. Underneath the light of the lamp, Dan Mini's face didn't reveal the slightest trace of joy, anger, rage, or grief. She tranquilly said, "What use would worrying be? Xiao Chang, the room is too bright." Sighing, Xiao Chang doused the lamps in the room. The light died down, filling the room with a gentle atmosphere. Xiang Shaolong was indecisive, changing his mind again and again. In the end, he gave up his intention of asking Dan Mini for assistance. He didn't want to risk causing Dan Mini to lose everything that she now had. After she fell asleep, he would sneak out and find a place to hide for the night. The next day, he would return and search for the hidden exit. After having made up his mind, he snuck another peek from behind the screen. By now, Dan Mini was only wearing a single, thin, skin-tight shift that exposed every luscious inch of the lithe, voluptuous lines of her form. Xiang Shaolong inwardly exclaimed to himself, no wonder so many men of worldly experience were wildly infatuated by her. She really was an extraordinarily beautiful woman, blessed through and through by the heavens. Dan Mini let out a dispirited sigh, breaking the stillness that seemed to have taken physical form within the room. Xiao Qing sighed as well. "I'm afraid that His Highness won't be coming tonight." Dan Nini gently said, right now, all he wants is Xiang Shaolong's head. How could he have the energy to come here? It's very late. Go to sleep. Bowing, Xiao Qing pushed the door open and left. Turning around, Dan Nini walked towards the screen. Xiang Shaolong's scalp suddenly felt numb. Dan Nini and him were now standing face to face, and their four eyes met. Dan Nini let out a quiet cry of surprise, then hurriedly used her hand to cover her mouth. A look of shock in her eyes, she stared disbelievingly while shaking her head. Xiang Shaolong forced out a smile. Nini, did I surprise you? After stabilizing herself, Dan Nini stretched out her jade-like hand and grasped his own large hand. She pulled him to the couch. Moments later, the two of them were firmly ensconced in each other's arms on the embroidered couch. After offering him a series of hot kisses, Dan Nini quietly said, "What sort of help do you need from me?" "Alas! Master Xiang, your abilities really are simply remarkable. You were even able to sneak in here and find me." Xiang Shaolong didn't originally intend to find her. Somewhat awkwardly, he said, "Nini, when you went to the screen, were you planning to, heh?" Dan Nini's face turned red. Tossing him a glare, she clasped him firmly around his back. As though she were in a dream, she said, "Wonderful. I finally have a chance to go to bed with you." Surprised, Xiang Shaolong said, "Nini, did you really look upon me with favor?" Embarrassed, Dan Nini said, "I'm easily attracted to capable men, but I grow bored easily as well. But towards you, for some reason, it's different. You should know that here and now, there's no reason for me not to speak my mind. Originally, I did hate you. Oh, you horrible man. You never paid me any mind. But I didn't expect that Sister Yang Yu was absolutely correct in her assessment of you. You're the sort of man who was cold on the outside but hot inside. Only you were able and willing to help me. I hadn't had the chance to offer you thanks from my own lips." Xiang Shaolong laughed, "Hadn't you just thanked me with your own lips just now?" Fiery color burning in her jade cheeks, Dan Nini initiated another scorching kiss, before drawing back. Seeming somewhat forlorn, she said, "Are you not interested in me at all? Why don't you have any reaction?" Xiang Shaolong knew that she had a huge amount of experience in handling men. He knew that she had already noticed that he wasn't showing the normal, expected biological reaction to her attention, and thus was feeling bad about herself. He apologetically said, "For one, I feel that Mimi is a flower who already has a master, whom I shouldn't violate. But more importantly, right now I am surrounded by danger and am worried about how to escape. That's why it's difficult for me to relax with you and enjoy the pleasure that fish feel when they enter the water." Dan Nini was relieved, but then she knit her beautiful eyebrows again. "If you were able to enter, you should have the ability to leave as well, right?" Laughing bitterly, Xiang Shaolong explained how he had entered on top of her carriage. After listening to him, Dan Nini nipped him, then said, "Since you have come to my door, naturally I will send you out safely as well." Enjoying the soft and fragrant feeling of murmuring quietly in the middle of the night with this beauty, Xiang Shaolong's heart seemed to have melted. Sighing, he nipped her little ear. "That's too dangerous for you, and there are too many unknown variables at play. I definitely won't let you take that sort of risk." Dan Nini felt a surge of emotion. She sighed, in the entire world, perhaps only Xiang Shaolong would be so considerate. "Xiang Shaolong, hurry up and think of something." "As long as I am capable of doing it, I, Dan Nini, promise you that I will." Xiang Shaolong tightly embraced her. Pressing his face against her beautiful hair, he inhaled her fragrant scent. His entire body went weak. In a soft voice, he said, "Has your king ever told you about any secret escape routes located within your palace?" Dan Nini's slender body trembled. In a lovable voice, she exclaimed, "I almost forgot. There is such a tunnel, and it's located right in my bedroom." But then, she looked unhappy. "But the key to open it lies in the hands of the chief custodian. There's no way for me to open it." Elated, Xiang Shaolong said, "That's even better. Even if someone discovered that I had left through the tunnel, you would be able to deny everything." Surprised, Dan Nini asked, "You know how to pick locks?" Xiang Shaolong withdrew slightly from her. Carefully examining her flowery, jade-like countenance that was softened even further by the glow of the lamps, he smiled and nodded. Taking another whiff of her delicate fragrance, he said, "Do you know where the exit to the tunnel is?" His mood improving, he was starting to succumb to the allure of this comfortable blanket and began to feel a fleshly lust. Dan Nini could feel the pressure of him against her side. Her eyes filled with the stirrings of the desire of spring, she gazed at him for a moment before burying herself into his wide chest and saying, "The king said that the tunnel exit is half a li west of the east city gates, at a stable." Xiang Shaolong felt that this was wonderful. This would allow him to pick out a fast horse and flee. However, he would still need to exit through the east gates. He suddenly had a thought, and asked her where she had just been. Dan Nini tightly embraced him. Her eyes half closed, she murmured, "I went to visit a sister. She'll be leaving Qi tomorrow." "Oh, Xiang Shaolong. You don't need to go so urgently. Life here in the palace is so regimented and so stifling. A person can die of boredom in here." Xiang Shaolong forced out a smile. "Do you regret coming?" Dan Nini opened her beautiful eyes. Staring vacantly, she said, "I don't know. I really don't know. Just yesterday, I dreamt of the drunken wind loft, and dreamt of playing games with Sister Yangyu in its garden." "Oh. How has she been?" Xiang Shaolong felt a bitter feeling in his heart. He asked, "Does he treat you well?" Dan Nini was speechless for a long moment, then said, "I'm not sure either. Ever since he became the king of Wei, he became very ferocious. Even while he is sleeping, in his dreams, he would sometimes call for the execution of some minister or official who had offended him. If it weren't for the fact that I'm pregnant, perhaps I would beg you to take me with you." Xiang Shaolong's lust immediately cooled to nothingness and he woke up. He told himself that at such a critical juncture, he needed to preserve his strength. He had just suffered a serious illness not too long ago, making it even more inappropriate for himself to be enjoying himself with Dan Nini right now. Changing the subject, he said, "Was the sister you just visited the leader of the 3 famous courtesans, Miss Feng Fei?" Dan Nini nodded. "Yes. We even discussed you. She esteems you greatly." She grew excited. "How about I plead with her to secretly take you outside the city? She is a very capable person." Xiang Shaolong abruptly shook his head. "No. I don't want to implicate any more people. Why is she going to the country of Qi?" Dan Nini replied, "It's for the king of Qi's 50th birthday. I heard that Shi Sufang and Lan Gongyuan are both planning to go for the celebration. Every country, including even Qin, will be sending representatives to celebrate." Xiang Shaolong was growing more and more confused as he listened. Surprised, he said, "Aren't Yan and Zhao at war with Qi? How did their relations improve so much?" Dan Nini shook her head. "I'm not too sure about these sorts of matters either. From what the king said, it seems as though the king of Qi still hasn't decided who the crown prince should be. The choice will implicate Tian Dan's power base, so the king has a decided interest in the question of who the crown prince will be." Right now, Xiang Shaolong didn't even have time to take care of himself, much less care about the internal affairs of Qi. In a soft voice, he said, "Dear Mimi, please tell me where the entrance to the tunnel is." Aghast, Dan Nini said, "Don't be so quick to leave, alright? I have ways of hiding you here for many days. Wait for the search to die down before leaving. Isn't that safer?" Xiang Shaolong kissed her fragrant lips before saying, "No. I need to sneak out now, while the blizzard is still here. Once the snow disappears, it will be impossible for me to leave." Unwilling to part from him, Dan Nini tightly clasped his waist. She mournfully said, "When I embrace you, it feels like I am embracing all of the things which were important to me in the past. But you are so unwilling to remain behind and want to leave so urgently. Xiang Shaolong, please don't be so heartless towards me." In his heart, Xiang Shaolong felt touched. He knew that Dan Nini hadn't really fallen in love with him. What she felt towards him was a complicated mixture of gratitude and memories of the past. With the palace being so stifling, she desperately desired for him to stay behind and accompany her. But he still felt some degree of empathy for her. He gently sucked on her soft, warm red lips, then gently said, "How could I bear to be heartless towards you? But right now, I have to save my energy, because I have a very difficult road that I must travel." Dan Nini returned his kiss. Her cheeks as scarlet as the setting sun, she said, "Fine, I won't force you anymore. But you should at least make an expression of good faith, such as caressing my body. That way, in the future, you won't easily forget about me, Dan Nini." Listening, Xiang Shaolong felt as though his blood was about to boil. To tell the truth, in a situation like this, where he was embracing the writhing, naked body of this voluptuous woman filled with the energy of youth, while the gentle, warm smell of the blanket entered his nostrils, if he were to claim that his vessels were not expanding to the point of explosion, he would be lying through his teeth. He couldn't help but reach out and place his hand on her firm posterior and let his hand roam about. Dan Nini immediately began to breathe rapidly. Like an eel, she began to writhe on his lap, her soft body pressing against him, filling Xiang Shaolong with even more fiery lust. Xiang Shaolong's hands increased their roaming area, sliding from her thighs all the way to her petite face. The ineffable process of his hands sliding up filled both of them with the ecstatic, stimulating feeling of having a tempestuous affair. Xiang Shaolong was like a fully drawn bow, with no choice but to shoot. Just as he was about to press her down beneath him, Dan Mimi pushed him away. She panted delicately and thinly, "The entrance to the tunnel is beneath the main armoire. There's a trapdoor beneath it. Open that up, and you'll see the locked entrance to the tunnel." Xiang Shaolong was shocked awake. He felt a sense of gratitude in his heart. He knew that she was afraid of exhausting his strength, which was why she forcibly controlled her own urges. After sharing a kiss with her that was so scorching, it nearly set the two of them aflame, he jumped off the couch. Just as he was about to push the armoire aside, he suddenly remembered something. "Are there any other entrances?" Dan Mimi said, "There are 2 other entrances in the Imperial Gardens. Everyone in the palace knows about them." Xiang Shaolong gave her a last hug. "That makes it even better. With multiple entrances, even if someone finds out that I left through the tunnel, nobody would suspect you of any complicity." After this last, lingering embrace, he finally stepped down into this road which would save his life. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Volume 21 Chapter 8. Book 21 Chapter 8, The Song and Dance Troupe. Without any danger or experiencing anything alarming, Xiang Shaolong exited from the tunnel. The exit was located at the side of the wall of a large well located inside a horse stable. The exit was located at least 7 or 8 feet above the surface of the water, and there were footholds leading to the top of the well. By the time he stuck his head out of the well, the snow had already stopped. Slight hints of light could be seen coming through the sky. A barn was laid out to his right, along with group homes of several stable hands. This type of stable was very common, both the state-owned ones and the privately owned ones. Most of the horses came from the pastures outside of the city, and were purchased by the rich and influential people of the city. Xiang Shaolong snuck into the barn. He was wondering whether or not he should steal a horse, but also was concerned that his motivations might be too apparent. Suddenly, voices could be heard. Startled, he hurriedly hid in a corner, covering himself with the sweet grass which was fed to the horses. 2 people came. One person said, "Master Zhang, please rest your mind. My superiors have long since made arrangements for me to provide you with the finest horse we have." "Ah. In all of Dalian, is there anyone who doesn't want to see the world-renowned song and dance of the young lady? For me to be of the slightest assistance to her is a tremendous honor." The fellow surnamed Zhang clearly knew how to put on airs. He just let out a bored humph. Arriving near to where Xiang Shaolong was hidden, he said, "This horse seems good. Its teeth are uniform and white as snow. What sort of horse is it?" That stable master said, "This is a purebred horse from the deer pastures of the far north. It's both attractive and hardy. Master Zhang, you have a good eye." The fellow surnamed Zhang was silent for a moment, before saying, "Did you find the charioteer I ordered you to locate? This really has been a huge bother to us. A perfectly good employee suddenly became sick and died, forcing me to run about trying to find a replacement." But the stable master said, "How would I dare to slack off in the slightest in my duties for the young lady and for Master Zhang? I already found someone known as Shun Liang. He previously served as the charioteer for Prince Wuji, and is an expert in martial arts as well. He also looks extremely handsome. For sure, he fulfills Master Zhang's criteria." Continuing, he said in a low voice, "He's an old friend of mine. Master Zhang, I'm sure you understand. Right now, nobody in Dalian dares to use the former subordinates of Prince Wuji. Otherwise, for someone of Shun Liang's talents, how could he remain unemployed for over 2 years?" The fellow surnamed Zhang coldly snickered. "Where is he?" The stable master smiled as well. He didn't know that Master Zhang would come here so early. "I expect he's still sleeping. Master Zhang, why don't you first go to the inner hall and have a hot cup of tea? I'll call him up and have him meet you right away." But the fellow surnamed Zhang said, "How do I have the free time to drink tea? First get the horse for me, and I'll pay you right away. Later, summon that fellow to see me. If he's late, don't blame me for not waiting for him. You'd best know that we have other options for our charioteer as well." This was followed by the sound of the horse being walked over, then the two of them going to another stable. Xiang Shaolong thought to himself that heaven was helping him. He hurriedly put on the clothes that he had previously stolen. These clothes were the most unattractive clothes in Lord Pingxiu's chest of clothes. It was very suitable for the likes of a Shin Liang, someone who was the former servant of a fallen noble house. By the time he had finished hiding his old clothes in a secret location, the stable master had already left the stable and was headed in the direction of the sleeping rooms. Clearly, he was going to go wake Shin Liang up. Xiang Shaolong hurried out. Seeing that the fellow surnamed Zhang was staring at 4 horses, he coughed and bowed all the way to the ground. Your humble servant, Shen Liang, requests that Master Zhang forgive me for my tardiness. Master Zhang didn't expect him to arrive so quickly. He glanced at him a few times. A look of satisfaction appearing in his eyes, his gaze dropped to Bloodwave, which hung from Xiang Shaolong's waist. He calmly said, "My name is Zhang Quan. I'm the manager for Miss Feng. You had previously served as the charioteer for Prince Wuji, so you naturally know all the rules. 5 taels of silver a month, and if Miss Feng is satisfied with you, you can work for us permanently." Zhang Quan was roughly 30 years or so of age, had an intelligent face, but had a very vulgar air to him. Above his lips were 2 slanting thick mustaches, giving him the appearance of a man who indulged too much in wine and sex. Xiang Shaolong hurriedly agreed. Zhang Quan said, "We don't have much time. Let's go. It's about to starting snowing again." Xiang Shaolong secretly thanked both the heavens and the earth. Picking up his cloak, he took the reins of the horses and walked them out. The departure of the city was unexpectedly easy. The most ironical part of it was that the number of people who came to send them off was vast beyond counting. And yet, he, the most wanted criminal in the city, was able to saunter away in their midst. Before they had reached the city walls, snow once again began to fall. Putting on his cloak and hood, he wrapped a wind-blocking mask around his face, lowering his head to avoid the wind. Combined with the fact that he was wearing very ordinary and appropriate attire, naturally not a single person suspected him. The most miraculous thing of all was that, as he was seated in the position of the charioteer, nobody could tell that he had a massive, powerful physique. He was originally afraid that Feng Fei would recognize him, but fortunately, he didn't even have the chance to meet her. To be honest, right now, with his face covered by a beard, even if Feng Fei paid him any mind, she would be hard-pressed to easily see through the disguise and recognize him as Xiang Shaolong. It was actually funny, come to think of it. He didn't want to disturb Dan Mimi, but in the end, it was through her assistance that he left the palace. He wanted even less to involve Feng Fei, with whom he had no relationship at all, but in the end, he had to rely on her to help him charge through this final barrier of the city gates. This could really be described as coming back from death's door. He hoped that this time, things would go smoothly and he would easily return to Qin. Naturally, he didn't want to go to Qi. As soon as he saw an opportunity to do so, he would slip away. The people of Wei were extremely courteous to Feng Fei. They sent an escort of 500 light cavalry to accompany them, led by General Ao Xiang. Feng Fei's song and dance troupe was a strong force of many men, fully filling over 10 large vehicles. In all, including the dancers, the musicians, and the serving girls, they numbered more than 200. Paying their salary alone was certainly an enormous expenditure. From this, one could tell how heavy Feng Fei's income must be. He couldn't help but begin thinking about that world-class beauty seated in the carriage behind him, and began to think about that day where the two of them quietly murmured touching words to each other in the small manor in Qin. She was the equivalent of a musical superstar of the 21st century. Only, the people who were given the chance to enjoy her music were only the utmost nobility. Ordinary people would almost never have that sort of good fortune. After the team of carriages left Dalian, it passed through a major ravine and headed straight north. When it arrived at flowing water, there were 5 huge 3-sailed ships awaiting them. Only now did Xiang Shaolong come to understand why they had to leave so early. By now, it was already sundown. When he saw the cavalry escort also board the boats, he couldn't help but groan silently. If he was forced all the way to the country of Qi in such a manner, it would be absolutely terrible for him. Flowing along with the river, it wouldn't take more than 4 or 5 days for the boat to arrive at Qi's borders. By then, if he wanted to return to the Zhao border, it would cost him a huge amount of additional effort. But he didn't have any other options for the moment. Steeling himself, he boarded the ship. Of the 5 large ships, the people of Wei occupied 3 while Feng Fei and her people occupied 2. Compared to the previous days, where he was facing the soldiers of Wei on a daily basis, Xiang Shaolong felt much more at ease. The boat he was on was the boat on which Feng Fei lived. At this point in time, his status in the song and dance troupe was the lowest of the low. He was assigned to a room on the bottommost deck, a tiny room with just one window which he had to share with other low-ranked servants. The 6 of them shared that single room. Maybe it was because they were jealous of him snatching the prominent position of being Feng Fei's carriage driver, but the others all linked together to shun him. As soon as they entered the room, they would immediately begin to gamble, but they wouldn't invite him to take part. Xiang Shaolong was more than happy to let the situation remain this way. After dinner, he burrowed onto a sleeping mat in a corner of the room and immediately closed his eyes. Those people intentionally said mocking words, including words that were designed to denigrate his master, Lord Xinling. Xiang Shaolong found their technique of pointing at the mulberry tree and insulting the locust tree, i.e., to insult someone by proxy, to be hilarious. He honestly didn't care at all and shortly drifted into a deep sleep. After sleeping for an unknown period of time, he suddenly felt a sharp pain in his upper thigh. Opening his eyes, he saw that it was a charioteer named Gu Ming who had given him a kick. Furious, Xiang Shaolong sat up and shouted, "What's that for?" Another charioteer named Fu Yan hugged his knees. With a rascally, gangster-like attitude, he sat leaned against a corner wall and laughed. "Shen Liang, where were you born? Is your last name Zhu, pig? Otherwise, how could you sleep as deeply as a slaughtered pig?" The others roared in laughter as well, their voices filled with contempt and mockery. There was a person there named Fong Shang. He was the only one who did not mock Xiang Shaolong. He quietly said, "Don't mock him. Shen Liang. It's light now. Come with me." Xiang Shaolong suppressed the rage in his heart and followed him out. Arriving on the deck, he saw that the sky was growing clear. White clouds drifted about on both sides of the horizon. His heart grew calm, and all of the unhappy thoughts from earlier fled to the back of his mind. All the servants were in line waiting for their first meal of the day. Another group of people were fetching water to wash themselves. It was noisy all around him, giving off a very lively atmosphere. A rather attractive female servant, accompanied by two strong-looking women, was in the middle of talking to Zhang Quan. Seeing Xiang Shaolong's majestic physique, a weighing, interested look appeared in her eyes as she thoroughly checked him out. Xiang Shaolong felt extremely uncomfortable at her searching gaze. Fong Shang whispered in his ears, "That's the servant girl of our second mistress, Dong Shuzhen. Her name is Sister Shaoling. We all call her the little chili pepper. Relying on the favor of the second mistress, she loves to show off her authority. If you don't need anything from her, best not to get involved with her." In his heart, Xiang Shaolong was laughing bitterly. He had always been a person who proudly stood above others. He didn't expect that even amongst the servants, there were differences of rank and seniority. After washing his face alongside Fong Shang, it was their turn to get their food. They went to a corner and began to eat and drink. Fong Shang said, "Are you still angry about what happened earlier?" Honestly, the one they are angry with is Zhang Quan. Gu Ming is a subordinate of the deputy manager, Sha Li. The manager intentionally wanted to dampen their spirits. That's why he hired you, a total newcomer, and gave you this position which everyone else was fighting over. If it weren't for the fact that they fear going too overboard would offend the manager, you would have even more trouble to bear. But only now did Xiang Shaolong understand why, despite there being so many people here, he was the one selected to be used. In his heart, he felt very lucky. Fong Shang saw him accept this silently. He too stopped speaking. Xiang Shaolong still felt unhappy in his heart. "Brother Fong, how long have you been with the mistress?" Fong Shang said, 3 years now. Xiang Shaolong very much wanted to ask him detailed questions about Feng Fei, but he felt it would seem inappropriate. He changed the question. "Brother Fong, do you have a family?" The corner of Fong Shang's mouth quirked into a bitter smile. How can a servant from a vanquished country talk about families or lineages? If it weren't for the mistress's pity, I, Fong Shang, most likely would have frozen to death on some street long ago. Xiang Shaolong was stunned for a long moment. Finally, he lowered his head and ate. At the same time, he began to ask Fong Shang one question after another about the song and dance troupe. At this time, a solidly built male servant came next to Xiang Shaolong. He coldly said, "Are you Shen Liang?" Xiang Shaolong remembered his current status. He hurriedly stood up and said, "Elder brother, what instructions do you have for me?" The strong servant arrogantly said, "My name is Kuan Shan. I'm Master Shang's deputy. You can just call me Brother Shan. I hear that you know how to use the sword. Let me see your sword." Although Xiang Shaolong wasn't willing, he had no choice, and could only pull out the sword and offer it. Who would have thought that Kuan Shan's expression would turn ugly? He shouted, "Is your other hand broken?" Xiang Shaolong almost let him have it with a punch. He could only lift up the sword with both hands and offer it. Most of the male servants of Feng Fei were outfitted with long swords, and Kuan Shan naturally was not an exception. But compared to this precious sword Bloodwave, they of course were far inferior. As soon as Kuan Shan saw the sword, his eyes immediately lit up. Xiang Shaolong knew that he was feeling greedy. Not letting the other speak, he immediately said, "This is a precious sword passed down to me by my ancestors. If the sword remains, the man remains. If the sword dies, the man dies as well." He took the first step to prevent the other from speaking. A look of utter envy on Kuan Shan's face, Kuan Shan played with it for a long moment before being willing to return it to Xiang Shaolong. Stiffening his face, he said, "Master Zhang wants to see you. Come with me." Xiang Shaolong thought to himself that even the most senior of officials didn't put on airs like these people did. Laughing bitterly inside, he followed the man to the uppermost deck. This vessel was over 300 feet long. Compared to the largest warships of the Qin, the Great Wings, it was nearly twice as long. That's because this ship was only used to carry freight. It didn't need to be nimble, it only had to be stable. The hull of the ship was slender and merely 20 feet across. Its head and its tail pointed upwards, and two arching masts were installed near the ship's bow, along with another at the aft. Between these two mast sections was the cabin, which was divided into 3 layers. The top layer was built on top of the deck, while the bottom layer was built beneath it. Feng Fei and a group of song and dance courtesans with status naturally would stay on the uppermost, most comfortable cabin. First-class managers and serving girls would stay on the second cabin. People like Xiang Shaolong, with the lowest status, would naturally stay in the lowest, nastiest bottom cabin. When accounting for the sailors, this ship had at least 100 people on it, making for a uniquely raucous, lively atmosphere. By this era, waterborne transportation is already very widespread and developed. Sayings such as "cannot go on for a single day if the oars are neglected" were already in existence. Translators note, referring to countries which are heavily dependent on maritime trade. Especially in the southern provinces, so full of rivers and streams, waterborne transportation has long been the primary form of transport. In times of constant warfare, a navy is absolutely essential, and even civilian ships are very popular. In the past, whenever Xiang Shaolong was in a boat, he proudly sat on top. This was his first time experiencing the taste of being one of the little people. At the moment, Zheng Quan was staring out while leaning against a railing on a terrace. By his side, he had 2 men who looked like bodyguards. He looked very pretentious. Xiang Shaolong approached Zheng Quan and saluted him. However, Zheng Quan was indifferent and did not even spare a glance at him. He stood there, enjoying the winter breeze. Xiang Shaolong was amused. Zheng Quan's arrogance is undeniable, and this arrogant behavior has been picked up by his followers as well. From his conversation with Feng Shang, he has acquired a general understanding of the song and dance troupe. The top hierarchy naturally goes to the head of the 3 courtesans, Feng Fei. The next in authority would be 12 other courtesans who are Feng Fei's regular singing and dancing companions. All 12 ladies are number 1 rated beauties. Among the 12 courtesans, Dong Shuzhen, who is also known as second mistress, helms the group. Dong Shuzhen is able to stand out from the other courtesans because she is the only other courtesan other than Feng Fei who is able to write songs and compose lyrics. Troop manager Zhang Quan and assistant manager Sali are leaders too in their own capacity. They are responsible for all affairs pertaining to the troop. In addition, Sali does recruitment for chariot drivers, food supplies, and kitchen helpers. In this instance, when Zhang Quan personally recruited Feng Fei's chariot driver, he is overriding Sali's authority and starting a power tussle between them. Below the courtesans are the talented musicians and serving maids. Due to their proximity to Feng Fei and the 12 courtesans, they do not hold any appointments but wield considerable authority. The musicians are led by conductor Yun Liang, who is a retired courtesan. She conducts training for new courtesans and is held in the highest regard by Feng Fei. Therefore, no one dares to make trouble for her. Among the serving maids, Feng Fei's personal maid Little Pinger and Dong Shuzhen's personal maid Sister Ling wield the most influence. Xiang Shaolong has met Little Pinger and Xianyang, and the pretty maid he met earlier on the ship is Sister Ling. Due to their mistresses' positions, even Manger Zhang Quan has to give in to the wishes of the 2 maids. Since the establishment of the Zhou clan, music and entertainment are highly regarded, leading to a thriving industry for song and dance troupes such as these. These troupes often tour the different states and even have annual performances. They are wildly popular and welcomed wherever they travel. For superstar troupes such as Feng Fei's, they are treated with the same pleasantries that lords and marquises are expected to receive. These dance troupes remain neutral politically and are not affected by the state wars. After keeping Xiang Shaolong painfully waiting for an extended period, Zheng Quan questioned, "I heard Gu Ming and his guys gave you trouble on several occasions, is it true?" Not knowing his true intentions, Xiang Shaolong replied, "They are truly not the friendliest people around, but I can still take their crap." Zheng Quan turned around in one swift motion and dissed, "I thought you were a martial arts expert. This kind of trouble should be familiar to you. You were kicked in the butt and yet did not retaliate. What kind of hero are you?" His 2 bodyguards and Kuan Shan, who was standing behind, began to snigger in agreement and to flatter their boss. Perplexed, Xiang Shaolong explained, "I am concerned that I should not create trouble since I am a newcomer. It may look bad on Master Zhang, Quan, too. If Master Zhang thinks that it is fine to retaliate, I will know how to act the next time." In fact, only Xiang Shaolong knows about his personal dilemma. When things go out of proportion, he may get the attention of Feng Fei and be identified, blowing his cover. However, it will be really ideal if Sali can give him the sack instead when he causes trouble and he can leave the troop at the next landing. Despite Dan Mimi's opinion that Feng Fei admires Xiang Shaolong, the human heart is difficult to fathom and no one can indeed tell for sure. He has finally escaped countless struggles, hardships and his pursuers. There is no way he will risk returning back to his fugitive lifestyle. Hearing his words, Zhang Quan calmed down. On his left, the tall bodyguard hinted, Master Zhang, Quan considers you worthy and has given you such a good position. You must prove yourself and not make him lose face. Since he came to ancient China and began his journey initially with Tao Feng, Xiang Shaolong has spent every day in a power tussle. Understanding the hint, he secretly acknowledged Zhang Quan's prowess. This is a brilliant plan to reap rewards without sowing. His employment is done on purpose, inciting anger from assistant manager Sali's clique. When things go out of hand, Zhang Quan can report to the courtesans that Sali is discriminating against newcomers. He can use the opportunity to reprimand Sali and magnify his faults. Sali is on the other ship and has no chance to defend himself. This is definitely an invincible blow to Sali. With just a small effort, he can reduce Sali's influence and send a message to all the other troop workers that Zhang Quan is the most capable around. It is amazing that such a simple employment is mired in a much larger conspiracy, the power-grabbing tactics in the song and dance troupe. The lifespan of a song and dance troupe is limited. When Feng Fei decides to retire or get married, the troupe will have to disband. On the good side, there are generous retrenchment benefits to all the workers when a troupe disbands. According to Feng Shang, that is his biggest dream, working till disbandment to receive a windfall. Behind him, Koan Shan interrupted, even if someone is killed, as long as you are not the one who started the fight, Master Zhang, Quan, will stand up for you, understand? Speechless, Xiang Shaolong nodded his head with resignation. Zhang Quan's voice became more accommodating and swore, as long as you are loyal to me, I, Zhang Quan, will not treat you shabbily. Look at your skinny frame and yellow skin. I am sure you have had your fair share of trouble over the past 2 years. Just do your best. Since you have served Wei Wuji, Prince Xinling, before, you should understand my intentions. Xiang Shaolong suddenly realized that his appearance has drastically changed since he has been on the run. Besides his new beard, he has slimmed down a lot. Even if he came face to face with Feng Fei or Little Pinger once again, they could hardly identify him. During their initial meeting at the loft, drunken wind brothel, the lights are dim and most of their time is spent sitting down and chatting. Given the present circumstances and his new look, it is highly possible to evade their recognition. With this new thought, he felt his happiness surging. After Zhang Quan left him, Xiang Shaolong returned to the second deck holding but discovered that Feng Shang is no longer around. He headed towards the ship's hull to look for him and chanced upon the ship's cabins. He entered a narrow corridor along the cabin doors when someone blocked his way and scolded, "Didn't Manager Zhang tell you about the rules? Workers are not allowed to come to the hall. If you frighten the ladies, you will be in for a good time." Xiang Shaolong had a shock and looked further ahead. He saw a poutish and yet cute serving maid, staring him down with her large almond-shaped eyes. Her fierce stare and her arms akimbo reminded him of a tigress. Xiang Shaolong hurriedly apologized and turned back. He retreated back to the ship's lower bunk and fell into a deep sleep. He woke up to music playing from the upper decks. It must be Feng Fei and the courtesans rehearsing their performances. The afternoon sun shone in through a small cabin window. He was alone in the bunk. Xiang Shaolong sat upright with his blanket still snug around him. Leaning against the ship's wall, he was thinking about the lunch service he had missed when Feng Shang came into the bunk with a bowl of rice that was piled high with green vegetables. Offering him the bowl, he added, "I can tell that you are sleeping very soundly and do not wish to interrupt your sleep. So I prepare a bowl for you especially." Touched, Xiang Shaolong ate 2 mouthfuls before inquiring, "Does brother Feng Shang have any relatives?" Feng Shang sat down beside him and was quiet for a few seconds. He then simply announced, "They were all killed in battle." From his tone, Xiang Shaolong immediately knew things were much more complicated than what he was sharing. Feng Shang has a fine bearing and behaves with a certain class. He could well be the son of a nobleman. When the country is devastated, he was forced to flee for his life and ended up joining Feng Fei's song and dance troupe as a chef. Feng Shang continued, "I have no other ambitions. I just want to make some money, find a quiet place to build a house, buy some fields and become a farmer. I will never want to face these crooks ever again." Xiang Shaolong observed his haggard features and estimated his age to be about the same as his own. However, they bore scars of numerous toils and hardships. In a sudden burst of sympathy, he nearly wanted to present his 2 gold ingots as a present to Feng Shang, fulfilling his dream. He quickly suppressed this unwise thought before turning his attention back to his meal. Feng Shang suggested, "At sunset, the ship will dock at Goose City and will raise anchor only tomorrow. Why don't we enter the city and find some chicks to entertain ourselves? If Brother Xiang Shaolong is broke, I can always lend you the money first. Xiang Shaolong was taken aback. I thought you were saving for your house and your farmland? Fang Sheng reasoned, some money is meant to be saved, some money is meant to be spent. Lowly beings like us must also find joy in life. We are unlike Zhang Quan and other rich men who can go for top courtesans. We must remember to avoid Gu Ming and his gang. I noticed him whispering to his family warriors earlier and overheard your name. They may find trouble with you. Infuriated, Xiang Shaolong gave a cold snort and maintained his silence. He secretly swore to teach them a lesson they will never forget. Otherwise, he will always be at their mercy. He checked himself for having such foolish thoughts. If he do not use this golden opportunity to make good his escape, he will be a really big idiot. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Volume 21 Chapter 9. Book 21 Chapter 9 Battle for Power. The sky is still lighted when the ships docked at Gu City Pier. A jubilant Fang Sheng is about to lead Xiang Shaolong into the city for some entertainment when Zhang Quan summoned, Miss Feng needs the carriage. Prepare it now. Xiang Shaolong was stunned, where is the carriage? Zhang Quan is displeased, are your eyes only good for looking at butts? Can't you see the carriage at the pier? The words have barely left Xiang Shaolong's mouth when he knew he is in for a scolding. The carriage may be transported in the other ship, but it has already been driven down to the pier. Xiang Shaolong is overly anxious to escape and wasn't watching his words. Fang Sheng secretly nudged him and Xiang Shaolong knowingly followed Fang Sheng down the gangplank, disembarking from the ship. He was in a state of confusion and out of a sudden, he was viciously pushed from behind. Before he could figure out what is happening, Xiang Shaolong lost his balance and fell forward, knocking heavily into Fang Sheng. Both men staggered and half fell down the gangplank onto solid ground. If not for the railings at the side of the gangplank, they could have possibly fallen into the river. Xiang Shaolong climbed back onto his feet while Fang Sheng is clutching his left with a contorted expression on his face. The pain is causing him to break into cold sweat. Loud laughter is heard from the ship. Gu Ming and the other chariot drivers were jeering and laughing at their misfortune. They were accompanied by a short but muscular strongman. Someone called out, Shen Liang, I initially thought you were tall and well built, but today I finally realize you are just an empty vessel, a tool without a purpose. Just a small accidental bump from our brother Wu Sun is good enough to cause you to turn topsy-turvy. And I thought you are supposed to be an expert martial arts practitioner. Xiang Shaolong recognized the speaker to be Fu Yan, one of Gu Ming's key confederates. Concurrently, he committed the family warrior Wu Sun's name to memory. Zhang Quan appeared at the stern of the ship. He bellowed to Gu Ming and his gang, what is going on? Gu Ming casually replied, if the two of them don't even know how to disembark a ship, it is no issue of mine. Following that, his group scampered down to the pier and fled into the distance. Zhang Quan furiously glimpsed at the mud-ridden and disheveled Xiang Shaolong before cursing, useless fellow. He turned around and disappeared. Xiang Shaolong is genuinely angry now. He silently helped Fang Sheng up. The poor Fang Sheng is groaning, my leg. I think it is broken. How Xiang Shaolong wished he could give chase after Gu Ming and his gang, killing every single one of them to appease his anger. He apologized, I have caused you misfortune. Fang Sheng bitterly smiled, I guess they want to injure you and prevent you from driving the carriage. AI. Looks like our plans for tonight have to be cancelled. By now, several other troop workers have arrived at their position, assisting Xiang Shaolong to move Fang Sheng back on the ship. Upon reaching the deck, a female voice rang out, what the hell are you guys up to? How dare you block Miss Feng's path? Xiao Shaolong saw the danger and quickly lowered his head and bowed. At the same time, he moved Fang Sheng to the side. He stole a quick peep and saw a veiled Feng Fei standing right in front of him. Beside her is little Pinger, who was still dressed up as a boy. They are escorted by 4 other maids and about a dozen family warriors. The courtesan is assessing Xiang Shaolong. Little Pinger, who has apparently failed to recognize Xiang Shaolong, was incensed. What has happened? She demanded. Zhang Quan and another man appeared out of nowhere, and before he could speak out, the handsome man beside him interjected, it is just a small accident. He continued to face Xiang Shaolong and berated, you are the newcomer, right? Useless bum. Shouldn't you be going to your carriage now? Do you expect headmistress, Feng Fei, to wait for you instead? Hearing his sarcastic scolding, implying that Zhang Quan is incompetent, Zhang Quan's face darkened. At this moment, Feng Fei's angelic voice sang out from beneath the veil, Assistant Manager Sa. Her voice carried some hints of disdain. Having accomplished his goal, a smug Sali kept quiet. Feng Fei shot a look at Xiang Shaolong and plainly ordered, "Be more careful next time. Send Feng Shang back into the room before coming to the carriage." Xiang Shaolong was extremely relieved that neither the mistress nor her maid could pinpoint his real identity. Watching her descend down the gangplank and supported by her companions, Xiang Shaolong can only force out a miserable sigh. He can no longer slip off just like that. Moreover, he felt an obligation to take care of Feng Shang until he has fully recovered. This is one of his life-guiding principles. Unknowingly, it began snowing again. Reflected by the strong rays of the setting sun, the small flakes seemed to dance freely in the air before reluctantly landing on the ground, finishing a short but mesmerizing journey. Time seems to have slowed down and the land purified with every layer of snow. Xiang Shaolong directed the horses and began chauffeuring the beauty. Four family warriors are in front paving a way for the carriage to pass through. Another 8 family warriors are following the carriage. Wei's assistant commanding General Ao Xiang brought a dozen of his best soldiers and they flanked the carriage on both sides, showcasing the importance of Feng Fei's stature in the eyes of all the political leaders. She is akin to a 21st century superstar celebrity with popular hit songs, unlike the typical courtesan who prostitute herself under the guise of entertainment. Even without the burden of Feng Shang, Xiang Shaolong will find it challenging to flee under the heavy escort. Escape is still conceivable, but it will raise Ao Xiang's suspicions. Fortunately, Ao Xiang regarded Xiang Shaolong as Feng Fei's long-serving carriage driver and did not have the slightest suspicion about him. Meanwhile, Xiang Shaolong has no idea where he is and is blindly driving in the direction of the family warriors ahead of him. With the hoofbeats sounding in the background, the carriage entourage eventually approached a snow-clad city without much incident. Most of the shops are open for business and judging from the signboards, most of the businesses are involved in carpentry, sewing, fabrics, and embroidery. Xiang Shaolong may not have any deep understanding of culture and based on his keen observation skills, he can tell that compared to all the cities he has been to, Gu City has a remarkably cultural and retro aura. In this instant, Ao Xiang rode towards the side of the carriage and lowered his head, striking a conversation with Feng Fei. In the past, when Jing's annihilated state, Han Xianzi came to the state of Lu, annihilated state, he came across Chancellor Lu's secret literature collection. He sighed that all of Zhou's literature is in Lu. Now that Miss Feng Fei is back here again, I am sure you must be feeling emotional. Xiang Shaolong shuddered. So this was originally the state of Lu, which belongs to the state of Wei now. Even the great Confucius was born here. It is no wonder why this state has such a strong arts culture. Feng Fei sighed slowly and in a pained tone, yes. It is all because of this incident. If we, the citizens of Lu, are not overly stubborn and traditional, placing too much importance on the conservative ways, we may not be controlled first by Qi, state, then by Wu, state, followed by Yu. Yu was eventually annihilated by Wei, explains Ji Yanran originally in Wei. Although we have the honor of being named, the clan of saints, we are eventually an annihilated state. General Ao is giving us too much credit. Xiang Shaolong detected the melancholy in her voice and can feel his own emotions surging. Theoretically, Feng Fei is not a Song princess but a Lu princess. Nonetheless, Lu and Song are neighboring states and she may be connected to both states. Ao Xiang's flattery has backfired and after a few awkward exchanges, he resumed his writing position after noticing Feng Fei's lack of interest in chatting with him. The entourage traveled along a winding path, deviating gradually from the main road. Consequently, they were headed towards a desolate area west of the city. Under the illumination of the lanterns, the flying snow and strong wind resembles a scene from never-ending dream. Xiang Shaolong can comprehend the agony of the beauty behind him. When Xiaopan eventually unites the states, Ao Xiang and everybody else will become citizens of annihilated states. Such a feeling is hard to fathom. The sunset is beautiful but it only lasts for a fleeting moment. This can be the autobiography of the 6 states right now. The carriages drove through a sparse forest and halted near a mausoleum. Xiang Shaolong finally realized that Feng Fei is here to pay her respects to her ancestors. Feng Fei and everyone alighted from their carriages. Accompanied by Ao Xiang, they walked towards the mausoleum and disappeared behind the trees. Xiang Shaolong, the family warriors and the Wei soldiers stayed with the carriages. Momentarily, sounds of crying can be heard. Upon their return, little Pinger and the maid's pretty eyes were all red and swollen. The exception was Feng Fei's as she is hiding behind the veil. It was deep into the night when everyone boarded the ship. Everyone including Gu Ming had gone into the city for a wild night of partying. Only an incensed Feng Shang remained behind. Xiang Shaolong noticed that his left foot is bandaged clumsily with a few pieces of cloth. He inquired, "How is it?" Feng Shang's eyes reddened. "If not for my leg injury, I would have fought it out with them." Xiang Shaolong has been trained in basic bone fixing skills and opened up the bandages. Feeling the leg bone structures, he heaved a sigh of relief. It is simply a bone that has been displaced. Come. Bear with it for a while. Before Feng Shang yelled out in pain and his eye sockets are swelled up with tears, Xiang Shaolong had swiftly fixed the joint dislocation. Feng Shang tried taking a couple of steps and is amazed. Brother Shen, this is miraculous. Xiang Shaolong patted the chair beside him and smiled. Please sit down, I have something to tell Brother Feng. Feng Shang's mood has greatly improved for the better. Pleased, he sat down and invited, Brother Shen, please speak your mind. Xiang Shaolong extracted the 2 gold ingots from his bosom. Placing them on his open palm, he presented them before Feng Shang's eyes. Feng Shang's eyes grew as big as saucers. He let out a loud gasp. Heavens! This is pure gold. 2 simple gold ingots are more than sufficient for an ordinary man to live without worries for the rest of his life. Xiang Shaolong pressed the gold ingots into his hands and whispered, they are yours now. Feng Shang hesitated for a while and shook his head. How can I take Brother Shen's gold? Xiang Shaolong lied, I have several more pieces of gold. They were bestowed to me when Prince Wuji knows that he would be sentenced to death soon. Brother Feng, please accept them and use the excuse of your broken leg to leave this malicious place, fulfilling your dream. Holding the gold ingots tightly in his hands, Feng Shang is curious. Brother Shen is not lacking in wealth, why did you choose to lead the life of a carriage driver? Xiang Shaolong continued his bluff. Honestly speaking, I am making use of this job to leave Dalian, Wei capital. Ever since the death of Prince Wuji, no one dares to employ his ex-family warriors like us. I am not going to live my life without making my mark somewhere. I am therefore heading to Qi to try my luck. Feng Shang is so touched he began to tear again. I am beyond gratitude. With this 2 pieces of gold and my savings over the past 2 years, I can finally resign from Miss Feng Fei tomorrow. After some thought, he added, why don't we leave together? Sali is awfully narrow-minded and he will never let you off. Zheng Quan is only making use of you, and even if you died fighting for him, he will not even feel the least bit of sadness. Xiang Shaolong smiled. After Brother Feng is gone, I will have no more reservations. Our fall will not be in vain. Feng Shang fell into a daze. In this instant, he felt like Xiang Shaolong is much more than who he truly is. Feng Shang could not hold back his plans, and right that evening, he approached Zheng Quan, asking to leave the troop because of his leg injury. Zheng Quan showed no signs of asking him to stay on. On the pretext that he is resigning instead of troop disbandment, he paid Feng Shang a few miserable bronze coins and commanded him to leave the ship early next morning. An upset Feng Shang confided in Xiang Shaolong about this issue. Originally, he can still be entitled to a generous dismissal fee for his years with the troop. Needless to say, Zheng Quan has pocketed most of it. Ultimately, he is not overly concerned about this discrepancy because the 2 gold ingots are enough to satisfy all his needs. The next morning, Xiang Shaolong sent Feng Shang off the ship. While he was hesitating to leave with him, Gu Ming and his gang happened to return to the ship. Mocking them again for their incompetence, Gu Ming and his gang boarded the ship. With Wei soldiers swarming all over the pier and Zheng Quan staring at them from the ship, Xiang Shaolong suppressed the urge to retaliate. He calmly bade farewell to Feng Shang and returned to the ship. The ships began sailing. Xiang Shaolong can sense his fellow workers and drivers are shying from him as if he is carrying a contagious disease. No one wants to converse with him, and even Zheng Quan's followers are treating him like trash. He was greatly humored. Obtaining his breakfast, he hid in a corner of the ship's stern and began eating. Inside his mind, he was churning ideas on how to create a big hua, forcing Feng Fei to dismiss him. He can then swagger off to freedom without raising any suspicions. However, timing is critical to his plans. Ideally, it should happen before the next stop when the ships dock to replenish their food and water supplies. He can then leave the ship both mentally and physically. In the beginning, Xiang Shaolong was feeling guilty over snatching the original Xin Liang's employment. Now, he felt that he was helping him to avoid a calamity instead. Gu Ming and his collaborators are likely to have been ordered by Sali to get rid of himself at all costs. That Sali is rather good-looking and could be using this natural advantage to start a relationship with one of the more influential serving maids. With his increase in influence, he could be conspiring to take over Zheng Quan's job. Lost in his thoughts, a small pair of shoes suddenly appeared before his eyes. Xiang Shaolong looked up in panic, but his view was blocked by 2 huge and jutting breasts. In that second, he still has no idea who was this person in front of him. Taken aback, he got on his feet and found out the lady is actually Sister Ling, the attractive serving maid of second mistress Dong Shuzhen. Stifling her laughter and after glancing twice at him, Sister Ling coldly hissed, "Are you the troublemaker Xin Liang?" Xiang Shaolong has already made up his mind to leave the ship and doesn't bother to give her any leeway. Assuming a domineering stance, he joked back, "Sister Ling gives me too much credit. Without any supporters, how much trouble can I create?" Never in her wildest dreams would Sister Ling expect Xiang Shaolong to be so rebellious and talked back to her. Her expression changed color instantaneously and she scolded, "How dare you? Do you know who you are speaking to?" Folding his arms across his chest, Xiang Shaolong uttered to nobody in particular, "Every nation has its laws. Every household has its rules. However, some principles are ever-encompassing. I am a lone ranger whereas other people are forming cliques and gangs. Sister Ling, why don't you judge from your own conscience who has the potential to be the troublemaker around here?" Sister Ling is dumbfounded. During a debate, she is light years away from Xiang Shaolong, who was used to complex court arguments. Her face turned red in anger, she stared at him for a before her arms went into a kimbo position. She screeched, "Are you tired of your job?" Xiang Shaolong leisurely responded, "Isn't this up to Manager Zhang or Miss Feng? Sister Ling is often the one doing the scolding. Now that she has been put down badly by a lowly driver like Xiang Shaolong, she is as mad as a bull and stomped off." Xiang Shaolong watched as she stomped over to the other side where Gu Ming and his guys were and summoned Gu Mong into the ship's cabin. Acknowledging that a good show is about to start, Xiang Shaolong smiled to himself. He turned to view the beautiful snow scenery on the both sides of the shore. He is certain that Sali has hooked up with the alluring serving maid Sister Ling. He may even enjoy the support of the second-in-command Dong Shuzhen to openly challenge Zhang Quan's authority. Just as he was pondering which route to travel back to Qin, someone tapped his shoulder. Xiang Shaolong turned his head and a family warrior entered his view. He is one of those who participated in escorting Feng Fei last night for her prayers. The family warrior commanded, "Master Zhang wants to see you." Xiang Shaolong noticed that the family warrior dared not look at him straight into his eyes while talking. Easily predicting the situation, he smiled back, "May I know how do I address brother?" The man answered, "I am Su Ran. Come with me." Xiang Shaolong can feel his adrenaline rushing and his limbs itching for some action. He followed Su Ran into the cabins. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Volume 21 Chapter 10. Book 21 Chapter 10, A Shattered Dream. Following Su Ran, Xiang Shaolong stepped into the cabins and came to a door. Su Ran stopped in his tracks and pushed the door inwards. He gestured, "Master Zhang is inside, you can go in on your own." Surprisingly, there was no ambush along the corridors. Instead, melodious music can be heard from the upper decks. This is a brilliant situation to trap Xiang Shaolong. Even if he shouted for help, no one can hear him. Xiang Shaolong grinned and viciously used his own shoulder to smash into Su Ran's shoulder. Caught unaware, Su Ran called out in shock and stumbled into the cabin. A black cloth bag swiftly clamped down and enveloped Su Ran's head and face. The bag was secured and Su Ran was dragged deeper into the cabin. Gu Ming, Fu Yan, a few other drivers, Wu Sun and a few family warriors pounced upon Su Ran, raining merciless, heavy blows on him. Xiang Shaolong slipped into the cabin and closed the door behind him. Su Ran is already pitifully writhing on the floor like a freshly cooked shrimp. These men may be overly excited to carry out their task and did not notice that they were beating the wrong person. Xiang Shaolong and Su Ran are dressed very differently and have different body builds as well. Gu Ming was the first to notice that the man standing at the cabin door is Xiang Shaolong and not Su Ran. Flabbergasted, he pointed dumbly at Xiang Shaolong but no words can come out from his mouth. By now, everyone realized they have laid their hands on the wrong person. Xiang Shaolong shook his head slowly and sighed, "Do you know what your mistake is?" Xiang Shaolong dashed forward and came to the side of the short strong man, Wu Sun, in a flash. Using his momentum, he kneeled Wu Sun in his nether regions. Back in the 21st century, Xiang Shaolong is an expert when it comes to bar fights. He totally understood the principle: to capture a man, shoot his horse; to nab the thieves, capture the bandit king. Wu Sun is a strong, well-built and courageous man. Otherwise, he would not possess the strength to push Xiang Shaolong down the gangplank. Therefore, Xiang Shaolong chose to attack him first and attacked his most vulnerable spot as well. His speed is too incredible and Wu Sun did not have the slightest chance to defend himself. The next moment, Xiang Shaolong has already slipped in between the two family warriors. Using his two elbows, he struck both men heavily at the side of the rib cages. These close combat techniques are most applicable while fighting in tight and narrow spaces. It is hard for the opponents to predict his moves and he can easily use the opponent's bodies to shield himself. Both family warriors cried out in pain and collapsed. By now, Xiang Shaolong has leapt to the front of Fu Yan. Avoiding a punch to his face, he grabbed Fu Yan's neck with both hands and kneeled him twice below his abdomen. With another flying kick, he sent another driver soaring through the air. Piak. The driver hit the ship's wall. From the upper decks, the music became more lively and high-pitched, as if it is cheering Xiang Shaolong. Out of a sudden, someone grabbed Xiang Shaolong from behind. Releasing Fu Yan and letting him kneel down to the ground, Xiang Shaolong used judo and flipped the man behind him over his own head, aiming to slam him in the direction of the cabin window. Bang! The man's spine hit the cabin window frame and the man rolled to the corner of the ship's wall. Gu Ming and the other two drivers advanced towards Xiang Shaolong. Using hand-grabbing techniques, Xiang Shaolong had a grip on one of the driver's wrist and kicked him twice in his abdomen. The driver bent over in pain. Tugging the driver with his enormous strength, he managed to cause the stumbling man to crash head-on with the other driver. Both drivers collapsed into a tangled heap. Gu Ming is now facing Xiang Shaolong alone. The two family warriors had managed to get on their feet but were still in a daze. Gu Ming is mad with fury and anger is glimmering in his eyes. He drew out a dagger from his bosom and launched a piercing attack towards Xiang Shaolong's chest. Xiang Shaolong faked a movement and avoided the thrust. Using his hand in a chopping attack, he ruthlessly strikes down on his wrist. Gu Ming's dagger fell to the ground and he stumbled forward. Xiang Shaolong delivered a crushing punch to his back as he fell. This overbearing driver landed flat on his face and is a pathetic sight to behold. Jiang! Jiang! The two family warriors have regained their composure and their aggressive spirits have been ignited. Both drew out their swords. Bloodwave left its sheath as well and turned into a sword storm. Never in their wildest imagination did they expect Xiang Shaolong to be a godly swordsman. Among cries of panic, their long swords have long left their grasps and their wrists are bleeding. Xiang Shaolong sheathed his sword and pressed forward, attacking with his iron fists. Sounds of bones breaking and chilling screams followed. 3 punches later, both men can no longer stand up. As Gu Ming struggled to get up, Xiang Shaolong pressed him against the ship's wall and landed 4 heavy blows to his abdomen. Gu Ming vomited a mouthful of fresh blood and sat down with his back against the ship's wall. His pain is indescribable. The cabin door swung open and was continued by Sister Ling's shriek. Except for Xiang Shaolong, nobody else is able to stand up. Xiang Shaolong casually clapped his hands and joked, "How are you, Sister Ling? Aren't you going to report me and get me fired?" Sister Ling's exquisite face has long been drained of any color and she is still unable to believe her own eyes. Her lips were shuddering and she is speechless at the same time. One of the family warriors managed to get on his knees but after puking a mouthful of blood, he fainted back onto the ground. With his piercing eyes shining a deathly aura, Xiang Shaolong advanced towards Sister Ling. Sister Ling screamed and fled the scene. Xiang Shaolong stretched his limbs and believed that it is time for him to leave this ship soon. Xiang Shaolong is standing confidently in the center of the spacious main hall of the ship. Feng Fei is wearing her usual veil. Behind her stood little Pinger who was still dressed up as a boy. This is the first time Xiang Shaolong laid his eyes on the second in command of the song and dance troupe, Dong Shuzhen. She is sitting beside Feng Fei and standing beside her is Sister Ling, who is still quivering with fear. Dong Shuzhen is around her 20s and extraordinary features lined her face. Her eyes sparkle like Christmas ornaments and are incredibly lively, betraying her intelligence. The head musician Yun Yang, I typo Yun Liang previously, is present too. She is seated on the other side of Feng Fei. Presently in her middle age, she still retains much of her beauty and portrays a sense of maturity that is lacking in all the young lasses. She is as mesmerizing and alluring as the courtesans. Zhang Quan is seated on the side with a joyful expression. Sali has been summoned from the other ship to participate in this court session. He is seated opposite Zhang Quan and his eyes are filled with hatred. He looked as if he wants to swallow Xiang Shaolong whole. The 2 men and 3 ladies are seated like a fan, converging on the standing Xiang Shaolong. Koan Shan and the other family warriors lined up 2 sides of the hall and the entrance of the hall. Although there are more than 20 people of them in the room, there was complete silence, adding to the stifling atmosphere. Gu Ming, Fu Yan, Wu Sun, Su Ran and the others have been properly bandaged. Weak and dejectedly looking, they sat on one side of the hall like a bunch of defeated cocks. They look amusing and yet pitiful at the same time. Dong Shuzhen started, "Shen Liang, what is going on? Since you joined our troop, there have been numerous incidents. Are you aware that our troop forbids dueling?" Her voice is sharp, clear, and full of energy. Her singing should be delightful to the ears. Xiang Shaolong swept his gaze over the entire crowd and found everyone has their eyes on him. Only Feng Fei remains unfathomable. He grinned widely and deepened his voice, replying, "If you wish to know what has happened, why don't you ask Sister Ling instead? She is the mastermind and should know much more than me." Sali interrupted furiously, "Shen Liang, who do you think you are? How dare you be so disrespectful? Kneel." Xiang Shaolong's eyes lit up with iciness. He stared incessantly at Sali but maintained his silence. The family warriors supporting Sali began to turn boisterous and unruly. Feng Fei scolded, "Shut up! Everyone quietened down." Pressing his hand on his sword hilt, Xiang Shaolong raised his head and laughed, "I'd rather be killed than to be insulted. A man's kneel is as valuable as gold. If you want me to kneel to crooks like Sali, you might as well take my life first." Sali stood up immediately and grabbed his sword handle. He grunted, "Then let me take your lowly life." Xiang Shaolong was greatly amused. "If you can withstand 10 strikes from me, I will kowtow 10 times to you." Sali is angry beyond comprehension. His face turned from red to white and red again. However, he dare not draw his sword. Adding fuel to fire, Zhang Quan egged, "If assistant manager Sa possesses excellent sword skills, I, Zhang Quan, will like to witness it." Yun Yang, who has been silent all this while, sighed, "You are all noisy and unruly. What is this troop coming to? How can you solve any issues arguing like this?" Sali took the opportunity to stand down. Boiling with rage, he returned to his seat. Feng Fei softly decided, "Very good. Now let us understand the whole situation first. Wu Sun, you are the head of the family warriors. Tell me what is going on." Wu Sun is a simple-minded person and is not good with words. He could not find the words to express himself and his face is beginning to turn red. Gu Ming intervened, "This matter is started by Xin Liang. We brothers are just enjoying ourselves in the cabin when Xin Liang." Little Pinger called out an interruption, "Miss, Feng Fei is asking Wu Sun, who are you to speak up?" A grievous Gu Ming swallowed the rest of his words. Wu Sun finally found his tongue and replied in an anxious tone, "Yes. Shen Liang barged into our cabin and began beating us up with no rhyme or reason. That is all." Zhang Quan dismissed, "How would he know that all of you are hiding in the cabin and enjoying yourself?" Wu Sun is speechless once again. Sali frantically countered, "Is General Manager trying to protect this criminal? It is obviously Shen Liang is the one attacking and injuring all these men. Looking at his disrespectful bearing, you should know he is the reckless perpetrator." Dong Shuzhen began to assess Xiang Shaolong. She frowned, "Everyone keep quiet for now." Turning to Xiang Shaolong, she questioned, "Shen Liang, what do you have to say for yourself?" Xiang Shaolong will definitely not offer an explanation. He behaved like he cannot be bothered and shrugged his shoulders, "I have nothing to add. Second mistress just have to say it and I will leave the troop, concluding this matter." Zhang Quan's face changed color, "How can you leave without explaining yourself?" Xiang Shaolong shot him a cold glare and snorted, "Master Zhang is having ulterior motives in hiring me. Now that I have understood your malicious intentions, I will never allow myself to be used by you. What is the point of staying here?" Zhang Quan is considerably infuriated that even the green veins on his forehead are protruding. In that moment, his guilty conscience held his tongue. Sister Ling frostily reprimanded, "You insolent slave, you have injured so many men and there is no way we will let you leave like that." Dong Shuzhen cut her sentence, "Little Ling, zip it." Sister Ling has always enjoyed Dong Shuzhen's affections and is seldom publicly admonished like the present situation. She began to tremble with fear and dared not speak anymore. Xiang Shaolong is initially humored and nonchalant, awaiting the decision to chase him out of the song and dance troupe. He purposely pushed the decision into Dong Shuzhen's authority because he assumed she would shield her own personal serving maid. When he heard her telling off Sister Ling, he began to worry. The ship's main hall is filled with total quietness except for Zhang Quan and Sali's heavy breathing. Dong Shuzhen firstly looked at the amazing soundless Feng Fei and skimmed everyone in the room. Finally laying her eyes on Xiang Shaolong once again, she frowned slightly and lectured, "It is no longer the issue of the fighting but Xin Liang's bad attitude and lack of respect for others." Pausing a while, she continued, "You are an extraordinary man but we are just a simple song and dance troupe. I am afraid we cannot accommodate your talents here, therefore." Xiang Shaolong is about to send his thankful prayers to heaven when Feng Fei suddenly spoke up, "Hold it." Everybody turned their attention to her in awe. Xiang Shaolong's mind became agitated. If Feng Fei identified him, his life will turn into hell. He deliberately changed his voice, posture and with his new appearance, on top of their one and only meeting, by right he should be able to evade her detection. Under the scrutiny of every eye in the hall, Feng Fei softly sighed, "Who can imagine that there will be so many issues even in a small troop such as ours? The fault does not lie with Shen Liang but with the management. I have been very tolerant so far but things are really getting out of hand. I will no longer sit back and do nothing." Xiang Shaolong was consoled that his cover is not blown. Concurrently, he knows that things are not going according to his plans. If he is not dismissed, is he going to Qi instead? Zhang Quan, Sali and Sister Ling's face lost color upon hearing her words. Dong Shuzhen is feeling uneasy too. She can feel Feng Fei's words are aimed at her as well. Feng Fei judged, Shen Liang, you can continue to be my driver with a peace of mind. If anyone were to make trouble for you, you can report to me directly. Xiang Shaolong was stunned beyond words. He wished he could start crying at the failure of his escape plan. If he insisted on leaving, doubts will be raised. Zhang Quan, who mistook him for the real Shen Liang, now hates him to the core. He may even plot against himself or have misgivings about his identity. He can only salute and give his thanks. Feng Fei is now facing Zhang Quan and Sali. She gracefully took down her veil, revealed crystal-sharp features that can rival Ji Yanran in Xinjiang. However, her two eyes are frosty and her expression is one of displeasure. Zhang Quan was terrified and he hastily kneeled down, kowtowing, I know I am wrong. I know I am wrong. Sali is still banking on Dong Shizhen's influence and tried to wriggle his way out. He argued, Mistress, I wasn't on this ship when the incident happened. Sister Ling shrieked, how dare you talk back like this? An annoyed Dong Shuzhen commanded, Little Ling, kneel. From today onwards, you need not serve me anymore. Sister Ling petite frame was shaking uncontrollably. She broke down crying. Sali finally came to his senses and kneeled down too, kowtowing non-stop. Feng Fei plainly state, at the next stop, Sali you better scram. Go as far as your legs can take you. Otherwise, don't blame me for being heartless. Turning to Zhang Quan, she announced, taking into consideration all the years you have been with me, and taking into account you realized your mistake, I will only demote you to assistant manager. Yun Yang will now control all the finances. Gu Ming and his partners in crime will all be fined a month's salary. Anyone who opposes will be fired on the spot. Finishing, she ignored Sali's pleas and rose, leaving the hall. Even Dong Shuzhen was horrified and kneeling on the ground. Xiang Shaolong has no choice but to kneel down as well. In his mind, he was contemplating to join Sali and going as far as his legs can take him. Feng Fei's astute judgment and insight is something he definitely did not anticipate. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Volume 21 Chapter 11. Book 21 Chapter 11, River Prisoner. After the episode, Xiang Shaolong's status is largely elevated. For a start, he gets to upgrade from his basement bunk to a room in the middle deck. He is now roommates with 4 other family warriors and no longer face the likes of Gu Ming and the other drivers. Most importantly, nobody dares to pick on him anymore or even be rude to him verbally. Of course, this is not solely based on Feng Fei's warning, it is also due to his assault on Wu Xin and company. To a certain extent, he has risen to become the hero of the troop. Many other colleagues who have been oppressed by Zhang Quan, Sali, and Sister Ling in the past are now delighted to have Xiang Shaolong vent their frustration. In the power struggle within the troop, he is no longer a newcomer but a veteran, a winner. But according to his escape plans, he is the biggest loser. He is naturally unwilling to be sent to Qi in such a manner, but it is suicide to jump into the river and swim away in the middle of winter. It is still a question if he can successfully slip away at the next landing. At dinner time, there is still no one who is courageous enough to strike a conversation with him. Nonetheless, people are beginning to nod their head to acknowledge him and their body language is friendlier. Xiang Shaolong relished his peace. When most of the troop staff retreated back into their rooms to avoid the cold winter wind, he sat alone on a pile of goods at the ship's tail. He stared blankly at the gorgeous scenery on the 2 riverbanks under the starry sky. 3 other big ships are following closely behind. Remembering his lovely wives and son in Xianyang, now further and further away from him, and recalling Zhou Liang and the Eagle King's tragic death, as well as his soldiers dying one by one beside him, his chest swelled up with intense emotions and he nearly wanted to shout his lungs out. Li Mu taught him the bitterness of defeat in war. But he does not hate him, nor bear thoughts of revenge. Li Mu did mention, if we ever meet on the battlefield, there will be no mercy. Li Mu's words felt fresh in his mind, as if it was only spoken to him yesterday. Now that he is unaccounted for, will Xiao Pan be miserable or secretly celebrating? At the end of the day, Xiang Shaolong represents Xiao Pan's past. Without Xiang Shaolong, Xiao Pan can be the great Qin Shi Huang without any reservations. Xiang Shaolong is having conflicting thoughts. Xiao Pan is changing every day. In the history of China, every warrior who assisted his lord significantly never enjoys a good ending, unless he betrayed his lord to be king. Therefore, he exercised utmost caution in this aspect. He seldom claimed credit for his achievements, but he somehow became a center of power regardless and exerts notable influence over this future Qin Shi Huang. He knew Xiao Pan since his teens. Will he be able to avoid this unfortunate tradition? Deep in his contemplations, a gentle female voice sounded beside his ear, a penny for your thoughts? Xiang Shaolong broke out of his stupor and turned his head around. It is the recently promoted, lead musician Yun Yang. He hurriedly got up and paid his respects. Yun Yang stepped to his side, shoulder to shoulder, and sighed. Are you enjoying the scenery here in loneliness because everyone else on the ship is terrified of you? First Mistress, Feng Fei, and I saw you from the upper decks and it is she who asked me to speak to you. Xiang Shaolong observed at her carefully. This lady should be 27 or 28 years old. She maintained her beauty well and her silky skin is comparable to a much younger girl. Her well-defined features are peppered with small signs of aging but she has a more womanly feel. He was mesmerized momentarily. Yun Yang saw him staring at herself and smiled, looking at how intoxicated you were earlier. I am sure you enjoy countless days of glory serving Prince Xinling. Out of his 3,000 family warriors, being his personal driver is an accomplishment already. Now, no one will belittle you. Xiang Shaolong recollected the gratitude and enmity between him and Prince Xinling, his bright eyes revealing signs of melancholy. The usually calm and composed Yun Yang was struck by his expression and her heart is beginning to stir. She can feel herself becoming more and more attracted to this man. Xiang Shaolong caught Yun Yang averting his own gaze and thought to himself, even she is afraid of me? He sighed, to be loved everywhere you go or to be feared everywhere you go, which is a better choice? Yun Yang discovered she cannot relate to Xiang Shaolong as a plain subordinate anymore and his words have aroused her interests. Pushing back her delicate hair which has been blown out of place by the wind, she replied without thinking, needless to say, it is better to be loved. Her face reddened when she finished speaking. Xiang Shaolong shook his head, this is the mindset of the young and inexperienced. It will be great to have both, but that is impossible. I will choose to be feared, at least that keeps me safe. Yun Yang was stunned at his words. A long while later, she confessed, your thinking is indeed unique but not without reason. Many who have hurt me in the past are people who loved me. AI. For your level of talent, why are you contented to be a simple driver? Even she herself could not comprehend why she is discussing intimate matters with a subordinate. Xiang Shaolong of course does not suffer from any inferiority complex. To a modern man from the 21st century, every human being is equal. In reply to her question, Xiang Shaolong bitterly laughed, luck comes in cycles. Yun Yang will never fully understand his true intentions but after spending some time to grasp the meaning of his words, she was moved. What an excellent way to describe the factor of luck in our human lives. Reluctantly, she bade, I have to go and report to Mississippi. Xiang Shaolong took the chance to inquire, are we docking soon? Yun Yang responded, are you thinking of heading to shore to entertain yourself? Not on this stop. We will reach Lixia tomorrow but will only dock for 2 hours. Except for those purchasing supplies, nobody else is permitted to leave the ship. I have to go. Watching her sashay away, Xiang Shaolong groaned inwardly. Looks like he has to postpone his escape to the stop after the next. As expected, the ship docked the next day. From the deck, Xiang Shaolong can see the pier swarming with Qi citizens, from commoners to officials. Everyone wants to catch a glimpse of Feng Fei and even the city mayor personally came on board to pay his respects to Feng Fei, giving Xiang Shaolong no chance to slip away. He is beginning to grow impatient. This ship resembles an open-concept waterborne prison to him. The sole consolation is that throughout these days on board, he has fully recovered from all his ordeals. He looks much better than he was when he was still a fugitive. His skin is no longer coarse and yellow and he is no longer all skin and bones. On the way back to his room, he bumped into Zhang Quan. He gave Zhang Quan a venomous look but Zhang Quan only smiled in return. He is now quite friendly with the 4 family warriors and he tried to ask more about the next pier stop. One of them named Fei Sun laughed, Brother Shen must thinking about girls. This Fei Sun is of middle build, which means he is shorter than Xiang Shaolong by an entire head. With average looks and an easygoing character, he makes everyone around him feel comfortable. Just turning 30, he is the eldest among the 4 family warriors. Another family warrior named Feng Liang answered, we will be docking at D City the day after tomorrow and it will also be the last stop before we reach Linzi, capital of Qi. If you guys want to have some fun, this is it. I've heard about massive inflation in Linzi and we likely cannot afford the fun there. Feng Liang is a 20-year-old lad, tall and muscular. He is only shorter by Xiang Shaolong by a few inches and is the most knowledgeable among the 4. Another family warrior is named Lei Yuner. Younger by Feng Liang by 2 or 3 years, he is born with long limbs and resembles a primate with a shapely body. Due to him hooking up with an influential serving maid, he behaves in a superior manner. Despite treating Xiang Shaolong as a friend, he is still demeaning in some ways. He snorted in boredom, who says you need money to get chicks? Watch how I do it when the time comes. Fei Sun and Feng Liang stood up to protest and the 3 men are having a noisy banter. Xiang Shaolong remembered himself and his drinking buddies Little Zhang, Manyo, and Xipao back in the 21st century. The atmosphere is similar and he immediately felt a sense of warmth. When men get together and engage in idle chatter, the topics will hardly deviate from women and money. D City is his last chance of escape. If he arrived in Xi's capital Linzi, it will be several times more treacherous. Just based on Tiandan's subordinates alone, several of them can easily identify him. The worst circumstance is that as Feng Fei's driver, he will have to drive her to and fro all the residences of the rich and powerful. His fake identity will be easily exposed and the menace that follows will be overwhelming. He was about to turn in when there was a knock on the door. A serving maid came looking for Xiang Shaolong, announcing that Feng Fei wants to see him. Xiang Shaolong was caught by surprise. His heart began to beat faster and faster. Why would Feng Fei want to see a lowly driver like him? The maid leading the way looked slightly familiar and Xiang Shaolong instantly remembered that she is the fierce who scolded him on the first boarding day. He asked, "How do I address elder sister?" The maid coldly hissed, "Why do you have so many questions? Why are you so talkative? When you meet mistress later, you better know what's good for you. If you infuriate her, you will be having endless trouble in your life." From her barrage of words, Xiang Shaolong predicted that she is either on Sister Ling's side or even a close acquaintance of her, which explains her dissatisfaction with him. He could not be bothered to see eye to eye with her and smiled silently. They ascended to the upper decks. Feng Fei is without her veil and is sitting serenely in a special seat in the center of the ship's hall. Xiang Shaolong paid his usual respects before sitting down on a floor cushion as gestured by Feng Fei. The cushion is about 5 feet away from her. The vicious maid took her leave and only the two of them are left in the hall. The attraction between males and females is a naturally occurring phenomenon. Xiang Shaolong could not hold back and feasted his eyes on this grand beauty. Her sitting posture alone is already exceedingly enthralling. Feng Fei is in a long and wide highly quality silk dress that covers her legs and feet. Parts of the dress that went beyond her feet are folded nicely to her left. Although she was sitting down, her back is straight like a pencil, causing her breasts to become more prominent. It was a proud yet elegant pose. Any ordinary man will be tempted to touch her and it must be a heavenly feeling to touch such an extraordinary beauty. Her hair is tied up into a bun and her expression is peaceful and gentle. Xiang Shaolong finally understood why Tu Xian praised her as a beauty inside and outside. Placed beside her is a 5-string zither. The strong wooden smell and the deep wooden color contrast well with her white dress, embroidered with a yellow phoenix, increasing her attractiveness. This will be the perfect sitting portrait. It transcends pure beauty and is more like a work of art, a poem. There is a pot of burning wood in the hall and the occasional cackling sound from the fire, coupled with the sounds of waves hitting the ship, formed a melodious tune. Even a strong-willed man like Xiang Shaolong can feel his heart slowly melting away in from of this enchanting beauty. It is no surprise why she the head of the 3 courtesans. No wonder the number of kings, marquises, generals and lords who succumb to her looks are immeasurable. As long as she paid a little bit more attention to anyone is more than enough to send them into ecstasy. As he was fighting his own agitations, Feng Fei plainly asked, "How did Prince Wuji die?" Xiang Shaolong raised his sense of awareness, lowered his head and replied in a pained tone, "If mistress had asked me the same question in Daliang, I will never give an honest answer." He continued speaking with great emotion as if he was there to witness the entire scene, only that incompetent king is gravely ill and is about to pass on. Lord Longyang and Crown Prince descended upon our residence with a large army, delivering a single cup of wine. Prince Xinling summoned us batch by batch to give instructions about his funeral and his will. He then drank that cup of wine. Xiang Shaolong knew that he must tell a detailed story or he might arouse the suspicions of this intelligent beauty. Thus, he cooked up the whole fairy tale to avoid her pressing for other facts. As anticipated, Feng Fei did not show any signs of disbelief. She lightly sighed and did not speak further. Thinking at the speed of light, Xiang Shaolong suspected that Feng Fei might be interviewing him now to test her theories. Nevertheless, he is confident to smoke his way through. Although they had an unplanned encounter with dim lightings and his dressing and posture are now vastly different from before. He has a face full of beard now and is still about 5 kilograms thinner than before. The best cover for him is that Zhang Quan hired him from the official stables of Wei. Of course no one will expect such an incredible turn of events except for Xiang Shaolong. Feng Fei laid his eyes on his face and softly asked, "Shen Liang, are you really just an ordinary driver for Prince Wuji?" Xiang Shaolong was slightly taken aback but his quick-thinking mind has already produced a story for him. He confessed, "Mistress is indeed sharp. I used to be working for the great Zhao General Lianpa. With General Lian, we left Zhao to depend on Prince Wuji. I became his family warrior and I thought I could make a name for myself. But heaven has other plans for me and I became a destitute in Daliang. After these 2 upheavals, I harbor no more ambitions. All I wish is to make my fortune, find a rural village and live a simple life until I die. Feng Fei was impressed. Heaven has other plans for me. What an excellent saying. It manages to convey a sense of helplessness and disappointment in it. Brother Shin, your encounters are definitely lamentable, but if it is not too meager for your worldly talents, how would you like to be my troop general manager? Xiang Shaolong feigned embarrassment and lowered his head, imploring, since when do I deserve mistress to call me brother? Moreover, I am still a newcomer and don't command the respect of the troop yet. Mistress, please reconsider your decision. Feng Fei smiled. I have toured all the 7 states and have met all kinds of people. You are someone who does not succumb to pressure, can hold your ground and exceptionally self-assured. From these I can tell that you are not used to a lowly position. AI. You reminded me of someone I once met in Xiangyang. If not for Zhang Quan vouching for your identity, I would have made a mistake. Xiang Shaolong was shocked, but he pretended to be keenly interested, inquiring, do I really resemble your friend? Feng Fei scrutinized him carefully and her eyes showed signs of uncertainty. She dreamily replied, there is a certain resemblance, especially your eyes. But even without Zhang Quan's verification, I also know that you cannot be him. There is news from Zhongmo that he has safely returned. It is amusing how Wei nearly combed every inch of Dalian just to find out that it is a mistake. Of course they cannot find their target. Xiang Shaolong was hit by a realization. He is certain that Tang Yi and Jing Jun have received news from Jing village about his whereabouts. They deliberately create a smokescreen, spreading rumors that he is safely back in Zhongmo. This will convince his enemies to give up searching for him. This is a truly brilliant strategy. All they have to do is find Wu Gui or someone with a similar build as him, and with simple disguise makeup, he can pass off as Xiang Shaolong when viewed from afar. The only person who saw him in Dalian is Lord Longyang, who is in a dilemma as well, for if he tells the truth he would also be blamed for letting Xiang Shaolong escape. Ultimately, Lord Longyang is still loyal to him. He did not contest the rumors and kept quiet, indirectly giving him a lifeline. Regarding the secret palace tunnels, they may still be undiscovered, or even when discovered, may not be linked to him, as the idea would seem too far-fetched. With all these new information entering his brain, Xiang Shaolong can finally smell salvation, the light at the end of the tunnel. Invigorated like a new man, he held back his joy and mentioned instead, mistress must be referring to Xiang Shaolong of Qin. Feng Fei looked at him emotionally, her eyes betraying her longing for that encounter, but she kept quiet. In this moment, Xiang Shaolong recognizes that Feng Fei has some feelings for him and is greatly honored. Feng Fei gently revealed, after my visit to Linzi, I would have accomplished my dream of touring all the states. I will disband the song and dance troupe, return back to the south and live an ordinary life. Xiang Shaolong was shaken, so mistress is intending to retire. Feng Fei lightly smiled, I am not somebody who can sit still in one place. Since I cannot conquer the world through power, I shall influence the world through my music, glorifying the songs and dances left behind by our ancestors. This trip to Linzi will be a rather challenging one. Someone has leaked the news that I am going to disband my troupe after visiting Linzi. Now everyone is watching my every move. Brother Shin should know what I mean. Xiang Shaolong was baffled. Since this is the case, why doesn't mistress abandon this trip? All your problems will be solved, wouldn't it? Feng Fei simply countered, if I did not cover Linzi in my tour, it will be like a missing jigsaw puzzle, I will never live it down. Moreover, isn't life about meeting challenges and not running away from challenges? If I back out now, I will live in regret for the rest of my life. Pausing, she added, talented men like you are not easily acquired. Why don't we trade our dreams? When Brother Shin successfully assisted me in leaving Qi safely, and not condemned to be someone's mistress or concubine, I will reward Brother Shin with 20 ingots of gold, securing your livelihood for life. Xiang Shaolong can feel a headache coming. Firstly, he himself is unwilling to go to Linzi. Even if he somehow made it there, he will do his utmost to stay low profile to avoid detection. As the general manager of the song and dance troupe, he has to face the likes of Tian Dan, as well as the dignitaries of Qi on a daily basis. He, too, has to manage the duties of managing the troupe and prepare counter-tactics to protect Feng Fei's chastity. Taking up this job is as good as offering his neck to the executioner's sword. Simultaneously, he can understand Feng Fei's predicament. As long as the song and dance troupe is touring the states, they cannot be violated. But once this protective status is gone, every man will wish to bring this fresh flower home to his bedroom. These is a unique culture and attitude. Provided that Feng Fei keeps the same distance from everyone and maintain her neutrality, she can maintain her individual status. Upon disbandment of the troupe, she becomes available to the public and men will definitely fight over her. Her considerations are not without reason. Xiang Shaolong can only bitterly smile, mistress is giving me too much credit. This is not something he can accomplish by sheer might, but rejecting her will seem inappropriate too. Looks like he has to harden his resolve and help her out. He was in a dilemma. Feng Fei soothingly state, if you are not willing to help me, do you think Zhang Quan is up to it? At least you are someone who is not easily bribed. I have zero confidence in Zhang Quan's integrity. She then sighed, at the end of the day, we are just womenfolk. We need you to handle all those stinky men. Xiang Shaolong frowned, if mistress had kept this disbandment a secret, wouldn't you have avoided all these trouble? Revealing a pained expression, Feng Fei lamented, I intentionally shared this secret with someone close to me and misled her into thinking that she is not the only one who knows, testing her honesty. Now, we all know the truth, and while it did endanger my life, it was worth it. Xiang Shaolong was shaken, is it second mistress? Regaining her calm, Feng Fei nodded, all along she has been wanting to take over my position. In a world where men call the shots, it is an uphill task for women to stand out in any career. The only exception is the song and dance troupe. She is second in authority after me and will naturally want to get rid of me. Xiang Shaolong suggested, why don't you just let her take over the song and dance troupe? Feng Fei explained, this is a highly complicated problem. When I first started out, I promised all my followers that upon disbandment, everyone would receive a generous payout. AI. We all know an entertainment career is short-lived. When we have made enough money to retire, who would want to continue slogging? Therefore, Dong Shuzhen has to try to wrest control of the song and dance troupe from me before I disband. Lingering, she added, in actual fact, you have already helped me a lot by giving me a chance to chase Sali away. However, Dong Shuzhen is now in cahoots with Zhang Quan, Brother Shen should understand my difficulty. Xiang Shaolong can feel his troubles piling up. He pretended to accept the promotion. His contradictory situation and suffering is indescribable. He could not bear having such a gifted, outstanding, and gorgeous lady getting into harm's way and falling into the claws of someone she do not love. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Volume 21 Chapter 12. Book 21 Chapter 12, Meeting a Friend in a Foreign Land. The next morning, Feng Fei assembled everyone from the song and dance troupe, including the courtesans and management staff like Zhang Quan, announcing that she is making an exception and promoting Xiang Shaolong to be the general manager, and is charged with all matters pertaining to the troupe. Dong Shuzhen and Zhang Quan were astounded but dared not oppose. The first to congratulate him is Yun Yang, who also whispered into his ear, you should thank me for your promotion. She wants Xiang Shaolong to know that she is Feng Fei's confidant and is the one secretly encouraging Feng Fei to promote him. Xiang Shaolong doesn't know whether to laugh or cry instead. This is also the first time he set his eyes on the other 11 courtesans besides Dong Shuzhen. Each and every one of them is a peerless, fascinating beauty, causing him to lose his bearings. However, most of them are nonchalant about Feng Fei's promoting Xiang Shaolong and their expressions remained unfazed. One of the leggy courtesans Zhu Xiuzhen even looked at him with disdain. There are a total of 180 troop staff. Feng Fei is at the top of the hierarchy. Below her would be the courtesans and musicians, headed by Dong Shuzhen and Yun Yang respectively. A staff of serving maids attends to them. Except for a few men who are musicians, the entire group is made up of females. The management of the troupe, both internally and externally, falls on the shoulders of himself and his assistant Zhang Quan. Family warriors, drivers, male servants and porters all fall within their jurisdiction, forming a government-like organization. Zhang Quan's supporter Koan Shan leads the family warriors while the drivers are led by Gu Ming. These two men, in addition to the grudge-bearing Zhang Quan, are enough to give Xiang Shaolong a really big headache. He could not wait to make his escape this instance, but burdened with this heavy responsibility and Feng Fei's high expectations, he could neither advance nor retreat, and nearly wanted to cry his heart out. Something good that comes out of it is that Zhang Quan is now deployed to the other ship and Xiang Shaolong has a single cabin all to himself on the second deck. When Yun Yang came a-knocking, he is mentally prepared to receive certain benefits from her, at a cost. On the pretext of handing over work to him, Yun Yang entered his room and there is no way Xiang Shaolong can reject her. After handing over her work to him, a courageous Yun Yang enticingly looked straight into his eyes and cooed, alright, how is Manager Shen going to thank me now? Her expression reminds him of Zhu Ji, Qin, and Madame Zhuang, Shu. For, sexually, experienced and mature women like them, when they take an interest in someone, sex is all that they will pursue and they are very open and direct about it. On one hand is to satisfy a human need, on the other hand, they are more senior and cannot be bothered with the wild fantasies and cumbersome dating process of the young men and young women. They will take the most practical route to satisfy their needs. From a men's point of view, Xiang Shaolong will not mind having a friendly match with this sexy lady and is confident of giving her a session she will never forget and wonderful memories to last her lifetime. Nevertheless, in the present situation and while he is planning to flee, it is not wise to get involved in a relationship. He knows himself best. When he has made love to a woman, he will certainly be emotionally attached to her. This burden is something he can do without for now. If he just did her and left, he will absolutely feel guilty about it in the future. Unless, of course, if she is in the flesh trade. That will be a different case altogether. He found it difficult to reject her on the spot and used a delaying tactic instead. Suppressing his own manly reactions to her advances, he changed the topic and smiled. I am obviously grateful to you, but I have a question that I hope you can enlighten me. Pleased, Yun Yang prompted, please go ahead and ask. I will tell you everything I know. Judging from her body language and tone, it is evident that Xiang Shaolong can do whatever he wants with her. Xiang Shaolong can feel his loins stirring and was about to lose control. Warning himself to behave, he asked in an official manner, wherever the song and dance troupe travels to, we will attract all the lustful men. For Miss Feng it is definitely not an issue, but when someone wants to woo our courtesans, what should I do? Yun Yang gave his a meaningful look and answered, the scenario you articulated happens rather often, but our courtesans are not prostitutes. If any man wishes to gain her heart, he will have to put in considerable effort. For example, inviting them to banquets, using ways and means to make them happy, and try to see if they will reciprocate. These kinds of arrangements are beyond mistress's control and unquestionably beyond your league. Xiang Shaolong is curious, so are there any courtesans who got married and left the troupe? Yun Yang nodded, yes there are, but the numbers are limited. What is so good about marrying the rich and powerful? Before they bed you, you are treated like a queen. After they lay you, your value is gone. In addition, you have to become enemies with the other wives and concubines that they married. Staying as a courtesan is much more comfortable. When you have made your fortune and returned to your village in glory, you can marry whoever your heart fancies. Xiang Shaolong nodded in agreement. Marrying a rich man is like falling into the sea. For a girl to have such insight is truly brilliant. Yun Yang's eyes lit up. She praised, marrying a rich man is like falling into the sea, what an excellent expression. I must tell mistress about it. She is writing a song about a pitiful wife. This line can be one of the lyrics. Xiang Shaolong can only smile bitterly to himself. Yun Yang became more aroused and moved closer to Xiang Shaolong, where her long dress is touching his kneecap. She divulged, on this trip to Linzi, we are also participating in a competition with 2 other famous courtesans, which explains why mistress is very anxious. She will not want to lose to Lan Gonyuan and Shi Sufang at Hangdong Pavilion and Qixia School respectively. Only now did Xiang Shaolong know that these 2 other ladies whom he has encountered before are going to Linzi as well. Qixia School is naturally the headquarters of Qixia Sword Saint, Mr. Yu aka Chao Kadao. Not recognizing Hangdong Pavilion, Xiang Shaolong sought the answer from Yun Yang. Yun Yang sweetly replied, Hangdong Pavilion, also known as Huan Pavilion, is a grand conference hall in the Qi Palace. When Hangdong is in power, he loved to hold lavish banquets there, hosting his officials as well as visiting diplomats. Hence, it became the name of the pavilion. Courtesans who have never performed at Hangdong Pavilion before are not considered prestigious. Hearing her explanation, Xiang Shaolong is filled with a yearning to pay a visit to the place. In this period of the warring states, she is considered one of the bigger states with rich cultures and tradition. Since he is passing by, it will be a pity to give it a miss. However, preserving his life is more critical. He lost the mood to tour the place and reminded himself to stop thinking about it. Yun Yang leaned onto him and gently commented, the king of Qi is rather generous, paying us 200 gold ingots for 2 shows. When we arrive, you must remember to collect this payment from him. Xiang Shaolong was flabbergasted. It is an astronomical amount in these ancient times. He realized the people of Qi are squandering away their nation's wealth. The same amount of money can pay for a year's wages for 500 soldiers. Yun Yang coaxed, I have told you everything, you have yet to tell me how you are going to show your thanks. Since there is no way he can avoid the situation, Xiang Shaolong decided to cast aside all his reservations. Snaking his hand to hug her thin waist, he was about to pull her into an embrace when the ship suddenly braked to a stop. Moments later, it began sailing at a much slower pace. Both of them are startled. They will only reach Linzi tomorrow. Why did the ship suddenly stop? Ahead of them, shining lanterns can be seen. Using this distraction, Xiang Shaolong jumped up and went to his window, looking out. It appears that there is a huge ship ahead of them and is intentionally slowing down for their ships to catch up. By now, Yun Yang has squeezed to his side, her petite frame prostrated on his body, trying to catch a glimpse. Xiang Shaolong mused, I wonder who is the owner of that ship. Yun Yang scrutinized the flags hoisted at the tail of the new ship. She abruptly shrieked, Mr. Tan is here. He is on board the ship of the imperial physician of Han. From her exhilarated and glowing expression, Xiang Shaolong believed that this Mr. Tan has an unusual relationship with Yun Yang. Men are really yes. He initially regarded Yun Yang's passion as his misfortune and treated her as a platonic friend. Seeing her excited and horny as in heat, he knew that his love rival has appeared, evoking pangs of jealousy. With a sour taste in his mouth, he inquired, "Who is Mr. Tan?" An elated Yun Yang has forgotten all about her plans to seduce Xiang Shaolong. She merrily chirped, "Among the gifted men within Lord Nanliang's residence, Mr. Tan is the most talented man in terms of poetry and music. He is a trusted confidant of Lord Nanliang as well. He did mention coming to see our performance at Linzi, and here he is. I must tell Sister Feng Fei." Finishing her sentence, she exited his room in a flash, ignoring Xiang Shaolong completely. Xiang Shaolong can only look on as the door slammed in his face with a bang. In the same instant, he could feel something weird rousing in his mind. Lord Nanliang's name rang a bell, but whom did he hear it from? The gap between the two ships is slowly closing. Feng Fei and her fellow courtesans are all gathered on the deck, enthusiastically awaiting the arrival of Mr. Tan. It appears that this poetry and music prodigy holds an important place in their hearts. Yun Yang is the most fanatical of them all, waving her hands harder than all the courtesans. Illuminated by the moon and lanterns, several men can be seen on the facing side of the new ship. They are waving energetically in response, and the atmosphere is remarkably lively. Ropes with grappling hooks are tossed over from the other ship. Xiang Shaolong hastily directed the family warriors to hang onto the ropes, pulling the ships even closer together. The ship slowed down to a snail's pace. When the ships come close enough for him to look at the faces of the other party, Xiang Shaolong's body shook uncontrollably. He has just seen a friend that he has missed for many years. When the friend happened to lay his eyes on Xiang Shaolong, he was stunned as well, and his body shook uncontrollably in response. This friend is none other than Xiao Yuatan. Xiang Shaolong finally solved the mystery. It was Tu Xian who told him about Lord Nanliang. Upon reaching Han State, Xiao Yuatan became Lord Nanliang's family warrior. With his many hidden talents, it is no surprise that he managed to gain the affections of the courtesans. The two ships lightly collided, and after a series of tremors, are finally lined up side by side. A gangplank came over from the new ship and lodged onto their ship. Xiao Yuatan was the first up the gangplank and strode over with a few of his followers. He first winked at Xiang Shaolong before laughing happily, coming to Feng Fei. He paid his respects to her, praising, "Since we parted last spring, it has been a year since we last met. Miss Feng's spellbinding song and dance performance still occupies my thoughts and dreams. To think I can have the fortune to meet you tonight on this river. The heavens have been really kind to me." Leading the courtesans and returning the courtesies, Feng Fei smiled. "The meeting in Han was a most memorable event for me as well. A stimulating conversation that went on till night has benefited me tremendously. Since we are lucky enough to run into Mr. tonight, we must be a good host and treat Mr. Tan and our other guests to a cup of tea in our ship hall." Xiao Yuatan signaled to his men on his ship to retrieve the ropes and gangplank before leading his followers, together with Feng Fei, into the ship hall. Xiang Shaolong is craving for a good talk with Xiao Yuatan, but he can only suppress this desire for the time being. He felt relieved as well. Witnessing Xiao Yuatan's authority and achievements, he is certain that Xiao Yuatan is doing very well under Lord Nanliang. Otherwise, he would not be able to commandeer a ship to fulfill his date, with Feng Fei coming all the way to Linzi to watch the three courtesans' grand competition. All the jealousy in his heart has effortlessly vanished, and he wondered how many other courtesans as his playboy friend tried aside from Yun Yang. When the two ships are separated, Xiang Shaolong went to the ship's hall, wanting to check out Xiao Yuatan's situation. At the entrance of the ship's hall, he can see Xiao Yuatan introducing his three followers to Feng Fei. They are all important men working for Lord Nanliang. From their appearances, Xiang Shaolong can tell that they are very knowledgeable. Feng Fei, Yun Yang, and the courtesans are seated on the left, while Xiao Yuatan and his men are seated on the right. Yun Yang went to the extent of personally serving tea to the four men and never stopped batting her eyelashes at Xiao Yuatan. Xiao Yuatan saw him at the door but pretended to ignore him. Xiang Shaolong was aware that his status is below that of the people in the hall and was contemplating to enter or leave when a maid standing behind Zhu Xiuzhen, courtesan, came over, disparaging him. "This place is none of your concern, please attend to your other matters instead." Xiang Shaolong can feel his blood boiling. He cast his view to Zhu Xiuzhen, who did not even care to return his gaze. Contempt, however, is written all over her face. Enraged, he softly grunted to the maid, "Scram." The maid panicked, and upon seeing the cold rays emanating from Xiang Shaolong's eyes, her face became drained of color and she subconsciously took 2 steps back. This is precisely why Xiang Shaolong believes that it is better to be feared than to be loved. He strode right into the hall. Feng Fei noticed him coming and felt awkward due to his inferior status. She introduced with a frown, Shen Liang is our new general manager. Come and greet Mr. Tan. Xiao Yuetan stood up and exchanged greetings with Xiang Shaolong at the same time. He laughed, Brother Shen has a remarkable appearance. We must get to know each other better. The three men escorting Xiao Yuetan are baffled. Xiao Yuetan is a proud character and seldom exhibits such warm gestures to anyone, moreover to lowly manager of a song and dance troupe. Even the founder of Shi Sufang Song and Dance Troupe, Boss Jin Chenjiu has a much lower status compared to Shi Sufang. In the eyes of the rich and powerful, he is just a manservant with some influence. Shi Sufang is one of the other three courtesans. Dong Shuzhen, Yun Yang, Zhu Xiuzhen and the rest were equally mystified, unable to comprehend Xiao Yuetan's respectful treatment of Xiang Shaolong. Only Xiang Shaolong and Xiao Yuetan know the underlying reason, and it is becoming quite challenging to conceal their excitement after seeing each other once again after so many years. Xiao Yuetan invited Xiang Shaolong to sit down beside him and to avoid suspicion, he chatted up Feng Fei instead of him. Their topics hardly deviated from music composition, lyrics writing, and poetry. Xiang Shaolong knows nuts about these subjects and cannot join in the conversation. Xinu, a petite courtesan who was a few notches prettier than Zhu Xiuzhen, commented, I hear Mr. Tan is an avid collector of folk songs and folklore. Among all the state poems and songs, book collection, the Songs of Qi book is one of the more exciting. Mr. will not leave Qi empty-handed on this trip. Xiao Yuetan's three associates are completely intoxicated with Feng Fei's charm. One of them, Zhongsuan Heji, a fine-looking scholar chuckled upon hearing her words, Mr. Tan has made 2 trips to Qi in the last few years. His collection is long completed. Xiang Shaolong knows Xiao Yuetan's character and that he detests dirty politics. He must have focused his abilities on poetry, music and the art, which unexpectedly turned out to be a good career move for him. Dong Shuzhen is elated, Mr. Tan must share with us what he has learnt. With one hand stroking his beard, Xiao Yuetan looked exceptionally dashing, reminding Xiang Shaolong of the first time he saw him in Handan, capital of Zhao. After so many years, he is likely to be in his 40s by now but still maintained a robust and youthful disposition. It is no wonder why Yun Yang is so smitten with him. After humbly excusing his incompetence, a polite gesture, he smoothly articulates, folk songs and folklore naturally embodies the local culture and heritage. Stories of joy and sorrow are common, while the most touching are the works of love and war. A broken man misses his wife, a chaotic country misses its generals. True love exists in every suffering. That is life. Yun Yang suggested, the lyrics in folk songs are the bravest and most direct. The people of Qi reside near the sea and are very open-minded. The songs of Qi must be highly explicit. Why doesn't Mr. Tan sing us a few lines to broaden our horizons? Faced with the pleading of the girls, Xiao Yuetan tapped the table and sang. This song describes an emotional scene, where 2 lovers are meeting in a bedroom on a quiet night. Cursing the rooster, which crows at sunrise, waking them up from the sweet dreams, the lady persuades the gentleman to leave but the gentleman insisted it is the flies buzzing instead. When the lady pointed out that the eastern horizon is lighted, the gentleman asserted it is moonshine. At her wit's end, the lady swore to continue sleeping with him if it is genuinely the flies buzzing, but if he stayed on when he should be leaving, it will invite rumors. The tune is simple, ordinary, and easy to understand. The lyrics are sincere and yet exciting, portraying a real-life situation and the descriptions are very lifelike. Sung by Xiao Yuetan's soulful and jazzy voice, everyone present is moved. Even Xiang Shaolong is captivated by his singing when an angelic voice arose from Feng Fei's mouth, continuing the song and pairing the story. Her song describes a rendezvous from the gentleman's point of view, singing about a beautiful lady entering his house at sunrise and joining him. Why did she come? Was it a coincidence or was she attracted by my singing, that she joined me on my journey? This is the very first time Xiang Shaolong is hearing her sing. He finds her voice especially unique and is quite unlike the singing of Lan Gongyuan and Shi Sufang. Compared to the other courtesans he has heard of in the past, Feng Fei is light years ahead. Not only is she a great singer, she does not follow the normal singing styles and has a rebellious streak. Her sentimental singing is like floating on water among streamingly colorful rainbows and fluffy clouds, carrying deep, unfathomable emotions. Her voice has a wide variation and she can reach all the different pitches. Merging her breathing into her singing, the lure of her song is limitless. She paints a mind-blowing picture with her lyrics and like a magnet, attracting all her listeners to pay full attention to her singing. Xiang Shaolong, Xiao Yuetan and everyone else was cheering madly when she finished. Xiao Yuetan was not the least upset Feng Fei stole his thunder. He frankly queried, I have never heard of this song before. I wonder if this is Miss Feng's latest production. Feng Fei humbly replied, it is indeed my new work. Please pardon my inadequacies. Xiao Yuetan and everyone were full of praise. Seated on the other side of Xiaoyuan, a strong man Yuji sighed, I have long heard about Miss Feng's divine singing. Now that I have finally met you and heard your singing, I can die without regrets. Feng Fei modestly responded, Mr. Yu is giving me too much credit. Only now did Xiang Shaolong understand why Feng Fei deserves her title of the head of the three courtesans and enjoyed first-class treatment from the rich and powerful of every state. Everyone will appreciate and treasure a talented beauty. But if she officially retired, it will be a different story altogether. Compared her brilliance, Dong Shuzhen and the other courtesans are like the little stars beside the bright moon. Xiao Yuatan professes, the four of us are highly envious of Brother Shen. If you offer your job to the four of us, I can guarantee we will come to blows fighting for it. Awaking from his stirrings, Xiang Shaolong laughed, Mr. Tan sure knows how to crack a joke. This is actually the first time I am hearing Mistress sing a song. The four men were shocked, but only Xiao Yuatan's shock is faked. Yun Yang explained the recent developments to them. Zonsu and Heji used this occasion to test Xiang Shaolong's abilities. Does Manager Shin have any comments? Xiang Shaolong said the first thing that came to his mind, such a song belongs to the heaven and not the earth. This time, even Feng Fei is moved. Guilt-ridden, Xiang Shaolong admitted, I am just a greenhorn when it comes to music, but Mistress's song has made me lost my bearings. Yuji was amazed, no wonder Mr. Tan has such a good feeling about Brother Shen. Mr. Tan is an excellent judge of character. Brother Shen's eloquence is seldom cited. Greenhorn, lost my bearings, these are all very appropriate and well-suited descriptions of the actual situation. Needless to say, that such a song belongs to the heaven and not the earth is a flawless depiction, but Xiang Shaolong knows it is not good to reveal too much about himself and kept quiet. He dared not face the attention that everyone is suddenly showing in him, especially from Feng Fei. Dong Shuzhen commented, Mr. Tan's earlier piece of Qi song is immensely compelling. When Kong Chiu visited Qi and listened to a local music performance, he was so absorbed that his food was tasteless for 3 months and he called it the perfection of music. Xiao Yuatan gestured, when I saw Miss Dong's 9-movement dance last year, my food has remained tasteless ever since. Everyone had a good laugh. Dong Shuzhen is rather pleased, having gained some acknowledgement. Xiang Shaolong realized that Dong Shuzhen is able to become second in command of the song and dance troupe is due to her terrific dancing skills. It was soon midnight and the four men were unwilling to take their leave. Yun Yang is especially reluctant for Xiao Yuatan to leave. She sighed, how I wish the ship is bigger, we can spend more time on the cruise and learn more about ancient modern music from Mr. Tan. Yuji enthusiastically hinted, as long as we have a bed to sleep on, we would be more than happy. Dong Shuzhen suggested, we cannot subject you to such inconveniences. Nonetheless, we can probably create some additional sleeping quarters if gentlemen can lower your expectations. Zonsu and Heji and the others were overjoyed and agreed in unison. Inspired, Xiang Shaolong hinted, I am staying alone, why don't? The experienced Xiao Yuatan easily caught the hint and laughed, let me share the room with Brother Shen and learn more phrases from him. We can send for our dear tomorrow. Back in the room, they blew out the candle and sat down on a corner of the cabin floor, reminiscing about the past. Deep into the night, Xiao Yuatan has finished listening to Xiang Shaolong's fugitive encounters. He advised, when Shaolong leads his army to war, there is no one who did not panic in the eastern states and there is a fear of your prowess everywhere. Even when you are alone without your army, you still create chaos wherever you go. Presently, Han, Zhao and Wei have laid heavy defenses and ambushes on your returning path to Qin. It is too risky and not worth it to return to Qin straight away. Xiang Shaolong mused, any reaction from the people of Chu? Xiao Yuatan answered, absolutely no reaction from them. A man's heart is difficult to fathom and traveling through Chu may still not be safe. If you ask me, Shaolong should lie low and avoid the heat. When the three states are fully convinced that you have returned to Zhangmo, I can leisurely escort you back to Qin. Pausing, he added, I will have my confidants report to Master Tu at Xianyang and he will relay the news to Yanran that you are safe with me. You can put your mind at ease and stay in Qi for an extended period, but Xiang Shaolong reminded, you could recognize me without much difficulty, what about other people? Xiao Yuatan examined his face carefully and diagnosed, you have kept a beard and with your loss in weight, your appearance has been altered significantly. I can recognize you because I caught you staring at me first and I have been worried about you for the past 2 months. Never forget that I am a master of disguise and with some modifications, for example, trimming your beard, varying your hairstyle and letting you wear a headdress, I can guarantee that even Tiandan cannot recognize you even if you stand face to face with him. After all, no one is more familiar with your physical features than I. Pausing again, he laughed, if you can learn the art of stuttering from me, there will be no more loopholes left in your disguise. As a manager, you will only interact with Tiandan's followers so please do not be overly worried. Xiang Shaolong can feel his body being rejuvenated, gaining a new lease of life. Honestly speaking, he cannot bear to part with Feng Fei too. He does not bear any ulterior motives towards her but merely desire to see her in action and at the same time, protecting her and assisting her to leave Qi unmolested. He wondered, if you are going to make changes to my appearance, wouldn't it raise any suspicions within the song and dance troupe? Xiao Yueten coolly assured, we can make gradual changes to your looks so the change will not be too obvious. They will probably associate the change due to your beard trimmings. Relax. Shaolong should know what Xiao Yueten, is capable of. Invigorated, Xiang Shaolong calmly laughed, I have no doubt about your abilities and in fact, my greatest admiration lies in your skirt-chasing skills. Xiao Yueten gushed, are you referring to Yun Yang and Dong Shuzhen? These two Qis are super horny when the right buttons are pressed. Feel free to try them out for yourself if you don't believe me. Xiang Shaolong was astonished, you even managed to try Dong Shuzhen? Xiao Yueten clarified, Dong Shuzhen has been laid by several men, this is hardly anything new. Her escort fee is the highest among all of them and one night with her will cost you an arm and a leg. Xiang Shaolong scowled, what is the difference between them and hookers? Xiao Yueten enlightened, of course there is a difference. You must first win their favor and gain their affections before you can make the deal. The liaising contact used to be that bastard Zhang Quan, and you are now the new contact. Xiang Shaolong was flabbergasted, you mean I am now a pimp? A papa-san, male version of mama-san? Xiao Yueten is confused, what is a pimp? What is a papa-san? Xiang Shaolong bitterly smiled, forget about these boring stuff. Who else will be coming to Qi to take part in the festivities? Xiao Yueten coldly laughed, Lu Buwei is one of them. With him around, you can be sure of trouble. Xiang Shaolong suddenly had a brainwave. He recalled Dan Mimi mentioning that the crown prince of Qi has yet to be chosen. In this juncture, the twisted hand of fate has miraculously drawn him into another life-changing episode. Isn't Qin at war with the 5 states? Why is it possible for Lu Buwei to saunter into Qi in such a carefree manner? In the same line of thought, the newsless Shan Ro came to his mind. Will he see her in Linzi? If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.